Hey, yo, what's up, guys? It's time for B2GM. Welcome to Protoss Diamond 3. We are currently making our way through the ladder system. We're making our way through all of the experiences that StarCraft 2 has to offer. And this is our first game in Diamond 3. So now, guys, as we were saying before, let me give you a quick rundown once again. If you're like, you know what, Vibe? I didn't want to watch your fucking video. That was like, watch this before you play Diamond League. I don't got that kind of time. I can't watch a 19-minute video, but I can watch a 7-hour video. If that's what you're thinking, I'm like, hey, you know what? I get it. I understand. Don't worry. Well, guess what? Let me just give you a quick recap. All you got to do, okay? All I want you to do is I want you to understand that I'm going to be going through a lot of builds here. This game, we're going to do we'll do a macro build, okay? We'll do a nice traditional macro build. But what we're going to do in general is I'm going to be throwing out a bunch of all-ins. I'm going to be throwing out a bunch of variety. There's going to be a lot of variety that we're going to have here, okay? Lots of variety now that we're Diamond Plus and we can actually micro, because if we can micro, it means we can actually use all the units. Or most of them. We're still going to kind of exclude a couple of them that are going to be more difficult to use here and there, but for the majority, we're going to use a lot of units. And, yeah. Just pick a couple builds. I would highly recommend you pick one build that is like macro and one build that is all in. And you practice those and you get better and better and better at those. And then if you actually get so good at those that you're just constantly like doing really well with them and you're not satisfied, pick up another build. Like, go through the selection again and pick up another build that you're like, you know what, I actually kind of like this one. This one suits me really well. I will do the same build multiple times. I'm not just going to like only do a build once and never do it again. But I am going to be rotating through a lot of builds, so there's going to be a lot more variety to choose from now. So yeah, just know that that's how this is going to work. This is how Diamond is kind of set up here. And don't be shy, pick a build. And in this game, what I'm kind of feeling is, like I said before, this one's going to be more of a macro game. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to do a defensive robo into what everyone's been waiting for this entire series so far, Colossus. Defensive robo into Colossus. So get ready for that, dude. So what we're going to do is we're going to be going into a robo. We're going to go into Colossi. We're going to get stalkers with it, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to have lots of fun with that. Okay, he's got a Reaper in my middle lane. Let's go ahead and now we're going to go ahead and stutter step this Reaper and get him the hell away from my base. So if he wants to fight me like this, he might actually lose the Reaper. Almost, not quite. We need to hit it 2 more times right there to possibly kill it, but it wasn't quite enough. Let's get ourselves a battery. Keep kind of boosting out some probes. We can now throw down our robo. Shortly after, we can throw down the gateway.
What do I do with this?
Yo, Neathria, thank you for the 16 months. What do you do with it? You celebrate it. Shout it to the rooftops. Tell everyone you're a vibe sub. Tell them how, like, next time you're at a party, show them the sub badge, and they'll be like, not only will they be thinking you're really cool because you're a sub to the VFam, but they'll also be like, 16 months? No fucking way, dude. You're OG. You're old school. Oh, okay. Don't cancel your robo. That was not good. I accidentally fucking hit escape on that somehow. So that's not part of the build. Don't try to cancel that. All that does is slow your build down. But we might still be okay even though that happened. That was pretty bad though, because that robo was almost done. Let's go ahead and get ready to take our 3rd base. So we're still being pretty greedy here. This is very similar to B2GM. Super similar to B2GM. For the opener at least. Let's go ahead and make a hallucinated Phoenix. Let's go scout the Terran, and let's kind of try to get a read as to what's going on, right? Let's try to understand what's happening. Let's also build a couple pylons around the edges of our base so we don't supply block, and it also just gives me vision to work with. Get a Robo Bay. Nice. Okay, what are we gonna scout? We see a natural. We see a siege tank. We see another siege tank. Okay. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and jump the gun a little bit here with you guys. I'm gonna push you into the deep end a little bit here, and I'm gonna show you guys a new unit. This unit's like it's like giving a sword to a child. Like it's just an accident waiting to happen. But I believe in you guys. I think you can do it. Again, I've coddled you long enough in bronze to plat. I'm gonna push you out of the bird's nest. Now you're gonna flap your wings and fly on your own. We're gonna show you how to use disruptors. Okay, this unit is a unit that you could literally kill yourself with it. You could blow yourself up with this unit. We'll explain how to micro it, but I'm gonna do it because my opponent is going for what looks like a siege tank timing. Let's go ahead and also get a battery at our third base. Let's see if he's still there, or let's see if he's guarding his third base. And again, this is not the only build we have to do, by the way. This is not the only build we have to do. Like, we're going to have many other builds, right? It's not going to be disruptors every single game. That's what I'm trying to say. So don't freak out. It's not going to be like what we do every single game. It's just this game particularly because he's going siege tanks. And I want to show you how fucking good disruptors are against people who go siege tanks. Okay, he's making a lot of more racks. It's all good. He's got his third base set up. He's cruising. Let's go ahead and take a fourth base in a second. Keep making stalkers for now. Nice, nice, nice. The second disruptor's almost out. Let's go ahead and start our Nexus. And he's not yet attacking us. So we can actually go ahead and poke him just for a second, and we can see what we get done here. Let's go ahead and get building, or getting unit weapon and armor. And now that we have a couple of disruptors, let's actually now start going into Colossus. So we're still gonna go. We are gonna actually go back to Colossus eventually, like we are now. But we just opened up the game with a couple of disruptors in case this guy did a tank timing on us, which could have been very scary. Okay, he's pushing right now. He might already be on the map somewhere. It's very possible. And if he is, it's you know, it's a thing we got to worry about. So we're setting our army up at this guy's base, right? Are we still macroing during the process? Definitely yes. There he is. Now let's back up and throw one disruptor shot at him. Awesome. Yeah, let's run away. Just run away. So just know, a disruptor is a super cool unit. It makes it really easy as well. If you do not want to shoot a disruptor while your army's running in the direction. That's how you get yourself killed. The best thing you can do is do a fade away from your opponent, basically. Go away from them as you launch a shot, and it's going to suddenly be a much better situation for you. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and get rid of this medevac. Get over there. We're almost there with our other units. We can move our units forward. Stutter step into this guy's army. Focus fire a tank. Kill a tank. Kill the other tank. And good stuff. That was a bit of a mess, I would say, but it ended up working out. And I know we're going kind of fast through a lot of the micro topics here. You're definitely going to feel like it's like, wait, what the fuck? This game is going so fast. Do not worry. We're going to break down micro a lot in the replays. It's just, StarCraft 2 is a game where you can't really describe something that takes 10 minutes to describe in a matter of 3 seconds, right? It's kind of hard to describe every piece of micro that's going on. But it is all somewhat basic. It's nothing that's going to be too, it shouldn't feel too overwhelming just because of the fact that, you know, it's very doable. And again, don't worry, we'll explain it. I'll break it all down. So don't worry about that. Let's go ahead and get our gases saturated. We're falling back into the roots of what B2GM normally is, right? We're going into our expansion, our economy. Current probe count is at 85 now. We canceled 2 because we were actually at 87. We're good to go. We're having a super good economy. We just made a bunch more gates in the main. We're still chrono boosting upgrades. Our opponent's now dropping our natural, or rather our third base. Here's what we can do here, right? Watch this. Blink, focus fire. And try to attack this. Don't just run away from it. See if we can blink at it again and kill it. Just like that. don't underestimate the power of blink. The second blink a lot of times can kill the medevac, or the third blink, because medevac boost isn't as fast as blink. Blink, like what I mean by that is a blink cooldown is quicker than a medevac's duration, unless he gets the upgrade, which almost nobody gets that upgrade. It's like a rapid ignition afterburners or some shit. No one really gets an upgrade for medevacs. It's really rare. Okay, anyways. Oh, we're getting attacked again, right? Let's go ahead and warp in a bunch of zealots with our rapid fire. All good. We can pop a guardian shield for our units. And we're just moving the area right now. We can now blink our stalkers at that just to kill it. And things just went pretty well for us. Nice, nice, nice. Chrono booster upgrades. And keep making our Colossus, keep making our units, Stalkers and Colossus. And we'll break down composition as well when this is over. But the general idea is we're kind of just trying to balance a good amount of Zealot and Stalker based on how many units our opponent has. We can also maybe throw down another Robo now. And maybe like a couple more gates. Just because, again, we have a lot of resources at the moment. Now let's push this base. So we're not going to focus too much on just killing this base. Like, we're not going to just sit here being like, oh, I got to kill the base, though. I got to stare at it. No, 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 no. We're going to keep macroing. That's still the priority, right? Make some more units here. And now we're maxed out. Now, here's a cool trick, okay? Let me show you guys actually a cool trick before we continue to push here. So I want you to know that right now we have two control groups. We have our entire army on one control group, and we have disruptors on their own control group. And there's a really easy way you can set this up. I'm going to recall my army up here really quick to defend this base, because this guy's trying to counterattack us. Let's go ahead and blink at these units. And now let's go hit his base. I guess I'll just tell you when this is over, because we'll just focus on the attack first. Again, this is one of those moments where there's just a lot of shit happening all at once, and it's hard to explain. But what I'm using is what's called a steal command to fix my disruptor's location. It's very nice. I feel like this guy's actually playing B2GM style Terran, which is pretty sick. Okay. So we got his army right here. Some of their zealots are still down there, the scattered zealot boys. Let's go ahead and push this next base. And let's push out all this production we saw on the top of the screen here. On the top of the main map. Now behind this, what are we doing? We can still make all our units. We can still... if we have a lot of money, you can definitely give yourself a prep to be like, how about we just go to the, 20 to 24 production buildings like we had before. Give yourself the option to have a really good remax. Okay, we're getting attacked again. Let's go ahead and just work, we'll let a few probes die because my army's out of position right now. And if I let a few probes die, I can warp in a bunch of zealots all at once like this. Or I can warp in zealots one at a time. Either way would be okay. It would just mean that you're going to lose zealots until your army arrives repeatedly. But now if I let a few probes die, I can just overpower the army like that. Because I can do it all at once and not lose one zealot by one zealot by one zealot. Alright, now let's go ahead and push his base again. Also, this guy's super aggressive, right? So how about we ensue another another tactic we learned in lower leagues. Let's go ahead and throw down our cannon battery. Cannon battery. This guy loves dropping our bases and counterattacking our bases. It's A move, shift A move, shift A move a couple bases. Throw down some cannon battery at our current bases at home. Okay, so let's talk about what was going on here really fast, okay? There was a lot of stuff going on. Let me explain something to you really quick that is really cool about Disruptor Micro and how it can work super easy peasy for you. So, disruptors are a unit. Okay, so again, this game is going to be a big conversation about disruptors, and I'm going to also teach you a new command called. I'm going to teach you a few of the basic commands. I'm going to just quickly walk through them. I'm actually going to fuck, I can't really resume the replay. It's going to fuck up my replays. But I'll just explain it. I'll explain it. And I'll do this explanation a little bit more while we play more games, and it'll give you more visuals while it's going on. But now there's a few commands that we have, okay? We have a
Vibe Bob on the latter writing to Smurf, you heads up. Just going to report them as we get them.
Thank you very much, Sir Game War. Much love. So you have a few commands. You have a bind, which is like a control group bind command, which is hitting control number. You have a addition or removal command, which is shift. And then you have a steal command, which is alt. So what we're doing right now, what we can do right now, if I want to, what I'm trying to do, first of all, is I'm putting my entire army on group 1, or whatever group makes you happy. If you have 1 on Nexus, guess what? You can put your army on group 3, or whatever the fuck whatever makes you happy. My army is on group 1. I'm happy with that. So I put my Nexus on, or sorry, I put my whole army, can select all army on group 1. Let's say I have like, you know, some stalkers over here that I just recalled. Let's say I warped in some zealots over here. Let's say I have a new Colossus just popped out of my robo right here. I got units fucking everywhere. They're all over the place. I can still select all army, okay? What that does is that will grab every unit that exists, right, for Protoss. All of it gets added into one control group. What I can do then is like, now that so I can hit control 1. So it's now group 1. And then I can now not try to hit control 1 anymore, but I can still hold control, let go of 1, and I can now click the disruptor. Okay? So what happens if you have a lot of units here selected like this? If you hold control and you don't use any numbers, but you just use your mouse and you click a unit. Stalkers. I just selected all my stalkers. Let's do it again. Sentry. I just selected all my sentries.
Yeah.
Disruptors. I just selected all my disruptors. Go to another tab. Colossus. I just selected all my Colossus. Go to another tab again. Do my Zealots. I just selected all my Zealots. So all control clicking does is it selects an entire category of a unit, right? Yo, the only done. Thank you very much for the 813 sub. Control clicking a unit just selects the entire category of that unit. Now, what we're doing is we go like this. Let me just explain the sequence first of all, because I just kind of described to you what's going on and how control clicking works and all that shit. But now let's walk you through it. Select all army, control 1, let go of 1, hold control still, click your disruptor, hit alt 2 or alt 3. So now you hold alt and hit 2 or 3. You do not hit 1, you hit 2 or 3. Because what alt does is alt is a steal command, and it will remove our disruptors from group 1, and it will put them into whatever number you press besides group 1. So if I hit alt 2, it'll put my disruptors in group 2, and it'll delete them from group 1. If I hit alt 3, it'll delete them from group 1 and put them in group 3. Vice versa, whatever, blah, 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 any number. It does, just know though, if I hit like, let's say I hit alt 4, it would put disruptors on group 4, and it would delete my entire gateway robo group. If I hit disruptors on alt 5, it would delete all my nexuses for the control group of the nexus. And I have to rebind those eventually. So you don't want to try.
Thanks for B2GM. I play with co-workers every Friday and we all go to Vibe School.
Hell yeah.
Good night.
Yo, Twitch is arrived. Not much love, man. That sounds cool, man. Thanks for letting me know. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Hell yeah. It sounds like you are. That's fucking sick. But yeah, we hit alt number. Don't try not to hit a number you already have for something else, but you can hit a number that is open. And it'll remove the disruptors from the group that you don't want them in anymore, and you can put them in their group by themselves. Now, here's why having disruptors are really important to put by themselves. There's a couple reasons. Two big reasons. The first reason is look at my control group right now. My control group has units categorized where it's going, this is just how it'll always be selected by default. Sentry, 2 disruptors, a bunch of stalkers. Go to the next page. Now you got Colossus. Now you got Zealot. Go to the next page. Now you got an Observer. So just to kind of explain to you guys why this works like this, and it will always work like this. Units that have a higher priority with abilities or spells that they cast will always be first, and units that the game deems has a lesser priority will be the next and the next and the next and the next. So there is the reason why a Sentry has the highest priority is because this is a full-on spellcaster. It has 3 abilities that you can use, so the game deems that this is one of the most valuable units you're going to want to have at the front of your control group every time you select it. Okay? The Disruptor has an ability as well. It has the Purification Nova, but this unit also does not have an auto attack, so it falls more into the spellcaster category than another unit that is the Stalker that also has 1 ability. So again, if we go off the logic of the units with more abilities, i.e. mostly spellcasters, are going to be more of the priority, and units that only have like a 1 basic ability or like a fucking no ability at all, they're going to be the lesser priority. So again, the way the game deems it is Sentry priority number 1. Out of our current army, Disruptor priority number 2, Stalker priority number 3, and then every other unit, Colossus, Zealot, and Observer, they don't matter at all. It doesn't. Who gives a shit what priority they are? And the reason why we don't give a shit is because none of them have an ability. It's all passive for those units. Like Zealots have a charge ability, but it's literally just automated. Colossus have no ability. They have the ability to walk up and down cliffs, but it's a passive ability. Observers have the ability to detect. I guess they have surveillance mode, but again, it has no type of like major ability that like the game deems it to be in the front. So, and to be fair, like always, all detection is usually like later. That's not okay. That's not true. It's just a Protoss because Ravens and Overseers actually have abilities. But yeah. So the point I'm trying to make here is going back to the original point I was making for the Disruptors. Yeah. We want Disruptors to be in their own group, and the reason why is because this unit has a very crucial ability that if we want to use it at the right time, it's very important to make sure we can use it right away. And the second reason why is because we do not want, this is even bigger by the way, we do not want Disruptors to A-move with our entire Protoss army, because if they do that, if a Protoss Disruptor has no auto attack, it means that if I A-move my whole army right there, my Colossus, my Stalker, as soon as they get in range to shoot something, they're going to stop and start shooting something. My Zealots will, you know, attack stuff as well in melee range. But my Disruptors will literally ignore units, and they'll just run through them and be like, cool, I'm just going to run in deeper and deeper into your army until I die. Because they're not going to stop. They have no auto attack, which makes them stop. So the Disruptor is really, really fragile if you just tell it to A-move to an area with your entire control group going there. And it just means that your Disruptor has a higher chance to die. Another reason why, which means it's a higher chance to lose them, which is really bad because this unit's actually pretty fragile. It will die super easy if it's exposed. Another reason why you don't want the Disruptor in the control group as well is because you want one of the things you don't want as well is you don't want, we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but a lot of times you do not want a Disruptor to be in the middle of your army as you try to shoot a Disruptor shot. You especially do not want to shoot a Disruptor shot at someone else's army and your army's walking towards it. You need to be very aware of how that's going to work if you do that. So we actually did it one time this game, and I'll explain how it worked, but other times we never did it besides that. Anyways, let's kind of walk through this game now. There's going to be a lot of analysis here, and again, I'm just trying to explain. Just know this is the biggest thing that I want you guys to eventually start understanding about Diamond League, okay? I'm going to break down units all over the place. It's gonna be, I break down a Colossus here. I break down a Stalker there. I break down Zealots here. I break down Archons here. How do we macro this? How do we macro that? What's the best way to use these units? Blah, blah, blah. What's the best way to go for this style? I'm going to be breaking down lots of key points, and I'm going to do this throughout Diamond 3, throughout Diamond in general, throughout Masters as well. It's going to become more and more advanced over time. But if you feel overwhelmed, don't worry. Just consume whatever you can, and then literally build on that, and then try to consume it again. If it's a YouTube video, you can watch it multiple times. It's all good. I just know that it's okay and it's normal that you're gonna feel overwhelmed. Okay, you're going to. It's guaranteed gonna happen. Because there is so much about this game with micro, which is why I did not want to do this when you were fucking bronze. Because then you would be like overwhelmed to the point to where it's just you're getting overwhelmed by micro and macro, and you shouldn't really feel overwhelmed by macro because that's the easy part of StarCraft. Macro is actually the easy part. So let's get it started, shall we? Let's fucking do it. Let's talk about this. So everything we're doing right now is the basics of what we've been doing. It's all, we're stacking mineral patches, mineral priority over gas, blah, blah, blah. All that crap, right? We're just doing all, we scouted his base and we saw a barracks gas command center, and it looked like he was going to go for a barracks depot gas, and it looked like he was going to go for an expansion. So it all looks fine so far. Making our Stalker, chrono boosting it, making our Cyber Core, making more probes. We're fully saturated on the main. And now we can see a Reaper that jumps into our base. Now the perfect way to micro the Stalker, okay? I'm going to explain a concept here. Here comes another concept at you. So If we look at the stats of a unit, we have a Reaper and a Stalker. A Reaper has 60 hit points, and it has 0 armor. Super MBH, thank you for the 666.
Thanks for B2GM. Understanding the game is fun, winning is fun, rapid fire warps in our fun, you are a boss.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah. Give you the horns, bro. Or rather, that's the horn. Not this. That's like, what's up, Waikiki? That's more of the horns right there. You can tell how often I do that. But now we got a Reaper with 0 armor. We got a Reaper with 60 hit points. Now, I'm going to explain a concept of armor to you really fast and weapon damage. So in StarCraft 2, it's flat numbers. Simple explanation. If a Stalker says it does 13 damage and a Reaper says it has 0 armor, that means that a Stalker is going to do 13 damage. If a Stalker did 13 damage but a Reaper had 1 armor, it would mean the Stalker does 12 damage. So simple, easy enough to understand. It's simple addition and subtraction. Going deeper into it, you have armor types like light and biological are the armor tags Reaper has. And you can see a Stalker, if you mouse over its weapon type, it says damage 13, but versus armored specifically, it does 18. So the armored tag doesn't mean shit to the Reaper because the Reaper's not armored. It just goes, it resorts back to its standard damage, which is 13. But now, here's why this is relevant. How many times does 13 need to add up to surpass 60? And the answer is 5 times, okay? So if you shoot a Reaper with a Stalker 5 times, 13 times 5 is 65. And what? Thank you for the bits. Okay, guys, I'm gonna.
Diamond 3 to Diamond 2 is really different from the others. I've been doing it all wrong.
Thank you, Doug. I'm actually gonna mute alerts just for a second, guys, because this happened in the last video, and I don't really Doug, and it's you specifically. Or no, is it Doug? Was it Doug? I actually don't remember. I feel bad if it's not Doug. It was Doge Dude. It wasn't Doug. I'm so sorry. I thought you were Doge Dude. I was like, this fucking guy is going to interrupt me like 30 times again. But yeah, Doug, thank you for the 100 bits. Much love, man. But I'm just going to mute it for a second so I can explain this game without having to stop talking repeatedly. So, Stalker is going to do 65 damage in 5 shots. And why is this important? Why do we need to know this? Who gives a shit? Why does that matter? It matters because that's how many shots our Stalker is going to have to take to kill the Reaper. So if we understand, oh, it takes 5 hits for a Stalker to kill a Reaper. It gives you more understanding of where, or basically how you should try to micro your Stalker. So long story short, the way you should try to micro your Stalker in this situation is you should be shooting the Reaper and then moving towards him, and then shooting and then moving towards him, or you should be shooting the Reaper and then moving towards where he wants to leave your base. Like you want to try to kill it at all costs. And the perfect way to do that is, now let's look at the weapon speed of a Stalker really fast. The weapon speed now is 1.34. And again, these are things that are really relevant about micro. If you don't know any of what I'm saying right now, you need to pay attention because it's super important. Now, if you actually shoot a unit, okay, if you attack a unit, if my Stalker shoots the Reaper, if my Stalker stands still, or if my Stalker moves towards the Reaper, it has the same attack speed. It doesn't mean the attack happens faster if it stands still. It's not like if the Stalker is currently moving, that attack speed doesn't cool down anymore. It's the same either way. You can stand still in one spot, or you can shoot the target and then move for a second and then shoot the target and then move for a second, and it's going to be the same attack speed. So if we understand that concept, what we should be doing is shooting the Reaper and then moving our Stalker for as close to 1.34 seconds as we can. We should be trying to do that as much as possible. So you'll see right now what we're going to do is I will shoot the Reaper and I will move towards him. And then he runs away as well at the same time. So, but a Reaper moves faster than a Stalker, so it can't quite get on top of that. But now I will get close to the Reaper, and look, it's looking like he wants to escape here, right? So I start moving to the left after I shoot the Reaper. And then he kind of dodges me, goes to the right, and it's a little bit of fucking wish-washy guesswork here. He's given the jukes, essentially, with the Reaper. He's going left, right. And then now we see him going left again, so we go left with him again, and we try to attack. And then this is where we wouldn't quite have killed him yet, because again, this is only the 3rd hit. We need to hit him 5 times, right? But now here, you'll notice the Stalker is going to stop. And notice how it didn't shoot, but it's if you notice really closely, watch the Stalker really closely. Watch it really closely, okay? So he runs away. And now watch the Stalker's face really closely. It's going to light up, and then it's not going to shoot anything. Okay? Now watch this. Watch the Stalker's face. See how it lights up but it doesn't shoot anything? So there's a second part to this. It's not just a move command with the 1.34 seconds. The second part to it is actually allowing attack animation to go through. And the attack, there is no, here's the thing. Attack animation, there is no number for that. There's not like attack animation is 0.3 seconds. Or it does not, there's no indicator of what that is. That is based off of feel. Okay, so I actually moved my Stalker for the proper amount of time with it, which is 1.34 seconds. But I did not give my Stalker enough time through the attack animation to actually attack the Reaper. You can see that because it was actually attempting to attack and I fucking canceled it because I moved it too fast. And the reason why I moved it too fast is because I was trying to kite. I was trying to like stutter step towards the Reaper. And stutter step is literally, the concept of stutter step is what I just explained, where you attack, you move during attack cooldown, and then you attack again, and then you move during the cooldown, and then you attack again. And you want to try to maximize the attack animation. So like the second the attack animation actually goes off, you're already moving again. It's something you have to get a feel for. You have to get comfortable with it. It's not something I can, not every unit's the same. It's not something I can just tell you, oh, it's exactly this. A Stalker is, I would say, one of the medium ones. And the reason why it's one of the medium ones is because it's a unit that it is agile. It's a bit mobile, so it's faster in that regard, but it shoots a projectile. And projectile shooting units are units that shoot a bit slower with attack animation. It has to like go through a bit better. Now, a unit like a Reaper or a unit like a Marine, those units are what you call hit scan. And what hit scan means versus projectile is you can clearly see a graphic whenever I shoot the Reaper. So watch when I shoot the Reaper. Notice how I can select the attack of the Stalker. I can still select the attack of the Stalker. Or I can't select it, but I can see it. I can actually see the attack of the Stalker. I can still see the attack of the Stalker. Notice how the Reaper hasn't taken damage yet? And now the second I hit play pause and make it go like a millisecond further into the game, the Reaper's going to take damage because the projectile is literally about to touch the Reaper. And now if I play pause, projectile disappeared, and now the Reaper took damage. So that is what it means when I say projectile. It means there's physically something that happens with a graphic that goes towards the unit and shoots him. Now look at a Reaper when it shoots my units. Every time a Reaper shoots something, watch it shoot a probe over here. There is no projectile. It is a hit scan unit. So look, he just, the attack animation of the Reaper initiated immediately. And look at the probe's health. He's already taking damage. There is no projectile in between them. It's a immediate shot on the probe. The only thing you can see from the shot of the Reaper is you see like bullets like touching the probe's face right now. They're like already on the probe. This is a hit scan unit, and hit scan units have a faster like stutter step ability. They have a faster animation with their attack, and they can usually attack faster. So what we're trying to get good at here is we're trying to get good at not only maximizing the attack of the Stalker with the weapon speed, but we're also trying to maximize the attack animation and not sitting there for too long, but also not disrupting the attack and moving too fast to where it doesn't even shoot. We're trying to find the sweet balance, which is, for a Stalker, I would say it's probably about like 1/4 of a second. It's still going to be pretty fast, but yeah, it's all of them are going to be relatively fast. Like they're all less than a second. But yeah, it's Stalker. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably about 1/4 of a second. I mean, it's not. I'm not saying that as an actual number. It's just what I feel. Right? It's doing that off of feel because there's no grid. There's no calculator for that. So, anyways, our conceptually, what our Stalker is trying to do is we're trying to zone the Reaper out to where we can get 5 shots into him before he gets out of our base. That's the goal, right? And we failed because we got 3 into him and he got away. And our Reaper's going to regenerate and he can come back again later. So, just know what I just explained right there. And I know that was a long explanation. And we're not going to take that long to explain every single little bit that happens in StarCraft 2. But just know I explained concepts to you right there. That concept I just explained to you was the concept of what stutter stepping even means, the concept of maximizing your weapon speed, the concept of attack animation, and the concept of like actually paying attention to damage and overall health. Like what we like to call it, or what I call it, is it's a break point. The break point of a Stalker to kill a Reaper is 5. 5 hits kills a Reaper. So the mini game we're playing there, Stalker versus Reaper, is can I get 5 hits into his ass before he leaves my base? Yo, Nasty Newer, thank you for the Prime, dude. Much love. Thank you, thank you. Okay, now the game's going kind of back to normal. We're chilling. Everything's looking normal. Now look at the sentry. A sentry's attack is 0.71. So think about it like this. What if I was chasing a Reaper with a sentry? What would I do then? I would hit him, and then I would move for 0.71, and then I would hit him again, and then I would move for 0.71, and I would hit him again. And you know what that means? The pacing of going attack, move, would be a lot faster with a sentry than it would be with a Stalker. It would be almost twice as fast. Almost. Because if you double this by 2, it's 1.42. So it's, you know, it's 1.34 for the Stalker, so 1.42 is just a little bit more. You get the point. But yeah, that's if you actually want to micro properly, that is what you're trying to accomplish there. For that style of micro, which is stutter stepping. Okay, now we're kind of chilling. Again, if you guys want, we will talk about philosophy of economy still mostly, and I might touch on economy every now and again, very rarely, but we're definitely not going to talk a lot about economy anymore because I've already talked about it so fucking much in Platinum and below. So if you're someone who's watching Diamond for the first time and you're like, okay, I feel like I'm learning stuff, but I don't know. I want Vibe to talk about the economy, but he's not ever talking about the economy enough for me to watch that. Like I just don't know what it means or anything like that. I highly recommend you go watch Bronze to Plat if you're just now tuning into Diamond for like either on YouTube or on Twitch for the first time. Again, this is a whole series from the beginning to end, and in Bronze to Plat I break down economy like crazy. So definitely go check those out if you're intrigued and want to improve that style of your gameplay. Okay. But yeah, Diamond Plus is definitely going to be unit focused, mostly. So now we have an Observer. We have our stuff going on. We have our Robo Bay. Our hallucinated Phoenix has left our base. Where did I send it? There we go. I'm about to send it out right now. So this is an important scout, right? This is an important scout. So this scout right here comes out. And we go down to like his third base just to see if he's being greedy. It's all good. I set this up as well to like go around the side of his base. And what do we see here? First of all, we see no bunker. Okay, that's a big sign. You want to know why that's a big sign? This is something I might do this to the next turn we play against. If we see no bunker, it means that there's a couple cool things we can understand about Protoss and about Terran. Protoss units have shields, and they regenerate once you get out of combat. And to get out of combat, it's something like 6 seconds or 7 seconds, I believe. And then your shields start regenerating something along the lines of like 4 shields a second. Again, I'm not giving you the exact numbers, but that's a very close estimate. Because again, I'm sure you can look it up somewhere. It's all good, but it's something around there. The concept you want to do, it's not about knowing the exact number all the time. Always, it's about understanding the concept of what you're trying to do, right? So if our Stalkers can regenerate shields out of combat, what I can do is I can run over here and I can shoot Marines. Marines can shoot back at me possibly, and then I can just run away. I can like kill a couple Marines and run away, or I can kill Marines to the point to where I can actually kill all of them, and I can start killing SCVs. So this is super risky by a Terran, and we'll keep that in mind. We might abuse a Terran in the future because of that. And anyways, that's not a huge deal. Well, I'm sure we'll talk about that a lot when that actually happens. Just an idea of something that can happen in the future. Now going forward, we try to avoid flying into all of his Marines so we don't just lose the Phoenix. And we actually take a turn to the right with our Phoenix and go up into the top of his base. And what do we see? We see more Marines. So we saw 3 down here. We see 3 up here. We see a tank. We saw a natural. We confirmed it. We see double gas here. It's all good. And we see a starport, second tank, and a third command center. Now I want you guys to know something. Getting a sentry second and using a hallucination pretty early is a very, very, very big deal. And the reason why it's a big deal is because this scout right here gave me 2 pieces of information that are like invaluable. They're so fucking good. The first piece of information that's really nice is seeing that he's making tanks. Seeing these 2 tanks is super good information. And the reason why it's super good information is because now I know what kind of a composition he's going to be hitting me in terms of like the power. Now, Marines are Marines. They're fine. It's whatever. This is pretty fucking normal. But what if there weren't tanks here? What if it was a bunch of Marauders? What if there are tanks here and now there are tanks here? What if these were Widow Mines? What if these were Hellbats or Hellions? What if this was no factory units at all and it was a really fast starport? Like, these things give you an idea of what the power of his initial part of the game is going to be. And now that he has tanks, there's two things that tanks do. One thing tanks do is they're really good defensively. They're just good defensively, and it's going to de-incentivize me to do things like stalker pressures once the tanks are out. Like a blink stalker timing might not be the best idea anymore. It still could work if we micro it like a boss, but the Terran's already putting himself in a decent position to deal with something like someone who is stalker pressure heavy. However, now what if I was going Stargate? Suddenly Stargate's much better. What if I was going for Robo? Tanks actually make Colossus. Colossus are like okay here. They're not the greatest. But a unit that is a really good choice against a tank is actually what we end up going for, which is a Disruptor. And we'll talk about a Disruptor more in just a second once we have it. But yeah, we might not talk about it that much this game just because this guy didn't really give me the opportunity to show you exactly why it's so fucking good. But just a long story short, I don't want to like leave you hanging and make you not understand why it's good. Here's the real reason why it's good. You notice how the siege tank has range that shoots out to like right there? See that shit? That's like how far a tank can shoot. A Disruptor could sit like right there and hit a tank. You can actually hit tanks out of range of tanks hitting you. Barely. It's fucking super close, but it's barely. And why is this important? If these tanks actually sieged our base, if he like brought the tanks over here and was sieging my third base with these or something like that, or if he brought him over here and he was like sieging my natural, I could actually have Disruptors just out of range of the tank and I could kill his tanks. Because it takes 2 hits from a Disruptor to kill a tank. It's almost actually 1 hit. It's very close to almost one-shotting a tank, but it is 2 hits. And yeah, like that would mean Disruptors fucking own tanks. They're actually superior siege range. And tanks can't move either when they're sieged, so they can't dodge the shot either. Anyways, I'll show you that more when that day comes when we're going to see that. It might happen in this video. It might happen in Diamond 2 or something. We'll see. But I know a lot of Terran players love to do tank timings against Protoss. So that was one good piece of information, right? One super good piece of information is seeing what kind of army he's going to go for. Another really good piece of information that we're going to notice is seeing that he went for a 3rd command center. This is fucking huge. And the reason why this is huge is because between 4 minutes and 5 minutes, I want you guys in Diamond League now to start paying attention to the timer for scouting. And think about it like this. Between 4 minutes and 5 minutes, my opponent should have made a choice. He should have either made a 3rd base for economy, or he should have made more production in some way to now set up a timing attack, because if he's not going to go for a 3rd, he's going to go for a timing attack. And there's only one fringe exception where if you scout someone's base and let's say you're at like 445 and you're like, he doesn't have a 3rd base, and there's literally only 1 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport. He's still on 111 and he only has a command center. Well, it would only make sense in one way. There is either like a fusion core behind his base or something like that, and he's making fucking battle cruisers, or some weird form of units like that, or he's going for a proxy of some sort. Proxy expansion, so a hidden base, or there's proxied production somewhere else. Because if he didn't do any of these things, all that would mean is that if we're talking like 445 when you scouted his base, he'd be sitting on like 900 minerals right now, or like 500, 600, 700 minerals, depending on how good he is at dropping his mules and stuff like that, and managing his economy. He would just have a lot of money if he only had 111 and he was just sitting there on no tech and no 3rd or anything, like no extra production. So there's something that should be happening. Something should be happening right there. And we saw the 3rd, so that's good. What does the 3rd tell us? It tells us he's going to be super defensive. Also, I'll play your guys' alerts in just a minute. I just wanted to kind of explain this game without being interrupted a bunch. I see you guys are doing a lot of stuff. I do appreciate it a lot, guys. I'm not going to just like ignore it. I will come back to it right when this game's over, I promise. But thank you very much. I appreciate you. Okay, so anyways, that scout was huge because it tells us he's going to be defensive. This 3rd base tells us the Terran is going to be macro oriented. So we can do the same thing. We can be macro-oriented as well, and we can set up our 4th base. And not have to really care about it and think we're going to die while we take our 4th. Okay, and now that he's also going to be macro-oriented, this is a moment when we could actually push our opponent's base. This is an option. I just want you guys to know that this is an option. This is not required. Okay, we just chose to push our opponent's base because we scouted the 3rd. And we're going to just go ahead and apply a little bit of pressure, see what we can do. Okay. Wafer Monk, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, dude. Bible gift in the chat for Wafer Monk. And then, so now we're at his base, right? We actually ended up catching a tank by chance there. That was super nice. And then we actually get to his base and we see what's going on here. We know the 3rd base existed, and we know that he's most likely going to be playing defensive because we scouted. Did the Terran scout us? No. So the Terran is doing his attack right now off of a whim. He has no idea. I just want you guys to understand a concept here. This Terran scouted my natural. That was the last time he scouted us. It was with the Reaper. Okay? He has no idea that I have a Robo. He has no idea I have a Robo Bay. Oops, I did not mean to do that. He has no idea I have forges. He has no idea I have a council. He has no idea I even have gas at my natural. He has no idea I even have a battery. He has no idea I have a 3rd. He has no idea I have a 4th. What's the moral of the story here? He has no idea about what I have. Now, here's a concept that you need to understand in StarCraft 2. If your opponent has less economy investment than you should not attack your opponent. However, if your opponent has the same economy investment as you are more than welcome to attack your opponent, because it does not mean you're going to get fucking steamrolled. It means you have it. You might be able to shave off a little bit of his army and run away. It might means you might be able to take a decent fight. Now, did I have the intention of winning the game when I pushed out here? Definitely not. I definitely did not think, oh, this is going to win the game. The only thing I wanted to do with this attack right now, because I saw he was on a 3rd base, and I know that, was I went, what if I threw a couple of disruptor shots at his middle line and I killed a bunch of SCVs? Or what if I actually just threw a disruptor shot at his army and blew up a bunch of units while he tries to protect his 3rd base? That's the only thing I thought. I was like, I might do a little bit of damage to him and then back off. And then what that could do for me is it might make me get a little bit ahead, which is really nice. It also might make him overreact. I might make him overreact to the situation, making him think, I'm getting all in, fuck, big bunkers. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Like, start, like, you know, making mistakes, essentially. So that's the idea we had here. It made sense. However, my opponent's attack made no sense. When he pushed us like this made no sense. And the reason why this makes no sense is because, again, this is his vision. He has no idea what we have. And for instance, if instead of taking a 3rd base and instead of taking a 4th base, what if I took, on top of my 2 existing gateways I had in the start of the game, what if I built 10 more gateways? What if I was going on a 12 gateway fucking build, or like a 10 gateway build? 12 is kind of excessive. What if I was going on like a 10 gateway build on 2 bases? And I had an army size that, instead of having right now 41 army and like 67 probes, what if I had like 68 army and like 44 probes? Because I was going mass fucking stalkers. All that would happen is if you do this as the Terran, you would walk across the map and you would lose the army so fucking bad. And then you'd lose the game because you're playing greedy and you threw your army away as well at the same time. So, again, that's why I say this attack for the Terran makes no sense, because there was no scout that confirmed that this is actually a good idea. So scouting with our sentry is why we decided to do this little pressure. Because number 1, we weren't getting attacked, and number 2, we confirmed he was going for our 3rd base. So we knew that it was a-okay. We knew that it was totally fine to go possibly try and pressure him. It's all good. There's no way if I take a fight against him that he's going to have way more army supply than me, because he went for the 3rd CC. Concepts. You need to understand concepts to be better at this game. And look what happens as a result of this. He puts himself in a weird position, and I get, like I said before, I get a free tank kill. Super fucking nice, right? I'm not expecting to win the game, but that was a super nice tank kill. Did I know the tank was going to be there? Not necessarily, but it was. So that's just a chance, right? It's super nice. Now look what's happening. Because he attacked me as well, his SCVs are being evacuated. So now he's falling really far behind because he did a choice here that made no sense for what he scouted. It was a risk, and now this risk is paying. It's punishing him really hard, because now he's losing a bunch of mining time. A bunch of mining time is going down the drain now, And then we finally see where he is. Our army scouts where he is, and he's chasing us. And notice how, what did I say? Am I expecting to win the game with this? No, I'm not. I am definitely not expecting to win the game with this. I am just expecting to shave off a little. I'm trying to put him a little bit behind. I'm trying to see if I can poke him and do a little bit of damage. And if it looks like the Terran's ready to fight me, run away. That's totally fine. I'd run away, and it's all good. And look what happens when we see where he is. What do? I immediately start leaving, and I throw a disruptor shot at him. And I run away. And what happens is he loses a big chunk of bio, and this disruptor just killed 11 Marines. And then I fucking run away. I just made him lift the third. I killed a tank. I killed 11 Marines. I made him lose all the mining time at his third base. I just gave myself such a big lead in this game because it logically made sense for me to poke him conservatively because he went for a third base. And he allowed me to do this to him because he moved himself out of position with no information. It didn't have to go that way. If his army was defensive with tank sieged, I would have got shot by a tank or something like that, or saw it with an observer and just went, can I get a disruptor shot to poke that? And if he's really good about like putting his Marines in the right spot, I could just be like, nah, we'll just back up. All good. I'll just leave. Like there was no commitment here by us. It was just a harassment. And our opponent fell apart because he made a bad choice. And now he's fucked. Like that's a horrible position to be in now. Now here's something I'm going to talk about. Let's talk about the disruptor really fast. Let's talk about the disruptor really quick. So what we did. So you know how I talked about how disruptors are on their own hotkey? So what I do is I go 1 move command, 3 move command. 1 move command, 3 move command. Because I have my disruptors on their own hotkey. Okay? So I want, because the disruptors have no auto attack either, and I definitely don't want to auto attack away from him because if I do that, my stalkers will stop running away and they'll shoot the Marines because they're close enough to shoot the Marines. So we're move commanding away from him. Now what I do is I go like this. 1 right click, 3 right click. Like right here. Go up this way. 1 right click, 3 right click, go that way. But then I also go disruptor, shoot, disruptor shot, which is my hotkey for it is V. I hit 3 V click in the direction of my opponent's army. Now here's a cool trick, okay? This is why newer Protosses that don't know how to micro disruptors, there is a concept to micro disruptors properly. You never want to go the same direction as a disruptor shot. You want to go opposite of the disruptor shot because it creates so much more distance between your units and your disruptor shot really fast. And why is this important? It's important because you can actually select a disruptor shot. You can actually green box it and select it. And this disruptor shot has a move command. This disruptor shot has a move command. I can literally move it straight down if I wanted to. I can move it up if I wanted to. I could turn it around and have it chase my army if I wanted to. You can move it wherever the hell you want. And it's not even just like it can move only once. It can move repeatedly. I could give it 40 move commands in the 2-second lifespan that it has. So you'll notice I do move it. I grabbed it, and it's super easy to grab it because I'm rotating with it. I am running away as I shoot it. Right? So 3 shoot disruptor shot, 1 3 run away. My army's running away while the disruptor shot's being shot towards him. And notice how I grab it. I grabbed it like right here. I grabbed it when it was in the middle. I grab it before it goes into his army. So I'll show you like right about the time when I grab it. I shoot it right now, and I grab it right about now. I grab it before it actually touches his army. And now if it looks like it's going to make a good connection, I just won't move it. It's okay. But if he turns his units, I will turn with him. It's a reaction right here. So I grab it now, and I go like this. Oh, the Terran just turned his army. My disruptor shot has not been microed yet. So there's 2 things that are happening here. We'll go back to this point right here. Go back to like before he turned. Just I want to explain this. Again, it's really up to you and your judgment call. This is like your depth perception. So notice how when it first goes, he's walking through it. Now at the rate it's going, it would blow up like right there, and his army wouldn't get touched at all. His army would not get touched at all. Okay. So, and how can we tell that? How can I tell it's going to blow up right there? How do you know that, Vibe? Look at the timer of the disruptor shot. See how it has a gray bar right there? It's its expiration. Once it reaches 0, it explodes. So what happened was that the Terran player was walking towards me as my disruptor shot was going through him. And then I was like, fuck, we're going to miss. So I turned it around And at the same time, like very close to when I turned around, he turned around, and we kind of just lopsided it. So now my disruptor, it looks like it's going to blow up perfectly, right? But I actually turned it around to try to compensate for the distance it was missing. And we, with a little bit, it blows up there instead of on top of all the Marines. That could have killed like 20 Marines, but it only killed 11. It still killed a lot, though. It also could have hit a tank, too. It was like right in the middle of everything a second ago. But the point is you can actually compensate for where the disruptor goes, where the disruptor shot goes, and it's so much fucking easier to do it. It's so much easier to do it when you grab the disruptor shot before it goes into his army, and before you shoot the disruptor shot, you're already running away from your disruptor shot, so you're not going to grab your units with it. So again, watch for the expiration of the disruptor shot this last time, and then we'll move on. You can, if you, the whole thing I'm looking at with my eyeballs is this, okay? Now I'm gonna kind of walk you through what my eyes are doing. I run away. I know. I already have the idea. I know I'm shooting a disruptor shot right now. I shoot it, and now my eyeballs are staring at this bar. I am staring at that bar. Okay? Or really, that's bad advice. Okay, that's not entirely true. I'm not really. Okay, it's just know it's 2 seconds. I want you to know it's 2 seconds. I'm actually not staring at it right now. What I'm actually looking at right now is I'm looking at his army. How I'm gonna fucking go bowling right now. I'm gonna get a strike is what I'm trying to think right here. I'm actually not looking at this because I'm like recreating it in my brain right now, and I'm really not. I look at the bar though. I do look at this bar once it's close to his army. I don't look at it though right when it spawns out of my disruptor, because there's no way it should fucking explode right now. It doesn't. There's no like duds where they can just go off immediately. So anyways, I'm looking at I actually, as soon as it gets closer, now I start looking at the expiration date or the expiration timer of the disruptor shot, and I grab it and I move it into the army, and I'm watching to see, is it gonna explode on him? Like, I'm really looking at it now, being like, we're trying to get it perfect, trying to get that shit lined up perfectly to where I know when it expires it's gonna explode as much as possible, and blah blah blah. Those Marines launched like crazy. But yeah, and there you go. That's a rundown a bit on how to micro disruptor, and that was right there. That was just an example of what it looked like. Right, we were just fucking around right there. I was showing you what it looks like if you shoot your disruptor shot while running the same direction as it. You definitely don't want that. You do not want to run the same direction as a disruptor shot, because it's gonna blow your ass up. This is why this is scary for newer Protosses that aren't comfortable with this. You do not want to fucking shoot disruptor shots and then walk the same direction as they're shooting at, because all that's gonna happen is your army will explode. So you always have to be like, get the fuck out of there! Like, alternate that shit. Run away. Okay. And then now our Terran opponent, now look what happens here, right? He decides to attack us. This is not the right time to attack us. The reason why it's not the right time to attack us is because he just took damage and now he decides to attack. This is good for us. This is great for us, because what this means for us now is that this Terran player is behind, and he's choosing to take a fight against me straight up, which is going to put him further behind. Like, and how do I know he's going to be further behind? Because we've been macroing during the time we were attacking him, and we got way more damage than we bargained for right there. We got way more damage than we bargained for right there. We lost nothing in that fight, and he lost a bunch of SCVs and a fucking 11 Marine pile. Now, all that we're doing this fight is we're stutter stepping. I'm attacking, stutter stepping, stutter stepping, stutter stepping every 1.34 seconds, because I'm trying to get on top of those tanks, but the bio was blocking me, and we're trying to get rid of the tanks. Now, we do shoot a disruptor shot here, and let me show you. This is the only time it ever makes sense. The only time it ever makes sense to shoot a disruptor shot at a tank. So notice how we shoot a disruptor shot right here. I just shot a disruptor shot. And why did I do that? I just shot a disruptor shot, and I shot it right here. I shot it like at this tank. And the reason why I did that, and why it's okay, why this is not going to kill me, is because my army right now is on a move, and I am going to stop stutter stepping. If I was still stutter stepping, oh, I'm going to kill myself. Like, my disruptor is going to blow me up. But because I now understand, if I'm going to shoot a disruptor shot, I now stop stutter stepping. It means that this disruptor is going to make the distance between my stalkers, and it's going to surpass them and get to the tank, and it's not going to touch me. It's not going to hurt me at all. So you have to understand that concept, right? The only time it ever is okay to shoot a disruptor shot the same direction of your units is if your units have no intention to walk any further than they're going, which is what happens here. Notice how my stalkers don't move forward. And they kill the tank with the disruptor shot and the stalker shots. I just killed the tank a little bit faster than I otherwise would have, but I didn't move my stalkers anymore. I was stutter stepping the entire time until the disruptor fired its shot. Okay, and then now our opponent's attacking us again, right? This is what I would say is just an impatient player. He's just playing very, very, very impatient because there's no reason why he should be attacking us right now. He's being way too aggressive. He's throwing his army away. And now here's the cool thing too, right? So we get over here. Here's a cool tip, okay? Cool tip. Understand that Stalker's blink is 7 seconds. Understand that. Another tip here. Understand that a Stalker's blink is 7 seconds. And think about the difference of distance our Stalkers have to go to get to our top middle base. From right now. I just started moving right now. Think about this. If I blinked right now, my Stalkers would go from here to like right there. The whole, like this whole box of Stalkers would be like right there. They would blink forward a bit. Like the top Stalker would be where the top left of this box is, and the bottom Stalkers would be where like the bottom right of this box is. And you know what would happen then? And the time it would take for me to walk from here up to my natural is not 7 seconds. That's probably like 3 seconds to go from there to there with Stalkers. Which means I have 4 more seconds on a cooldown of my blink, and it means that these medevacs have a high chance to get out of there and not die. So what we do instead is, because I don't have enough time to blink right now, and then my cooldown of blink will be done right as I engage the medevacs, we just don't blink. I just run at my natural, or run at my third base up here, because I don't want to burn my blink. And if I don't burn my blink until I get within vision range of the medevacs, which is right about here, I know there's a good chance he's going to load up his medevacs. This is what 99% of Terrans do. He's going to load his fucking medevacs like this. He's going to try and get away. But now, because I haven't burned my blink, now I just get a free snap on a medevac, and I kill an entire payload of units in the medevac. So I blink at him, and an entire medevac just dies. And now, don't stop there. Because if this Terran fucks up his boost command, and if a Terran player boosts into your natural, and let's say he actually just doesn't have boost now, and he's like trying to fly away super slow, you could easily kill it. But even if he does have boost, even if he does have the Ignite Afterburner like ability ready to go, which is going to speed up the medevac for a second, just chase it for a sec with another blink round. And the reason why is because if your opponent miss micros in any way, you can still pop that medevac. And as you can see, we blink one more time, and he actually took a right turn. He was because what's he doing right now? He's trying to fucking set up a drop on like these bases over here, or like going around to the back of my main. He's super aggressive, so he's trying to drop me on the other side now, and I blink forward and I catch the next medevac. So blink stalkers are amazing at killing medevacs. They're so damn good. So it's ridiculous. Also, something to note. I want to explain something to you really fast. Something to note as well about medevacs is with medevacs, the only time it ever makes sense, to stutter step something, like when you're getting attacked like this and something's trying to run away from your base, is if the move speed is comparable to the stalker. Or if it's less than the stalker, then stutter stepping is amazing. But if the move speed is comparable to the stalker, then stutter stepping makes sense. But now think about this. Notice how before when I had a Reaper versus a Stalker and I was all about stutter stepping it. I was like, stutter step it, stutter step it, stutter step it. We are not going to stutter step these medevacs. And the reason why we are not going to stutter step this medevac is because if we try to stutter step, this medevac is going to immediately get away. And we're just going to, like, our Stalkers are just going to, like, if we're A-moving, stopping, A-move, stop, A-move, move, A-move, move, A-move, move, we're not really going to be hitting the medevac. It's not going to do anything. So what we need to do is we need to maximize the amount of distance we can travel as well. So we're just going to go to a full-on move command, and we're going to do burst rounds of attack. So we're going to move our Stalkers. Now, notice how I'm not even shooting it? Well, I guess I shot it right there for a split second. But, sorry. I shouldn't have shot it there because there's no way I would kill it. You want to shoot the medevac when you can guaranteed kill it. So you want to move, and then you want to blink at it and like take that power hit. You do not want to stutter step, because if you stutter step, what it does is it blocks Stalkers behind you. And if it's flying away really fast, if you're already mostly out of range of it anyways, you're just going to weaken it and you're not going to kill it. And notice how, so all we're doing right now is we're move commanding and then we blink everything. Now this is a kill shot because this is this is enough stalkers to kill the medevac. And again, a medevac is a unit that has 150 hit points. It is armored. You can't tell because there's Marines inside of it. If there's another medevac at his base, we could actually see that. There you go. There's another one. It's got 1 armor, but it's in the category of armored. So what does that mean for stalkers? It means stalkers do 18 damage by default to it, but since I have one weapon upgrade, it means I do 20 damage to it. And since his medevacs have 1 armor right now, it means I actually do 19. So I get the armored damage bonus, but which is 20, but he's got 1 armor passively on the medevac, so 20 minus 1 is 19. So I'm doing 19 damage a shot, and now all you got to do is the math in your head of how many times will it take 19 to surpass 150, which is honestly probably like, I don't know, 7 or 8. It's 8, I think, actually. Right? I think it's 8. But yeah, so if you get the point, if enough stalkers shoot it at once, it just dies, which is what we're going for. Okay. And then yeah, now that this guy. So now why are we attacking again, Vibe? Vibe, why are you attacking right now? We're attacking right now for 2 reasons. Number 1, we have the advantage because we hit our power spike of hitting max supply. The second reason why we're attacking is because our opponent just threw away, or we just snapped off some units over here. We slowed him down. He then followed that up with wasting an army over here. He then followed that up with throwing away medevacs over here and right there. He followed up. There was like 3 attacks in a row that were just bad for the Terran. So this is our best power spike to push our opponent. So in Bronze to Plat, we understood, we maxed out, we attack. But now we're trying to actually understand more about the game. We actually start to understand, well, there's things that have built up to this point, and it leads us to the fact that this makes sense now. And we have a lot of stalkers, we have a lot of zealots, we have Colossus, we have Disruptor, and our token sentry from the start of the game still. And the game's over now because he just doesn't have enough supply. He just doesn't have enough. And then he tries to attack us again at the same time, and he loses an army once again because we recall units back to defend it, and he's super dead. This is one of those things that are gonna, again now, like we talked about, and look, he's attacking us again. He's getting super desperate. He's all about attacking. He's not about defending. So he's going full wet noodle, and he's just gonna die. And then yeah, zealots. There's really nothing to talk about zealots in that game. It was just literally a moving zealots. Zealots were super easy peasy. Okay, I'm gonna turn the alerts back on, and that was like an initial breakdown of some of the micro. We're gonna talk a lot more about micro throughout this whole video, but none of them are gonna be that long again. That was super long because there was a lot of concepts there that are fresh, and you guys probably have no idea about, like attack animations and attack cooldowns and stutter stepping. How that actually how that actually makes sense. A lot of people have no idea about this kind of stuff, but now hopefully that's gonna help you understand some more about the game. But Doug was the last one I got. Doug, thank you again for the bits. Nasty Moore, thank you for the prime. Yeah. Allegis, thank you for the 1,500 bits. Bunk, thank you for the 14-month resub. Who's gonna play it? There we go. Nom nom, thank you for the bits.
Gotten a lot out of your guides. Stomped my co-workers with it.
I'm playing all your guys' alerts again, so you can actually hear it on stream.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm catching it all up right now.
Immortalized forever on YouTube. Hi, Mom.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Bunk. Okay, it's another Terran player.
Thanks for getting to my emails via BU. Looking forward to coaching when I'm able. Have a great night.
Hell yeah. Have a good night yourself, dude. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
3 months of improving so much and having fun watching Vibe. Less than 3 you all.
Woody Trails, thank you very much for the 3. Potato Thief, thank you very much for the 76 month resub. And Johns, thank you for the 13. Also, big shout out to Woodsy Trails, sorry, Wafer Monk again for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're a fucking boss.
Oh,
You're a boss, man.
yeah.
You're a boss, man.
Love you, bro. Keep up the awesome streams.
Yeah, love you too, dude. Thank you, thank you. Alright, so we're playing another Terran. And this game, let's go for another macro build, and this time let's go for a council build this time. We'll do something different. Let's get our natural.
Yeah.
B2GM, the only reason I got back into SC2. Thanks for the great content.
No worries. See, notice how this guy has no gas? Yeah, he's got 2 racks right now. That 2 racks are defensively at his base, but he's got no gas, guys. And that doesn't necessarily have to mean that all he has is 2 racks. Think about it like this. He's got 1 supply depot, right? I've got 1 pylon. He's got 2 barracks. I have... Think about this for a second. He's got 2 barracks. I have a nexus, a gateway, and a core. A gateway and a core are already worth the same as 2 barracks. So this game, 100% I think this dude is cheesing the shit out of us. Because how the fuck can he not have a command center? And he's also gone gasless. I have gas. He has no gas. So you know what we're going to do this game? I'm going to make more gateways right now. I'm going to credit boost out a stalker. And we're going to go to 3 gateways. Or we'll start with 2 and then we'll go to 3 eventually. Let's get a shield battery first actually. Because I'm not going to be surprised if we get all in right now. 100% not going to be surprised. Makes no sense. If we really logically think about his build, where the fuck is the gas and the Nexus discrepancy? It just doesn't exist. This guy just doesn't want to make it. Okay, so let's go ahead and make another gateway. Let's get another pylon over here. Actually, let's get a pylon inside of our base so we can see weird crap coming into my base if possible. Are you pushing? What are you doing? We're looking around, looking for his shenanigans, wherever they might be happening at. Make another stalker. Yo, Hannah, thank you very much for the raid. Hannah, thank you. Hope you had a good stream. Much love. Let's make a council. And now let's actually send out a hallucinated phoenix to his base. Let's confirm what he's doing again. And now if he still, here's the thing, right? If he still does not attack me, soon, after I scout his base and I'm like, what are you doing? You know what that probably means then? It probably means he took a hidden command center somewhere.
Get coins at rally.io.
Okay, so he's got a command center there. Okay, so he's not attacking me at all. Ethereum, thank you very much for buying 1,000 Vibu coins. Holy shit. Once again, hitting up every day with those coins. What a fucking beast.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's 1111 in binary.
Hell yeah. 1111111. I think the bot didn't say it the way you wanted to. Okay, let's go ahead and get our 3rd base. And now check this out. I'm gonna keep my army. I'll just keep my army defensive, but I'm gonna make a nexus at my 3rd because we can. And I'm gonna run my probe up across the top of the map. And you want to know something? I am not gonna be surprised if we spot a hidden command center. And how do I know that this is a good possibility? Or either that, or he like hid this command center somewhere or some shit. Because there was some weird shit going on this game, guys. It was a weird opener. That's how I know that. This opener made no sense. So delayed on that natural. And also having no gas. Okay, so we're doing a really heavy blink opener. And I think there's going to be a command center right there. I actually think there will be a CC at this gold base. Very, very high possibility of that. Let's go and get a couple forges here. And we can start our robo now. There's actually no command center there. Is there one up here? If this guy doesn't have a hidden base, it's okay. I mean, that's fine. It seemed like he might. He doesn't. Okay, that's all good. So no hidden base. So his build is just slow then. That's all it really comes down to. So we'll scout into his base again. And now, this is one of those moments where now I can already assume I'm super far ahead in economy. He's going for mech, it looks like. He's got zero add-on investment into the. He's got no add-on investment into the fucking. Into the barracks. It's all factories. So you know what we're gonna do now? We're gonna keep making stalkers, and let's just start making a charge upgrade for zealots, and let's go into charge lots with stalkers. This build is such a fucking strong build for Protoss. Vibe called it. His build is just weird now. But you know how I talk about efficiency? If he actually had a hidden base, I would say his build is efficient. But because he doesn't have a base there, his build is just inefficient. That's all it comes down to. So I don't care what he's doing. I just know that I'm super far ahead. We can also make immortals behind this, because immortals are good against like siege tanks. They're good against cyclones. They're good against all these different kinds of mech units. And now we can also go ahead and make like some more gateways up here, just so I can actually spend my money properly. And if you notice, look at my money as well, right? The money is pretty fucking high. Let's also get like a Templar Archives, so I can make Archons as well. And our opponent might push us. And if he pushes us, that's okay. We're not going to freak out. We're not panicking right now. Worker count is already almost done. Let's make another Immortal. And charge is done. 1-1's almost done. Our first Immortal's out. Transfer some probes to these gases. Probe count now is at 85. Once the last probe finishes here, which is now going to be 85 Ola. There we go, 85 probes. Good stuff. Grab these gateways up here. And now, this game, if you can ever actually, without a doubt, identify my build is more efficient than my opponent's build. If you can actually do that, which this game we definitely can because our opponent opener was not good. If you can do that, you know what that means? It means you have a 100% chance to win the game when you max out. Like, it's very unlikely that you're going to lose when you max out. So, okay, it's 99%. Yeah, 99. Take it back. 99. Because someone will fuck it up somehow and be like, you said 100. I can't control what you're doing as well, though, so. It's a high chance. There's really no reason why we shouldn't be able to kill him when we attack him right now. And now let's do one final look at the area. Let's do the lay of the land. Let's check the top of the map and let's see where he's expanding to beyond where he already has. So let's check the bottom as well at the same time. See if he's expanded to the bottom in any more of a speedy fashion at all. And again, the chances of me killing him, guys, are insanely high right now. And we're doing a build very similar to B2GM. The only difference is I actually have Blink now as well. I opened with Blink. But I wasn't really able to do much because he went fucking... I wasn't able to do much because he had the shit. Like, he didn't really have he had tanks and shit really, is what I'm trying to say. By the time I had Blink. Okay, let's go. Right now, let's go attack. Attack is third. We're not going to make this too complicated. We're just going to attack his third. We're going to give ourselves a nice concave. So spread our units out on the bottom and on the top a little bit. Get our units in the middle. And let's go. Right now. Hey, move that shit. And to micro this now, we can actually stop making our units traffic jam. Let's stutter step towards his army a little bit. Behind this, are we only going to micro? No, let's do a quick macro wave and then go back to microing. And we just rolled him over. And why did I know that was going to happen? Because his build is inefficient. His build made no sense. Now let's go back and look at his build. So let's go back to when we scouted him. Let's look again. Let's look at it from our perspective. So we're scouting across the map right now. We have our gateway. We have our gas. We have our nexus. Thrown down right now. And now notice again right now. Okay. Cam, thank you for the bits.
Why do you hotkey warp gates?
I explained that in previous videos. The reason why I do it, just I'm not going to go into the full detail. If you want the full explanation, definitely go watch previous videos. I explained all these macro fundamental things in those videos. But long story short, I think it is bad form to use different hotkeys for different macro cycles. I think it's bad. I think if you're sacrificing multiple keys on your keyboard like, let's say, for instance, you have W for your warp gates. Now you have 6 for your stargates, and you have 7 for your robos. You have to use 3 different fucking hotkeys just to macro. I don't like that. The reason why I don't like that is because you don't get to keep tabs on all of your production all the time. However, let's just pretend that my Nexus is like a robo and my gateway is a gateway. Well, look at that robo, right? It's, again, pretend the Nexus is a robo. I could see that there's an immortal being built in there right now. How can I tell that? Because it's in the same production group as all my production, and I can see that little white box in the robo. I know I'm producing an immortal. It's a checkup. It's a refresher. It keeps you on top of your macro. You don't miss shit. But if you have different hotkeys for all your different macro cycles, the only way you're going to get a checkup on your warp gates is by hitting the warp gate hotkey. The only way you're going to get a checkup on your stargates is going to be hitting the stargate hotkey. Vice versa, same thing with robo. And if you do it like that, there's a higher chance you're going to miss macro cycles. Because imagine if every time you macroed anything, you got to check up on all 3 of them. So that's why I put them in the control group with all my production. It's also a habit of mine from Warcraft 3. It's something I developed as a habit of mine in Warcraft 3 that carried over to StarCraft 2 for me, and I just like it. I think it's better. I think the whole aspect of a warp in hotkey is fucking silly. I don't understand why it's actually relevant. And the only reason why I think people use it is because it exists. And people go, well, if it exists, it means I must use it. But I think it's bad. I actually think it's worse to use a warp-in hotkey than it is just to use your fucking production hotkey. Because you want to know a fun fact as well? If you put gateways on a control group, they still have the priority. They're the first priority in the control group. So if I put them on 4, or if I have them on W, it's the same thing. It does literally hitting 4 or W is the same exact thing. The only advantage of having them on 4 is I can also, again, like I said before, check up on the robos and the stargates. I don't like it. I don't like the warp in hotkey. I think it's silly. Thank you for the bits, though. Okay, so look at this guy's base. He's got no gases, right? Guys, he's got no gases. He's got 2 racks. One's done, one's almost done. And he's got no gas. Now look. He's got no command center. Now I'm going to let you know on a secret here, okay? As I leave his base, I'm like, cool. I mean, I guess I could have paid attention to that and saw he was about to make one. He did make it after I leave, as you can tell now. I didn't watch the SCV's movement. I left probably like 1 second too early. But look at our base, right? We have enough to afford a council right now, which we're going to build in just a second. Or, sorry, a cybernetics core, which we're going to build in just I built it literally within a couple seconds here. I already had enough to afford it, right? I had enough to afford it, and I just left his base. And all I saw was, this is the equivalent investment of a gateway, a core, and a pylon. We have a gateway, a core, and a pylon. Same investment of resources. However, he has no orbital command, he has no gases, and he had no natural. We had a natural already started for 20 seconds by now. We have gases. We have 1 gas already done. We don't have our second gas either yet. We're about to take it. But we have our first gas, and it's been done for a while because we've already mined 60 gas out of it. So that's a lot of deviation of our production. All this means is this dude has a lot of money that he's not spending. And we can clearly see that he has a lot of money that he's not spending, but he's about to expand. And I could have watched that SCV's movement right here if I was paying more attention when I left his base. And I could have been like, oh, look at this SCV as it turns. Why the fuck is he going to turn? He's not chasing me clearly anymore. And why would he turn there? What makes sense? He's going to expand there. You can tell he's going to expand now. If I would have watched that SCV's movement, but I didn't look at it. That was when we were kind of freaking out by how, like, we were probably getting proxied at this point. But if you think about it, though, think about it. What if he didn't actually have an SCV that built in a command center there, and he has all this extra money now that he's just not using? There could very easily be like 2 more barracks right there. Super easy. And then suddenly he's like, I'm doing a 2 racks defensive build. But it's really proxy racks as well, so it's actually 4 racks all in. And then like, out of nowhere, A minute later, he shows up at my base with like 7 Marines and like 14 SCVs. And I'm like, oh shit, we're getting all in right now. That is totally a possibility. Because this build order is not efficient. Going for a defensive expansion and not getting your gas and also building double racks before you even start to expand is not efficient. If you make multiple... We talked about this again in earlier videos, so I'm not going to harp on this too much. If you ever make multiple production buildings that is not for tech path... So there's... think about it like this. There's tech path and then there's production. If you make a building for tech path purposes, that's okay. You're teching. You're getting the barracks so that you can tech into an orbital. That is a macro element. That's totally fine. But if you make multiple barracks, which now falls in the realm of extra production, before you expand, and if your goal is to sit there defensively, why would you do that? It makes no sense. You're just gonna... Your economy is now just behind. It doesn't have any positive gain there. And if someone says, well, you're gonna die though, like what if I die? That's a tinfoil hat StarCraft player that thinks they die to everything. That's the guy that thinks that I'm going Dark Templars in 30 seconds from now. Like, who just doesn't understand the game, right? He cannot fucking die with 1 racks or 2 racks right now. The only justification I would ever have for him to make a second racks as early as he did is if I sent one of my first 12 probes to his base and started cannon rushing him. And then he made that second racks as a reaction to me going, here's cannons. You know, something like that would make more sense. But this is just an optimal build. That's all it comes down to. Which is why now if we go fast forward, we're going to have a supply lead all game. And it's going to be a big one. And then, yeah, nothing really happens as throughout the rest of this game. We kind of broke it down. We can really skip through this game a lot now. We'll just kind of skip forward to the last fight because this game is kind of repetitive now. We broke down the scouting already, so if I talked about it again, it would be really just like repeating myself. About why we thought he had a proxy base. Because he should have attacked us if there was no proxy command center. And this is why I scouted my probe with it, blah, 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 all that stuff. But he ended up not having it, which just proves that his build was inefficient. So we were happy. And look at the supply right now. Like, nothing has died. And he's already this far behind, right? All that means is that this guy's build is not efficient. That's why I was telling you guys that I can guarantee I'm going to kill him as soon as I get to his base. It's not even a question anymore. Like, as soon as I get there, he's dead. You can't blame the guy for thinking Protoss is going to cannon rush you. You guys want to know a cool trick? Here, let me tell you the trick about cannon rush. If a probe arrives at your base between 40 seconds and 50 seconds, or like sometimes it's slightly over 50, basically if the probe arrives at your base before 1 minute, the earlier the scarier. Chances are you're getting cannon rush. They're very high. It's like the needle is now in the cannon rush, like just going ding 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 ding, cannon rush, cannon rush, cannon rush. But if a probe gets to your base after a minute, it's really low chance of cannon rush. Do you want to know what the difference there is? Cannon rush players, they send their first probe to your base, and then another probe at their base will build a forge while they're going there, and then the forge will finish after they build a pylon at your base so they can start making cannons. And if they don't cannon rush you, usually a probe will go to their base after they build like a gateway. That's usually how you can tell someone's going to cannon rush you or not. So if a probe's not going to cannon rush you, it's probably a probe will be getting in your base by probably 1:15, 1:10. And if a probe is going to cannon rush you, it'll walk in your base at like 47 seconds or like 49 seconds. That's how you can tell. That's a big fucking sign. You can tell by how early they sent it. And again, a lot of players don't pay attention to that. They're like, I have no fucking idea. Probe. He makes cannons. Freak out. But look at the supply, guys. The efficiency. Right? This is why I told you, if you get to Diamond League and you don't have efficient builds, you will get fucking murdered in Diamond League. Okay, well, let's actually back up and talk about that fight really fast. It wasn't that complicated. What did I do? What did I do in this fight? all I did was I scouted before the fight happened, so I already knew where I was going to fight because I already scouted the base. And I know what his composition is because I flew over earlier and I saw he was going mech. And then I go like this. I don't just A-move it and call it a day, because that would mean a lot of my Zealots would die before my Archons and Immortals even take the fight. So what I do is I go like this. I A-move like through it, and I grab the first part of my army and I move it down. I grab the second part of my army and I move it up. And then I move the third part of my army into the middle, so I have this big fat concave, and then it all goes at once. And the reason why you don't want to just A-move it right now is because your army, some of it might get caught in a slow field. This red circle is a slow field and make your unit walk really slow, which will make it take longer to get in the fight. Zealots are also the reason why they're in the front is because they're the fastest unit in this army. So they're going to get in the front really fast and they're going to charge in and die. And if all my Zealots die before my army really starts taking the fight, that is such a waste of my Zealots. I do not want my Zealots to just run in and die. So instead, if I split them up like this, like some of them go down, some of them go up, get my army in the middle, and now look at that. None of my Zealots have died yet. And now my whole army is through the shitty choke point, aside from these couple reinforcements that are coming from the back. Now all my Zealots are going to take the fight as all my range units help them. It's not going to be like every Zealot's taking the fight as like 4 Stalkers are shooting. You know, that's why this fight just went from like... We still would have won either way though, because the supply difference is so huge right now. But I would say this fight just went from a situation where our army was going to be like half as efficient as it could be to now it's at full efficiency. Our army now, in terms of micro, pre-fight micro spread, is going to be at full fucking power. So as Zealots engage, Stalkers, Concave, Archons smash shit. Super good. And now, what we can do too, is if we want to make sure we really, really, really take the best fight we can, we have to identify a choice. Okay? There are choices. There are 2 ways to take this fight. And again, this is something... Pay attention right now, because these are really intricate details that nobody fucking understands in StarCraft at lower level, and they always do the wrong shit, and they're like, wow, why am I losing? I don't understand. You have 2 choices right now. You have 2 choices. And in about 10 seconds, or not even that, in about 4 seconds, if I don't do anything, I only have 1 choice. And here's what the choice is. What's happening in this fight? My Stalkers, my Immortals, and my Archon are getting caught on the gas, the SCV, and the command center. My Zealots are getting caught on his army because of where he has pulled back to and kited me up to, like, you know, he's kited back behind the command center, so he's allowing the command center to be exposed, which is catching a lot of my units, and his army's back here. Also, my units are concaving in a way where it's blocking a couple units, so we need to fix that, right? So here's our choices. Choice number 1. I sacrifice the Zealots to kill the command center, and then I run away, remax, and come back. That is choice number 1. It makes the most sense if I'm going to let my Zealots die like this. Or, choice number 2, I move my army together and I don't sacrifice fucking Zealots so that I can kill a command center. Because if you do the bad thing that a lot of players would probably do and not realize what they're doing, if I kill the command center with my Archons, my Stalkers, and my Immortals, and then I let my Zealots all die to his army, and then while I kill the command center, he kills all my Zealots, and then let's say he has a larger army that's good enough to now deal with this. So he fights a chunk of my army by itself while I kill his base, and then he fights another chunk of my army without my Zealots now. If you do that, yes, I would kill the command center, but I would throw my army away for no reason. Why should I attack his army? Why should I attack his army if I just sacrificed my entire meat shield to kill the command center? It was a bit of a trade, right? Losing Zealots to kill the command center is a great trade. That's a super good trade. But don't fucking push your army to kill itself after you kill the command center. If you're going to let the Zealots die to his army, and you have the intentions to kill his army, fucking use your army to kill his army all at once. Do not get caught on a command center. And then kill the command center after you win the fight. However, if you want to sacrifice the Zealots to kill the command center, kill the command center, back up, and replace your supply. That's what you should do if you don't micro your units very much, in terms of like you just only let them hit the command center. Now, we actually move our army forward, and it not only indirectly kills the command center, but a lot of our units as well are fighting his army. We don't get caught up on just killing a command center. So, let's look at how we move our units forward, right? Now, a lot of our units are fighting his army. So we're not just letting the zealots die for no reason. We're actually fighting his army. Notice how I'm ignoring the command center with most of my army. We're stutter stepping into his army. So, see how I kill his army before the command center? Like, pretty much. That means I actually chose one of those options, which was don't let my zealots die for no reason. I used them to kill the army. I did not sacrifice them to kill the command center and then take a fight with a weaker army to then fight his army. That'd be super silly and stupid, and it just, all it does is it increases your chances to throw your army in the trash. So a lot of people do that kind of stuff, and you got to really think about what your goal is. And if my goal is to just kill his base, it still will give me the win. And why would it give me the win? Because if I can guarantee I have an economy lead, I can remax all day and keep expanding and rotating probes around to new bases, and I can starve his ass out. And I'll still win doing that too. So, yo, Monk Capitan, thank you very much for the 5 gifted, dude. 5 gift in the chat. Thank you very much, man. So yeah, you gotta understand what your goal is, right? Have a goal in mind. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna break the economy, or are you gonna break his army? Don't do both at the same time. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. The only reason why you'll ever win games and you do both at the same time is because you're so far ahead already that it doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So hopefully that makes sense. That's a concept right there. Okay, let's do an all-in. We haven't done any all-ins yet. We got another Terran. Okay, this time we're gonna do the same build we did last game, but instead of going for like 3 base, 4 base stalkers with just lots of laying in charge lots and stuff like that, this game let's do a 2 base stalker blink all-in. Let's actually do a full. Let's just go for a stalker blink all-in this game. Vibe, I played for like 6 months. Haven't played for like 6 months.
Bad game for examples. Thanks to you're great.
Bad game for examples. What do you mean? Thank you for the bits, Cam. Okay. Scout his base. We got a command center. Bring our probe back to the main. We got 1 gas. Barracks depot.
Get coins at rally.io.
Ethereum, thank you for buying another round of 1,000 Vibu coins. Oh my god. $1,000 worth of Vibu coin. Thank you so much, dude. You're a fucking crypto legend. Enjoy your Vibu coin, Ethereum. Much love, man. So many Vibu coins. I'm pretty sure Ethereum's a real person, by the way, because Ethereum actually donates. People are like, "Is that a bot?" I get donated to, like that wasn't a donation, by the way, but Ethereum does donate to me as well. And I'm like, Jesus, oh my God, you're too good to me. Good golly. Okay, so let's try and run a probe away for a second to not lose it. Probe just died, it's okay. Now let's stutter step this Reaper. Run this probe up the ramp if we can. See how he's going up the ramp. Okay, let's go down with the natural with these probes. Okay, let's just run into the main now and kill him. Run the probe away that's taking damage. And now the Reaper's dead. So that guy pushed his Reaper to the limit and he ended up killing him. Okay, so now let's get aggressive. The Reaper's dead, and again, our build this game is going to be an all-in. So let's get a little bit aggressive right now. And what are we going to do while we're being aggressive? We're going to still macro. We're still going to make Stalker. We're still going to make our probes and shit. And notice this game too, we actually didn't make a sentry. Why did we not make a sentry? And we also didn't make a battery. Why did I skip those things? Because we're playing really fucking aggressive. We're going to all-in this guy, so we're not looking to do defensive things. Okay, he's got a bunker full of Marines. It's all good. Let's go ahead and get our blink upgrade. Let's go ahead and start a robo. Let's start another gas as well at our natural. And now that he's got a bunker, I mean, I really can't do much about that. A bunker is going to be a bit of a problem for me. I can't break that right now. The 2 stalkers are going to run to a bunker and just die. I also don't want to run past it into his base and have him unload it and kill me with SCVs and Marines. That would be really bad. And again, if we're going to all-in him, we don't want to throw our units away either before the fight is really going to happen. So just patience is good. Okay, keep making stalkers. Chrono boost our upgrade again for blink. Now our observer is about to be finished, so let's go ahead and chrono boost out our observer once we have the gas for it, which is like right about now. There we go. And now we have perfect probe count for 2 bases. We're still making pylons, so we don't want to supply block, but we have 44 probes for 2 bases, which is perfect. Okay, chrono booster upgrade one more time for blink, and blink is just about done. And now we're gonna hit this like power spike. Let's go ahead and make one more final probe. And what we can do now with this probe over here is we can move out, and we can just like set up a pylon over here or some shit like that, and it's all good. Super simple, basic, easy peasy. Let's bring our observer over to his base, and let's get ready to set up the link all in. Make more stalkers. And now, okay, he's attacking me, so let's go like this. Recall our army back into the main base right now. If he loads up that medevac, we just pop it right away. Focus fire the tank otherwise. There we go, kill the medevac. Now he can't leave. So now he knows what units I'm going for, which is okay. But I mean, it's not a big deal. It's okay. Let's make some stalkers over here. Let's get our observer on the cliff here. We can oversight this bad boy. We want to do it as well a little bit away from his cliff. So I just want to see up the cliff. I don't actually want to expose my observer on top of the cliff. And now here's a cool trick. Right click, shift, blink, right click. Like this. Right click, shift, blink, right click. And now I'm in his fucking base like crazy, right? And now what I can do in his base is I can keep warping in stalkers. I can take my 3rd base with this new probe we have over here. And we can go back to making probes now while we're doing this big fat fucking attack. That way if we don't actually kill him with this, we could, you know, go from there. Now right there, what we just made was called a judgment call. That was a judgment call. Let's go ahead and focus fire that Marauder. Blink our stalkers back that are low. Green box, blink. Green box, blink. Green box, blink. So let's actually break that down in a way that is not going to be super fast paced, right? Let's actually talk about it a little bit slower. So that was a blink all in. And there's multiple ways you can play the blink all in. So I could have either gone for a 3rd Nexus behind it like we did. So if I don't kill him with this, maybe I still have a chance to turn it into a macro game if I want to. Or if I don't want to take a 3rd base behind it, what if I just make another like 3 fucking gates? What if I make like 3 more gates in my main and like 1 more gate right here so it's fast warp ins? So I'm making 7 fucking stalkers at a time on 2 bases. That definitely is super all in. We could play it like that if we wanted to. It puts a lot more pressure on your stalkers to win the game if you do that. But you know, if we already what we have here is already crazy scary, right? This is already a lot as it is, and having a 3rd base behind this allows us to having our 3rd base behind this allows us to, if we want to, turn this into a macro game. We can turn this, like, we can rotate it back, be like, let's kill a tank, let's kill depots, let's kill a command center, let's kill a bunch of SCVs, and if we're thinking we're not going to win the fight, we can blink out of his base and, you know, go back to taking our third base and go back to making probes again and stuff like that. So basically, what this was, if we go back it up now to like right before the fight started, this is how we set this up, okay? So again, you can see my money's getting kind of high, and the reason why my money's getting kind of high is because we clearly have more money than what 3 gates are worth. Like 3 gates is not enough to spend this many minerals and gas. So what does that mean? That means I should have made more gateways, or I should make a third base. I have to do one or the other. It makes more sense. Was this a 4 gate? This was a 3 gate blink all in. This was like all it was I made units constantly out of 3 gates. I never missed a beat. 3 gate production. I never fucking missed it. I went council first, robo second, and then I chrono boosted my blink repeatedly. And then as soon as my blink was done, that was right now. Like I was already moving out. Okay, so it wasn't right now. My blink was actually done the first time I left my map, or my base on the map. But then he dropped me with the tank and marines. So I had to recall back to my base, blink on the medevac, blink on the tank, kill it, and then, you know, then resume the blink all in. Let's actually go back to when he dropped me, because that's actually kind of relevant. Let's do that first. So as you can see, we're chrono boosting blink. It's all good. We're making stalkers constantly with 3 gateways. We're spending our money like crazy. We are not able to have excess money right now. But now...
Get coins at rally.io.
Yo, Super Saiyan Chuck, thank you for getting $313 worth of Vibe coin. Much love, man. Thank you. So, we were just moving out on the map a second ago. We just recalled our stalkers back from here, right? Because we were like, oh my god, there's a drop in my base. So, we recalled. And I'm going to teach you guys something about recall, too. I want to teach you guys something about recall really quick. Because there's just... so many pieces of information I have to talk about, right? This is teaching a StarCraft. So if you have multiple Nexus, and only one of them has 50 energy, whatever Nexus has 50 energy, that is the Nexus that is going to recall the Stalkers to that Nexus. So you can see my main had 60, because it's 50 for a recall. Now it only has 10. So it had 60, and the natural only has 33. So if I have both my Nexus selected, and I recall my Stalkers back to my base, it will choose the main base, because it only had enough energy. Now, if let's say my natural had 72 instead of 33. Let's say it had more than 50. If I would have both Nexus selected and I recall back to my base, if you look at where your stalkers are and you go, which Nexus is closer on the minimap, the natural or the main? Well, where they're at right now, the natural is closer. It is closer. So if I recalled and I had both Nexus selected and the natural also had enough energy to recall, the stalkers are recalled to here. To the natural, because it prioritizes whatever is closest with enough energy. So if I wanted to make sure my stalkers recall to the main, and if both of my Nexus had enough energy to recall, I would want to physically select my main first, and then I could recall my units after. Another cool trick you can do is you can go ahead and I mean, with the Nexus selecting on the bottom, it's kind of, I don't know, I never trust it. You could assume that Nexus, the first Nexus in the control group is a Nexus you built first, this is a Nexus you built second, this is a Nexus you built third, fourth, fifth. I don't know. I never really use it like that. I don't feel like I fully trust that. One thing you could do as well, though, is you could, again, you have a camera hotkey, right? You could hit your camera hotkey for your main, Q, or if you don't use mine, whatever hotkey you made for yourself, F key or whatever. Hit your camera hotkey for your main, you click the Nexus. And here's a cool trick you can do as well if you want to, if you feel confident. This is, again, another dicey maneuver. You got to be really accurate if you do this. You could recall off the mini-map. You can see where your blue blob of units are, and you could go main camera hotkey, click it, recall off mini-map. Right there. Boom, go. And it would recall probably the chunk of it like that if you got it right in the center. But what if you clicked a little bit down or a little bit up and you only get like the top part or the bottom part, right? That could happen. So it's a little scary. So what I do normally is I literally go to the main hotkey for the... I hit the camera hotkey for the main if I want to go to the main. I click the Nexus. I then click the minimap where the army is. Move the mouse in the middle of the screen. Make sure I get a guaranteed good recall. And then I recall. Doesn't take very long. It takes like literally 1 second. As long as... Because if you use a camera hotkey, it's super fast. If you don't use a camera hotkey and you just click the main Nexus, you click the minimap, click the main Nexus, click the minimap again, click your army with the recall. It takes like 1 extra second. It's not that bad. Either way, now you kind of understand a little bit about recall, hopefully. We recalled our stalkers, and what are we doing? What are we going to do in this fight? The second I get here, The second my stalkers appear in my base and I can control them, I am going to immediately blink on the tank. Fuck that tank. That tank does so much damage to stalkers. It does 70 damage versus armored. It annihilates stalkers. It also does splash damage. This thing is a problem. So tanks are priority to kill. They are priority number 1. The only reason why you would never want to blink on a tank, we'll talk about it when we get here a little bit, about the concept of that, but it still was okay. But the only time you would ever not want to blink on a tank is if your opponent has a lot of army behind those tanks, where if you think you blink on it, if you think when you blink on a tank, if your whole army is going to die. Because you're like, well, what if I blink on that one tank and there's like 7 more tanks back there and a bunch of bio? And then all my stalkers die. Yeah, that could totally happen. But we can clearly see it's just 1 tank here and 4 marines. This is not that scary. We just want to get that tank the hell out of here right away. So we recall, we blink on the tank, kill the tank first, and then we focus fire the medevacs second. Why do we kill the medevacs second instead of the marines? The reason why we do that is because 4 marines is crap. 4 marines is garbage. It's really bad. It's not going to do much. And if I kill the medevac, I can guarantee that while I kill these 4 marines, the 4 marines are going to die no matter what. Like they do, like 4 marines just unsupported. They're literally like nothing. They're annoying. But if I kill the medevac first, I can guarantee I can kill the medevac so it cannot escape while I'm killing marines. Rally user, thank you for the
Get
Vibe
coins
coin.
at rally.io.
Thank you for buying Vibe coin, Rally user. Much love. So killing the medevac just guarantees I get another kill, and I can already guaranteed get these 4 marines without losing my stalkers. I'm not really worried about losing my stalkers here. It's not a lot of DPS. He doesn't even have stim pack. So like 4 marines again, and they're not being healed by the medevac either because it's currently trying to run away. So we focus fire the medevac and then we kill the marines after. I just wanted to guarantee I get all the kills. I was greedy and I didn't want to let any fucking medevacs escape my base. Someone asked, what if you didn't have any recall on either of your Nexus 5 and you wasted all your energy on Chrono Boost and stuff like that? Well, I would have to make a choice then. Do I want a base trade? Or do I want to turn around and go home and blink back to my base as fast as possible to go back and eventually save my base? And if I'm going to go back and save my base, I should probably run my probes up and like save them. Because again, it's only 4 marines and a tank. So, or like another thing I could do is I could probably just start warping in stalkers at home to try and defend my base. Like, you have options, but it's really up to you. Like, that's where the game would have a lot of options. It's really what the best advice I can give you if you get in a situation like that. The best advice I can give you is make sure whatever you choose, you don't hesitate. Like, you don't go, I'll all in him, and you run from here down to like right here. And then once you're here, you're like, you know what? No, I'm going to go home. And you run back up to here. And then you're like, wait, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to all in him again. Don't fucking do that. Do not be the guy that wastes a ton of time being like, I'll go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's the worst thing you can do. So make a choice and stick to it and just try to make the best of it, whatever you pick, if it comes down to that. Anyways, now back to the fight over here. So we're running our stalkers forward. We're now getting ready to make our 3rd base because we have a lot of extra money because we didn't make more than 3 gates. We have a pylon here to warp in aggressive stalkers with. And now to this command. How did I micro this exactly? All I did was I have my stalkers selected. Do not worry about the fact that the stalkers are on group 2 as well. It doesn't mean anything. The only reason why I put my stalkers on 1 and 2 together is because it's just a habit of mine. I hate having dead hotkeys that don't have anything on them. But here's an argument you could say. If it's someone who is really sloppy at microing, you could say this. What if you sometimes fat finger number 1 and you don't actually hit number 1, you hit number 2. And you're like, dang it. I didn't hit number 1 properly. Oh, man, whoops. Well, if you put it on 1 and 2, what if you hit 2 sometimes on accident? What if you hit 1 sometimes on accident? Well, now you have a chance to hit it properly. I don't do it really for that reason. I'm pretty accurate. When I want to hit 1, I will hit 1. But I hate, it's just, it's OCD of mine. I do this subconsciously. I hate having idle hotkeys that have nothing on them, which is why I still have a Nexus on 3, by the way. I fucking hate idle hotkeys. Sometimes I try not to do that while I'm making the series, but it's literally, I can't stand it. Like, I hate it when it's just nothing on these front hotkeys. So, now, here's how we micro this. I hit 1. I hit right click right here. Then I hold shift. And I hit B click right here. I let go of shift. Then I hold shift again, and then I right click right here. And why do I do that? Let me set up the command here really fast so you can see it. So, okay, so it's all set up. So you can see a point, and a point, right? You can see the shift commands. So again, this was a right click. After the right click, I hold shift. I then hit blink there with the shift command enabled. I then let go of shift. And then I hold shift again, and then I right click here. And why do you have to let go of shift and then hold shift again? The reason why you have to do that is because there's two ways you can do it. You can either right click multiple times, or you can let go of shift and hold shift again, because if you just right click, so if you go like this, if you right click, hold shift, blink, and then right click over here, what happens is blink is stuck in your fucking mouse hand. The action of blinking is literally in your mouse hand. You're telling your units to blink multiple places. And all that's going to happen is your units are going to be like, can't do that. We can't blink multiple times because there's a cooldown. So they're going to blink one time and then not blink again. So if we right click after the blink, there's two ways to do it, right? So if I right click here, which is a move command, I hold shift to blink. And if I don't let go of shift and I right click, if you right click while a command is stuck in your mouse, like a blink command, it deselects current command. That's what that does if you're currently holding shift. And then if I right click the shift off of my mouse and was still holding shift and then right clicked over here, it would work properly. Or if I went right click here for the first time, then held shift, blinked here, then let go of shift and then held shift again, what that does is it deselects the shift command of blinking with my mouse. So it like once I've initiated a queue, if I want to go further in queue with more things, I can keep holding shift. But if I let go of shift, it just stops the current queue, and I can initiate another one on top of that afterwards, a fresh one essentially. So that's how that works. I hope that makes sense. The whole point is blink after you tell your units to blink here. You're gonna have a blink command on your fucking mouse that you want to get rid of by either letting go of shift and holding it again, or you can right click it off, and then your next right click would actually act as a move command. And the reason why this is important, so getting our stalkers here first is important because if we blink too early, we won't go up the cliff. Our units will not go up the cliff if we blink too early. They'll blink at the edge of it. They'll like basically be running to the cliff, and they'll blink at the base of the cliff and like smack their head on it. Yo, Cathal Zanonia, thank you for the 24-month resub. Welcome back for 2 years. If we run at the base of the cliff, we'll just run at it and smash our face into it, and then, you know, we're not going to blink up the cliff, and then we have to wait for a whole blink cooldown to get up the cliff. So we need to make sure we walk close enough to blink up the cliff. Then once we blink up the cliff, the reason why it's important to then shift command to move away from the edge of the cliff is because of surface area. And if we don't move our stalkers away, and we just only blink up the ramp, some of our stalkers are not going to have any access to blink up there because there will be stalkers there. There will be stalkers there. And then other stalkers that try to blink from here will be like, it's too packed up there. I can't make it. So then they'll blink at the bottom of the cliff again. So what we need to do is we need to get close enough to blink up there, and then we need to clear the area so more stalkers in the back can also blink up, and it's not just the stalkers in the front. Which is why it's a 3-step process where it's move, blink, move. So we move close to blink up, and then we get the fuck out of the way to make room for the stalkers in the back. Which looks like that. And then I don't have to touch it at all. I don't have to touch it at all while the stalkers are doing that. And now that we're in his base, now it just comes down to kill whatever we can. We're committed. We can still macro as well. We need to make stalkers. We can make our nexus, make our pylons. We can make our forges if we want to go into a macro game behind this. We can start preparing for a macro game, but still make a main focus on our army at this point in time. And this is going pretty well for us, right? We avoided all the tanks initially. We just killed the starport, we killed his medevac, and now we see the edge of tanks. We see the edge of the tanks. And here is a judgment call. If I were to think to myself, if there were like 10 Marauders back here with Stimpak ready to go, and there was not just 3 tanks, let's say there was 3 tanks here, and there's like 3 tanks over there, and like 2 tanks down here, 10 Marauders right there, and like maybe like 2 Widow Mines right there. The last thing I want to fucking do is blink into that, because all my stalkers are just going to die. And I'm going to be like, you know what I should have done instead then? Instead of blinking in and losing all my stalkers, I should have backed up and then made him unsiege and then walk further towards me. And while he's wasting time sieging and unsieging, I'm over here just killing SCVs and shit like that or whatever. Or I can run out of his base after I kill the starport. If killing the starport was already great damage. So it's again a judgment call, and this comes down to, this is why you see players like Parting. Anyone know who Parting is? I'm sure everyone who plays StarCraft knows who Parting is. If you watch Parting use Blink Stalkers, everyone's like, Jesus Christ, this guy is insane. Wow. And then you watch someone else who's like, I'm a Diamond 1 player, and I'm going to try and play exactly how Parting does. And you watch the Diamond 1 player lose games and be like, well, wait, why does it not work? Why do my Stalkers suck? Parting Stalkers are so good. And it's because it's not just about physically clicking your unit and being like, blink the one Stalker, that is another part of it though, but it's not just about that. It's about actually knowing how to read a game and going, does it make sense right now for me to blink on those tanks? Or is that a terrible idea? And right now, I would say this. It definitely makes sense for us to blink on those tanks. And why is that? Couple reasons. My opponent has a 3rd command center. He's got a 3rd command center, guys. I did a 2-base aggressive attack. That's already... That right there is the first thing that is a positive there. That means I should blink on those tanks. You know, because again, this means he has less production than he would otherwise ideally have. If there was no 3rd CC here, and he went for like 5 barracks really fast, and I blink on those fucking tanks, there might actually be a lot of Marauders over there. And that would suck. So the command center tells us this is already the first sign of saying, blink on those fucking tanks. It's a good idea. Second sign, he threw away a tank and bio and a medevac over here. Like 4 Marines, a tank, and a medevac. That's a waste of his army. He just threw away some supply out of his army, which is definitely going to increase the chances that we're going to win if we blink on his tanks. So these things are super, super, super important to know. And it makes logical sense once you can break games down like that and understand your opponent's position in the game. Now, the last reason why it makes sense to blink on the tanks is because it's like a 2-part thing. It's a couple more reasons, but it's pretty important. Number 1, they're currently in transit. They're not already sieged. They're currently in tank mode, not in siege mode. This one's trying to become a siege tank, but these ones are still in tank mode. It takes like 2 seconds to transform as well. So I have time. Time is now on my side if I capitalize and go. And they're also really clumped up. The tanks are not spread out there, and there, and all that shit. They're literally in a clump, and they're not even sieged. So that's now 4 reasons. Clumped, not sieged. There's a 3rd command center, which means less production, and he just threw some of his army away. All these reasons mean we can fucking annihilate those tanks. And if you don't think about the game that way, and you just cross your fingers and you go, I have no idea, but I hope it works. Well,
testing.
Oh, thank you, Home Mai. Thank you for the bits, dude. If you just cross your finger and hope it works, yeah, that'll get you wins sometimes, that'll get you losses sometimes, but you're never going to really understand why that's making you win or lose games. But if you actually think about the game like this and you break it down, suddenly, that's super fucking good. That's amazing. That's like, oh, sick. This guy's got, you know, I read the signs that tell me when I blink into his base and I see that, I can immediately go, yeah, no, I'm the one who has the aggressive, I have the aggressive advantage. It's like, basically, like, think of like a scale, okay? Think of it like this. Let me give you a paint example really fast. Think of like, what if you had a scale, right? You have a big scale, and this thing is like, you have these fucking weight pods on it or whatever, and let's say my opponent is like there, and we're fucking like right there, okay? And what this means is blah 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 la da dee da 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 dee da da da. So we're the ones who are way more aggressive. This is our aggression. Or this thing represents aggression, and this is like us. This is vibe,
Get
and then
coins
this is
at rally.io.
tearing guy, right? We are definitely the ones. We are definitely the one. No, thank you again for another 1,000. Was that 1,000 or 10,000, guys? What the fuck? Was that Ethereum again? Ethereum, thank you for getting another big ass round of Vibo coins. Jesus, buying tons of Vibo coins, man. Thank you, dude. So if we can identify the game and go, yep, we're the ones who have the weight way in our favor on the aggressive side. We have way more investment in aggression. It makes more sense for us for all these reasons. And all those reasons I explained to you, is what like you would stack on this thing and be like, you know, like that's a reason, that's a reason, that's a reason, that's a reason, that's a reason why this would work. My opponent has 0 reasons why he should be, like, you know, why he would want to be aggressive. But I mean, unlucky for him, I'm blinking into his base, so he has no choice, right? He has to defend his base or he dies. So he has no choice here. It's just the game led to a point now where if this is overall the outcome of the game by the time I blinked into his base, he's fucked. If I blink on those tanks. If I understand that. So when I blink on those tanks, I walk at them. I get close. I don't blink right away either, by the way. If I blinked from right there, you got to understand how far blink is. Some of my stalkers would get stuck behind this SCV and the Marauder, and a lot of my stalkers would blink on the edge of these other barracks, and they would just not be, they would be out of range to shoot the tanks. It would be really stupid. But if I walk closer, like this, and then I blink, notice how some of the stalkers in the back still only got to the edge of the barracks, but the majority of my stalkers got to the tank. That's what you want. I want to blink directly to the tanks so I can kill tank, kill tank, kill tank. And I'm going to focus fire his tanks now. So kill that tank. And then we... Oh, okay, we didn't really focus fire the second time, but it's fine. It worked out. So hopefully you guys are understanding, but that's kind of how the micro went. And it comes from... The first blink was a tricky maneuver we did. But the second part, when we blinked on the tanks, that came from knowledge. That came from actually knowing how to read a game. And going, does it make sense? Or is this a shitty idea to blink right now? And it definitely made sense because we were super far in the lead. And now the game's over because this Terran also, he just doesn't have enough, right? Now he's just dead. Hopefully that makes sense. Whoops, I didn't leave the replay. I thought I left it. All right. So we've talked a lot about stalkers. We've talked a lot about simple mechanics of StarCraft. We're going to continue to talk about things that I haven't talked about yet. We're going to try and literally capitalize on every aspect of a lot of different stuff. But let's do something we haven't done yet. Let's do a Stargate game this game. Or we could cannon rush somebody. You know what? Fuck it. Let's cannon rush. Let's just do we'll just do a cannon rush, okay? There's lots of different kinds of cannon rush. So there's 3 different kinds of cannon rush. There's macro cannon rushes, there's normal cannon rushes, and then there are fake cannon rushes. Or there's committed cannon rushes, macro cannon rushes, and fake cannon rushes.
Excuses me, good sir, I'm worried about you. I noticed something during watching your B2GM Terran videos. You're not drinking much. Could you do me a huge favor and empty your bottle right now?
Oh.
Hope the migraine went by fast.
Thank you.
Much love.
Flash fast, thank you very much. Thank you, dude.
Love the analysis and content. Keep up the great work as it is very appreciated.
Thank you, guys. Much love. Appreciate the bits, Juggernaut, as well. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I am now going to this guy's base. Let's go ahead and build this. Okay, he doesn't have vision here, so let's build a pylon, like right here. And the reason why we're going to do that is because I can leapfrog cannons, and it increases the chances that we're not going to die. If we build a pylon like right in his face, there's a good chance it's not going to work. Okay. So let's go ahead and try to throw down some cannons now. Run our probes around, build a cannon, and build a cannon. Mine through the mineral patches here. We could even just build another cannon if need be. Cancel that cannon because it's almost dead. We can build another one right there. And now he's pulling a lot of probes, so let's do this. There's a couple pylons on that one, so we block the surface area of that cannon pretty hard right there. So these cannons are going to go up. We're still making a couple probes every now and again. Not much, though. So let's let that cannon go up because it's going to actually kill probes, and it's going to definitely be worth its weight in value. And now that last cannon's definitely going up. Let's go ahead and build a new pylon in the guy's main base. And now the cannon rush is fully ensuing here. Okay, run our probe around. We can even bring another probe up here because it's kind of scary only having one probe in the cannon rush. So this is what you would call a macro cannon rush, and the reason why you would call it a macro cannon rush is because this cannon rush is not fully invested. Oh, okay, here we go. Build a cannon there. This way the cannon on the low ground still covers the cannon on the high ground. We can build a gateway here and a pylon there. And you know what that just did? It blocked the cannon from being able to be attacked. Run around a little bit. And then we can cancel these buildings. And now let's go ahead and build our nexus. Okay, we can build a pylon in front of our base. And because we're expanding, let's keep making probes. Okay, now we have our cannon done. So what are we going to do now? Let's extend it again. Let's go here now this time. Make our cannons closer. Again, this is a macro cannon rush. All this is designed to do is disrupt our opponent. We're not doing a committed cannon rush. You need to understand there are multiple kinds of cannon rush. You have to understand that. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and stop there. Whatever happens, happens. Let's go ahead and get out of his base. And let's make our gateway. Let's also make like one cannon in front of our base in case he attacks us after this is over. Because am I expecting to kill him right now? Not entirely. I'm just going to annoy the fuck out of him. Macro cannon rush. You need to understand the differences of what they are. We'll explain what they are. Again, there are three of them. There's committed, there's macro, and then there's fake. And fake obviously is you just build a pylon and you hope they overreact and then you just laugh at them, right? You're just like, haha, you fucking freaked out because you may pull all your probes because I built a pylon. Whoa. It's like the Protoss, you know, quote unquote Protoss effect right there. But look at the position of this game, guys. Look at the position of this game. I'm already fully saturated on a main base, and I already have a natural saturated. And my opponent is still trying to kill my fucking pylon and cannons in his base. This is super annoying for him. Super duper annoying. And I can do whatever I want to behind this, and I have an economy lead. So I can take my gases now because they're done. We took our gases a bit late this game, and the only reason why is because, again, our build was Nexus, Gateway, Core, Cannon, Pylon. It's all mineral-based. It's not gas-based early on. Let's just go for... We said we were going to go for Stargates, and I feel like the most common trolly shit you can ever do. Again, this is not supposed to be a trolling series, but a lot of people are like, I love Void Rays! So we'll talk about Void Rays as well behind this. So if we're going to go Voids now, we have a good saturated natural. Let's take our gases, and let's get ready to make Voids. And let's also do this. I have a cannon that can defend my natural, right? And my opponent's going for lots of stalkers. Also, I don't have Void Rays right now, so let's do this. This is kind of scary. Let's get a couple more cannons, and let's make a battery. What if he attacks me right now, and I only have one cannon? I could totally fucking die. We're skipping ground units. Why don't you wall in your second base? Because you can kill it with stalkers. Stalkers outrange cannons if my cannons are behind gateways. And then I just lose gateways for no reason. He has stalkers. We don't want to just make a bunch of buildings that he can just kill for free repeatedly. So we have some cannons. We can even just be extra safe and make a second battery, because again, we're going Stargate.
Why do cannon rushers always follow up with voids?
It's because it's fun. Literally. It's because it's fun. That's why they do it. Oh wow, thank you for the bits. You could have done anything though. I could have literally done any unit. It does not matter. And now, why am I proxying a base that's hidden over here, and why am I not taking a normal third? Because I can't make enough cannons to cover a third as well. It's too expensive. So the only chance I have to take a third right now is hoping he doesn't see it. So if we hide one, we have a third. Awesome. Now let's go ahead and chrono boost out our Void Rays, because this game is really heavily dependent on these Void Rays, because he's going to probably one base all in me now, guys. Very high chance we're going to get one base all in, because we totally fucking owned him right there. It's a logical response for him to now all in me, because if he just plays it out, he's super far behind. Let's build another pylon with these cannons. And as you can see, he's building proxy batteries over here. But we have voids. So what are we going to do with these voids? We're just going to sit there with the voids and cover our cannons. That's all we're going to do. Now, in this base, we're also still making probes. Notice how that's happening too? And this base is really oversaturated. Well, guess what? When this base is done, we're going to transfer over like 20 probes with a recall. Are you owning? Fuck yeah, we're owning. This is Diamond. We're definitely owning. What's up, Jojo? How you doing, man? So we're going to recall a bunch of probes. Recall, or chrono boost our gates, our stargates. Take these gases now, and that base is fully saturated, like right off the bat. Okay, and then, yeah, keep making probes. And at this point now, too, we could even build another Stargate, because now we have another economy to work with, so we have more money available. We're getting a weapon upgrade for the Void Rays as well, and we're just chilling. We're just waiting right here. Okay, saturate our gases properly. Let's go ahead and take another base. Why am I expanding again? Because I have nowhere to send my fucking probes to, right? I'm fully saturated. And we're still looking to get to like 80 probes or so, if we can. Because we could just keep making units faster at that point. So again, this is one of the more cheesy styles. Now my opponent's attacking the cannons. Here's what we can do. Group up my voids, and if he stays, we turn on prismatic alignment. So how am I doing this? I'm clicking my void rays at the circle of the bottom of the void ray. I am not clicking a void ray itself. I'm clicking the circle on the ground, and I'm stacking them. See how they stack like that? I'm clicking the circle area. And if this guy fucking attacks me, all my void rays are going to hit the same target, and they're going to explode that shit. Chrono boost our voids again. Keep making units. Okay, do we have another recall? Almost. It's in 30 seconds. So let's transfer all my excess probes from this base to this base. And get ready to do the same thing again when this base is done. Recall a bunch of probes to it. Also transfer 3 probes off this base and rally the nexus to this mineral line. So we're about to have another fully saturated base in a second here. It's going to be insane. And right now supply is 100% in our favor. It's crazy in our favor. And if we're going to expand again, what else can we do? Take another fucking Stargate. 4 Nexus, 4 Stargate. Easy peasy. Let's take our gases here. And probe count right now is at 82. Okay, let's go ahead and stop making probes now in our main and our natural, because it's kind of we're kind of done, I would say. It's kind of redundant at this point. We have a lot. Transfer a couple more here. There we go. And now group all these probes up and let's recall again, like right over here. Recall this nexus with these probes. Boom. Now all these probes are going to mine these bases. And I'm fully saturated. I'm actually oversaturated. Let's take another base again. And now we can start our void ray upgrades for move speed. We have a bunch of voids. And we can also get level 2 weapons. Chrono boost our voids. Chrono boost our upgrades. And what's our probe count at? It's 83. Let's make like 2 more. Make like 2 more and we're good to go. 2 more probes and we're good. Cool. Okay, now we're getting to a point where we have a lot of void rays, right? We have a shitload of void rays. And also this guy's gone back to being defensive now, and I'm kind of scared about that, and the reason why is because what if this guy goes Dark Templar? So let's do this. Let's make a cannon in the mineral line. Let's make a cannon when the pylon's done in the mineral line. Let's make a couple cannons and a battery in the mineral line. Let's make a couple cannons and a battery in the mineral line. And let's make a couple cannons and a battery in the mineral line, because who knows what this guy's doing. It's been a while since he's even poked my base. Okay, and then we can make a battery for there, and then a couple cannons and a battery here in case he does DTs for somehow in my base. And we also have the ability to go to observers now. And now we're getting really close to maxing out, so now let's go ahead and just move our void rays up. Let's see what we can do. We can chrono boost out our voids again. We got our weapon upgrade, which we can't chrono yet, but soon. Making a couple of observers too, just in case we need it. Chrono boost out the upgrade. And there we go. We got another round of 4 voids, and now we're about to be maxed out right here, right? It's super close to maxing. And let's just go for it. Let's go poke his base. Let's take our voids and do a pass along the left side of the map, because what this does to us is it circumvents the ground entrance, and it allows us to go to the base entrance on the top side of the map. So we can actually fly into the back of his main base. So let's go ahead and do this. And now just know, this kind of a void ray stack is good versus no AoE, or this kind of a void ray stack right here is better versus AoE. Okay, you want to spread it out. You want to move your void rays in an outward clump. So the way we're going to start is we're going to start clumped up. We're not going to start spread. We're going to start clump. So we're going to clump up right now, okay? And we're going to go into his base right now. We're going to go attack. And now he's attacking me with a bunch of Phoenix. It's all good. That's not AoE, by the way. There's no AoE involved with those Phoenix. And you want to know something? Phoenix can't kill buildings, so how about we just stay at his base and kill his base then? So let's get into his base. And let's pop shit. Clump my void rays up one more time. And we're killing shit. We just want to stay clumped up so that his units can't really kill me spread out. Like when the Phoenix arrive and shit like that. And now we could be a super troll, and we could recall our Voiders out of his base if we wanted to, or we could take the fight. We'll just take the fight, because we have a super lead anyways. Here we go. Let our Voiders go to town on these Phoenix. Notice how I haven't turned on the Void Ray Prismatic Alignment yet? Because I'm killing the Void Rays. Or I'm killing the Phoenix, sorry. But now, as soon as it's over, I turn on Prismatic Alignment, and I just kill the Stalkers. A lot of people don't understand this concept about Void Rays. They think that no matter what the Void Ray fights, you need to fucking turn on Prismatic Alignment. It does more damage. It gets +6 damage. No, it doesn't. It only gives damage against armored type units. So if we look at this situation here, where our opponent has Phoenix, what does a Phoenix say it has in terms of its armor tags? It's light, mechanical. It's not armored, right? So if it's not armored, we should not be using Prismatic Alignment against a fucking light unit. Because here's why, okay? Here's why. If we turn on Prismatic Alignment, what that does is it makes our Void Rays very, very slow. It makes our Voids move super slow. And now check this out. So this guy actually doesn't have the range upgrade, which is fine. But here's the thing. If he did have the range upgrade, his Phoenix would have 7 range, and his Void Ray has 6. So the reason why that's relevant is if I turned on Prismatic Alignment to kill Phoenix, and then he backs up and that one range of dead zone, where like he can shoot me but I can't shoot him, I'm going to be walking like a fucking slug, being like, wait, don't run away, please. Stop killing me. Because the Phoenix is a unit in this game as well that can shoot while moving. It does not have to stop to move, or it doesn't have to stop to shoot. It shoots literally while moving. So we don't want to use our Prismatic Alignment if we're going to kill the Phoenix first, but we definitely do want to use it when we fight Stalkers, and here's why it's good against Stalkers. Stalkers have 6 range. Void Rays have 6 range. There is no kite mechanic there that a Stalker has against a Void Ray. Also, a Stalker is armored, which is the bonus damage of what Prismatic Alignment does. So we would destroy his Stalkers.
That was beautiful.
Yo, Mon Capitan, thank you, man. Much love. So yeah, again, Void. And here's another reason why. Vibe, why did you say it's good again to stack up your Voids before the fight starts? Because what it does is it basically turns. Imagine this, okay? Let me get fucking paint out for you again, okay? Here, really fast. Imagine that you have a clump of like a bunch of Void Rays. Okay, this looks like shit. Void Ray, Void Ray, Void Ray, Void, 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 Void. And let's say they all take their own fight. They all take their own fight, right? They're all shooting targets that are near them. Whatever's near the Void Rays, they shoot at it. You know what that does? It divides your damage amongst your entire opponent's army. Like their whole concave as well. It makes your concave shoot their concave, and it divides the damage among all the units. However, if you stack all your Voids in a spot that is like this, like it's just really stacked, you know what it does? Let's say there's 20 Void Rays here, so we make 20 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Why did you
blah,
go
blah, blah.
Void Rays only?
Look what it does to our Void Rays. It makes their fucking stack super hard. So what does that do? What if our opponent's concave is like this? Unit, 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 unit. You know what that does to that unit that gets fucking hit by the stack? It gets fucking deleted, 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 deleted. The units just die like 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Like it just dies immediately because the damage is no longer divided. It is focus fired when you stack your Voids. So it amplifies the damage like crazy at killing units instantly. And the attack speed of a Void Ray is very fucking fast. It's 0.36 seconds of attack speed, which means it almost attacks 3 times a second. Almost, not quite, but almost. It's fucking nuts. This thing shreds units like crazy when you stack them. The only thing that's scary when you stack Void Rays like that is if your opponent has AoE. AoE stands for Area of Effect. It means that if it says a unit attacks one thing, but in the process of attacking one thing, it hits all things in the area, that is Area of Effect. So the units like that for Protoss are things like Psionic Storm, Archons, Disruptor for ground, Colossus for ground. These things are AoE. They do damage in an area, not just single target. But do we see any Archons or do we see any Storm right now? No, there's none of that. So he doesn't have any AoE. But he didn't scout AoE. Exactly. There's no AoE here, so I don't need to spread my Void Rays out. If there was AoE here, you know what I would do? If I was like, oh fuck, there's Archons coming. Or there's Templars coming. You know what I could do? I could back my dudes up, spread them out into a concave, and then take the fight again. Because then AoE is no longer as effective if I'm spread out. Then suddenly the concave is what we want to do because we want to avoid his area of effect damage. So that's ideally what we're doing with the Void Ray. And a Void Ray is a unit as well that when we get better and better, when we play more and more throughout Diamond and Masters, we're going to start using this unit whenever we make it to a more annoying fucking degree. This unit can be way more annoying than just maxing out on it and attacking with it. You can do a lot with a Void Ray. I'm just telling you right now. This unit is fucking ridiculous. You could be annoying all game with it. So anyways, let's go back to the start. So we talked about Void Ray. We'll kind of skip that now. We don't need to talk about that again. And now let's talk about the beginning of the game. So again, there are 3 types of Cannon Rush. Macro Cannon Rush, Fake Cannon Rush, and a Committed Cannon Rush. What are the differences? A Fake Cannon Rush is you literally build pylons that makes it look like a Cannon Rush just in the hopes that your opponent's going to overreact, like cancel their hatchery, or pull drones or SCVs or probes off the middle line and come attack your probe on the pylon. And you're like, well, okay, waste a bunch of mining time. I'm just going to cancel that pylon when it's just about done, and I'm going to leave your base. Like, you just bait them into wasting resources, essentially. That's fine. That's a fake Cannon Rush. That can turn into... fake Cannon Rushes are real builds. It's just your scout is early, and then you fuck around with your probe to build pylons and be annoying. And you don't let them finish. You just almost let them finish. A real Cannon Rush, a macro Cannon Rush. A macro Cannon Rush is a Cannon Rush that only has cannons and pylons. No batteries, no gateways, no robos, no stargates. In the proxy version of it, it's just cannon pylon, and it's minimal investment of cannon pylon. And if you noticed in this game, I did build gateways, but I never let them finish, and the only reason why I built gateways is we'll talk about it when we get there. It's about surface area, but we'll talk about it when we get there. But a macro cannon rush, the whole concept of a macro cannon rush is actually building cannons in your opponent's base to slow them down, but you actually are going to expand behind it, and you're going to develop an actual build behind it. That is what a macro cannon rush is designed for. And then a committed cannon rush is a cannon rush that is fully all in, and you're going to proxy production with your cannons. You're going to make batteries. Like, it's going to be like Immortals with cannon battery, or Stalkers with cannon battery, or like Tempest with cannon battery. You're going fully committed and doing all in. That is committed cannon rush. So those are the 3 kinds of cannon rush, and they all have different ways to go about it. So for instance, if I was going to do a macro cannon rush, and I was going to keep building cannons for like 6 minutes in his base, that is fucking stupid. It makes no sense. Because the only thing a macro cannon rush is designed... Because now let me tell you the goal, right? I'll tell you the goal. I just won't say the one, I'll say all 3 of them. What is the goal of a fake cannon rush? It's to delay your opponent early game by a little bit. Make him do a silly mistake. Make him overreact. Make him pull 10 probes off the middle line and come attack a pylon. And waste some money early game and just slow his build down a little bit. That is the goal of a fake cannon rush. What is the goal of a macro cannon rush? The goal of a macro cannon rush is to slow your opponent down through actual damage, but don't overinvest. Basically make them overinvest in killing your rush compared to what you invested into it. And if you kill shit, it's even better.
This year much diff from last.
Yo,
I love it.
Northern Cross, thank you for the 4-month resub, dude. Welcome back. So the macro cannon rush is all about you actually want to delay, like you want to like disrupt your opponent fully with real cannons, but you don't want to make a lot of cannons. Like, we're talking about like 3 cannons and you're done, max. Maybe even like 1 cannon and you're done. The only reason why we went for 3 this game is because we leapfrogged it up from the low ground to the high ground, which is fine. But only a couple cannons, like less than 5 guaranteed. Only a couple cannons, and you don't want to do any more for aggressive maneuvers here, and like 1 or 2 pylons, literally. The only reason why you never want to make more pylons is if your opponent has a bunch of probes trying to kill your fucking cannons. Then you kind of got to let your pylons finish, otherwise the cannon will die, which is worse, right? You don't want the cannons to die because you want them to actually kill shit. So only, like, basically the point I'm trying to make here is it's a small investment of cannon and pylon. Small investment. You want to make your opponent waste more resources and as the result of defending his base than what you invested into attacking his base. And behind it, while he wasted a bunch of time dealing with cannon rush, you actually expanded and set up a actual build. That is the goal of a macro cannon rush. It gets you like a launch pad going into the mid game while your opponent gets disrupted early game. And now the goal of a committed cannon rush is to kill your opponent. You are supposed to kill him. It's all in. Like you actually build gateways, you build robos, you build whatever at your opponent's base with cannon battery, and you're trying to fucking kill him. That is committed cannon rush. And a lot of people mistake every cannon rush for committed cannon rush. Everyone's always like, fucking cannons. Freak out. I gotta overcommit because it's committed as well. And it's not. This was not a committed cannon rush. And my opponent reacted to it as if it were. So, biggest thing as well to know about cannon rush. Your first probe that builds a pylon should immediately go across the map. Your second probe that builds a forge should immediately go across the map. Okay? And you should always try to have 2 probes in the fucking push when you're at your opponent's base, because the reason why you want to have 2 probes is if you ever make a mistake and you lose your probe because you moved it poorly and you let it get killed by his probes, well, you want to have a backup that can continue cannon rushing. And if one of your probes dies, you want to go back to your base and you want to grab a probe off and send it over again, as long as you want to keep cannoning him. But as soon as you've like hit your thumbs up and you're like, I've done the damage I'm looking for, if it's a macro cannon rush, then don't worry about pulling another probe off your middle line. It's fine. So as you can see, we set it up in a way where there's no vision here for him, and we're like, all right, cool. Now I could build a pylon right there, guys. I could totally build a pylon right there. That could totally happen. But you know how much harder it is to defend the cannons if I build a pylon right there? Because he can just walk his probes over here and kill all the cannons. And
I was playing a game and cannon rushed and won. No macro needed. I walked outside, looked at sky, and then I knew this was the moment when it finally comes together.
Ooh.
Masters, here I come.
Ooh.
Vibe playing in the background. This is life.
Nice. Snoot, thank you for the 2. Miss you, dude. Miss you, man. You're great. Northern Cross as well. Thank you for the 413 sub. I don't know if I said that already, but thank you, man. So here's another reason why. Why did I build my pylon on the low ground and not on the high ground? One of the reasons, there's 2 reasons. One is it's really hard to defend because you can't actually, I would have to build mass pylons in like a circle to then build a cannon behind it. Otherwise his probes could come down here and just kill my fucking probe while it's trying to build the pylon, right? There's no really like choke points here to work with. It's really hard to work with it. Senior Lobo, thank you for the bits. Oy.
Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, cannon in front of them.
Thank you, dude. Hell, that's right. But so one of the reasons why it's hard to defend here. The second reason why is because we passed a probe. We passed a probe on the way to his base. So he's going to scout it. Like he's going to see my forge. And he's going to know I'm cannon rushing him. And the second he sees that forge, he's probably going to pull probes. So it would not really make a whole lot of sense to fucking cannon the high ground because it's really unlikely to work. So you can see he's scouting for it. He knows. And now our first probe ran around, and our first probe is going to die. We actually just let our probe die. It's okay. It's whatever. You know, this is why you bring 2, right? We distracted him. We're not microing like a boss yet. We're microing a little bit. Again, this is Diamond. It's all good. We're just trying to understand concepts, right? Again, still, for overall for what the game works like. But now, here's some cool micro we did with the probe at the bottom. So we send probe number 2 here to try and build cannons. And look what he's doing. He's attacking towards my probe, right? He's chasing my probe with his probes. And what am I going to do? I am definitely not going to fucking sit there and be like, build cannon, build cannon, build cannon, build cannon, and just sit there and his probes are bashing my fucking face in with tasers. And I'm just like, build the cannon. And it's like, error message. We can't build cannons because his probes are in the way. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to keep running in circles away from him. And every time he chases us away from the pylon, as soon as I get to the pylon, I'll throw a building down and run away again. We take circles, build a building circle, build a building circle, build a building circle, build a building circle. I just literally do laps while taking buildings as I do laps. So he chases me, I throw a building down. I throw a building down, and I run away again. The reason why I ran away so fast as well is because I mined a mineral patch so I could run through his probes in case he surrounded me. And now look what he's doing. He's killing my cannons. That sucks. I don't want to just let that happen. I want to make sure my cannons go up, but I also want to pay attention to the cannon's health bar, because if he kills the cannon, I don't get any refund But if I cancel the cannon, if I think it's about to die, I get a 113 mineral refund. So I build a cannon over here. I cancel the cannon because it's about to die, and I get a 113 mineral refund right there. And then I build another cannon right here. And then look what happens now. Watch how, and then I now have my probe in the area. And I go, okay, well, this cannon now is exposed from this entire right side and bottom side. He can't get to the left side or the top side of the cannon because this top side is a wall, and the left side is guarded by that cannon right there. So that's going to buy me some time. So now look at my probe movement. I'm chilling for a second, and look how he moves his probes. I move right back here because I don't really expect this cannon to go up, but I do expect that cannon to go up. And watch what happens here. I save some money because I see how many probes he's pulling right now. And I'm like, holy fuck, that's a lot of probes. That's a lot of probes, guys. And I build a pylon, and then I build a pylon. And what that does is it creates surface area blockage that cannot allow my cannon to get hit anymore. And the only way this cannon can be attacked is from one probe at a time at that corner between the two pylons. So I build a pylon, and then I build a pylon, and then I run my probe away because there's no reason for my probe to stay here. It'll die otherwise. Now look at, only one probe can attack that cannon. And now if this guy kills my pylon, I have pylons, so I don't care, right? And then he sent probes up here to come attack these pylons as well. So I could cancel these pylons if I felt confident that I didn't need them. But he's got probes already here. He's got more probes killing this cannon. I want to make sure that these buildings are going to last as long as possible because they're the whole basis of my push right now. So I'm just going to let them all finish because I want to guard this cannon as long as possible. This cannon finishes, and we can like poke him a little bit. Now, I'm not going to lie. That little probe attack I did there was worthless. If this was a Zerg player, that would have been good. If this is a Terran player, that would have been good. If this is a Protoss player, it's legit fucking worthless. And the reason why is because a cannon does 20 damage and a probe has 40 health. And a probe dies in 2 shots of a cannon. So if I pepper damage on with my probe, it still takes 2 shots and the cannon kills the probe. My probe's going to do fucking nothing. It's going to take 4 hits to equal the damage of one cannon shot. And the cannon can shoot twice before 4 hits of my probe go off. So it's silly. It doesn't mean anything. However, if this was Zerg or Terran SCVs have 45 hit points. So if I do 5 damage with the probe, which is 1 auto attack of a probe, and then a cannon shoots it twice, you could actually kill a probe.
How you doing, man? You stole my draw, but I think him ready for a 1v1. Been a while.
Love you, dude. You're great. Thank you very much for the 6 Avillo. Oh my god. I miss you, dude. I'm always down to 1v1 you. So, and anyone who's like, is that really a Villo? No, it's not a Villo, guys. Just like that wasn't really Snoot either. So if a probe attacks an SCV once, it means the cannon can actually go back to 2-shotting an SCV because the 5 damage does the 5 over 40, which is 45. Because the SCV has 45, cannon does 20, 20, 40, plus 5 damage of a probe means the cannon can 2-shot an SCV. So it's actually worthwhile to do it to SCVs. And then a drone has 40 hit points just like a probe does, but a drone regenerates health during combat. Like 1 health every 3 seconds. So it means by the time a cannon shoots a drone twice, it's going to have like 2 hit points. And if you have a probe attack the drone, it will die. So it actually made sense to attack with the probe as well to assist the cannon if it was Terran or Zerg, but like I said before, it makes no sense to do it against Protoss. What I should be doing right now against Protoss is building a pylon right here already to quickly speed up the process of me cannon rushing his mineral line in the main base. That's what I should be doing. So that was a waste of like fucking 5 seconds right there. And then the same thing again, I'm just running away, right? He's running at my cannon again, trying to kill my probe. He's losing probes like crazy. You know what this means? I've already killed 5 probes. This is definitely a good macro cannon rush investment because he's currently at 15. I'm at 18. I have a better economy than my opponent. And I haven't been losing mining time like he's been losing mining time. He's been mining this mineral line like crap, which is why his income is 1/3 of mine right now for minerals. And then this is pretty important too. Look how we build the cannons. So, did I build my cannon right there? Fuck no. And why would I not build my cannon right there? Because this cannon can't cover it. If I understand the attack range of a cannon is 7, it means this cannon can shoot probably about that far right there. Like, roughly about like that far. And I don't want to build my cannons out of range of my cannon. However, if I build my cannons anywhere in this area, it means that my cannon in the back can cover my cannon in the front. So every time he tries to kill my cannon, he's going to lose units to this bottom cannon, which is super bad for him. That's what we want him to do. Macro cannon rush, right? And now I want another cannon to go up, and I do want him to lose probes and stuff, but I don't want him to kill the cannon. I want this, because this cannon unlocks me to make cannons like right there, which can then kill his probes on the mineral line. So if I make a gateway and I make a pylon now next to this cannon, I can actually wall this cannon in to where this cannon cannot be hit anymore. This cannon is now like unattackable, and he committed to trying to attack it again. So this sucks for him, because now what's he gonna do? Attack a gateway while my fucking cannon kills him off the gateway? No, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna run away. And as he runs away, what's gonna happen? I cancel the fucking buildings. I don't need them. I don't want them. I just want to make sure this cannon goes up. And now that this cannon's gonna go up, I don't need to do that again. And I have a second probe here just for good measure in case this first probe were to die, because we're not done yet. And now I build just like 2 final cannons, because these cannons are able to actually pressure the mineral line, and we're good to go. So realistically, I have built a total of like 4 cannons already at this point. Actually, we built 5. We built 5 because, but the thing is, here's another way to talk about this, because I did say build less than 5 for sure. If your opponent keeps pulling probes and losing probes and pulling probes and losing probes and pulling probes and losing probes, and he keeps fucking losing units, it's okay to build a couple more. But just understand, there should not be 2 cannons here. There shouldn't be 2 cannons in this area. And why should there not be 2 cannons in this area? Because this is checkpoint number 1. And what does checkpoint number 1 do? It covers checkpoint number 2. There shouldn't be multiple cannons here either. What does checkpoint number 2 do? It covers checkpoint number 3. And what does checkpoint number 3 do? This is okay to build multiple cannons here, because what does checkpoint number 3 do? It fucking kills the Nexus, and it kills probes. And if this guy really doesn't know how to deal with cannon rush, this could actually win the game. If we have like 4 cannons over here though, it's so bad because it doesn't do anything. It just holds the fucking cliff. Like we give a shit about holding the cliff, right? It doesn't actually do anything for us. And we build another cannon because he's actually focusing on killing this cannon, so we actually cancel this one. And then now this cannon's about done, which is going to now even further cover that cannon, and then that cannon will finish and become a problem too. And see how that first cannon's covering it? Probes can't help here. It sucks ass. And now this cannon's done, and look at all these probes that are dying. This is terrible for Protoss. This does not feel good. And now Protoss eventually does clean up, and he gets rid of this. But look at the economy. Macro cannon rush. Our natural is done. Our opponent's natural has not started. We have 24 probes, with 2 probes building at a time, versus 1 probe building at a time out of our opponent, who's already down by 8 workers. This is going to give us a humongous lead in this game. Macro cannon rush. I did not overinvest this. Resources lost. It's about similar. We did not overinvest. We only, like, I would say this is a steep, this is one of the more extreme macro cannon rushes that you'll ever see. And the reason why is because he kept pulling probes so many times. He kept attacking me with probes so often, and he's lost 10 probes already. So if there was no real defense here, if he wasn't really trying to defend his base, I would have made 1 pylon, 1 cannon. 1 pylon, 1 cannon, and then 2 more cannons. And I would have called it a day. If there was no defense at all. If he would not have scouted me and he would have just been unaware. But because he kept trying to kill me with cannons, I made a little bit more, and it ultimately added up to like a few more pylons and a couple more cannons. But again, you can clearly tell we did not overinvest into this because we have a lead. We are ahead in supply. We're ahead in workers. We're ahead in everything. How do you defend this build, Vibe? We're going to get there. Trust me. I'll get cannon rush as well. I guarantee it. I don't really want to do a whole analysis from this guy's perspective because we're going to... Let me tell you like this. People always, I get this all the time. Vibe, how do you deal with this? How do you defend this and that and the other thing? What do you deal in this situation? I would love to tell you, but my philosophy of teaching people is it's so much easier to teach someone if you have a fucking visual example. And I can't use my opponent's example as a visual because he did not defend it properly. So wait until, I would say be patient and wait, or like watch the YouTube video if you can't be patient. Treat it like a Netflix series. Just don't watch the stream. Go back and watch the YouTube series instead when it's all done, and you can just skip through to points wherever you want to go. But I already guarantee we're gonna get cannon rushed by a Protoss at some point, and I will defend it, and we'll talk about it then when I give you my version of defending it. But this was not appropriate what he did. Losing 10 probes to this was not great. Because as you can see, he's already like half the probe count of us. Like this is now a terrible position to be in for him. It really comes like super fast 10-second explanation. The way you defend cannon rush with Protoss is you treat it like a imagine if like a snake bit you in the fucking hand and it was full of venom and it was gonna course through your veins, and you grab your fucking belt and you put it against your fucking forearm, and you're like, all right, I got bit in the hand, I'm gonna tourniquet my lower arm or my upper arm. That way it doesn't get to my entire body. It's just gonna be a little piece of me is gonna get tourniqueted, and then I'm gonna deal with the problem and eventually push it back slowly over time. That's how you deal with cannon rush. In an effective way. You establish a point where it can't extend to checkpoint number 3 and 4 and 5. You go, no, you can have that area for now, and I'll fucking stop you right here, guaranteed, by focusing on some type of a defense here. And stalkers are a good unit to do it with, but yeah, this guy fucked around way too much with his probes, and he made zealots as well. Not great to do that with. So now we made a couple cannons and battery just in case this guy were to counterattack us, just like this. And now he can't break me because we have cannon battery defensively. And why? And would I always make cannon battery defensively like this? No. If I was making stalkers of my own, I would not have made cannons. I would have just made like one battery and been super good. But because we decided to go for Void Rays, because I have not used a single Stargate unit in this game yet, we made cannons because my Stargates aren't done yet. But I have a great economy. I have a great supply. I have a great infrastructure of this whole game. I need cannons to buy me time to get to Stargates. And if this guy were to try to walk by my cannons and battery, you know what I would do? I would do a probe pull citizen's arrest, to where if he tries to walk this way, I would pull probes up and I would block him from going through. If he tries to go straight down this way, I would pull probes to the right or down here and block him from going through and make him get shot by cannons longer, basically. And if he tries to go this way, I would pull probes down this way and block him on this side, and he would get shot by the cannons this way. Like, he would get fucked either way. Now, if he tries to run through this, he's going to get fucking destroyed. It's only 4 stalkers as well. It would die so fast at 3 cannons. And also, not only that, there's batteries that would be healing my probes, too, in the process. So running through for him isn't really an option either. He's just super behind, essentially. And now we're going into voids, and look, again, this is now going to be that situation where we kind of walked you through everything, so we're not going to talk about it again with the proxy bases and why that made sense. We can't make 30 cannons here to cover, like, cannons there, cannons there, cannons there, cannons there, cannons there, cannons there. We don't want to make cannons here, 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 here. We don't want to make cannons everywhere because stalkers can find angles against cannons all the time, which is what you're going to see when we defend cannon rushes. There's always so many angles you can fuck cannons up with. So taking a third at our thirds, if he were going to be attacking it, it would be a pain in the ass to make cannons to cover it entirely. It would be really shitty. We have to make like 12 cannons at that base to properly cover it. It would suck ass. But if we proxy base, we need no cannons. And he has no idea that it's happening, right? He's like, oh, he's 2 basing. And look at that supply. Brutal. This is what macro cannon rush is designed to do. Slow your opponent down and get a massive lead in the mid game. You slow them down and you just run away with the game. And then our opponent gets to our base when we're maxed out and he's at half our supply essentially. Right? And then we already talked about this, so it's all good. I guess we can just watch the fight one more time on like ×2 and yeah, be good, be done with it. We're focus firing Phoenix, and then as soon as all the Phoenix are dead, we don't even focus fire the stalker, we just turn on prismatic alignment, and then the stalkers just get pounded. And if the stalkers would have engaged first, we could have prismatic alignmented first, and then that would have been fine as well.
Get coins at rally.io.
Ooh. Yo, thank you very much, Ethereum, for the 1,000 fucking Vibocoin purchase again. Good God. Let's do another all in this game. Let's do a, not a cannon rush. Let's do like a, like an immortal sentry all in or something. Let's do a really aggressive like push in the front. Let's use sentries. Okay. Gonna use my Nexus, make a gas, stack close patches, or I mean rather stack patches in general. We're just about done. There's only one left. There we go. All patches are stacked. Nice. Let's take our natural in a second. He's got an expansion, so he's not 12 pulling us. Okay, that was a massive mistake right there. And if he did that, let's do it again to him. Run through his middle line and right-click a patch over here. Let's do it again. Run through his middle line and right-click a patch over here. Yeah, this guy is fucking himself really hard. And let's do it again. Literally, if you notice a sign like that in your opponent, you can... this is why I say don't fucking do this, guys. Watch. I'm going to click here, and then I'm going to right-click here. Right-click down, and click here. Right-click down, click here. And now I'll leave because my probe's actually about to die. That is so much fucking wasted mining time right there. It's insane. Okay, let's build a pylon and a gas. And if you guys don't know how much wasted mining time that is, I've talked about it in previous videos. It's a lot. You basically mine 1 mineral per second on your worker. You mine 1 mineral per second. And when your opponent rips their mineral line like that, they lose all their proper stacking as well if they're even trying to do that. And it ruins your economy like crazy. You don't want to do that. Okay, so we're all in this game. So we're going to get a really quick Robo Bay. And we're going to get another gateway to wall off the base so we don't die to like Ling Flood somehow in case he starts making mass Lings and tries to kill me. And now we're going to take 1 more gas at our natural really fast because we're going to be going for sentries. Sentries are super expensive on gas. And then when our natural has just a couple more probes on it, like we're talking like 7, 8 probes, we'll take our next gas again. So like basically when this gas is done, we're immediately taking the next gas. Super quick gases. We can throw down a couple more chronos on our Nexus. We just want to basically keep chronos alive enough to chrono boost our robo constantly. Okay, now let's saturate that gas right away. Immediate saturation of that shit. Get our first immortal. Make another sentry. Keep making probes. And he's attacking us with Zerglings. It's all good. Let's make another pylon. Chrono boost that robo. Saturate that gas properly.
Invite your coin from
rally. Oh my god, okay, that's a dono right there. Ethereum, thank you very much for donating $1,000 worth of Vibu coin to me. Holy fuck! Ethereum, what the hell, bro? I don't deserve it, man. Thank you very much, dude. Jesus. Whew. You're too good to me, bro. Okay. And now let's go ahead and, with extra money we have at any point in time, let's start making just a couple more gateways. We're not going to go crazy gateways. I would say we don't really have extra money yet, to be honest, because our Immortal's about to pop out, and we need to Chrono Boost it again. Immortals are the priority here, not Gateways. Chrono Boost out Immortal number 2. Let's make Sentries 5 and 6. And now we have 16 probes. Let's make another pylon so we don't supply block. Okay. And now let's go ahead and make, I would say now let's make a couple of gateways, because the goal we're going to go for here is going to be 3 Immortals. 3 Immortals. 3 motherfucking Immortals, boys. And now we're going to make an Observer. Chrono Boost the Robo Bay again, or the Robo Facility. Make a couple more pylons, because we don't want to block. Let's make a couple more sentries again. These are our final sentries. And now, let's move out of our base. Make a Warp Prism out of this Robo. Chrono Boost it. And now rally our buildings to like an Immortal. Just rally the buildings to Immortal. So the Prism comes to our Immortal. Take a probe and wall ourselves into our base. This is all in, guys. This is 100% all in. Now let's go to his base. Chrono Boost out that Robo one more time. And now we can make a couple Stalkers on the outside of our base. Add them into our control group of Control 1. Move down to his base. Let's make like 1 Hallucinated Phoenix, and let's check the left side just to make sure we're not going to miss any expansions somehow. Okay, there's creep here. So there's a base on this side, and there's a bunch of spines. And now, Force Field Patience is what we're going to do here. Okay, so we're going to go like this. Force Field. Force Field. Awesome. Our Prism's here. Let's go ahead and seed, or like load up this bad boy. Make a bunch of Stalkers at it. And let's keep pushing. We can go back to our base really quick and Chrono Boost out. Oh, we don't really have any Chronos available. Pull these sentries back. And throw a couple Force Fields. We can pull these guys back. We don't want our sentries to really tank. Okay, move forward. And we can now throw Force Fields behind these queens so they can't leave. Throw one more Force Field there so we block out some of those lings. Make another round of units. Yeah.
Fight me, Ethereum.
Shawan Fa, thank you for the 10. Okay, let's break that game down. Let's break it down. So, I know this guy just talked shit, and I don't care. I don't really feel like I need to go back and show you the drone pulling repeatedly thing that happened. You guys saw it the first time. Let me just tell you right now, it's really bad for the economy. So instead of showing it to you, let me just show you the economy, okay? Watch the economy. It's fucking brutal. Look at the income, boys. It's fucking brutal. You guys are, the stream is catching up. There's a little bit of stream delay, and you guys are catching up to the conversation we just had in the game. Okay. So, oh wait, I skipped it. Sorry, shit, my bad. Let's go back and look at it. Look at the economy. Okay, look at this. Just look at the income. Look at that income.
Invibe your coin from rally.io.
Yo, Ethereum, thank you again for $10 worth of Vibe coin. Again, man, much love, dude. You're so fucking nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look at the income tab. Watch the income tab. Do you notice how we have very similar worker counts? Guys, I just want you to know something. I've explained this before. Each patch can have 100% efficiency on 2 probes per patch. 2 probes per patch. If you have a third or a fourth, like if you have a fourth, it's 0. If you have a fifth, it's 0. Anything 4 or above on a patch is worth 0. It doesn't mine anything. But if you have a third, it actually has a little bit of value. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But it's still not, it should not be down to like let me just say this. If 951 is what we're getting for actually having you know, for 2 per patch, which is efficient as hell. It's almost 1,000 a minute on one base. If you don't have efficient patches, where let's say you have like one of your patches is 3, one of them is 1, another patch has 3, another patch has 1. Let's say like 4 of your patches are fucked up. You would not get 643. You'd probably get like 890 per minute, or like 900 per minute. It's not going to be like, oh my god, you're getting 300 less. The reason why he's getting 300 less is because he's not fucking mining. He pulls off the mineral line, right? But watch how many times this happens. Right? Look at the economy throughout this process. This is not ideal. That is not ideal at all. And this is a lot of time that's going by of a weak ass economy. And even if he kills the probe, it is not fucking worth it. It is literally a morale victory. It is just a morale victory. It is not actually a victory. It's. Let me give you an analogy. It would be like this. Imagine if a guy has a spider at his okay, let me say it like this. This is going to be super unrealistic, but it's like this, okay? Imagine if there was a spider that had eggs all over its back. Like babies all on its back, just hiding on top of it. There's like 50 eggs of babies on the spider's back, and the spider's currently outside on your front porch. And you try to step on it, and it dodges your foot. And then you try to step on it, and it dodges your foot. And then you try to step on it, and it dodges your foot. And you're like, fuck this spider. I hate spiders. And then it runs in your house, and then you step on it, finally, in like your kitchen, and you see, you don't actually kill the babies at all, you just kill the main one. And like 50 little spiders that are going to become that big one, they all run to like different cracks and crevices all over the place throughout your house. And you're like, okay. It's like, was it worth it? It's not even worth it to, like, at that point, it's not worth it anymore. Like, okay, like I said before, it's going to be a terrible analogy, but it's also going to probably give people nightmares. But, but, like, the point I'm trying to make is even if he kills the probe, he's still fucked. He's still fucked. There's no gain here. He's already missed so much money compared to what we have mined. And it happens again. Right? It does it again, right? Where we go through the mineral line one more time. Get a fucking flamethrower. Look at the mining. This is fucking brutal. I'm already, like, crushing the lead here in this game. Based off of just a probe being annoying in the scout. Because we saw our opponent was making a mistake. Now let's quickly check it. Let's quickly take a look, okay? And let's just see if the final. Let's see if the final spread is actually okay. 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 1, 2. So even though all that shit is fucked up, like throughout the game that's happened this far, it still ultimately ended up in an improper mineral line. Was that analogy worth it? That's a real question. Yeah, I didn't really know where I was going with that one, and it just got fucking, like, nightmare status for people. My bad. Like, I was trying to make an analogy where it's like, at the end of the day, you still lose, even if you feel like you get a morale victory on the little battle. Like, if he kills a spider, then, you know, he still wins because he killed the spider, but suddenly a bigger problem is there. It was a shitty analogy. It's fine. But, yeah. He's so far behind already.
I'm a P3 Tossins just maxed at 914. Can't wait to join you all up here in Diamond.
Yo, nice, Alt. Hell yeah. Thank you for 300 bits, dude, and congrats on the progress. So, in this position now, again, we're prioritizing gas. And we're not prioritizing minerals on the natural as much. And why is that happening? Because we're making we made one stalker just to make one stalker, because it's a good tank for the doorway. And we're making sentries constantly now until we have 8 of them. And sentries are very cheap on the minerals, very expensive on the gas. And then we're also pairing that with immortals. And we're constantly chrono boosting our robo to make immortals. So we definitely wanted to make our gas faster. And again, I've said this before in other videos, and I don't know if I've said it yet many times in the Protoss one. But if you guys want build orders, anyone out there who's like, Vibe, give me the build orders on every build you do. I'm not going to make build orders for every build. Because I'm out of all 3 races, I'm probably going to show you guys about like 75 builds. Something around there, literally. And I'm not going to make 75 build orders. That's a lot of fucking build orders. When all you have to do, and it's not like I'm not going to show you build orders, period. All you have to do is go to my Discord, which is right here. And then you go to the channel on my Discord called 2021 B2GM replay packs, and you can download my replays. And they are corresponded to whatever league I'm playing in and the game I am playing on, matching the YouTube video. So if you're watching game number 3 on the YouTube video, which is a PVZ, it'll say Diamond 3, Game 3, PVZ. And you're like, oh, that's game 3. And you can be like, well, who was Vibe playing in this game? Oh, he was playing Pedo Biden. Oh my God. And then, Jesus Christ. I didn't even see his name until now. And then, you know, that's who you see in the fucking game list when you're looking through it in StarCraft in your own game. So easy, super easy to get the replays yourself, and then you can actually get the build order right there. Easy peasy. So yeah, just that's all it takes. It takes like a tiny bit of a little more effort on your part, but I'm not making fucking build orders for every fucking build, dude. It's so much time to like map them out perfectly the whole way through. It's so easy for you to just do it yourself and like copy a build, right? Whatever makes you happy. So again, just know the focus of this build is to chrono boost out Immortals ASAP, because we want this attack to be leaving our base as soon as possible. And then as soon as this attack leaves our base, we wall off our natural, because we don't want a Zergling run by to flood into my main base and suddenly we're like, oh fuck! Oh, Lings are in my mineral lines! No! Because think about it. What if Lings try to attack us now with the wall off, and I could just make more sentries and stalkers at my base and put a force field there, or kill them over the wall? Much easier, right? Super easy to deal with it then if I have a wall here. Because again, this is all in. We don't want to leave this open. So now we're moving across the map. We have an observer with us. Our warp prism is on its way to come follow after. Also, I'm going to make one change to the build right now. I'm going to make one change to the build, and this is assuming your micro is not perfect yet, or it's not great. You know how I said right-click your robo onto the immortal? Don't do that next time. Next time, right-click your robo onto the observer. And the reason why is because, notice this, watch this. The observer, or the warp prism is told to right-click to this immortal, and as soon as it gets there, it fucking loads it.
Yeah.
And if you don't notice that, if you don't notice that happens...
Thanks for spider nightmares, asshole. Love you. Your stream is packed.
Sorry. My bad. Don't mean to give you nightmares, my bad, dude. Thank you very much for the sub, though, Nazarai. But you definitely don't want to load an immortal, so that was kind of a shitty suggestion. Just rally it to the observer, because a prism cannot load an observer, because it's an air unit. And it'll just move to the observer, and then you'll see it, which you can then grab it, and you can phase it into a phase mode, so you can warp in units here aggressively. But the whole point of this is the whole point of this build. Do not let your sentries tank the damage. So if your sentries are in the front, there's two ways you can do this. Number one, you can just like back up your whole army, like a move, like kite backwards, a move back up, a move back up, a move back up, and make force fields as well on your army as you back up. That's probably a little bit more fucked up though. I would probably say don't do that one, even though you could. Another way you could do it is just double click your sentries and right click behind your army. And it actually relocates your sentries to be behind. Once you get really good with micro, you can micro individual units and micro individual things, but you really don't want you do not want your sentries to tank the damage here. You want your sentries to live as long as possible so that they can cast more force fields over time. Force fields are just super good at zoning. And the concept about zoning is, the overall concept about zoning is being patient. A lot of people rush force fields like crazy and they panic. Just know a force field there's nothing unit wise early game that somebody can make that can make it to where you can't force field. Early game. Like if we're talking about like a Roach or a Zergling or even a Ravager, and I know some smart ass is going to say something, and don't worry, I'm going to give you an answer in a second, but a Marauder, a Marine, a Zealot, a Stalker, units early game are very easily manageable with force fields because you can cast it directly on top of them and it will push the unit outside of the middle. So if a unit was on the top side of it, it would shove the unit north, and if a unit happens to be a little bit on the south side of the middle, it'll push it south. Vice versa, if it's on the left, it'll push it left. If it's on the right, it'll push it right. It'll push the unit out of the center towards the edge of the force field. So you can actually plant them wherever you want. Now, Ravagers can break force fields with their spell called Corrosive Bile, but that's not instant cast. It takes like 2 seconds for it to go and hit it, and you can instantly reapply a force field. You have enough energy to do it. We have like energy worth of about 16 force fields right now. We can cast force fields all day. So we're happy to do it multiple times. Also, you can't cast force fields on massive units like a Archon or a Thor or a Colossus or a Ultralisk. Those units will actually break it because they have what is called a massive tag. And a Zerg cannot make Ultralisk until fucking much later. It's a hive tag unit. So you look what tech he's on right now. He's on layer. He does not have a hive yet, guys. So there are no Ultras coming yet. So yeah, we don't got to worry about that. So force fields, don't panic with them. The biggest thing, the biggest advice I can give you is don't panic. Cast them gradually in their guy's face. You just got to start understanding the timing of when you want to do it. And the overall concept of force fields is I'm gonna get paint out here again, okay? The overall concept of force fields is if you have a wave of Zerg coming at you like this, if there's a bunch of Zerg attacking you, okay? And let's say you want to cast force fields like this. You're like, I'm going to cast force fields there, 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 and there. Well, that's not great if you're also trying to kill an area back here. Especially if your army is able to kill units. So think about it like this. What if you fought this army, the entire thing all at once, and the Zerg would kill you? But what if your army could easily overpower 1/3 of his army? So what if his opponent was trying to engage you and you casted force fields there, 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 and like there? And suddenly you're fighting like 1/3 of his army because all these units on the right side of the center of the circle are going to get pushed outwards towards you. And all the units on the left side of it, like right there, are going to get pushed outwards to the left. And there's no units that get stuck in the middle. They literally get pushed one way or the other. So you could actually kill like 1/3 of this army, and then you know what happens after you kill 1/3 of this army? Suddenly now you're not dealing with this entire army anymore. You're now dealing with an army that is like a lot smaller. So now you got to make force fields that are like this big. You're like, all right, how about I go force fields through half of this? There, 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 there.
Oh,
like you actually would need to understand how to divide armies apart. That's all it comes down
My
to.
Ross, do you still love me?
Of course. Thank you very much for the sub, Alien Saint. Much love. So like right now, we're just building up more units with our Warp Prism. We're all-inning him. We're pushing through. We're committing into his base. And now that's not really that scary. But again, we don't want to lose our sentries, right? We would rather cast a force field than have a sentry die. So we're running our sentries back, and we just make 2 force fields. That way the Lings have to run around, and they can't kill the sentries. And now this puts them onto the Stalker and Immortal, which is fine. All the Lings die super quick. But now our units in the front are kind of taking a bit of damage again, so we back up a little bit. But look at the army here. It's not overpowering us at all. This army is not overpowering us at all, so we don't need to make mass force fields and wall off. We're okay. This is not a big army for Zerg. So we're just killing shit. And the Zerg is trickling units into us one by one by one by one. And now, what am I doing here? Why did I cast force fields right there? I cast force fields right there because I don't want these queens to retreat to a different base. I want them to die. So we just prevented his escape. So we guaranteed we're going to kill even more units here. And now, here's the concept I was talking about, right? Now, realistically, I could kill all these Zerglings. I'm not going to lie. Not that fucking hard. But imagine if these Zerglings were more than we could handle right now. And what if it started coming through the force fields like that, and I let some come through, and then I seal it off after like 1/3 or like half the army commits to me. Like that. So now a lot of these ones are stuck in the fight, and they have no retreat, whereas all these ones are now locked on the other side and have no way to initiate the fight. That is how you use gradual force fields in a very effective way that, you know, makes a lot of sense. And just know the biggest unit that you need to keep alive here is your Immortals. It's okay if your Stalkers die. It's okay if your Sentries die. It's okay. Because you can always remake them from the Prism. If your Immortals die, though, you can't remake those because you can't warp in Immortals. These things are super powerful, too. You need to keep them alive. So everything is disposable here. You obviously want to keep as much alive as long as possible because you want to win the game. You don't want to just throw fucking units into a wood chipper. But as long as your Immortals don't die, chances of you winning go up a lot. I got a second round of that chat. That was funny. All right, boys. Good God. This video is on the verge of taking longer than the Zerg one. I think now we've done a lot of it. We've done a lot of explanations for a lot of the units we're going to use in Diamond 3. I think now we're going to start speeding up a bit because we've done so many fucking thorough breakdowns now of a lot of the things. I think if it's a unique situation we haven't seen yet, we'll break it down a bit again. But I think you guys kind of get the point now a lot, and we'll talk about unique situations now. And I'll still walk you through the games as I play them though. I'm not just going to say nothing. It's just I don't think we're going to do like full breakdowns of the same games repeatedly. Like I'm not going to cannon rush someone again and be like, let's do a full breakdown of cannon checkpoints. Because that's been a lot of analysis so far. Okay, we got another Zerg player. Let's go ahead and macro this guy. Let's macro against this guy. Because we just all-in'd our last Zerg opponent. Now let's actually macro this dude. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Hey, Jojo, you still there? And if you... Oh, my God. Ethereum! The fuck?
From rally.io.
Dude! Thank you for another $1,000 worth of Vibecoin donation again, man. Holy shit. You're too fucking good to me, man. Thank you very much, dude. Jesus. Danny Snapback? I hate my hair, dude. That's why I wear it. I fucking hate the way my hair looks. Also, I was going to ask you, do you know, have they said anything about BC? Like a release date for that? I imagine they probably haven't. Yo, Ethereum, thank you again for $1,000 fucking dono in Vibecoin. Jesus Christ, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. All right, what's happening here? Okay, we're getting 12 pulled. With the gas. This is all in. We're getting all in. This is not actually a macro build. So let's not actually expand. This is fully committed, guys. This is fully fucking committed. This is extreme. Let's make our gateway. Let's make our second gateway in our core. Let's make a second pylon. Let's get a zealot going. And let's get our zealot in the doorway. And here's a cool trick we can do. We can leave our probe here to pylon if we need to, if the Zerglings arrive too early or some shit, but it seems like we're okay. Leave our zealot in hold position for a second. In the doorway. He's looking like a champ. Let's make our nexus. And let's come up to our main mineral line and just chill for a sec. I want to make probes, but we can't for a second. Let's go ahead and chrono boost out a stalker. Let's move the zealot for just a moment. Move it out and in. Okay, run back to the wall. Hold position. Go back forward. Go back to the wall. Go in. Make another stalker. Chrono boost that shit. And now our zealot. Oh my god, we almost lost it right there. It's okay though. Okay. And now I'm going to go back to making probes and we can make our gas. And now it doesn't matter what happens here, because even if I lose the gateway, we're still very far ahead. So how about we stutter step towards these lings? Stutter step. A move, stutter step. A move, stutter step. Oh, there's an overlord. Let's walk to this side of the overlord. That way we push it this way. If we pushed it this way first by just A moving it right away, it has a higher chance to get out of our base. And look at this guy. He's actually flooding us with an all-in. So let's get a fucking unit down there. All right. And go build a gateway. Keep making our units right now. Wall this off. Build a battery. Okay, our stalker looks like it's going to die, so let's build a pylon. Sorry, stalker, you're going to have to be sacrificed for the greater good. And because this guy is fully all in with lings, let's go ahead and just start making adepts. We'll just start making adepts. It's okay. Okay. So we're definitely getting all in a lot. Let's transfer our probes down to our natural. Let's make another gateway right there. Let's make another gateway right here. Let's make another gateway right here. Notice how we're just filling in the wall repeatedly behind other walls. Let's cancel that gateway when it's just about to die. Get our money back. Make another adept. Chrono boost that bad boy. Start our warp gate upgrade because we haven't started that yet. Keep making probes. Let's start a new cyber core because that's going to die now. Go ahead and build a pylon. And this guy's super all in, so let's just go ahead and build a fucking Stargate. Let's build a Stargate up here, if we can, before the core dies. Okay, the core died first. It's okay.
Thanks to your B2GM, I'm now in P2 for the first time.
Hell yeah, dude.
And I countered Colossus with Marine/Marauder at Plat.
That's
Trust
awesome.
the process, guys.
That's right. Hell yeah. Congratulations, dude. Okay, we're making another pylon. And there's our next core. Let's go ahead and make another round of adepts. Let's make another battery back here. Here's a cool trick we can do. Let's mineral walk through the door and go like this. Gateway. And now our opponent cannot get through anymore with more links. We just resealed off the wall. Have our probes kill this probe in my base. Or kill this ling in my base, rather. And now make sure our gateways spawn units on the correct side. We don't want to rally outside. We'll talk a lot about this defense when this is over. But we're watching our opponent literally just kind of like all in me the entire time, right? And he's just never having a chance here. Okay, let's send our adepts north to go fill in this gap here. Here's a cool trick you can do too. We'll talk about this in a second again. There's so much shit to talk about this game. But notice how my adepts are on the outside of the wall, now they're on the inside of the wall. If you actually shade your adepts into your base and then build the buildings after, you can actually shade through a building. Okay, we're fully saturated on the natural. And now, like I said before, let's just go ahead and make a couple Stargates, guys. Because this guy has put us in this position of defensive play the entire time so far. And I've been stuck here like this the whole fucking time. I haven't really been able to move out of my base. And now, like, I can also tell, he has no ling or no drones because he has nothing but lings. I can tell what his economy looks like. He probably has 15 drones right now. Okay, let's go ahead and build, you know, some probes. We can keep making probes. We can now start a third base. And we can actually kill something in our wall that, you know, can open up a wall for us or a door for us. Let's go ahead and kill this top pylon that we planted in there a second ago. Alright. And now we can start going to like Void Rays or whatever the hell we want. Okay, so we're actually going to be supply block like crazy for a second. Okay, let's go ahead and move out. Let's leave a couple of adepts on defense. Just like... Okay, he's done. So what we could do is we could just... Did he make 3 Stargates? I did make 3 Stargates. The reason why is because I had like 800 gas and I had like 900 minerals. We had a lot of bank. And the reason why we had a lot of bank is because I couldn't use my fucking gateways properly because he kept fucking killing them. But you want to know something, guys? I didn't stop making probes that entire attack. That would be so much harder to defend that attack if I didn't know how to macro while defending. If I saw that pressure and I crumbled under pressure and I was like, fuck! Oh, God, dude, I don't know how to defend. I don't know how to make workers. That's suddenly so hard to deal with. But if I know how to make workers, that's not hard to deal with at all, really. So let's talk about this game. Let's actually break this game down because this was a unique one. Again, I said I would break down unique games still. This definitely was unique. This was defending it all in. So our game is standard so far. Yep, we built a gateway. We scout him. And then someone in chat just said, this is when Zerg puts a Nidus in your base. I can clearly, I can tell. Again, we'll talk about this more throughout the game. But I can tell there is no chance of a Nidus being in my base. And the reason why is because he never stopped flooding lings. He never stopped flooding lings. Which means there's no fucking way he's going to make a layer and a Nidus. Like, if he does make a layer and a Nidus, the only way he can afford that is if he stops making lings. This drone count, it was literally like 16 or 15 or 14. It's nothing. It's not 30 drones. Because you can't make drones and make lings at the same time. You have one larva to use, and you have to spin it on something. So our probe gets into his base, and we see, sick. He has very little drones on the mineral line. He has a pool done already. He has no hatchery. He has a gas mining gas right now, and he's got lings and eggs right now that are about to pop. We already know what he's doing. He's all-inning the shit out of us. We confirmed it. So that's why we responded with a zealot, which we normally don't make. We responded with a core, which we normally make, but we normally make the core after the Nexus. And we responded with the second gateway also before the Nexus. We walled off essentially with one doorway, right? And we made a second pylon too, because now I'm going to supply block really fast now that I'm making a zealot in the build too. And now I leave my probe here just in case.
Yeah.
Yo, Synthrador, thank you very much for the 12-month resub.
Also, made it to 12 months.
Yeah.
Love your content, dude.
Yeah.
Looking forward to making my way up the ladder.
Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, thank you very much, Synthraptor. So there's two ways you can make a zealot. First way you can make a zealot is you can make a you can chrono boost your zealot. You can chrono boost it, and you know that's a fast fucking zealot. That would not mean we need to leave a probe here. If you chrono boost a zealot, your zealot will 100% be out of the gateway in the doorway before your probe gets back. And if your probe gets back before the lings get there, which is standard because we leave the base before the lings leave his base, there's no fucking way lings are gonna get to the zealot before he's out. That's if we chrono boosted it. Now we didn't chrono boost the zealot, and the reason why we didn't chrono boost the zealot is because we're gonna chrono boost out our stalker, and we're gonna chrono boost out our adepts and stuff like that afterwards. And here's a cool quick tip. Vibe. Well, sometimes you do chrono boost the zealot, sometimes you don't chrono boost the zealot. I still don't understand when you should or shouldn't. Is it just an option? No. Moving on. No, I'll explain it. So, the reason why you should chrono boost the zealot is if your opponent is legit 12 pulling you with no gas. That's fast fucking lings. You should chrono boost the zealot because if you don't chrono boost the zealot, lings will be in your base when your zealot is like 80% of the way done. And they could possibly kill your pylon. And you're like, okay, fuck me. That sucks. And then they run away from the zealot and they go in the main mineral line and they start being really annoying, right? So, if it was a 12 pull, we definitely need to chrono boost our zealot. Now, if it's a 13-12, which is what this was, or maybe this is a 14-13, like his lings are pretty late. But if it's gas as well before the pool, so he mines a gas first and then he goes for a pool, which means he's going to have fast banelings, speedlings, roaches, something like that. You don't need to chrono boost the zealot, because lings will not be at your base before the fucking gateway makes a zealot. Okay? And why is that relevant? Why is that important? Because if I actually save chrono boost for stalkers and adepts, those are so much fucking better in this situation than making zealots. And I do not want to make multiple zealots if possible. And there you go. He gets to my base, and my zealot is out. This was like a 13-12 because that was actually relatively fast. Like right as the zealot popped, he was there. So that's like a 13-12. And, you know, now he's at my base with early lings, but he has a gas behind it. I know that. Does that mean I'm not going to expand? No, fuck that, dude. We take nexuses in this stream, okay? We expand every time. I don't give a shit. We're not going to play the one base versus one base game. We're not a pleb. We're going to still take our nexus at our natural. And look at our core. We're still waiting for another 9 seconds to build up enough money. Also time to build a stalker or an adept. And the reason, and also some of you might be wondering, Vibe, you're making zerglings though. Why are you making stalkers? Aren't adepts better against zerglings? And I would say this. Yeah, they are. Moving on. I'm just joking. Okay, no, for real. I actually like making stalkers over making adepts until I know my opponent's going to commit to mass speedlings. And the reason why is because stalkers are better against every gas unit Zerg can make right now. Stalkers are better. Stalkers are better against banelings. Stalkers are better against roaches. Stalkers are better against ravagers. And those are all the 3 gas units Zerg could make with this all in if he wanted to, which is a really fast pool gas and then whatever else he wants to make. Stalkers are better. They do more damage to banelings and roaches and ravagers, and they have more health than adepts, or yeah, they have more health than adepts do overall. And then they also have more range. They just do better. They scale better against gas units. And they also absorb damage better because banelings actually get bonus damage to adepts, and they do not get bonus damage to stalkers. Their stalkers are just better versus gas units. Now, if my opponent shows me that all he wants to do is make mass Zerglings, I will rotate into adepts because Zerglings are easy as fuck to beat either way. They're not even hard to beat. And the reason why they're not hard to beat is because range units can kill them over the wall, and you just keep increasing your wall. And you're like, okay, this guy likes to make units all day. I'll just play fucking Tetris right now. I'll just lay the fucking pylon, gateway, pylon, pylon, gateway, gateway, core, pylon. And it's just like you're playing fucking Tetris, filling in a wall around your wall. And your Zerg opponent's like, mass lings, mass lings, mass lings. And he's just losing lings all day, killing buildings. And our probe count is going up the entire time. It's better to attack the Cybercore than the Zealot if you 12 pull, no? Yeah, well, he's testing me right now. You have to realize micro is a thing, right? And not every Protoss player knows how to micro their Zealot. We'll talk about that in a second. We just talked about the opener and the concept. But Zerg right now, what if he attacked me, and what if I'm a fucking Zealot player or as a Protoss player that's like, Zerglings, run my Zealot to the fucking main, and he just runs in my base, and he's like, okay, thanks for like letting me in the door. Cool, I'll just walk in your base now. Like, you never know. Or what if he attacks my Zealot, and what if I chase him out of the door? Like, I run down here, and he surrounds me and kills me. Gotta be super careful about that stuff. Yeah, he should definitely be killing the core. But you gotta realize the core also, look at where it's built. It's fucking right next to my Zealot. My Zealot would be smashing his fucking Zerglings' heads in if he starts attacking the core. So what I'm doing now is, again, I'm waiting for the Stalkers to be built. And I'm going to start attacking his Zerglings and backing up. Now, this is a scary point of the game. If this Zealot dies, I could fucking die. If it dies, I could totally die. It's very possible. But what I want to do is I want to maximize my Zealot to poke his lings, but also not get the doorway compromised. So how do I do that? I run out of the doorway, and I poke a Zergling once, and then I run back to the doorway. Poke him once, run back to the doorway immediately. Just like poking, the good old poke and run. Poke and run, poke and run. Run back to the doorway. He doesn't chase me. He doesn't move. He's resilient. He's standing his ground. I poke his ass again. I run away. And then I poke him again, and he actually comes towards me. And now he's coming towards me, and I'm like, okay, fucking run to the doorway. And then he's like, oh my god, he's in the doorway again. This is why it's scary, because if you fuck this up and you let him in your doorway and you compromise it, and your Zealot gets surrounded outside, they breach your base and kill your pylons, and suddenly it's a problem, right? But if you don't do anything, your gateways will die early before you have the money to build Tetris Wall. So the Zealot is kind of required to do a little bit of a fancy dance. And if you're really shitty with the Zealot, if you're like, here's a tip. If you're really bad at microing a Zealot, okay, if you're just really bad at it, just make a second Zealot. Chrono boost out a second Zealot because it'll keep you alive longer. Because what you can do with the second Zealot is the second Zealot can just sit in the doorway on hold position the entire time, while your first Zealot always runs around and pokes the lings and runs back to the first Zealot, or the second Zealot. And then if you get surrounded, you can have your second Zealot come help and try to kill more lings. You can do that too. If you feel like you're terrible with the Zealot, that's fine. But you got to realize if your opponent goes Roaches or Banelings and you're making multiple Zealots, it's going to be harder to defend that. So we're doing the poke and run. Poke and run. Get back to the doorway. Be annoying. We're making units. We almost got surrounded there. He almost had it, but we got back to the doorway and we poke him and we run away and we poke him and we run away. Now, I'm not microing my Stalker at all, guys. He's auto-attacking from range. He's killing shit by default. I am only microing my Zealot doing the poke and run strategy. Now, what am I doing at the same time? I am making probes at the same time. See? I promise. There we go. Making probes, guys. We're making probes. And now our base is open and compromised. And we do the stutter step maneuver. We go back and get rid of all these things in our base. And we bring another probe down here to eventually seal up the wall again. And this is when we kill the Overlord. Killing this Overlord, I'm going to tell you right now, killing this Overlord was greedy. And the reason why it's greedy is because I left my base exposed, and this guy showed me he was opening fucking gas. I know he's all-inning me, so there's going to be more things coming. This was a bit scary to kill this Overlord. It kind of ill-advised. I probably should have killed this Overlord with like my third Stalker or something like that, not with my first Stalker. Because if this first stalker was here and I had another gateway right there, and I had a battery like right there, I'd have no chance to die right now. I would have such a better chance to be okay here. But as it is, that was, you know, kind of scary. And we managed to seal it up regardless. We managed to you know, fix the situation because another stalker spawns and it kills his lings. And then we seal up the doorway with our stalker. Zergling dies, we make our battery.
Yeah.
And now we're happy. Now is more lings coming? And this is now the Tetris strategy. Yo, thank you very much, Logical Reason, for the 3-month resub. So all we're gonna do now, guys, just so you know, this strategy has now been confirmed what it is. Anybody who's going to go for a really fast one base Ling Bane all in, I'm gonna give you guys a way to read a build now. I already know that his build, I can already tell. I haven't even seen this replay yet, guys. I played this game for you, and I'm now watching the replay from the start. I can tell that this guy is not mining gas anymore. And how do I know that? It's not because I see the replay and he stopped mining gas at 16 over 100. It's not because of that. Don't think that. Smartasses would say that that's why, but I can tell you why. So if I hit everyone's vision and I look at this, there will be no drones on the gas. Okay, he left one drone on the gas. Okay, he actually went for melee. This makes no sense. It makes it even worse. Because it means that okay, so again, this is Diamond, and people don't follow concepts. I'll just say that. Because this should not exist, and that should not exist after 100. This means he's mined 216. Anyways, you see, I wasn't cheating. I actually thought he stopped mining gas, and he actually kept mining gas. So I was wrong. Let me tell you guys something now. Let me actually explain why that should make sense, though. If you are going to follow up your build with something else, with gas, the last thing you want to do is throw your fucking lings away. If a Zerg player is going to throw his lings away, that means he's probably desperate to try to get in your base and make things become hectic for you, because all he's planning on doing is flooding more Zerglings. That's all it is. But if someone is going to follow it up with things that cost gas, like banelings, roaches, or I guess +1 fucking melee weapons, it doesn't make sense to throw your lings away repeatedly. It makes no sense, because by the time this is done, all the fucking lings are dead. So you have no power. There's no power in your actual gas investment. It's just fucking dead. It's over. It literally makes no sense. So if you're going to go for a gas investment, you want to conserve your units until your gas power investment comes online. That's how that makes more sense. That's why I could already assume that this guy's not mining gas anymore, and he's just flooding lings and suiciding them, because he keeps throwing his lings away. He's already lost 15. And he's throwing more away as we speak. This is not indicative of a gas investment. Because you want to know what the gas investment does as well? Do you want to know what that gas investment does? It lowers the amount of lings he could have had. If he didn't take more gas after just Zergling speed, he could have taken a natural faster. He could have used his larva faster. He could have possibly made a second queen for the natural faster. Because if you actually aren't mining gas and you're mining pure minerals, and you're just making Zerglings, it's not that expensive to do that, and you could potentially increase your larva over time and keep making more larva and just keep increasing your floods, essentially. That's what would make more sense if you're going to keep throwing your units away. But if you're throwing away all your units, and you still your upgrade is still almost 2 minutes out, like 100 seconds out, it doesn't make any sense, right? You're just throwing the game. So what I was assuming was already happening was that this dude was going for mass slings with no drones. He does have no drones, but he is actually mining gas for Zergling +1 weapon. And now what do? I play Tetris. I go, okay, there's a square hole. There's a square-sized hole between two lines here. If I put a pylon there, or like a square, I fill it in. This is now a fully sealed wall, and the stalker is now going to die, unfortunately, because he's in the doorway. He held the line, and he's going to die with honor. He gets a purple heart. But he's gone. The stalker, he died for the cause. And now what are we doing here? Look what's breaking. Did I connect my gateway to my battery? I did not. There is a gap there. That is a gap between those two buildings. However, I connected my gateway to my pylon. There is no gap there. And why did I do that? Because look at this. What happens if this gateway dies? What happens? Does it breach the right side where the pylon and this gateway are connected? No, it doesn't. That's still a wall right there. It does breach this here, though. So it like breaches this whole side right here. So if I put a gateway on the left side connecting to the pylon, I can then put another building right here connecting the pylon to the wall. And now I have another wall again. You just have to identify the Tetris. And there you go. I made another wall behind that. And now what am I doing with my probes? I'm still building probes. And I'm rallying them down to my natural now. So my income is only going up. And now look what he's killing here. He's killing this right here. So what's this going to do? It's going to open up this whole area. So what do I do now? I build another building here and here. Now I actually connected that gateway to the battery. These are connected. And now there's only leaves this gap right here. So I connect another gateway right here to the gateway and pylon. And there we go. Now we have a fully sealed wall once again. So there's another wall behind the wall. And look at this stalker just going to fucking town the entire time behind all of this. Another thing about stalkers that's really good, that's better than adepts about killing lings, is when you have to build walls like this, stalkers have more range than adepts do by 2. Adepts have 4. Stalkers have 6. So I can shoot further and kill lings more often when I'm building walls like this in a Tetris style. And then I can cancel this gateway because it's going to get focus fired and I can get my money back. Like that. Boom. Cancel. Get my money back. And it makes it easier to build more wall. And now what's he going to kill now? He's killing that. Oh, no. He's killing. No. Oh, no. He's killing the core. So if he's going to kill the core, I could just make another core. Also, you guys got to realize, too, you know another thing I could do right now? I could just fucking... I didn't even do it here, but this is another idea you can do. I could overcharge my battery. I do have overcharge available in like 1 second here. And I could just have my battery heal the core, and it would never break until the battery overcharge is done. And by the time battery overcharge is done, I would have multiple units out of these other... Like, I would have another adept out, and I'll be working on another adept again. Like, this battery could... Or this core could live so much longer if I actually healed it with the battery. I didn't heal anything with this battery. I didn't even use it, really. There's even more that we could have done. And now it's going to kill here. It's killing... That pylon doesn't matter. It breaks nothing open. But we're going to make another one just in case, because what if he kills this pylon too and it unpowers all our buildings? So he's killing the pylon. Notice how I don't even heal the pylon, either pylon with the... Like, this battery could be so much more useful. But again, I'm not trying to play full GM style here. There's just concepts. The adept also sat over here for a little while doing fucking jack shit as well. The stalker now has 26 kills. And now, here's the first time we actually had a hole in the wall. There's a gap right there between that pylon and that gateway. There's a gap there. And I didn't actually bring a probe up fast enough, and the stalker and the adept are kind of in the way, too. So what I do is I actually put my stalker between the two buildings on hold position. And here's a cool trick as well that we did during this. I grabbed the probe, and if I told the probe to just move command, it would get stuck behind the stalker. But if I tell a probe to mine minerals at the 3rd, you know what that does? It makes my probe mineral walk through all of these units. So check this out. We build a battery there just to build, because we need a battery. And then we mineral walk through the units right here. So now we're through the units. Now I can make a new Tetris wall again in the front of my base. I could restart the Tetris blocks. But just to play it extra safe, I just seal the wall again with a new gateway on the outside. Like I just, instead of having to always go backwards, I just made it go forwards now. And we didn't micro or stalker or adept there at all. And we're just making more adepts. Because again, this guy's going mass link, so now we're just making adepts because adepts are going to kill lings faster. And now here's a cool trick as well. So he broke up in my wall again, and our adepts are in the area to stop him. Now watch this. This is a cool trick that you can do with your adepts that is pretty fucking sick, and a lot of people don't know this. This is definitely a higher level move, but it's so easy, and you can learn it at low levels if you're in a situation like this. I want my adepts to kill lings, and adepts have a harder... Because my base is so claustrophobic now, it's harder to get my adepts in the right spot all the time. Because my wall is so, like, convexed into my base. Like, it's not good. Our wall has been sunk into our base now, so it's harder for my adepts to get good engagements here. So if I want my adepts to attack the lings and get good damage, but I don't want them to die, I could actually shade them right now into my base and A-move to the lings outside. which means that the adepts are going to be fighting lings for 7 seconds. That's how long the shade is. 7 seconds. I'm gonna fight the lings, and behind the adepts as they walk out of my base, I'm gonna build a pylon. So, but the shade is gonna go in my base first. So as you can see, the shade goes in first. It has pathing, so it walks through the probe. It doesn't actually block the probe. The probe pylons the wall again. The adepts are fighting lings outside. My base is now once again sealed off. I double pyloned it just to be extra safe, and my adepts cleared off all the lings on the wall, and then they vanished back behind my wall again. And now our adept count is getting really high because we have 4 gateways or 5 gateways at this point, just pumping adepts whenever we can. And look at our probes the whole time. Remember the probe count? He's been on 12 drones for 6 minutes. Now I have 42 probes. I have not stopped making probes the entire game. So now we're in a humongous advantage here. And now there's way too many adepts that are just popping lings like really, really fast. He's just super dead. There's nothing he can do anymore. And every time he fights the wall, he keeps resetting his link count.
B2GM, yes sir.
Yeah, yo. Sasha Renee, thank you very much for the 11. And also, by this point, with how many lings this person has made and how sloppy this person has been with their lings, we can tell that there's not, like, a gas follow-up to this.
BU rocks.
There's not, like, oh, he's going for a fucking Nidus, or he's got Mutas on the way, or he's got fucking Ravagers and Roaches coming out. He's got Banelings coming out. None of that's happening, and the reason why is because look how many units have died in the first 6 minutes of the game. He's lost 87 lings off of 1 base economy. Not even. And we know his economy was this bad because he never stopped flooding me the entire time. We know his economy sucks. So if he keeps making lings and losing lings and keeps making lings and losing lings and keeps making lings and losing lings and keeps making lings and losing lings, we know he's not making drones to make economy to then actually make other units with. And we also know that he's expending all of his existing economy on making lings to keep dying at my wall. So that's why we could tell what he was doing the whole time, even though we're not actually seeing his base. Realistically. The fact that he's still mining gas is not ideal. That's just a waste. Anyways, yeah. I hope you guys learned something from that. I hope that was informative and interesting. Okay, I'll try to macro again another game because we keep getting all-in. We keep getting all-in. So many all-ins. Jesus. Cheese and rice, boys. Ugh. Was Vibe doing an all-in as well? No, I was macroing that game. I was trying the macro, but he chose to all-in me first. Did link promotions get locked for some reason? They got locked last week because it was a new season.
Thanks for your guides. I just found you and I've learned a lot even though I'm just silver and I'm new to SC2.
Oh, you're going to learn a shitload if you're just silver. It's all good. Thank you very much for the bits, Stone Willow Tree. Thank you, man. Much love, dude. Okay, we'll macro this game. Oh my god, my fucking neck, dude. It's getting sore. Oy. I'm an old man. It sucks ass being an old man. I used to be able to sit in my chair drinking like 10 cans of soda a day. And I don't give a shit. Like, I didn't care at all. And now I sit in my chair drinking water and my neck fucking cramps. And then it'll probably be painful for the rest of the night.
Oh, yeah.
Shane Sellis, thank you for this sub as well. What's up? Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Vibe's gonna be awake until 2 a.m. getting a promotion. I know, that's why I'm trying to speed this up a little bit.
What I missed, but that wall was wild.
It's a Tetris wall. I mean, it's gonna be a YouTube video, so I broke it down. Thank you, Rudy, for the bits, man. Much love. You can always watch it again if you want to. I know you'll probably appreciate it because you're actually a Protoss player. This guy's name is Dirty Protoss. Okay, he's going double racks. Reactor. A refinery there. So, we can already tell we're not going to get attacked early because he's going for a reactor. He's not actually making a unit right away. And but he is double raxing it, and he's not making an expansion, which in itself is a bit of a sign too, that he's gonna have more aggressive potential than otherwise. Like if someone makes 2 racks before they fucking expand, it means they should probably attack you. Otherwise their build sucks. So this could be Reapers for all I know. I don't know what it'll be, but because you can make a Reaper out of a reactor. But whatever it's gonna be, we're not gonna get attacked for at least a minute. Because the reactor's gonna take, it's gonna add on a lot more time now for us to not have to deal with anything. So if I wanted to really react to this in a really smart, intelligent way, I'm not gonna chrono boost out my Stalker, even though he's opening up aggressive, because I can chrono boost out my probes because of that reactor. The reactor is gonna delay his aggression to where I don't give a fuck. I'm just like, ah, cool. Attack me literally at like 350 instead of like 250, essentially. It's gonna take way longer for shit to happen now.
Protoss is galaxy brain, dude. Literally the most wrinkly brain race there is. You already know what is, bro.
Thank you, Rudy, for the other bits. Yeah, let's chrono boost out our Nexus again. Let's go ahead and build a pylon here in case it is Reapers and he jumps in my main. We want to know that. Let's make a gateway, number 2. So we're doing a build similar to B2GM right now, like a macro build, and we're going to go for Colossus this game. Unless we scout something where it makes no sense to go Colossus, then we might not.
You have not enough minerals.
So you can already tell my probe count is insanely high because I've only been chrono boosting probes. Look, he's attacking us, right? Oh my god, he's attacking. Let's pull our probes. It's totally fine. Grab my probes only, and let's surround him. Run past his army with these probes. And we can pop a Marauder and then just leave, because he's running super far away. Easy peasy. Okay, let's make it immortal. He's attacking us again. Grab our probes again. Move the Stalker back that's currently getting attacked. Let's do the same thing we just did. Grab our probes, run past him. Every time he stops to shoot, I'm gonna closer and closer to getting us around. What's up, dude? As soon as we have this round achieved, we actually move the ground. Now I'm making units still the whole time. I'm still making probes the whole time. I fixed the battery right away. My army is growing in size and his is shrinking in size, and my probe count is still growing in size. And notice how he attacked me way fucking later than what I, how like we were talking. Even though we didn't even chrono boost units and I chrono boosted probes constantly, we didn't give a shit. We didn't even have to worry about any of that because it was so delayed because of the reactor. Now let's go ahead and make a couple of gases. Let's make another pylon here in case he tries to kill my pylon as well. Keep making probes. Keep making... we'll make another immortal just to be on the safe side because he's been really, really aggressive. Like he might attack me again for all I know. Like right now. It might be a scout. We'll see. He might be trying to bait us out of position, but it's kind of advanced, honestly. That's probably not going to happen right now. But yeah, now we got a fully saturated natural, and now we're working on our 3rd base. Let's go ahead and take our upgrades. Let's take our... This time we're going to take our... instead of taking a council, we're going to take a couple forges and a robo bay. So normally we would go council with this, but this time we're going to go robo bay and double forge. Because we're going to go for Colossus.
Yeah.
Let's get a hallucinated phoenix and let's see if this guy's taken a natural yet. Okay, he's attacking this base. Let's go. Grab my phoenix and make sure it doesn't stop going to his base right now. Focus fire the marauders because they actually do more damage. Because my army is all armored, and now the marauders are dead, so we don't care. Okay, let's start making Colossus. He does have a natural. So this guy's, what he's doing is he's throwing his units away repeatedly, and right now his supply is probably at like fucking 40. He's giving me defender's advantage over and over and over, and he's literally bleeding his units out. This is not ideal for him. I guess it's pretty apparent as you guys are watching it, but there's no logic to this style. Because if his first fight doesn't go very well because of our probe usage, and like he starts losing Marauders, he shouldn't continue to dig himself a hole deeper and deeper and deeper while he throws more units away, right? But our opponent is doing that, so it's all that's doing for us is letting us have a bigger and bigger lead. Okay, now let's go ahead and we're making, like we said before, we're making Colossus. We can start chrono boosting our upgrades. I did not mean to chrono boost that gateway, that was a misclick. And fix our economy at this base. Let's go ahead and take another base. And we have another Colossus coming out. And does it make sense for me to attack him right now? Even though this guy has been fucking throwing units away repeatedly? I probably could kill him right now. But that's the thing though, right? Probably. What if I walked over a bunch of Widow Mines or some shit and I just didn't have an observer in the area? Or what if I walked into a couple siege tank shots and I was like, ooh, shit, that was bad. There's things that could happen RNG-wise that could fuck over my attack. So if I want to guarantee I'm going to win this game, I'm actually going to only go up faster than he is with my supply. So my best power spike is actually when I'm 200 supply, not when I'm fucking 117. So it actually makes no sense logically to attack him right now. If we want a best chance to win the game, we do it when we're 200, not fucking half of that. And now look at my gateways. I'm exploding gateways. And why are we doing that? Because I have 80 fucking probes. This is the power spike. Right here. I have 80 probes.
Research complete.
Make another Colossus. And let's make a Templar Archives so we can go into Archons as well now. Transfer some probes off this mineral line because it's oversaturated. There we go. Take our gases here. Keep chrono boosting upgrades. Keep chrono boosting upgrades. Let's go ahead and take another Nexus again because this base is fully saturated and we need to transfer probes again. Probe count's currently 83, now 85. Our supply is cranking out like a boss here. We're cruising with our power spike here. I'm probably already like 60 supply ahead of our opponent and counting. It's going up even more, I imagine. I'm probably now like 70 supply ahead of him after that warp in. Because you gotta realize he's also still making supply at the same time. But he's not making it as fast as us.
Yeah.
Let's make probes.
That's right. Hell yeah. You know how to play. Let's make a couple pylons. Okay, he's dropping my main. So let's go ahead and walk up to our main and go deal with that shit. It's all good. He's gonna kill my forge. It's okay, build another forge. Not a big deal. He's also multi-pronging my bottom base. Again, it's okay. Let's go ahead and blink at these medevacs and kill them. He's multi-pronging every base we have. Warping some zealots at that base to deal with that. Run these probes away at this base. And come down here and send our probes in our main back to our main base. Okay, so those zealots have more or less dealt with his base. What's the probe count at now? 64. Okay. Well, guess what? I'm still making probes, guys. It's all good. I'm still making probes. But now the supply is getting really, really fucking high, right? Now he's attacking my main again. Oh, God, he's everywhere. This guy's everywhere. I'm freaking out. Watch this. A, move my fucking main base. Green box that. Stay at my third base, fourth base, whatever. Stay at my third base with this army. You guys, stay at my natural. Hands off the fucking keyboard. I don't have to worry about shit anymore. This guy's all about harassing like he's fucking Maru, right? He's like, oh, I watch GSL, bitch. You watch that shit? I'm super good at harassing Protosses. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to split my army apart around my bases now. Warping some zealots over here. Look at the supply. We're about maxed out. And now notice how it's suddenly peaceful for Protoss. We're just like, ah, okay, we don't have to shit our pants anymore. This game has now gone back to quiet. Oh no, he's attacking us. And it's over. Ah, so peaceful. Protoss is now in perfect harmony. Wow. Oh, he's attacking me here. Oh no, A, move the area with our army there. Ah, yes, perfect harmony. Oh no, he's attacking me. A, move the army in the area. Ah, delicious. Right? It just don't allow a player who plays like this to overwhelm you. Just spread your fucking units out. Identify the situation. It's a pattern. It's literally a pattern. He's all about just fucking hitting you everywhere. That's how he plays the game now. So if you just spread yourself apart, suddenly the pattern stops. And the pattern has now come to an end. And now we're fully we're maxed out. We're fully saturated. Let's just go for it. Let's move our army down across the map. And now while we're moving out across the map, let's go ahead and do this. Cannon, battery. Because this guy loves drops, right? Cannon, battery. Third base, cannon, battery. Fourth base, cannon, battery. Okay, take our army, keep going. Move this shit down. Probe count's at 81. It's not great, but we're getting there. I mean, it is pretty fucking good, but it's not like perfect, right? Right, we want 85. Now let's take one zealot. Let's alt 2 this bad boy. Steal his ass, like we talked about before. A move the side of the map. Take another zealot. Let's do alt 3 with this guy. A move the left side of the map. Just so, because we haven't been able to scout. This game has been super... Okay, well, that zealot got aggroed. And he's right here. Let's just fucking attack right here. Fuck it. Let's go. Look, there's a building command center. Sick, right? Let's go for it. Now, we got to be careful. If we let our zealots bleed out way too fast, you know what we should probably do? We should probably, realistically, back up. Just fucking back up. It's okay. And if he attacks towards us, we can kite backwards and kill his shit. Look, we found a base over here. Let's just take a second to clear the left side of the map, make another round of units, finish off our probe count, and go back. The reason why that made sense is because I just killed all the buildings in this area and my zealots died as a result. That's not ideal. Okay, he's attacking with Liberator. Run the probes away there for a second. It's okay. We'll warp in some stalkers in just a moment to deal with that piece of shit. Okay, look. Oh my god, I found a base. I'm checking bases, right? This is why we check bases. This dude's fucking hiding a base on me. Let's warp in some stalkers over here to deal with this annoying ass Liberator. Warp in just a few stalkers. This base is going to die. Stalkers can blink down at that Liberator. And now that Liberator dies, probes go back to mining the mineral line here. We can resaturate the gas. We can... oh, there's actually fucking Liberator there. So let's take these stalkers over here. And move, get ready to snipe that Liberator. Get our army down. Let's go. Probe count's still maxed out. Make the last couple zealots to max out for again. Take these stalkers, blink in the Liberator, and just kill it. Now, problems are solved, right? Grab my mineral lines, fix them, put a couple more probes back on that one. Come down here to this base. This base needs to be fixed as well. Go down there. Let's take another Nexus while we're at it, because we're getting oversaturated. Check another base. We're good. Another base. We're good still. Cool. What's going on with the army? Okay. There's a big fat push. Okay, looks like we have the concave is decent for both sides. Not much we can do here besides A move because we're Protoss. Let's fucking make zealots. Let's make a Colossus. Let's go ahead and throw down maybe another Robo and some more gates. What's going on? Oh, we're losing the fight. Okay, let's kite backwards. A move, back up. A move, back up. A move, back up. A move, back up. I just kited the crap out of his army. Fuck yeah. Now let's make, like, I have no anti-air. Let's make a round of stalkers. Grab my whole army again. Now let's grab our new army we just made and let's go for another push. Grab all these buildings we just made in our main and add them into our control group. And now let's push the bottom right. We're chilling. Let's grab a couple cannon battery here. Same thing as we do in Platinum League. And Bronze and Silver and Gold and all those leagues. Now check this out. Let's say move this base. Is there a base here? No. So good. Now let's do this. Here's a cool trick you can do, okay? One zealot here. The rest zealots over here. Take this one zealot. A move. Shift A move. Shift A move. On the left side of the map. We're going to check. We're checking where the fuck he is. Where the hell is our opponent's bases? The truth has been spoken. Obviously, that fight specifically was pretty fucking A move for us, but Protoss is not all A move. I'm just joking. So Protoss players don't get offended. Okay, so yeah, there's no base on the left, guys. You know what this means? This means the game is at our advantage. This guy's on 3 bases. This base right here, we know he's on this base because we just checked that one and it doesn't exist. He's on this base, and this base. This is a 3-base Terran versus a how many bases are we on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 base Protoss. You know what that means? He's fucked. Not good. Let's go ahead and push. Let's pick one of these bases. Let's pick this one, for instance. Fuck it, dude. Let's go. What's here?
Not
Nothing.
much we can do here, besides a move, because we are Protoss.
Let's go.
Hash B2GM from Vibe 2021.
There you go. Now look at our army. We ran him over. Why did I run him over right there? Because he has no money to keep up with me. If I had to guess, his supply in that last fight is probably 150, and ours is 200. Let's look at it right before the fight starts. So we're walking around, we're looking for where he is. It's not even going to be 150. It's actually less than that. He's at fucking like 110, basically. He's running out of money like crazy. He's mined out in the main. He's mining out in the natural pretty fast, and his third base is massively oversaturated. So this game came down. It was just the macro game fundamentally of what it was this guy got super far behind early game with his double racks pressure. Like, look at the early game, right? We'll times 8 it in the early game and just watch the economy and watch the total supply. We're going to take a lead super fast because for a build like this to make sense, you need to do a good amount of damage. And he did literally no damage. He killed like a battery and he killed, I think, like 2 probes. Look at it, though. Already. Look at the worker count and look at the supply. We're ahead by 10 workers. We're ahead by 8 supply. Resources lost. He's killed he's killed a probe and a battery so far. 1 probe and 1 battery have died, and I've killed a couple, like a marine and a couple marauder, or a marauder and a couple marines. Minor trades, but I actually like minor trades because I am getting bigger economy. Fucking mules, ruining my logic. He's getting a bigger economy temporarily. What the fuck? Tyrion's so stupid with mules. Okay, and now in this situation, what am I doing? How am I microing this? My army, my range units are A-moving towards his army, where he's running towards. So I go, hey, army, he's running this way. A-move in front of him. Probes only now. Move command past his army. And why do I move command my probes and I don't A-move my probes? Because if I don't move command my probes, I can never fucking surround him. And probes are going to tickle his marauders all day, and they're never going to actually kill him. The probes are like, the probes would take a lot of hits to kill a marauder, but the real thing that's going to kill marauders is the stalker. And the stalkers can kill marauders way faster if the stalkers can just stand there shooting them repeatedly on attack cooldown, rather than having to chase marauders and shooting only like 1 out of every 5 shots they can normally shoot. So if I run past the marauder marine, like this, and now that I'm surrounding him like that, running past him, now I A-move the ground. The probes collapse in a fucking circle and surround. And then as soon as the thing dies, I can run away. I don't gotta chase him all the way back to his base. Who needs to do that? I don't got time for that shit. Go back to my base and mine minerals. And look at that supply. Look at the probe count. This is openers, right? And our opponent's now hiding a 3rd. Vibe also lost a lot of mineral income with probe pulls temporarily. You got to realize, though, that's mandatory. Because if I don't pull probes there and I just let concussive shell marauders and marines fight like 2 stalkers, I'm going to die. I would die if I don't pull probes there. So yes, I do lose mining time with the probes being pulled off, but it's mandatory. Like, it has to happen. If your opponent wants to cut his own economy like crazy to attack you with Marine Marauder early game because he went double fucking racks right off the bat, I have to respond by pulling probes if I allow him to kill my battery right away. There's a lot of things we can do with micro. Again, guys, I'm not even scratching the surface with how much micro we can do, by the way. Like, what? Here's an idea of what we could do. I could actually have my stalkers just barely out of range of the battery, which, you know what that would do? I could take 1 step back and suddenly I'm getting healed by a battery. And if my opponent fights my stalkers at max range, because he's not going to, like, he's probably going to start shooting my stalkers and let his marines and marauders shoot my stalkers as well as I'm going to shoot his marauders with my stalker. If he doesn't know that I'm going to get healed by a battery at first, he's probably going to start focusing on my stalker. And he's going to waste time to allow me to auto-attack his marauder probably twice with each stalker, which is going to basically do half the health of a marauder. And then as soon as my stalker is about to take real damage, I just back up into a battery, and he goes, oh, fuck, there's a battery back there. And now he has to make a choice. Does he want to run away, or does he want to actually run for the battery and try to kill the battery, or does he want to keep just trying to kill the stalker? Which means there's a higher chance I can actually kill marauders and not have to pull probes. And if I actually overpower marauders just the first time before my immortal spawns, I don't have to pull probes ever. If I kill like the first marauder and suddenly it goes from like having 2 stalkers versus like 4 marines and a marauder to now having 4 stalkers versus 8 marines and a marauder, I can fight that easy peasy all day with a battery. I don't even give a shit because the marauder is the only thing that really scares me there when I have a battery because it punctures through the shield so fast. And then once Immortal comes out, I don't give a shit at all. He could have 5 marauders or like 7 Marauders and like 18 Marines, and I could have like 8 Stalkers, a Guardian Shield with a Sentry, and 1 Immortal, and I would feel confident with a Battery Overcharge and a Sentry that I could win that fight, no problem. My Guardian Shield is going to reduce so much damage there. Battery's going to heal through it really easy, and I can just focus fire a Marauder, focus fire a Marauder, focus fire a Marauder, and when it just becomes pure Marines, I'm just like, what are those going to do? Those are tickling me essentially with the Guardian Shield there. They can't even kill a Sentry at that point. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. Like, this kind of an army is not scary once I have an Immortal. It's not. This army gets pounded by an Immortal, which is why here, like, look at this fight. Look, I don't even have a battery here, but look at this fight. This army shows up and I have Immortals and I have Stalkers. This is exactly, he has a smaller army as well than what I, kind of expected, but it's because he's not actually doing a 4 racks all in. He's actually expanding behind it. He still does have 4 raxes, but he made command centers after the 2 racks and shit like that. But the point I'm trying to make here is when this bio shows up when I have Immortals, yes, he kills my Immortal, but he loses his entire army as well in the process. And now look at that supply. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger into our favor. And now he's hiding another base. This guy is, his name is Dirty Protoss, but he's really just a dirty StarCraft player. And this is why I made such a big deal about scouting the map, guys. I always tell you to scout the fucking map, and we scouted both of these proxies. So now he's doing his 4-prong attack. He's getting my main. He's hitting my 3rd. He's hitting my natural. He's hitting my 4th base. And what did I do? Fucking split my army, split my army, split my army, split my army. Suddenly, I don't give a shit. Keep throwing units away at me. Like, look at this. Look at this fight shows up. He's doing it again. He's doing it again. Now, let's watch this fight. How does this one go for us? These Marines just ran up. This is like a pitchfork mob that just ran up a hill, and they tried to, like, get their way, and they ran into literally fucking Raiden from Mortal Kombat, and he just electrocuted all of them to death in seconds. And then over here, we got Baraka. Okay, these guys, same thing. And now there's a bunch of Barakas up here. Look at how little of a shit I give once I split my army apart. Suddenly, he's the one who has all the micro stress on him, and I don't have any on me. And then I didn't even grab these units. They just ran over here to die. But do I give a shit? Not so much. It's all good. Supply is getting closer and closer now, but it's all good, because as long as we can have the endurance to keep maintaining a good economy and keep expanding around that, it's okay. I'm not gonna lie. This is the best opponent we've played so far, though. Okay, now what are we doing? We scouted for bases. We scouted this proxy with a Zealot, and he killed 4 SCVs, and he made it lift off. We scouted another proxy up here with, it was something else that I don't know what scouted it, but I think it might have been Hallucinated Phoenix or some shit, because we scouted it, and that's why we pulled back to go kill it. But you guys get the point. We kind of talked about all of it anyways up to this point. I guess we could just get to the end and watch the end fight as it goes. But like right here, there's really, I'm not gonna lie, the only thing honestly we should have done, there is one thing we should have done here. There's one thing we should have done here. I should have told my Stalkers to blink right there. And why should I blink them there? And why should I not blink them back there? Why should I not blink them into the army? Why should I not blink over here? The reason why is because if I blink anywhere back here, it gets them out of the way of the Archons, which is what we want to do. But at the same time, I don't actually get to utilize their DPS at all. But if I blink over here, I also get out of the way of the Archons, because over here, the Archons aren't trying to walk there to get to the bio. They're walking over here to get to the bio, right? So if I blink over here, I get out of the way for the Archons, but I can also then kill the Medivacs and the Viking with my Stalkers, which is nice because it takes away his air support. So that would have been the best thing I could have done, because right now I'm actually kind of cock blocking my Archons with my Stalker. And this guy is actually going EMP crazy here. And now this is an example of kiting. This is kiting. We A move and we back up for 1.7 seconds, or as close to that as we can get, and then we A move and then back up for 1.7 seconds. 1.07. A move, back up for 1.07. again and again and again. And that's what it looks like. We just create distance and keep sieging him down. And we just, you know, we maximize DPS there. And then now, if you look at the economy, again, this Terran was all, he was all early game. All gas, no brakes. He had no follow-up to this. His economy is now just in ruins. He mule dropped the crap out of his bases, and now he's just kind of out of money. And we've also denied all of his proxy bases at this point, too, so he's pretty fucked. So he'll never be able to keep up with us anymore. And then anyways, you guys already, we saw the last fight, but yeah. I guess we can just times 8 it to the last fight, just because we're here. And there you go. It was like he had nothing. What's the APM this game? Yeah, he played pretty fast. He was definitely my best opponent so far. Guys, we're already 5 hours into the stream today. And we're fucking so far away still. Oh my goodness. Ah. Okay. What is this? This is a Terran. Let's all in this guy. This time let's do a fake cannon rush. And let's let's do an all-in follow-up to it. Let's do a fake cannon rush and just go mass charge lot stalker. So the goal excuse me, good God. The goal with a fake cannon rush is to deny, or not deny, we're going to hopefully delay his early game by making him overreact. That's all it is. Are we actually cannon rushing him? Fuck no. We're definitely not actually cannon rushing him. We're just trying to distract him and make him feel like we are. So if he pulls SCVs, that's a win for us. If he doesn't pull SCVs, well, it's not that much of a loss for us. It's only 25 minerals. It's not a big deal. So watch this. Make it look like we like really sell it, right? So he's got balls of steel. He doesn't give a fuck. It's a fake cannon rush. It's not going to do anything. It's all good. It happens sometimes, right? Sometimes your opponent just doesn't budge. And now this guy is doing the exact same build as the last guy, it looks like, to a degree. Okay, very interesting. Does he have a natural? No. He also doesn't have a... he only has one gas, but he doesn't have an add-on this time, so this might be a Reaper, which means we're not going to skip a Chrono Boost on the Stalker. We're definitely Chrono Boosting our Stalker this time, because that Reaper could come early, and if I don't have a Chrono Boosted Stalker, my probes could die. Notice how we're like actually logically making like choices here. It's not just random chaos. This is something a lot of players don't realize happens in StarCraft when they like watch StarCraft. They just, you know, they don't think about all the thought that goes into something in the game. It's just like a lot of people think, oh, it's just he just got lucky. He just picked the right thing to do. It's just luck. Okay, and since since our plan is to all in him, we don't give a shit about a sentry. Because we don't care about scouting anymore. Why do I not care about scouting? Because I'm going to all-in either way. Here we go. Let's go ahead and move our probes that are getting shot over here. Let's stutter step our stalker, stutter step our stalker, stutter step our stalker, stutter step our stalker. And there we go. We zoned out the Reaper. We always tried to cut him off whenever he goes to the exit, which is right here. And whenever he went deeper in the base, we chased him. But if he ever tried to go back to the exit, we try to cut him off. We always cut him off. We don't chase. We zone him. So if he's here and I'm here, and he runs this way, I'm not going to run up and chase him. I'm going to run down first and catch him before he gets to the exit. Okay, let's make our council. And Let's make another couple gateways. And also, since we're going to make a lot of units really fast this game, we're not going to make a battery. Even though this guy didn't have an expansion, I know he didn't have an expansion, but we're not making a battery. And why are we not making a battery? Because it's like I'm spending my money barely as it is already, and I'm massing my own units. I'm actually going to have an overwhelming amount of units myself, so getting a battery is not something I need to do right now. Like, we're going to all in him. The plan is we're going to be attacking his base, not getting our base attacked. Now, if he was even more committed to all in than this, if it was like something way more aggressive, I would have definitely made a battery. But I feel really confident now that, like, for instance, the Reaper died. That shows me two things. The Reaper's dead, first of all, and he also made a Reaper. He didn't make a Marauder. He didn't make things that I'm actually scared of. He also Reaper's also going to delay his like factory and stuff like that because it costs gas. Okay, let's go ahead and keep making our units. Keep chrono boosting our robo or our council. Let's also now get a robo. Let's get a couple more pylons in our main base so we can get more room for buildings. And we're getting ready now to go into a gateway explosion. We're gonna get observers too, because what if this is banshees or something? We don't know that yet. Let's go ahead and transfer a couple probes to this base because it's just about done. Off of this base. Get charged as well as a follow-up to that. Get like one more pylon over here. Okay, we have 10 stalkers. I would say 10 stalkers for now is honestly pretty decent. It's good enough for now. Let's now go into... Notice how we also haven't taken our gases. We have not taken our gas at our natural. That's a big deal. The reason why is because our build's an all-in. Okay, he's Widowmine dropping us. Let's go ahead and run away. And now let's make our observer. Bring our stalkers back. And look how I don't blink yet. And now I blink and I kill the medevac. Not only did we blink and kill the medevac, but we also denied the Widowmine from even hitting our stalkers, which was pretty slick. And we'll talk about that when this game is over. But now look at how many fucking barracks I just made, or gateways I just made. I'm gonna make even more. I just made a ton of gates. See that crap? Now let's make a warp prism. And now I'm at, honestly I should be at 12. I'm at 12 gates. I went to 13, I should be at 12. I'm at 12 gateways. Now you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna make pylons kind of randomly around. It's okay, I need supply, and this also gives me kind of a bit of a scout because it'll reveal further out of my base. I can make like a pylon there and a pylon there. Now I got a bunch of pylons. Chrono boost out our upgrade here for charge. Excuse me, shit. And we're making mass zealots, guys. Mass zealots. And now we got a prism. Let's take our prism and fly it behind his main base. We just shift rallied it in its own control group 2, behind his main base. Let's do one more warp in of zealots at our base, and now let's run across the map. Let's go attack his ass. And charge just finished. We can take a Templar Archives behind this. We can take our 4th base behind this, just in case we don't kill him, because we're waiting for the next warp in anyways. And now let's get ready to push. Now let's get our army in front of his base. Let's go ahead and go for it. We can snipe his medevacs as a priority because that'll stop him from being able to heal. There we go. And now our warp prism can fly in the back of his base and warp in a bunch of fucking zealots. There we go. And our army is doing pretty well in the front of his base. And this army is doing, let's get some of them in the mineral line. And this army is a problem in his fucking mineral line over here, right? Let's do another round of zealots in a second here. Now we're killing his natural at the same time. Let's warp in another wave of zealots. Big all in. Let's warp in an Archon because we have a lot of gas. Well, I kind of warped another zealot on accident, but you get the point. I can actually warp in Archons now if my gas gets too high. And then if I can't kill him, I could always start saturating my 4th base. And if I can kill him, well, who cares? He's dead then. The game's over. So there you go. That's a bit of that's kind of like a mass charge lot stalker all in. Off of it's more of like a timing attack. It's not really fully all in because it does go up to 3 bases by default. It's just, but the reason why it's so powerful is because it allows us to fucking make crazy amounts of zealots. The things that make it kind of an all in though is we skip upgrades, like we skip forges. We would start forges though if this game didn't end. We would start forges around the time we start saturating our 4th base, and we would actually start going into a proper build, and we could make like a Robo Bay and go into Colossus with upgrades. We could totally do that if the game didn't end here and we needed to like transition. But as it is, if our opponent gets fucked up like this, well then he's just gonna die, right? It's super overwhelming. There's a ton of zealots in his base. Like look how many zealots I already have. I have 22 zealots in his base, and I can make 12 at a time. So it's a bit rough for our opponent to deal with. And then also the 4th base as well. Even if we're still going to keep all-inning him, the cool thing about the 4th base is that it allows us to transfer probes from the main that start mining out to the 4th base. So we can keep actually actively mining really well to keep making zealots at a very fast pace. Now, going back a little bit in this game, talking about a little bit of... watching this makes me wonder why I even bother macroing. You see, that's... Well, you're getting caught up in the moment where you think that this is the best you could ever play StarCraft, right? I could play... The game is... This is Diamond 3. We can go all the way to GM, right? There's definitely more we can do. There's more elaborate shit we can do. Which it not only does it mean we can all in better, but it also means we can also macro better. And it's very doable to defend builds like this as well for Terran. And again, we'll talk about that in the Terran series. I'm sure some Protosses will all in us with charge lots. But I'm not going to tell you guys how Terran should defend Protoss in a Protoss series. So he didn't react at all to the cannon rush. He even, like, we put the building on the edge of his vision too. He fucking saw it. This guy's got balls of steel. He does not give a shit. He's like, yeah, you think you can cannon rush me? Go for it.
Really liked that Stalker blink in min line from Widow Mines and took out Medivac.
Yo, Sling Bob, thank you very much for the 100 bits, dude. What we wanted to happen is we wanted him to overreact. We wanted him to pull like 8 SCVs and come attack the pylon. That's what we wanted him to do. Because we're going to cancel it anyways. We just want him to overreact and be like, oh, no cannons. Some people overreact like that. Just like that Zerg player earlier who was pulling all of his drones to attack our probe, right? Repeatedly. Like, people overreact a lot of the time when they freak out. They don't really know what's going on. But this guy's got balls of steel. He didn't overreact. He's all good. We chrono boosted our Stalker because of the Reaper possibility, and there was a Reaper. And now notice, this is very important. Watch how we move our Stalker, okay? So Reaper's going up. So what do? He's going deeper in my base. He also cannot leave this side because we walled the pylon to the gateway to the mineral line and the wall itself. So this is a sealed wall. He cannot go there. Now if he goes over here and he's like, oh, there's a wall here, and he tries to cut through the mineral line, if I green box my probes and A-move him, I can stuff the mineral line patches. And I can make him stuck there again, which means my Stalker will kill him. So the only way he can get out of my base is if he goes around this way and goes out that way, which is that is a Reaper jump spot, by the way. So what I'm doing is I'm going to keep my Stalker rotating around and always zoning him before he can get out of my base. So now he's running up. I will chase him. Now he's running this way. So I will shoot him. And I'm not going to shoot him and run there as well. I'm not going to shoot him and run up here. I'm going to shoot him and I'm going to run down. Because I know where he wants to go. He wants to go like this and leave. So if I get closer to that, I can have more shots to kill the Reaper. So watch when I shoot him, I will go this way. Shoot him, and now I go down. I shoot him again, and now he goes up, so I go up. And now he goes over this way, so I go down again after I shoot him. Well, okay, he like throws one of my little, what is this called? A KD8 charge at me, which is going to launch my Stalker in the air and stun me for a second. But yeah, we're just zoning. Basically, the point is we're zoning him. We're always making sure we're on the side of the base that he has to leave from. Like, if my Stalker was here and his Reaper was here, he could just run down and get out of my base. But because I'm always in the pathway of how he needs to go to the door, we're just like playing defense essentially, and we're blocking him from getting there. So he's gonna die. He only has 5 hits worth of time to get out before the Reaper dies, because we've already hit him 4 times, and here comes number 5, and he's dead. So we zone the Reaper, right? That's stutter stepping right there. That's a move. That's attacking him and then moving during the 1.34 seconds, whatever direction that we need to go to zone his ass. Now, fast forwarding, we'll talk about the what am I drop really fast. Notice how we don't take gas. Again, our build is mostly all zealots. We just need the initial couple gases so we can make our blink, our charge, our robo, our observer, our council itself, like the initial couple buildings and a couple things out of them. Don't gotta go crazy on the gas. And we make like 10 stalkers in total, just so we can blink around and pop medevacs and pop like things defensively. Liberators, whatever he attacks us with. We go blink first, charge second. So our stalkers can defend our economy because we're expanding really fast, which is exposing us really quickly. So if our stalkers have blink, they can defend it easier. And then yeah, once we get into the charge lot phase, it's just like all charge lots. And then if we want to, we can make a wave of Archon if we have like 800 gas. But now here comes the Widow Mine. So he's dropping in the main base with Widow Mines. We run our probes away because Widow Mines, he's dropping the mineral line, and this is, we don't want to leave our probes here because that's going to AoE the shit out of our probes. So we run away. And now look what happens. Watch what happens. So one of the Widow Mines shot at one of the probes, and that was, I think it actually killed one of the probes that was somehow still here or something like that. It killed a probe actually. So this Widow Mine actually got a kill. But now watch our stalkers. Remember how I said do not blink and then have your blink be on cooldown when you want to engage the medevac? Do not fucking do that. Because you know that as soon as you arrive, he's going to load up and fly away. You want to kill it. So if we save the blink, if we know, if our stalkers are like over here and we blink like right there and we keep coming this way, that by the time we get here, blink's going to be ready to go again, then that's okay. We just want to make sure that as soon as we engage, blink is ready to go. And the only exception of blinking before we engage is if we know for a fact it's going to be re-cooled down again before we engage. It has to be cooled down when you engage. And it's a 7-second cooldown, so you can do the math yourself on what you think it'll be worth, like time-wise to travel. So when we engage, what we do is we run at him, and I want to get on that medevac. Now, if I blinked right now, here's the tricky thing, right? If I blinked right now, I would kill that medevac. I would. And if it was just a medevac, I would do it right now. However, there is a Widow Mine right here. And there's a cool thing about Widow Mines. Widow Mines have a feature where they have about a 1.5 second timer on them that will lock onto a unit as soon as you're in range of it. And we're now just getting in range of it. So you're going to see a line appear on my stalker. You see that line? It's right there. If it's paused, it's kind of hard to see, but when it's playing, it actually is very apparent. You can see it like moving up with the stalker. It takes about 1.5 seconds for that shit to go off. Okay. And what happens is we actually run all the way up to the Marines and the medevac, and this Widow Mine is about to shoot. And if we blink right after, if we just count in our head, we don't even have to time it to be like, go now. If we just count in our head, 1.5. Unless this Terran micros his Widow Mine and relocates to a different target, which is not going to happen really. It's advanced micro for Terran as well. He could keep resetting it if he wanted to. But if the Terran just lets it go off like normal, like the AI will normally do, 1.5 seconds, and then we just fucking blink. And then we just calculate that, right? And then it's like, cool, we just dodged a Widow Mine shot. I don't have to time it like physically seeing it. If you get better at the game and you really have a high reaction time, you could actually do it like that. That's fine. But if you just do 1.5 seconds in your head and you get comfortable with the timing of this, you could practice it in a custom game if you wanted to. It's all good. It's very doable. And then what happens is the Widow Mine is supposed to kill a stalker. It does enough damage to straight up kill a stalker in one hit. But if I blink as it shoots, like that, it relocates my stalkers, and the stalker it was shooting at is no longer getting shot at because it blinked. And now the Widow Mine is going to go to where it was. And the only thing that will happen now is some of the AoE splash will hit stalkers in the area if new stalkers blinked into the area where the previous stalker was getting shot at. The AoE itself is not as much damage as a single target shot that hits the first stalker. And if you blink, it resets that first shot and it no longer hits the target anymore. It misses. Only the AoE will splash things that's in the area where it missed at. So I blink, it wastes the Widow Mine shot, so no stalkers will die. And then I right-click the medevac because I know what his plan is. I know he's going to load up and boost away. That's just fucking Terran for you. So I click the medevac first. I kill the medevac. These two stalkers in the back got splashed by the AoE of a Widow Mine, but they didn't die. They didn't even take real damage. It was just shield damage. And then now the Widow Mines are revealed because they, we have an observer on the way, but I mean they shot, so they're on cooldown, which means that they're revealed if he doesn't have an armory. So our stalkers kill the Widow Mines. Easy peasy. And there you go. We lost nothing to that. We lost one probe to the first Widow Mine shot. That's it. And the Terran just lost 2 Widow Mines and 4 Marines and medevac, which is a lot. And then now from here, the build is super basic. We make our observer and then our prism. We go with 12 gateways with off of the back of 10 stalker. And then we just make mass fucking zealots. Zealot. Make mass zealots with our initial push into his base. And then finally when our prism gets across the map, we can have it fucking warp prism the back of his base and start warping in zealots back there. And we also made a couple pylons around our base as a pylon net of vision to just give us vision to see if he was going to continue to drop me so I can see the mini-map further out. And also gives me supply because I need supply to be open. Because if our zealots don't die, this is why our supply is so high right now, is because if our zealots don't die, our supply is going to go so fucking fast, really high, because we're prioritizing minerals as a focus right now in terms of our economy. It's mineral only, no gas. Mineral only, no gas. Fully saturated mineral line, it does have gas, it's fine, but it's still 3 fully saturated mineral lines, and all we're making is zealots, and zealots cooldowns are super fast. 12 gateways with only a 20-second cooldown. I'm pumping out supply, 24 supply every 20 seconds. That supply is going to ramp up super quickly with this kind of a style, so having a little bit of a surplus of supply is kind of nice here. Now, if our opponent has a lot of defense, he might not get fucked as easy. He might kill a lot of my zealots, and he might reset my supply, but there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. So giving ourselves extra supply is just kind of nice, right? But yeah, let's go back really quickly for one more second and see like right when we got to his base, and we can just see what the fight looked like, right? Go back like 2 more seconds. And this is what the fight looked like when we got there. It's just not a lot of Terran. There's a decent amount of Terran here. There's also a lot of Marauders. And Marauders are not ideal versus Zealots. Not ideal. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Vibe, I hope you're having a good night. I'm having a great night. Hell yeah. Night's going well. The stream's going pretty well. You guys have supported me like crazy. Ethereum has donated $2,000 in Vibecoin to me. $2,000 worth of Vibecoin. It's fucking nuts. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's going pretty fucking good. Protoss. Excuse me. Okay, Protoss playing Protoss. We'll macro gun this game. Again, I want you guys to be able to have a macro focus, and maybe this guy will cannon rush us. I hope he does. I kind of want to defend a cannon rush. Love you guys. I love you too. Can't rush me. Come on. Okay, this game we're gonna open. Oh, don't let him steal my gas. Do not let him steal the gas. Just build my second gas. Again, we're gonna do a double gateway opener, so we actually want to make sure he doesn't steal our gas. Second gateway. We're gonna boost our nexus. Build our core. And now, after the core, let's go scout his base. So, You can kind of tell when someone's going to cannon rush you based off how early the probe gets to your base. I think I might have told you guys this earlier, but if someone gets to your base before a minute, it's more likely to be a cannon rush. And if someone gets to your base after a minute, like 1 minute 10 or something, it's most likely not a cannon rush.
Do you like eating goldfish?
Thank you, Rudy, for the, or Stegosaurus for the bits. Do I like eating goldfish? They're okay. All right. I haven't eaten them since I was a kid, though. Do you like eating fish sticks? Love fish sticks, but I'm not a gay fish. Okay, so we're gonna do a pressure. All right, and it's, for those of you that are like, "Vibe, what the hell?" You just kind of skimmed over the timers of the cannon rush. What does that even mean? It just means if your opponent goes for what's it called? A pylon and then runs to your base, that probe will be getting to your base by about 45 to 55 seconds, depending on the map. And if they make a pylon and then a building and then scout your base, like, you know, like what a normal person usually does, if they want to scout really early, it'll usually be around along the lines of, like, you'll be scouting the base at like minute 15 or something, or like a minute 10. Okay, so this game we're gonna make stalkers. Okay, we're gonna do actually a build really similar to what we did last game, but this game we're gonna actually macro it all the way. We're not gonna stop at 3 bases. We're gonna do mass stalker zealot all the way to high supply. And we're going to use 2 stalkers in the start of the game because this guy opened up 1 gate expand, and we're going to punish him. Okay, so we're here. Okay, he's got a battery, though, so we made 2 batteries. Looking like we can't do much right now. He made a battery, so good by him. He needed to make a battery to not take damage there. But we can just kind of chill for a second and wait. Let's get 4 stalkers, because we might actually be able to start penetrating through the shields with 4 stalkers and start doing a little bit of real damage to the stalker. Especially if it's still 1. Or if he makes a sentry second, we might actually be able to kill the sentry. Let's make our council. Let's grab these probes back to the Nexus. And now let's do it. Let's attack. And not quite enough. We're just barely not doing enough damage. It's okay. No real damage on that stalker. We're just trying to pepper damage into him if we can, but our shields will regenerate. His energy on the shield battery will regenerate. It's no harm, no foul. No one really took an advantage or a disadvantage there. Because here's the thing. My opponent went for 1 gate expand. 1 gate expand is more efficient than 2 gate expand, because his Nexus goes down faster. However, we made him make multiple batteries, and I haven't made a battery yet. So our opponent, even though our opponent had a better economical opener, we made him play more defensive, and it kind of balances out. So nothing really happened there overall. Like, there was not really like one player is ahead over the other. At least they shouldn't be. The only reason why one player would ever be ahead over the other is if one of the players is playing distracted and playing slow. It's the only reason why one player should ever be ahead here. Now behind this is the macro version. This is not the all-in version. We're going to take a couple more gates. And instead of taking a robo this time, we're going to take a forge. And what's that going to be for? It's going to be for weapon upgrades. And we're going to keep making units out of our gateways. Let's also start kind of boosting our council. And we're also not going to stop at 3 base saturation. So now we're going to wait back defensively for a second. We're just going to chill. Let's send 1 probe out. And we're going to use this probe as a scout. It's not, the reason why we don't want to use a stalker and instead use a probe is because if this probe gets caught and dies, a probe is a lot less expensive than a stalker is. Okay, so we have a weapon upgrade for the forge and a charge upgrade behind a blink upgrade for the council. And now finally we're going to make a robo in case this guy goes for DTs, which you never know, it could happen. Let's make a couple more stalkers. And this game we're actually not going to, we're not going to stop at just like 10 stalkers. We're going to make, you know, a lot of stalkers. We're going to make a lot of zealots as well. It is still going to be a zealot focus, but we're going to make probably like 16 to like 18 stalkers. Much more. So there's no third. See how there's no third here? Let's run up and around and check his other third. Meanwhile, let's take a 4th. Why are we taking a 4th so fast? Because we're fully saturated basically on the 3rd. Let's go ahead and take a couple pylons in our main base. Notice how there's no base here either. Let's just run to the front of his base and see if we can see composition. Zealots and stalkers. Okay, so it's Zealot Stalker versus Zealot Stalker, and it's 4 base versus 2 base. So the only advantage I could really see him having over us right now is he probably has a lot of fucking gateways. We might just have a lot of probes. So let's probably do that right now. If our opponent's not going to take any expansions, let's definitely explode our gateway count. It makes sense as well to do that right now because we have so much more money. We have like a lot of money to work with right here. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll go up to like 10 gateways for now. It's not even going to stop there. It's just for now. Chrono boost upgrades, weapons, and charge. Keep making units. We can make another observer. We don't need to make a prism this time because again, this is not an all-in. First observer can come over to our army, and then our second observer can like go over and like scout around his base and stuff like that. Okay, let's make a couple more pylons again. We can chrono boost out our forge. Charge is done now, so let's just get our forge to level 2 weapons now. And chrono boosting that. Let's make another round of zealots. We can set another observer now down to his third. Let's make another observer, and we'll scout both of his third locations. Again, we want to see if this guy's ever going to take a third base. Because if he doesn't, it means we're getting all in. And now he's attacking us. Now there's a bunch of void rays. It's okay, let's put our stalkers in the back. Let's actually do this. Take our zealots out of our army and have them attack his base. And take our stalkers and attack a void. And attack another. If he doesn't want to, if he's running away, let's just go for it. Try to kill as many voids as we can. Make a bunch of stalkers over here. Okay, he recalled. All good. Let's just retake the base that died. And now what's happening with our zealots? Probably not the best fight, right? We probably should back up. Because those zealots are currently running into a bunch of Protoss with shield batteries, and his void rays are back because he recalled, so... It didn't turn into a base trade. Let's definitely not throw our army away. It was just an option. It was just a chance of doing something. Let's transfer probes to a new base again. And now look at all these bases we have that are fully saturated. Let's continue making probes. Again, a little bit more. Let's go to like 80 probes this game. For our bases. Now he's attacking our base again. Let's go up here and defend it. Our army's pretty close. Okay, we're going to kill all of his zealots. So this is what's happening right now. He's killing my base, and then he's fighting my army with half his army. And now he's going to fight my other half of my army with half of his army, and we're going to crush his ass. This is exactly what I told you guys not to do against the other player we played earlier. Because it just guarantees you're going to lose the fight. We're focus firing void rays because they're the only thing that can escape. Make a bunch of zealots. So all we're doing, again, it's okay if we lost probes, guys. We're making so many as it is anyways. We'll just remake it. Make a new nexus over here. Chrono boost our upgrade again. Transfer a couple probes that are oversaturated. And yeah, keep going. Grab these nexus that we just made in the control group, and now let's go check for third bases. Is there a hidden base we don't know about? Because otherwise this guy's dead. So again, am I at my full power spike right now? No, I'm not. I'm not actually at 200 supply. And I will ramp up to 200 supply faster than he will because I have more bases that I guarantee I know about. So the only way that this guy has a chance to actually have a game here is if I don't know there's a base here. I don't need to go, oh, I just won the fight. I have to immediately counterattack. Because if I fucking take longer to max out, I'm maxing out faster than he is anyways. People need to honestly understand that concept. A lot of people don't think about it that way, and they're always like panicking to attack. When if you just play a patient game, you'll win so much more games. Okay, there's no hidden bases. This guy's legit 2 bases unless this is a brand new base. He's 2 bases. So let's send an observer to this base like we wanted to earlier. Let's send an observer to that base like we wanted to earlier as well. Let's get a couple more pylons, get level 3 weapons, and we're just gonna get 200 supply really quickly. Transferring probes that are crappy with mining, and we're at almost at our good probe count. We're very close. And there we go. There's his third base, right? Here's his third base. So now is our biggest power spike. We'll make some more stalker because again, this guy's going for a lot of voids. And now look at the supply. We're now maxed out. So now we have a fucking super, super strong push here. So let's take our army, cut it in half. Wait for this little bit of group units here to group up. We can blink them just to speed it up because the blink will be done by the time we take the fight. And now let's A-move the situation. We're going to A-move it, and we're going to blink our stalker. We can control-click our stalkers and blink, just only micro stalkers now. Let our zealots A-move. Stutter step forward. Stutter step forward. He's running away. Blink forward. Focus fire a void ray. Focus fire a void ray. Focus a void ray. Focus a void ray. Focus a void ray. Focus a void ray. Now back up a little bit. Like we blink black a little bit to get our zealots back in the fight some more, and we're good to go. Make a bunch of zealots in the process. We can chrono boost our upgrade. We can make a bunch more gates again, just to make sure we have extra production here that we need. So we can really crank Zealots. Blink forward, focus on Nexus or something, just get rid of his base. And that was the biggest power spike we had right there. So there was no need for us to freak out and be like, I gotta kill him right away. If I have more economy, if I know how to read a map, and if I know how to have an economy, I'm super good to go. Like, I'm just in a great spot. Nice. Okay. Now, we got ourselves. Let's talk about this game really fast. Here we got our Nexus. Or sorry, he built a Nexus. As I was saying before, remember how he built the Nexus first because he went 1 gate Nexus, and then he built a quick battery behind it. Definitely did a good job about how he opened up 1 gate Nexus. This build though has a lot of vulnerability. I'm not gonna lie, in a lot of ways. It has a lot of vulnerability because like if I make a Stargate and I go with like an Oracle into his base, it's gonna suck. He can definitely get fucked. He'd lose all of his probes. Now look at this. Take a second take a second here. We opened up double gateway for more stalkers. We have 2 stalkers in the gateway for production, and we already have 2 out. Our opponent has 1 out and 1 in production. So we already have double our opponent's stalkers. And our opponent went, and it's fair, right? Because he's got 1 gate, I got 2 gates. Makes sense, right? However, my opponent went Nexus early first. And we went next. Our Nexus is 27 seconds to the way in. His is 60. But we're already ahead in probes. And why are we ahead in probes? Because he's going super defensive. So, Chogler, thank you for the bits. So even though we opened up for a later economy, it actually ended up turning into a fact that we had more economy. Now we have 27. Now he's got 26. He's actually chrono boosting his probes like crazy. So he'll start catching up. Now we got 28. He's got 27. We got 29. He's got 28. Now we both have 29. But now my Nexus is going to come online. So that's why I was saying it kind of evens out now. Now that his Nexus on the natural has been up for longer than mine. Now there's 2 Nexuses pumping probes that compared to my 1. I knew I had a lead because of how much defense we forced him to make. But then as soon as, which means his build going for earlier Nexus on paper sounds better than mine if no one's going to actually die. But our Nexus is coming online now, and it's actually only gotten to the point where he's caught up to us in probes. So now the probe count will just maintain. We'll keep even Stevens pretty much, as long as we're both macroing like really well. And then you can tell that this is why right here our opponent had 2 bases the entire game, because he went for 4 gas super early with the Void Rays. It's unrealistic. It's unrealistic. So now our supply from this point on, it looks really close right now, right? It's 60 to 60. It's tied. It's not going to be tied at like 8 minutes. We're going to have probably like a 30 supply lead before anything really happens. And the reason why is because we're going for a build that revolves around a lot more production than his build does. His build is going to be a build that turtles with voids, which is going to kind of cap out a bit. So this build right here, honestly, guys, the one I'm doing, it's very, 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 very good, honestly, in PvP, especially if you don't really know how to play PvP and you're just trying to learn how to control the game. This build is so fucking good at controlling the game. And now, remember how we were talking about how like at 8 minutes we're going to have about a 30 supply lead? Like it starts getting kind of crazy as soon as my gateways come online. It gets fucking nuts. And then he's attacking us again. And this time, this attack, I'm not going to lie, it makes sense. Logically, if you're at 2 base Protoss and your opponent is on 5 bases, it makes sense to attack. It makes sense to attack. However, this just comes down to a fundamental build situation where if your build is defensive, double Stargate Void Rays, and you sat there on Void Rays the entire time, and the only thing you did was your first push, flew over and killed the third base when the Protoss was already on 4. You killed the third when he already had a 4th. And then you flew away, and you lost like 3 Void Rays as you flew away. And that was what your whole build was focused on. You behind that, you have 5 gates, right? Like, the point I'm trying to make here is if this guy was going to prioritize voids, there was so much more that he needed to do with voids than just kill a third and lose 3 Void Rays. He needed to kill a bunch of probes. He needed to fly around, kill probes, fly out, get in, get out, get in, get out, get in, get out, kill a pylon, get in, get out. He needed to shave my units off a little bit here and there. Because if he doesn't do that, like, he needed to maximize every time the Void Rays had a prismatic alignment ready to go, you're using it. If you're not doing that and you're going Void Rays in a defensive game like this, where you're sitting on 2 bases while your opponent just goes crazy with expansions, you're just dead. You literally will just die. Which is why, when he pushes our base, we run him over so fucking bad. And now look at the supply. There's no chance. And this is why we're like, okay, well, the game is over if we attack him most likely, but let's just confirm it. Because, again, this isn't even our biggest power spike. Look at the difference in supply. It's 90 versus 145, which is basically like it's like a 50, what is that, like a 56? No, it's like a 55 supply difference, yeah. 55 supply difference, right? Now, let's look at what it is when we're 200. Power spikes. Now... So if I could have attacked him at 55 and been like, I gotta go, I gotta attack, I gotta go kill him now. Look at it now. I'm at a 98 supply advantage. I'm almost double what I was ahead of him before. Almost, not quite, but it's a lot higher. This is another thing where patience and game understanding needs to be had by players who play StarCraft if you want to get better. Because if I'm on fucking 5 bases and my opponent's on 2. And I'm not maxed yet, and neither is he, because we both just traded armies. Why the hell do I need to attack him really quickly? Why do I need to initiate a quick counterattack? I definitely do not. It makes no sense to do that. I might still win doing that, but it doesn't actually make sense. If I reinforce my army back to 200, it will just be in my favor because I can produce quicker than he can. Clearly, as you can see up here, I have way more economy, right? I'm mining like almost triple the minerals that he's mining. Almost. Mining double the, or he's mining more gas than me because we're going mostly zealots, but you get the point. Like, the point is power spiking your army. This is our biggest power spike we have, so we use it. And then what happens is when we push him, it's just a fucking steamroll. If I would have pushed him with a 55 supply lead, though, and like maybe it wasn't 55, maybe it was only like 15. Maybe our opponent macroed a little bit better throughout the game, or like a little bit of the game went better for him in general. Maybe I played a little worse. And what if it was only a 15 supply lead and it was still a situation of like 5 base me versus 2 base him. One of us was just macroing better or worse to make the numbers add up like that. And I go push him. And what if I throw my army away? And I'm like, ah, shit, well, I just threw my army away really poorly. And then I attack him again and I throw another army away poorly. And then I attack him again and I throw another army away poorly. And then before I know it, I'm like, how am I losing this game? I have 5 fucking bases and my opponent has 2 and I'm fucking dead. And it's because people play sometimes with no patience at all. And they try to rush the win as quick as they can. And if you actually do really inefficient things repeatedly, even if you're really far ahead, you can actually throw the game in the garbage can. And be like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't have actually thrown army after army after army away when I only had like 120 supply. I probably should have just maxed out and then broke his third base or something. Because another reason why you shouldn't even worry about it is if my opponent at like 12 minutes was on 2 bases and he just now is taking a third, look at my main base. It sucks. Look at my natural. It's starting to mine out. Why am I scared of this guy? And his natural was faster than mine. Remember that? He actually took probes faster than the natural because he made a nexus faster, but our probes kind of evened out. But you get the point. If my natural and my main are having mineral problems and he's on 2 bases, well, I'm having mineral problems on my first 2 bases as well. So I know he is too because I didn't kill any of his probes throughout this game. So it means he's really, really desperate to expand. And if I just wait for him to take a third, holy fuck, I'm going to have a better fight. If he takes a third and he doesn't take it with batteries and he doesn't take it with cannons and he doesn't take it with a choke point advantage, and instead it's just in the middle of nowhere in the open, holy god, that's such a better fight for us. So much better. It makes our army have way better trades. What if you're afraid of late game? You're only afraid of late game because you don't understand. You're afraid of late game because of a lack of understanding of how to play the game. That's all it is. And if you actually understand how to play the game, suddenly it is much more doable. Okay, we'll do another all in this game. I'll do Proxy Immortals. We haven't done that yet. We'll do 3-gate Proxy Immortal. Proxy Immortals, boys. Make a gateway. Let's make our gas. Let's chrono boost our Nexus. Let's go scout his base with a probe, and this probe is never going to come home, by the way. It's just going to stay at his, it's going to stay in his area of the map the entire game. Okay, look, he's at my base before a minute. Probably a cannon rush. Are we going to get cannon rushed? Maybe. It's hard to say. Okay, let's go ahead and build a second gateway. Where'd that probe go? What are you doing? There's no pylon. Don't let him take my gas. Let's go ahead and build our core. Okay, rally my Nexus to my other gas. Keep making probes, and we're going to stop making probes at fully saturated main base, which is going to be 23 in total because it's 22 to saturate the main and 1 is scouting. So he's got double gate core, just like I do. He's got the same exact build that I do. Now he may or may not notice my probe is not going to cross him when he comes across the map. And if he notices that, then he might be aware of the situation that I'm about to proxy all in him. So let's go ahead and get Warp Gate first. Let's get a couple Stalkers. We're saving Chrono Boost, if you notice. This is another sign that we're all-inning. Now, see how his probe's at my base? That's a sign that he's probably not all-inning us. That's nice. It helps guarantee that we're not going to deal with some bullshit. What's my probe count? 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. We have all patches 2. This is nice. Let's make a robo, or let's make a gateway and a robo. Right now. Now let's make a second pylon over here. And now we're happy. Let's like leave this area with our probe. We can put a stalker up here. I think the probe is still in my base. Get this fucking probe out of here. Where are you? Yeah, there you are. Kill his ass. Get out of my base. And now let's keep my stalkers in front of my base. And why am I doing this? Why am I keeping my stalkers in front of my base? Because I don't know if this guy's going to make a depths. And if he does, I need to wall that off. Because if I don't wall that off and he makes a depths, I'm going to have a fucking problem. So I'm going to just stay here for a little bit just to make sure a depths don't run to my base. Because we're not ready to kill him yet, so why am I going to run stalkers there anyways? It doesn't matter. It's like that Zergling logic guy. If I'm going to all-in him with Stalkers and Immortals, why would I want to engage with Stalkers like 2 at a time and lose them potentially? I don't want to do that. I want to make sure all my units are together when I all-in the crap out of this guy. Okay. And now, let's go for it. Now we have 4 Stalkers, and now my Warp Gate's about done, which means, and my Chrono Boosted Immortal is on its way. I'm going to make another one behind it. Chrono Boost again. And now I can make all of my Stalkers all at once. And because now I want to push, because now the push is going to happen. Now I'm no longer waiting for the push. I'm ready. So this Stalker is going to pop out of the gateway. We're going to warp in 2 more Stalkers here. We can Chrono Boost the Immortal one more time because it's about done with the Chrono. Rally the Robo up there, so it's going to come with our army, and let's fucking all in the shit out of this guy. Let's like lead with the Immortal because he's a tanky boy. Okay, all right. Let's just go for it. Get up the ramp. See, hopefully he doesn't have a sentry. Okay, he's got Dark Templars. Immediately make an observer. Immediately make an observer. And let's also now wall this off because he's all in as fuck as well. Wall that off. Make another gateway there. Like, make a tough building because he's probably going to run DTs in my base. GG. And now we have an observer. So he went 1 base Dark Templar, and we went 1 base Robo. Proxy. But we broke him before he was ready, so game over. And there you go, that's the build. The only thing we fucked up on here at the end is we should have had... Honestly, I probably should have put like another pylon on the side of my base like that. So I could see if there was like a warp prism coming over here. Like that. That way, if I would have seen a warp prism, I can always go like this. Oh! He's currently DTing attacking me. We could just make a fucking units come back here and pop his units. And then, you know, kill the prism as well. And then we're happy. And then we can just go right back across the map all over again. I should probably watch that. My bad. Probably should have watched that a little bit, because again, that was a different kind of a game there. Again, that was a all-in versus all-in. That was unique. All right, boys. So build is pretty standard from the beginning. I am going for a double gateway opener in PvP, which means I go for a pylon. I go back to mineral line. I come back, make a gateway. I go back to mineral line. I make a gas. I can scout him now with this gas probe if I want to. Or this probe does whatever. Like 2 seconds later. This probe got to my base super fast. Is this map really a 20-second rush distance? I want to see this.
What are you doing to limit your skill level in a proxy all-in like this, as opposed to you doing this as a GM?
Multi-prong. I'm trying very hard to not micro multiple screens at the same time in Diamond League. I'm doing 1 screen at a time. Yo, what's up, Theory? Thank you for the bits, Rudy. Second source. I'm doing 1 screen at a time. I am not multitasking at all. I'm not like, or not. I am multitasking because I'm microing and macroing. I am not multi-pronging him at all. So, for instance, here's an example. If this was a Masters level Immortal all-in, if the game ends right now, then it ends right now, right? It ends right now. But what I could do, what if it extended? What if I made a Warp Prism? And what if I Warp Prism microed my Stalkers and my Immortal? What if I loaded up 2 Adepts in a Warp Prism, and I flew it behind his mineral line, and I landed it, and I started sniping probes one at a time. Probe dead, probe dead, probe dead. He jumps to try to defend it, I load in the prism, and I fly away. Meanwhile, I'm killing him at the front of his base as well. There's a lot of shit you can do in Masters that is above what we're already doing. Multi-prong is going to be Masters League. We're not really multi-pronging very much right now. It's very, very basic. It's literally it's sometimes is a little bit of multi-prong, but it's mostly like learning how to micro, but we're not super advanced yet to multi-prong or micro. Like there's so many times as well that I've been like thinking to myself, what if I counterattack zealots on the side of the map and then I rotate my army around in 2 different spots? And I'm like, okay, that's kind of advanced. Let's maybe do that in Masters. Or like at least high diamond. Maybe I'll start doing that shit in like Diamond 1 or something. Anyways, we go. Wait, I wanted to. Fuck, I missed it again. I wanted to look at this. I want to see when his. I want to see when his probe scouts. Is it scout after the pylon or after the gateway? This map is. Yeah, it's after the pylon. That's what I thought. I was gonna be so surprised if it was after the gateway. I was like, what the fuck? This map that tiny? But no, after the pylon. It makes sense. This is why this looks like a cannon rush, because his probe scouts after the pylon. And whenever people scout after the pylon, it usually means they want to fucking cannon rush you. It's very common. Because I'm going to tell you guys something right now. If this probe is just... Let me tell you the logic here, okay? Look at his probe and look at my probe. I do not scout until after I build my gateway, and then I even build my gas, and then I go scout. So my scout leaves my base as his enters my base. We're both crossing each other right now in my base. And I'm like, oh fuck, he's already here before a minute. Is this cannons? Because for all I know, this second probe that came out here could have built a forge after the pylon was done. And then he might try to set up cannons. And then a second probe might be running across the map right now. It's what it seems like. But that's why I chased the probe for a second, because I was kind of like, oh, okay. But look what the probe is seeing. What is he seeing? Like, what is he going to do right now? This is why I don't like scouting. There's only one argument I can make here that makes me go, scouting this early is okay. And that is, if your opponent cannon rushes you, and you have some way to defend it based off the fact that you scout their forge. Because you're not cannon rushing, you're going for a gateway. If you have that mindset where you're like, well, I need to see his forge so I can make my super good defense against cannon rush. That is the only thing I could say that would make sense here, because otherwise, you can't see fucking anything. There's no chance for me to make a choice yet. The only choice that I could have made so far is a cannon rush. Other than that, it would be like if I went Nexus, no gateway, which is awful in PvP. You would never do that. So if we both go gateway, his probe just runs around my base and does jack shit for a while. It just literally does nothing. And all that does is it makes him lower mineral line longer. He has a lower mineral line longer, so his mining time sucks ass. Because whenever you pull a probe off the mineral line that fast, it definitely has dividend. It pays tolls on your economy. We're crushing the economy. He's also, not only is he pulling the probe off super fast, but he's also fully saturating the gas as a priority. So at past 1 minute in the game, he has as many probes as what he started with, which is not ideal. And now look, he's like doing this right Like, what does this accomplish? This does nothing. This literally does. This is like lazy ass scouting. This is someone who's basically, again, I'm not trying to pick on people right now, but you can tell this guy has no idea what the fuck he's looking at. And now look at our build. We've chose to go gateway, core. And how do I know I have that? How do I know he didn't go for a cannon rush? He's not fucking cannon rushing me. This is why I don't know why people freak out so hard. If someone's gonna cannon rush you, they're gonna fucking cannon rush you. And if they haven't cannon rushed you by 2 minutes almost, it's not happening. Because you're gonna have stalkers and you're gonna crush it. Now my probe gets into his base a little bit later, right? I get into his base like right about now, and let's see what I see when I get into his base. Now this actually has a realistic scout. And why does it have a realistic scout? The reason why is because when I get into his base now, I can see, did this guy go for 1 gate Nexus? Did he go for 2 gate core? How much chrono boost is he spending off of his fucking Nexus? So when I get into his base, I'm chilling. I'm like, hey, what's up, dude? Do we actually even go in deeper? I don't think I even go in deeper. Oh no, it's because I all in. If I was going to properly scout though, think about this for a second. If I'm going to properly scout, you know what I should be doing? I should be scouting at the very least, I already know he's going to have double gas. If he doesn't have a natural, it's a 100% fact that he's going to have double gas. That's just guaranteed. But I should be scouting how much chrono boost energy he has. And think about it like this. You only have so many chrono boosts off your first Nexus at the start of the game. And in total, by the time your core is done, you can have, like, when the core finishes, if you do pylon gateway core relatively fast, you don't wait on one of them for some reason for a long time, you can have 3 chrono boosts by the time your core is done. Now think about this. If my opponent does not chrono boost his probes, you know what that means? He's not going to have a fully saturated base. And if he's not going to have a fully saturated base, what does that tell us? That tells us he's not prioritizing macro, he's not prioritizing his economy, which means he's probably not prioritizing a macro game. However, if my opponent has no chrono boost and a fully saturated mineral line, and let's say he has a Nexus started, you know what that means? He's prioritizing his macro. He's prioritizing his probes. He is prioritizing, at the very least, a 2 base or more game. Means he's going to macro. Now, why the fuck would a Protoss not chrono boost their probes? They can chrono boost Stargate units. They can chrono boost Robo units. They can chrono boost a quick upgrade. They can chrono boost other things that are going to be super fucking aggressive. Or they can chrono boost both their gateways at once to apply super fast pressure. Now look at my Nexus. Notice how I have a lot of chrono boost as well? What am I doing? I'm fucking immortal all-inning this guy. So it makes sense that I'm not chrono boosting my probes constantly, and it's also why I don't have a fully saturated base either by the time about, like, you know, right now at this game, around 2 minutes almost. So there's so much information you can read in someone's base, and you know when all that information comes into play? Around like a minute 40. Because then you really get to know where his chrono boost allocation's going. You get to know if there is a natural. You get to know if there's double gates instead. You get to actually see the build. And if there's nothing there, you get to know you're being proxied, and then you can still manage to deal with it. Because if you're getting proxied, the only thing that could be proxying you that might attack you is fucking proxy zealots. And you want to know how you beat proxy zealots? You just build a building right there and you wall off. And you build stalkers behind it or adepts and you just watch them all die. And you're like, cool. Nice zealot build. Yeah. It's just, yeah. The early scout, for the sake of just scouting, is silly. I would have respected it more if he would have faked a cannon rush. Anyways, so now we go for a third gate and we go for a robo. And we're just making stalkers. One of our stalkers comes back and kills the probe in our base because we know he was there. That probably wanted to build a pylon to make DTs. And then the reason why we also have our probe go up here and not stay near the base is because if our opponent somehow sniffs out that we're proxying him and he comes over here and let's say he makes 2 stalkers really fast. Let's say he actually makes 2 stalkers super quickly. You know what that means? I'm out of position and my pylons are on his side of the map. He could probably kill my fucking pylons before my stalkers get over there. That would suck. And if my probe was there, it means that my probe's gonna fucking die as well. And that would really suck. So we don't want that to happen. So if my pylons start getting killed by stalkers, what I can do is I can bring my stalkers over here as well. I can get his attention. And then as I have attention from him, I can kite backwards away from my buildings and build a pylon again. A sneaky, deaky pylon. And now we're chrono boosting out Immortals, and, you know, it's easy peasy. We're saving our chrono boost for Immortals. Triple chrono to Immortals. Repeatedly. And we'll look at my Nexus now. I have no energy left to chrono boost anymore. Let's look at his Nexus. It's fucking doing nothing. So he's just playing inefficient, is what he's doing. Anyways, there you go, boys. That's a that's a proxy immortal build. Hope you liked it. Ay. Good God. We might have to divide this video into 2 parts. Literally. I feel like I'm going to be streaming for like 9 hours. Of just Protoss, but Diamond 3. We're 200 MMR away still. That is 20 games. That's not even 20 games. That's 20 wins. Jesus. Vibe, why did you not stream announcement in the Discord? Yeah, my bad. Sorry. I just noticed I didn't do that. I forgot. My bad. I don't have a bot that does it. I do it myself every time. I should get a bot that does it so I don't have to ever think about it. I just forgot. What race is this guy? Protoss again. Okay, please cannon rush me. I want to defend a cannon rush. No one's... I'm so surprised. In Zerg, I get cannon rushed like every Protoss game. But with Protoss, I'm not getting cannon rushed at all. I want to get cannon rushed. I guess we can cannon rush him. Fuck it. We'll just cannon rush him. We haven't cannon rushed in a while. This time, let's do a committed cannon rush. We will do a committed cannon rush game here. Committed. This is going to be... This is not a fake cannon rush. This is not a macro cannon rush. This is a all-in cannon rush. All-in cannon rush. And now he knows as well because he scouted me so fast with that Proby boy. Okay, we're surrounded, so mind the mineral patches so we don't die. Okay, we got 16 and 16 on the main. Now let's just take a quick second. Oh, he let me in the base, so this is really bad for him now. We can now make a pylon here. Let's take a second and go 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2. So we just wanted to make sure we're getting efficient mining for just a second and then go back to this. And this sucks ass that he let me in the base like that. Because now if he lets me in the base, I can do this. I can just straight up compromise his entire base with cannon leapfrog. And I can make like another gateway here. And then this is now a problem. And now we're going to start making zealots with this. Because this is a gasless committed cannon rush. Do you always have to make zealots? No, you don't have to always make zealots. You can do versions with like stalkers and shit like that. But against Protoss, the stalker version doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Just because they can also make stalkers and batteries, and then what do you do? Like, yeah, your cannons don't really accomplish a whole lot then. Like, it makes more sense against races like Zerg, because you can actually outrange Zerg and you can punish them with stalkers. But like now, for instance, we can make zealots, we can chrono boost them, we can keep leapfrogging our cannons into his mineral line and kill the Nexus, and then we can make another gateway, chrono boost zealots. This is committed all-in cannon rush. Why did he let you in? I mean, he made a mistake. He just made a mistake. That's all it is. He canceled it because he thought he could get away with it, and then I ended up punishing for it because I ran into his base. He would have been A-okay if he didn't cancel that. I don't know about that one. That's not true. He would not have been A-okay if he didn't cancel it. And you want to know why he would not have been A-okay if he didn't cancel it? Because my first cannon was already in range to break his doorway. And he didn't stop my cannon from going down. So, this cannon is already in range to kill not only this pylon, it's also in range to kill these two gateways. And look at what he has. He's got a gateway. He's got a second gateway that's halfway done. And he just started a cyber core. He doesn't actually have anything to stop this right now. And I was killing that cannon, or sorry, I was killing that pylon with my probes as well. So it would have been okay.
Get coins at rally.io.
Yo, Tafoni, thank you very much for the buying 1150 worth of Vibecoin, man. Much love. So we would have, and I would have just made my second gateway. I would have made my second gateway probably like right there. And I would have just had zealots rallying up to his base. And as soon as I start running zealots into his... All I would do with my zealots is I would run my zealots into his fucking mineral line. And then I actually... Even if I kill 2 probes every time a zealot dies, that's good trades. Because it's the same value. It's 2 probes and a zealot are the same value. But if I lose 100 minerals and then I just lose a zealot, it does nothing to disrupt my economy. But he loses 2 probes and his economy drops down a little bit because probes are dead now. He will eventually just slowly start to die. And then after the point where like 8 probes have died, suddenly he can't keep up anymore. And he's like, okay, I'm just fucking breaking now and I'm dying. Hopefully all's going well tonight. Just tune in for a bit to rip one. You farted? But before I hit the sack? Or did you like hit a bong rip or something? I appreciate that work. Thanks, man. But yeah, he was pretty fucked. These cannons need to try to be avoided if possible. Otherwise, he needs to set up more pylons in the back of his base and do like a tourniquet style here. And he doesn't really have the intentions to do that. He's investing here hardcore. He's investing everything into this pylon. And I'm already breaking the pylon area right here. So he would have had a really hard time. This is not properly how you want to defend that. Making a forge is not a bad idea. But you don't want to build more shit in the range of the cannon already. It's not going to help you. It's going to hurt you. What would be the plan if you get Cannon Rush, Vibe? I want to get Cannon Rush so I can show you. I want to get Cannon Rush so I can show you. Why is no one Cannon Rushing me? Like I said before, I got Cannon Rush so many times yesterday as Zerg. And now today, nobody Cannon Rushes me as Protoss.
Just tuning in to rip a fart real quick. Keep up the good work.
That's what I thought he was saying. I was like, what? Thanks for stinking the room up. Okay, we're gonna go for a macro build this game, and we're gonna hopefully get cannon rushed. This game I'll do a standard Protoss build. This game, let's actually go Robo first, and I'll show you guys a cool build with Immortals. A cool way to use Immortals. We'll talk about that. We'll break that down. Yeah, let's get our gateway set up. Come on, let's see that probe in the next like 10 seconds. Come on.
You have not enough minerals.
Probe? No, he's not cannon rushing me. Oh, he might be. I'm gonna go back just for a second. That's early as fuck. Build a pylon. Fucking god. Don't let him take my gas. Okay, let's build a second gateway. Now notice how he went in fog of war for a little bit? Let's go check and make sure there's no pylon up there. Yep, he's cannon rushing me. Okay, so he actually is doing it. Fuck yeah. My man. Okay, let's make a core. And now let's wait to see it. Show me a cannon. Bob. There we go. Okay, he's committed. So now grab probes and aim move towards the cannons. Have one probe always chase Bobby's probe here. Okay, do not kill a pylon. It's a waste of time. Just go back to happily mining minerals. And we're super far ahead right now, guys. I'm just gonna throw it out there. He's making more cannons behind my mineral line. Grab a couple probes and click that. Shift click the mineral line. Come up here. Click that. Shift click the mineral line. Make 2 stalkers. And that's dead. And that's dead. Now mine the mineral patches again. And we're fully saturated on all of our bases. We just defended a cannon rush. And there's another probe coming in my base. Is he cannon rushing here now as well? It's missing. The probe's missing, right? Oh god, fucking cannon rush. There might be cannons there. Do I give a fuck? No, I don't. Why? Because stalkers are really good. Let's see. Are you cannon rushing here? Yep. Okay. So now what are we going to do with our stalkers? Watch this. Kill the probe. Now we can kill the pylon, and then we can kill the cannon, and it can't see us.
You have not enough minerals.
Make our nexus. Keep making probes.
Not enough minerals.
Bob, do something. The best thing you can do for yourself to learn how to defend a cannon rush is you understand when your opponent goes out of vision. And look, he's making cannons in his main, so you know what that means? He's one-basing us now. He is now one-base all-inning us. Because he's going to defend his base first, and then he's going to one-base all-in us. So let's take our stalkers and shift a move around the base. And now let's go for an immortal. Or you know what? I know he's going to go Stargate. Fuck it, we'll do it anyways. I don't care. I already know this is going to be a Stargate, and I'm going to run into a Void Ray. It's fine. Let's not worry about that right now. Let's not worry about the fact that I know it's a Stargate. Because it's just like 99% chance that he's going to go Stargate Void Rays now. Because anyone who makes cannons and turtles their base is going to make a Stargate. I just want you guys to know that that is a real thing. So here's how the game's going to go. We're going to fly a Warp Prism with 2 Immortals into his base. I am going to lose that Warp Prism, but I'm going to drop the Immortals before the Warp Prism dies, and I'm going to lose the Warp Prism, and my Immortals are going to get out with their lives. I am then, behind that, going to be making Stalkers the entire time, and I'm going to kill him with Stalkers. Because he's going to be on one base the entire fucking time. That's probably what's going to happen, if I had to guess. Let's start chrono boosting out our Robo. How do I know all this is going to happen? Because if you make cannons, it means you're not going to make gateway units. Because it only costs minerals to make cannons, and it does the same fucking thing as gateway units. It controls the ground, but he can't be aggressive with it. So if he can't be aggressive with cannons, it makes no sense to make gateway units and cannons defensively. It does make sense to make them aggressively, but it makes no sense to make them defensively. Because they're just going to sit there, and then his army's going to be weaker. It's going to guarantee he's going to lose the fights in the middle of the map. Because if I'm not making cannons and he is, How the fuck is he going to have as big of an army as me? He's just not. He's going to lose every time. So he's going to probably do a supplement situation where he's going to make all of his gas go into voids, and then his cannons will defend his base in case I counterattack it. He's going to go DT's vibe. He might. DT's is a secondary option that is very possible. But you know what's going to happen if he goes DT's? I have a robo. I'll have observers. So it's all good. Vibe, when do you make a forge? I make a forge when it's actually a problem. I don't make a forge when they cannon rush in your main base like that. Like, this was a very bad cannon rush because it was in the middle of nowhere. It's so easy for my probes to kill it. Like, if you cannon rush to someone's nexus like this and you expect that to work, and you just build cannons like this, like, that's not gonna fucking work in any point in time. You're never gonna kill him with that, ever. Is Blink ready to go? No, I'm not gonna get Blink. We're gonna take a third base. Like, we're going Robo, we're not going Blink right away. We'll take a third behind this. Because again, we're doing a harassment. This is not supposed to kill him, this is supposed to harass him. I feel like I can already tell what build he's gonna go for though. So let's take a couple pylons in our third base, start making probes for our third base. Keep making units in the meantime behind everything. And now watch how we're gonna micro our prism. So we're gonna fly into his base and I'm gonna de-click the prism itself. Okay, now I'm killing probes. So is there a void ray or is there not a void ray? There's a void ray. Now we're gonna recall. I'm gonna lose the prism, and then my immortals are gonna recall out. Now I'm going to attack his base with zealots. I mean, sorry, with stalkers, and he's going to die. And the reason why he's gonna die is because his build is super inefficient. He failed a cannon rush, and then he just one base cannon rush into void rays. So now we're gonna attack. Now it makes, you know what? We could kill him right now, but guess what? Do we have to? No, because why? If we power spike to 200 supply, if we're not sure about it, we're actually going to have a bigger power spike if we wait to 200 supply. That also makes sense. So if you don't know how to read a game, and you're confused, and you're like, well, am I going to win? I don't know. He's got voids. I'm scared. I don't know. I'm shitting my pants a little bit, Vibu. If you're not sure, go to 200 supply. We'll go to 200 supply just for fun. Just because it's going to guarantee we're going to kill him. So let's get our council. Let's get our forge now, because we know he's going Stargate. We've scouted and seen it. And we'll go into weapons. We'll go into Blink. We'll chrono boost these out. And now we'll go into Blink Stalker with Archon. And we're going to dismantle Void Rays. Now there's only one thing. There's only one thing our opponent could do that could possibly make this an issue for us, which would be a hidden base. So let's go ahead and shift click a probe around all the bases on the map. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, the chances of him having a hidden base are very low. Because the reason why is because he made so many fucking cannons. You cannot make that many cannons early game and have a bunch of Nexus as well. You got to understand investments, right? This is going back to the bronze to plat stuff. Look at his build, look at our build. What has he done? What have we done? If he makes 8 cannons early game and I make a Nexus, he can't fucking have a Nexus as well. Okay, now he's attacking my main base. It's all good. We'll just go ahead and rebuild that pylon. Not a big deal. Hello, Mr. Void Ray. Stutter step. Stutter step. Stutter step. Stutter step. Why are we stutter stepping? So the stalkers in the back can get into the fight as well. They're not just gonna derp around like idiots, waiting for their turn to die. Let's go ahead and take another base. And right now, the guy's supply is probably like 40 for Protoss for our opponent. Like, he's definitely fucking dead. Okay, let's go ahead and get a count or a Templar Archives because we got a lot of gas, so we can make Archons with that shit. Let's make another round of gates. Yo, Elron McBong, thank you for the prime, dude. Thank you very much for that primola. Grab a couple probes. Oh, baby. And we scouted all the right side of the map. No bases. Is there a base here? Nope. Now, there will be a natural because it's already 10 minutes in the game. And there will probably be a cannon there or some shit like that. But, guys, he's fucking 2 basing right now. He is on 2 bases versus 4. Right now, my supply is 130. His supply is probably like fucking 60. And why did I know he's gonna make a cannon? Because he's fucking making void rays. He's not making ground units. That's his whole strat at this point now has become cannons into voids. And it's fine. Again, it's not a big deal. It's all G. Now we have Blink, so if he attacks us again and our Blink is ready to go, we have a much higher chance of punishing Void Rays. Because we have way more Stalkers than he has Voids, so we can easily do that. Okay, let's go ahead and make a couple of Archons. Let's get our next base, and why are we expanding? Because we're fully saturated, and we're still making more probes. We're not at, like, we're just about there. We're like 80 plus right now, which is looking pretty groovy. Okay. And remember how we talked about the power spike? Remember how I called when I was like 130 and he was like probably like 60 or so? That's like a 70 supply lead. Well now, guys, you want to know what supply he's probably at now? He's probably at like 90 right now. And my supply is going to be maxing out. So we're going to go from like a 70 supply lead to like a 100 supply lead. And he's going to be fucked. Super fucked. Now, here we go. Let's go attack. We confirm where his bases are. Let's go for it. Let's get our army grouped up. Let's go attack, and let's max out the last little bit here. And we're maxed. And now here we go. We're attacking his base. Get our stalkers out of the way so that our Archons and our Immortals can engage properly. Okay. Chrono Booster upgrades. And there he is, right? He's got 5 Voids and 1 Carrier. Like, he's having a good time, right? He's just having fun. No disrespect to Bob here. But we can clearly read the build. Now let's hit the next base. Warp in a couple more stalkers. Hit the next base. Let's blink all over those carriers and just focus fire them. And meanwhile, our Archon and our Immortal are just killing... The Archons are helping killing interceptors, and the Immortals are killing the buildings. Why not just kill him after the 3rd base? Oh, now I'm going to kill him. If you, like, again, logically think about it. I didn't turn around after I killed the 3rd. And why did I not turn around after I killed the 3rd? Because I'm maxing out, maxing out, maxing out, maxing out. Power spiking my supply. Why don't you just kill him earlier? I could have. Okay, I feel like you probably just joined the stream. I would imagine. Maybe like the last like 10 minutes. And you totally missed the last fucking example I just gave of this. Maybe like 20 minutes ago. But let's go back. Let's watch the differences, okay? Watch the supply. I will explain it like this one more time. So, we'll break this game down. Our opponent cannon rushes us, right? And we saw that we confirmed a cannon rush. It looks like a cannon rush because he's at our base before a minute. He's walking into our base before 1 minute with that probe. And then he disappears in the fog of war. Guys, when someone disappears in the fog of war, you don't just go, ah, well, it's okay. I don't know. He just likes going in the shadows. From the shadows I come. He's just making a mess over there. No. You check that shit, because he probably built a pylon. So we check it. Oh, yep, pylon. And that's a fake, right? This could be a fake. He might cancel it. So am I going to pull my probes to kill the pylon? No. Do I ever pull my probes to kill the pylon? No. 5, I don't think regular people play as fast as you. You got to realize. Okay. Let me say this really fast. Touch chat. My voice is going at 100 miles an hour. My gameplay is not going that fast. Like, it's going at a decent pace. I'm not playing at 28 p.m., but guys, we're fucking Diamond League now. You got to pull the dick out of your butt. Okay, you're going to have to try a little bit in Diamond League. There, I don't know what this behavior is of people that are like, but I don't want to try very hard, and I just want to be GM. Can I do that with like 10 p.m.? No. Pull your head out of your ass and fucking buckle down and learn how to play the fucking game. Stop being a pussy. Okay. Now we got that out of the way. Do I ever kill the pylons? No. Also, don't anyone who's going to actually take offense, just know, guys, I'm fucking with you, okay? I feel like I'm a really nice person, and I feel like I could leave that as a joke and just leave it open-ended for you to perceive it however you want. But I'm joking, okay? I don't think you're a pussy. I'm joking. Don't take offense. It's just a joke. Okay, now, listen. Listen. So, we never kill the pylons. I never kill the pylons, with probes especially. I will kill the pylons eventually with stalkers and shit like that, but never with probes. Probe killing pylon, bad. Don't do that. Don't do that. So now we're scouting around. We're watching. We're waiting for him. What is he going to do? What are you doing? And he makes a cannon, right? Oh, okay, it's committed. You cannot make a cannon unless you have a forge. This guarantees it's a fucking cannon rush, right? So we pull probes because we don't know how many cannons he's going to make. You could only pull 3 here and really kill it because 3 probes kill a cannon faster than it builds. So you could pull 3 and kill it because we got on it right away. But we don't know. What if he makes 3 cannons? I don't fucking know, dude. So we pulled a good amount and he runs away. And then here's the biggest trick about stopping a cannon rusher. Tell one of your probes or 2, 1 or 2, to A-move his probe and let it happen. Just let it happen. Let one of my probes, one is good, honestly. Let one of your probes just chase his probe on A-move the whole fucking time and never touch it again until the probe dies. And the reason why is because it puts your opponent on a timer now where he's got a fucking like a hostile thing like snapping at his ass repeatedly. And he's like, fuck, every time I stop, I'm getting hit by a probe and I'm losing my probe slowly over time. And eventually it's going to die. If he ever neglects his probe, it's going to die. Vibe, what if he walled the cannon? Okay. How the fuck can you wall a cannon right here? First of all, his pylon is not touching the wall. That is a gap. Now, where are you going to put the cannon? Please explain. Are you going to put a cannon there? And are you going to build 3 pylons in a row right there? That's 450 minerals. That's expensive as shit. Are you going to put a cannon there? Same thing, 450 minerals to block that off. Are you going to put a cannon here and put a pylon there, pylon there, pylon there? Like, and you could even kill that, by the way, because you could put a probe in every corner, and 4 probes kills a cannon faster than it builds. Even 3 kills a cannon faster than it builds. The place where he put his pylon is really hard to make a cannon rush work from this. This is in the middle of nowhere. It'd be like saying, let me open up paint really fast. It'd be like saying this. What if the terrain of a base was like this? Okay? And it's like you could put a cannon there. 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 You could put a cannon in here. You could put a cannon in there. You could put a cannon in there. And what if you go, you know what? I don't like any of those bases. I'm going to put a cannon right here. I'm a wide open kind of cannon rusher. I just like putting my cannons in the middle of fucking nowhere. You don't have that much minerals. You can't afford that. Again, this is a thing where people need to understand. You don't start the game with 1,000 minerals in your bank. You have 50 and you make a probe with it. To make a pylon effectively work here with a cannon rush, you would honestly need to have like 600 minerals in the bank. Realistically. And you'd also need a lot of time as well. And you got to realize as well, I had this, remember this probe, guys, that was chasing the probe? I fucking had this probe up here the whole time. So if this guy starts going cannon there, and then he builds a pylon, you know what I'm going to do with my probe? I'm going to fucking sit right there. I'm going to be like, nope, you can't build here, sorry. Meanwhile, more probes are coming up to stop it. Like, more probes come up while my first probe is just sitting in the doorway being like, you can't build here. And then like 8 more probes come up here and just kill the cannon while it's wide open. So that is ideally, you know, this is a terrible place to cannon. This is actually a decent place to cannon over here, honestly. And I honestly think this is what his goal was. But at this point, it's way too late anyways because of stalkers, right? So anyways, we go forward. Our probes just kill, we do not kill pylons, we just kill cannons. We just kill cannons, we don't kill pylons. And look at that, look at this probe. See this one, I'm not even microing this, guys. He's A-moving his ass off, and I just killed that probe because he was on A-move, and it just happened to kill him. And now I've killed all the cannons in my base. I am fully saturated on the mineral line. I have 23 probes versus 19, and I already have stalkers on the way. I already have stalkers on the way. And now my opponent is leapfrog cannon rushing my main base from here. But I'm going to tell you something. Remember how I talked about the tourniquet? Right here? You strap it off. Well, right now, he's infected my hand right now. He bit my pinky with a cannon. And I can just be like, all right, cool. Let's wrap a little tiny miniature belt around the base of my pinky. And then have our stalkers stand right here. Am I going to run down the ramp and fight the cannon straight off the bat? Am I going to pull my probes and stalkers and kill the cannon? Definitely not. I don't need to do that. You know what I can do? I can just kill the fucking probe with my stalkers. And now I can outrange the cannon by killing the pylon. And when this pylon dies, he loses a vision of the high ground. And I can kill the cannon from the high ground because he can't shoot in the high ground. Because he doesn't see it. Meanwhile, this cannon is out of range of the Nexus by far, so I can just build a Nexus. So my build is like not really slowed down at all. And now from this point on, I have a humongous lead going further into the game, and I scouted cannons with a gateway being built. He's cannoning his, he's not even cannoning his natural, he's cannoning his main base, which means he's turtling on one base to something. And it can only really be Void Rays. It's very uncommon that it's going to not be Void Rays at this point. Because if he's going to make ground units, he probably wants to have some type of ground control, and you're not going to cannon turtle yourself in if you're going to go for ground control. What was I going to talk about this game? There's something I was going to talk. Oh, I was going to talk about supply differences, right? So look at this right now. There's like a 25 supply difference here at 6 minutes. 25. Remember that. 25. Let's look at it 1 minute later. This is also... Okay, let me actually talk about this too really fast. So here's a cool trick you can do with your Prism. This works for every dropship in the game, by the way. There's two ways you can drop it. D is probably going to be your unload command. It's literally... my camera's kind of in the way. It's right behind me. Sorry, whatever. You get the point. Like it literally says D for a drop. Okay, it's not that hard to understand. I don't feel like you have to see it to know that. But all you do is you hit the hotkey for D, and you have two ways to drop units. You can either hit D and click the ground, which will tell the Prism to go to that location, stop at the location, and then drop at that location. Or you can hit D and then hit drop and click the Prism itself on the screen. Right here in the middle of the screen, I can click the Prism, and it will make my Prism still continue to fly whatever direction it's already flying, and it will drop Immortals out of it one by one. I can also left-click these Immortals on the screen in the bottom middle here. I don't really ever recommend you do this, though, because your mouse is like way the fuck out of position then. You want to probably keep your mouse in the middle of the screen if you're going to micro, so you don't really need to click these usually. But you could also left-click these Immortals, and it would also drop them out of the Prism without having that Prism to have to stop. So we drop what we do is we hit D and we click the Prism, which is why our Prism does not stop and it drops Immortals. Notice how it keeps moving while dropping. Drops. It never stops moving. Like while it drops, it carpet bombs the Immortals out. And now, what did we say? Oh, the Void Rays are gonna kill my Prism and I'm gonna recall my Immortals out. Right? It's fucking whatever. It's totally fine. But look what we're doing. We're killing probes. This is a cool build you can do where you can open up Gateway Robo, go for Immortal Prism, go Chrono Boost out 2 Immortals first. It's better to go Immortals first in case you get all in. That way you have Immortals there. And then you go Prism third. And then you actually fly across the map if your opponent's not all-inning you right away. And you just try to kill pylons. You kill a Stalker here and there if you can. You kill probes. Immortals, 2-shot probes, guys. These things hit probes as hard as photon cannons do. They're fucking strong as hell. So I'm popping probes like crazy. Look at this. Probes are dying like crazy. He has to run away from the mineral line. I killed 8 probes right there. That's insane. Well, I killed actually more like probably 5 because I killed a couple probes in my base already before. But now as Void Rays show up and I recall, I just go, okay, recall. Void Rays are here. Because I can't hit air and these Void Rays are going to destroy everything here if I stay. So I recall out. Immortals are still alive. Prism dies. All G. Now, remember how we talked about how we were 25 supply ahead a minute ago? Now, we're almost 40 supply ahead. It's going to only get bigger. So, yes, I could kill my opponent right now. I could probably kill my opponent. It's one of those things where I was just saying it's a risk if you don't understand how far ahead you are and you're not great at reading a game. Because... there's 2 ways to read a game. Number 1 is you go, I think I'm ahead and I think I can kill him now, so maybe I should attack. Or, you don't want to know what number 2 is? I think I'm ahead, so I'm going to get further ahead by being ahead already, and then once I get really far ahead by hitting the threshold of supply cap, I will then attack him. Because if you're already ahead, you know what that means? You're going to get to max supply faster than your opponent. In what world would it ever make sense where a Protoss player on 2 bases is going to max out at the same speed as a Protoss player who's on 3 bases? Fucking in no world will that ever make sense. If you have a guy making 30% more income, he's going to use that income to max out faster. And that means that I'm going to max out at a quicker pace than my opponent. And then our opponent then attacks us with Void Rays. And they all die. And now again, look at the supply, right? Again, we could attack him, and we would most likely win. But if you are, sometimes you'll get games, I guarantee it happens to everybody. You'll get a game where you think you're ahead, you attack, and you go, wait, what? I actually just lost that fight. Okay, I guess maybe I'll attack him again. I lost that fight again. I'll attack him again. I lost that fight again. And before you know it, you're throwing the fucking game like crazy. You're throwing the game all over the place. And you're about to throw the game in the garbage can because you're gonna throw the game literally all the way to a loss. If you just because again, look at the supply difference, right? I'm ahead by a lot. It's only going to get more severe than that. It's going to get more extreme. I'm hitting my stride, my power spike stride, to max out super fast. Look at it now. I'm even further ahead than I was before. It was 68 to 110. Now it's 84 to 170. Now it's 90 to, now I'm doubling supply entirely. I'm 100 supply ahead. We were literally calling the supply, like this whole game, if you guys watch this game and you listen to this analysis after, I basically called everything this guy was doing the whole fucking time. And for someone who doesn't know how to do that, that's okay. I'm not saying, oh yeah, you know exactly how to play the game, just like how I did. And now you know, because I said it, now you know it. But if you listen to it again a few times, you'll start catching on to points. And the biggest point I'm trying to tell you is, don't feel rushed to end the game if you're already ahead. I don't understand that logic from people. If you're already ahead, why do you need to attack? Like if I, like, think about it like a super simple term, okay? Think about it in a super simple term. What if there was a game that was like this? This is legit what StarCraft is in a very simple format. Okay, and then look at this. Okay, so basically what this means is we have money or we have weapons. Okay, so money is here and weapons are here. Okay, that's a horrible circle, but you get the point. And let's just say me as a player, I go like this. I'm gonna invest into this times, oops, I'm gonna go money times 4, and my opponent is gonna go money times 1, and then I'm gonna make units at the early game like times 2, and my opponent's gonna make units early game like times fucking 6 or some shit like that. My opponent invested into more aggression, more damage, and I invested into more economy. That's just how it went. Simple terms. Why the fuck am I going to attack my opponent early game if I invested into economy to start the game off with?
Let's say you find yourself in that position where you thought you were ahead, then you lose a fight. Is there a way to salvage that game?
Sure.
What would you do to catch up? Is it possible?
That is not something I can answer. That is not something I can answer. That's a case-by-case basis. That is a case-by-case basis. So if I invested into money and my opponent invested into army, you know what that means? It means that my opponent if we have a graph now, this is my opponent, this is me, okay? My opponent's going to be like this. That's going to be my opponent. He's investing in an army really heavily early, but he's investing a little bit into economy, so he's going to still go up at a decent pace, but that's my opponent. Now here, we don't even need a second graph, sorry. I don't even know why I built a second graph. Now here's me. This is what my graph looks like. That's what I look like. So if you think about it like that, if you think that and this is like army value right here. That's what that is. This stands for army value on this side. And this is like time. If my army is going to start off smaller than my opponent's because I'm going for economy, expansion, logically, why the hell would I want to attack anywhere in the threshold of the early part of this? It makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense. Why would I want to attack as well anywhere right here? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because it gives me a chance that I could fuck up and I could actually throw my units away. If I attack my opponent right here though, you know what? This is the biggest power spike I have in the entire game right there. Because I just maxed out and I am crushing my opponent's supply at the same time. It's not even close. That is the biggest difference in the entire game that we will have with each other. As long as nothing crazy happens where like one of us has to base trade or some shit like that. It's just fucking developing your base. This is why people who are impatient, I do not you just don't I feel like people who are impatient just don't get that concept. Why attack someone when you're investing into economy when they're not and you're not at full power yet? Yeah, I mean, you can. If you really know you're going to win the game and you know your shit, that's fine. I'm not against that. I'm not saying everyone in like pro games and shit should do that as well. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying if you don't know how to read a game, do yourself a favor and just give yourself an edge to win the game by giving yourself the biggest power spike possible. Makes way more sense if you do it that way. Again, I'm trying to make you guys understand the game better. That's the whole point. I'm trying to make you guys actually have a good understanding of what the hell you're doing. Okay, what is this? A Zerg player? This is a Zerg player, dude. Let's do another committed cannon rush this game. We'll all in the Zerg player. So I know you guys love your cannon rushes. We'll do another cannon rush. We'll all in the crap out of this guy. We'll all in the shit out of him. Let's get greedy with it too. Let's do it at the natural. That way, if I have to fall back, I can just take my natural.
Vibe, you literally just did the economics question, guns versus butter, lol. It's a real math problem you do in economics, just so you know. If you didn't, lol, look it up.
I did not look it up. I didn't even go to college or university or anything. I never even took economics. Okay, so we're gonna cannon rush him right now. Let's go ahead and cannon rush, like, pick a location that doesn't suck ass. Maybe like right here, like right there or something. That way we can put a pylon there, and we can put a pylon like over here, and we can put a cannon somewhere in here. Okay, that's you know, that's walled off now, and now we can wall this off. So he's pulling a bunch of drones, right? This is how you cannon rush people. It's super lame. I feel bad already. Okay, so our cannon's done. Let's go ahead and build a cannon now. Or sorry, our pylon's done. Let's go ahead and cancel this pylon right here. And now let's build a gateway right there. Let's build another pylon up here, because we need to be able to go into the main base. So it's best to put your cannon rush in an area where you can make the cannon unattackable. Like it's like invulnerable essentially. Okay, now let's make another couple cannons right here. Let's make like 2 more cannons. We'll make a second gateway in the main base. If we have to, we can cancel the cannons. It's okay. And now let's take a probe and let's go make a. Oh, he's all-inning me with a hatchery. It's okay. Don't worry, guys. Don't freak out. Like, see how that hatchery's in my base? I just want you to know something. I don't give a shit. I don't care at all that the hatchery's in my base. Not one bit. And I'll explain why in a minute. Let's build 1 pylon near it, just so we have, like, put a pylon near our nexus, so we can put a battery. If we need to, we can make a battery there. Okay, and now my core is almost done. We have a lot of
Vibu,
thingies.
my friend Aura is watching your stream instead of spending time with his GF.
No.
I think he loves you more.
Ooh.
Hi, Aura.
Hell yeah. What's up, dude? Hi, Aura. Yo, RX Riot. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Much love. Okay, this battery might die. Kill that drone, and we'll use our stalkers to poke in a second here. And okay, he's actually making units really fast, so let's do this. First 2 stalkers go home like this. Recall my stalkers home. Just first 2, recall home, and because he's making units, let's make a battery. These stalkers will stay here and just kill this. Now I make more stalkers. Okay. This battery's gonna die. It's okay. Let's go and chrono boost out a cannon if we can. Let's build another pylon because this pylon looks like it might die. And now let's get over here and let's start killing some fucking spines. How's this going? Pretty good. Okay. Back up. Let's make a couple more batteries. The goal is we want him to engage the whatever it's called, the cannons as much as possible. We want him to engage the cannons as much as possible. And we always want to poke him and then back up to our spine crawlers. Or sorry, back up to our shield batteries. He engages, we back up to cannons and batteries. He leaves, we go back and kill drones and shit. Kill a spine. How's this going? It's going pretty good. Spine's dead, back up to the cannon battery. I'm not even really focus firing, I'm just moving the area. Back up to a cannon battery. Let's make some more batteries. Let's make another pylon right here. Back up to batteries. How's it going over here? We killed the hatchery. Sick. Keep making stalkers. Let's kill these. Okay, back up to the cannon battery. Push forward. Back up to cannon battery. Back up to cannon battery further. Keep making stalkers. Make another pylon. Back up to cannon battery. He's attacking us. We just A-moved the areas. We didn't actually focus fire anything. Really, like you can micro that like a boss as well. If you actually focus fire, you can micro that so insane, and like actually pick the Ravagers off as a priority. I could be picking off his creep tumors every time we tried to throw them down, but so they couldn't actually spread around my base like this. I could be killing a creep tumor over here too that he put over there earlier, or I think it actually died because it was in range of the cannon anyways, like the vision of it. But yeah, like that's a committed cannon. That is an all-in cannon rush right there. So how did that go? How'd that shit go? Yo, Broken Jar, thank you for the raid, dude. What's up, guys? How did that shit go? Let's see it. Let's see that shit, boy. B2GM cheese with toss? No, I'm doing a range of builds, all-ins and macro builds all over the place. It's not even like I'm not even doing just like one build repeatedly. I've done like 15 different builds already for Protoss. I feel like it's been a lot. And again, you can just it's up to you guys to pick whatever builds you like and use them. But it's really about understanding concepts. So we go around the area and we go, where is the most abusable location we can put our cannons? Whereas Zerg has the hardest... Like, if I put a pylon there, guys, how the hell am I going to wall that? It's pretty rough. But look, what if I use the wall and the mineral line? These are like artificial pylons because they block surface area. Vibe stopped making probes that game. Yeah, it's because I all-in'd him. It was an all-in, right? So I build a pylon there. I block off the entire entrance on this side. It blocks off this side and this side. And then I have this cannon or this pylon already over here, which is almost done already. And then I can now put another pylon here. And I see him pulling drones. I see him pulling more drones down the ramp with our pylon vision. And I'm like, all right, cool. Let's just wall it in. And now he cannot get in. This is fully connected to the wall. And drones cannot kill... They cannot really kill pylons faster than they build. It's really hard, especially if it has limited surface area because of where he is. So we just build a cannon. And once we have the cannon started, I canceled a pylon just so I'm not walled in. And then I built a gateway because we're getting ready to set up stalker pressure as well. And I want the gateways proxied. Now we go up to the high ground and we start establishing a fortification in the high ground. And our cannon's now done so it can cover the pylon. Now these cannon spots I put down were a little greedy because that is actually out of range of his drones if he hits it from the north side only. So if this guy knew what he was doing, he could pull 3 drones and kill the cannon. He could do that. But if he actually surrounds the sides of the cannons or the back of the cannon, my cannon would shoot his ass. So this is a little of a bold, aggressive greed positioning here. It should be actually down by 1 grid for the range of how we're going here. But the reason why I wanted to go up a bit more is because it gives me more room to work with like more gateways here, more batteries back here, things like that. You want the cannons to be in the front. That way they actually are always the things that the Protoss, or the Zerg always has to engage the cannons as a priority. Anyways, he doesn't stop it. The cannons go up. And now our second gateway is started and is natural. We have our core already on the way. And notice how, even though a lot of players would be like, oh my god, there's a hatchery in my base. I bet like 99% of Protosses in Diamond League would be like, what am I going to do against this? I know. I'll put a pylon there and I'll make a cannon. And then I'll put another cannon. And then the Zerg cancels his hatchery and builds another one over there. And you're like, ah, fuck. Put a pylon there and put a cannon there and a cannon there. We don't give a shit about this. This is irrelevant. This is dealt with if he actually commits to it and it finishes, which is why we just build a pylon to scout for us to see if it's going to finish. This could then build a battery, and we can recall a couple stalkers home to deal with this while we're making lots of stalkers to kill him. Easy peasy. Because if this guy overcommits with this, he dies here. And if I overcommit to this to defend it, he defends this easy. So anyways, we're making our stalkers. He lets it finish and he immediately starts an egg, so that's why we're like, ah, okay, fuck, that's real. I can clearly see it because my pylon sees that. And I go, alright, yeah, no, we need to recall our stalkers because that is fucking real. That is not fake. That is not like him hoping that I go back and react. That's actually a thing. But look what 2 stalkers do. We'll just look what 2 stalkers do. I don't even fucking micro these stalkers. And the battery gets made because it finishes. And then he puts a tumor down, which I could totally kill if I paid attention. Or if I wanted to kill it, right? If we were going to just walk up there and snipe it. And then he just gives up on it. It's over. And now, you know what these stalkers can do? They can walk across the map again and help in the fucking proxy. They're not static D cannons sitting here for forever. So yeah, that's definitely going to be good for us. Now going back to our version here, our little attack here, we have the cannon battery set up. This battery was probably built in kind of a bad spot, honestly. It's a little exposed. This is why you want cannons in the front. That battery is a waste. And we're just making more stalkers. This is stalkers 3 and 4 now at his base, because stalkers 1 and 2 at our base. And we're just poking him. We're always in cannon battery range. Every time he's not near us, we walk forward, and every time he is near us, we walk back to cannon battery. Now again, we're not microing this perfect. So we lose a stalker, it's okay. And then we back up, it's all good. Even if you fuck up a little bit, just know every time the Zerg runs into cannons and gets shot, he's fucking up. That's not what Zerg wants to do. This is so hard for Zerg to deal with. Rock back to cannon battery. He runs in. He loses units. We go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And now the stalker count's getting really high again, right? It's starting to get really high. And we're just constantly making more cannons and batteries. Or, sorry, we're actually not making cannons. I take it back. We made the initial cannons and that's it. All we're making is stalkers and batteries. That battery was inefficient. No, it definitely was efficient because look at our batteries. They're all being used. They're all utilizing their energy throughout the game. It was definitely worth it. Yeah. So yeah, the micro is super simple there. What is Zerg supposed to do? I'll tell you what Zerg's supposed to do in a Zerg video, not in a Protoss video. Sorry. People always ask me to tell you how the other races should defend my attacks, but I don't want to tell you how to play Zerg in a Protoss video. Look how long it takes me just to tell you how to fucking cannon rush Zerg. It takes me like 30 minutes. Take you 30 minutes also to talk about how to Zerg to beat it. But if you just watch the Zerg B2GM videos, I guarantee you'll see me get cannon rushed. And I got, like, for instance, in Diamond 3 Zerg that's already uploaded to YouTube, I got cannon rushed probably like 5 times. And I defended it every time, and I talked about it. So if you really want to know, go check that video out. I talk about a ton of shit, and I bet you'll probably learn something if you're not already an expert at the game. I meant the one that got destroyed. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that one was bad. The one battery that was off on its own in the front, that was definitely bad. Not good. Alright guys, I think I'm just gonna power through and finish this video today. We have to play like another 10 games, but good god. Fucking, it's okay. I'm just gonna do it. It's such a long video. These fucking league promotions are enormous. It's because I'm getting less MMR a win since last time I made a series. Like 2 years ago. Okay, let's go ahead and get our ramp set up. Okay, this game, guys, let's use the cool unit Protoss has, which is a Dark Templar. Let's use the DTs this game. This is DT boys right here.
You must construct additional pylons.
We're not going to all in with DTs, by the way. You could all in with DTs, but I'm not going to actually show you an all in DT build because I think it's bad. You'll like all in DTs is like not good. It's just crap. Oh, look, he's already got a probe in our base. Are we going to get fucking cannon rush? That's a really fast probe. Let's take our gas before he steals it. Yeah, no, it looks like he's cannon rushing us. Okay, so he's cannon rushing us right now. So this is happening. Okay, I'm going to build a thingy. Okay, he opened it up on the left side. He fucked up big time there because now I can actually kill the cannon. Now this is a big thing to do. Okay, this is huge. This is fucking huge. Oops, I already have a forge. Okay, well, so we're trying not to let him abuse the area as much. Let's make our own cannon right here because we need to. Let's make 2 cannons while we're at it. And the reason why we're going to make 2 cannons is because he already has a cannon. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of probes die right now because we need to weaken the cannon and we need to buy time for our other cannon. Some probes are going to die right now, guys. It's just a fact of life right now. Okay, let's move all our probes away now. Run away. Okay, this game is a bit of a fucking clusterfuck, dude. Go back to mining. Okay, let's go ahead and build our cyber core. What's going on over here? This guy's economy sucks ass, just like ours does. We both have bad economies. This turned this game into a mess already. Now let's get rid of one of our cannons. With one of our cannons, we'll kill one of our cannons, so it opens up my mineral line again, because our mineral line looks like garbage right now. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a conversation about this game. This one we'll talk about a bit. See, this guy has practiced that fucking cannon rush location. That was very abusable. That was such a fucking abusable cannon rush spot. Okay, let's go ahead and take our third base. Let's try and fix our probes. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. All 2. Okay, let's take our natural. Let's take a pylon at our natural. But you guys gotta realize, I'm not actually in a bad spot because this dude also is in a, like, he fucked himself over as much as he fucked me over. He was so invested with so much shit there. Okay, let's go ahead and make a council. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still gonna do it, but I think DTs right now is kind of a silly choice because he already has a forge and he has cannons. And it kind of counters DTs a little bit. We're still gonna do it though because I just want to show you, even if you do something that counters you, you can still make it work. Let's go ahead and make a couple stalkers just to start the game off with. And let's make a battery here. Because I don't know if this guy's going to all in us now or not. Like, it's hard to say. I can't really tell. Because he might not expand, he might expand. We could definitely scout that. That is also a good thing we could do. We should actually do that. Just to give us more info as to what's going on. So we invested as a follow-up into a natural. Now, let's go scout our opponent and see if he's doing the same thing. Meanwhile, let's make a Dark Shrine. And he's got a pylon at my fucking base. So this might... Oh, he's cannon... He's doing literally fucking proxy void rays, it looks like, guys. So we definitely... We'll continue the DTs. It's okay. But yeah, this is cannon void ray. Cannons into proxy void rays. Okay, so let's try and lure this void ray to the fucking cannon of our own, and if we can't, then you know it's gonna suck balls. This is definitely a bit of a pain in the ass. Okay, let's run into his base really fast and let's just see. Okay, wait, this is just becoming a fucking mess, dude. And I think we're gonna die on this one. I think we're gonna die. He also has already made a cannon in his mineral line. All right, we're dead. GG. So we should have scouted the natural faster. Now let's talk about this game really fast. Let's talk about this game really fast. So I should not have gone DTs there. That was it just cost me the fucking game because he went proxy voids and we didn't confirm that with it because we didn't scout enough. If I would have known it was proxy voids and we just made more stalkers, we would have been just fine. Because it's 2 base stalker versus 1 base proxy void at that point. And I do think at the end of the cannon rush, we were honestly not in the worst spot. Okay. So he has practiced this. This is his cheesy. Maybe he watched someone do this. Maybe he practices himself. This is definitely fucking abusable on this map. Okay? Did I know this existed? No. This is a new map, and I haven't played enough PvP at higher levels yet. And I have not seen someone do this to me yet. So this is now something I know about. I now know that this little fucking location is very abusable. And the reason why it's so abusable is because the first fucking cannon you build, that is... Remember how I walled in 3 pylons to my cannon to kill the Zerg a second ago? Well, this is 3 pylons that can wall into a cannon, which is the same exact thing. The probes can't kill these pylons. And it's in my mineral line already. He's already killing my fucking mineral line. He's already killing my mineral line with his first cannon. This is a super difficult position to deal with for cannon rush. So what do I do as a response to this? I'm like, well, there's no fucking way I'm breaking that. That's gonna happen. That it has to happen now. It's guaranteed gonna happen now. So I build a pylon right here, and this pylon purpose is because I'm gonna make cannons. I'm gonna make my own cannons in the area, and now I'm gonna start my own forge because I have to make a forge to make cannons. So we are getting ready to fight cannons with cannons. And now he actually gives me an opening because he's greedy. Because if he actually didn't open that, I was already dead. I just want you guys to know, if he didn't open this, I already lost the game. This was greedy for him to open this, and he fucked it up. Because he opened it, and he built a cannon, and I actually blocked it before he sealed it. Now here's a big... See how we tried to build a pylon and I blocked it? Now I can actually kill the cannon. So now this is no longer a problem anymore. I mean, it's still a problem, but... And then he actually follows up with a secondary wall over here. This guy has definitely practiced this a lot. But I fucked up his initial push right here, right? So, here's the thing. I need to make sure there is no chance a pylon could go in one of 2 spots. If a pylon goes down there, I'm fucked. If a pylon goes down there, I am fucked again. And why is that? Because if I have 3 probes run into this area to kill his cannon, and then he locks my fucking probes into the area, it means I can't actually do anything with these probes, and they have to basically... The only thing they can do is auto-attack pylons. That sucks. That's a lot of my economy that's just gone. I don't want that to happen. That sounds awful. That's terrible. He just like eliminates 1/4 of my economy then, essentially, if he does that. That's really bad. Or like a third, or a 5th rather. So we pull more probes just to make sure that these guys don't get locked up in there, because we need to make sure we have enough probes killing it too. So he cancels it, and now he immediately follows over here, and he blocks the other gap of the mineral line. Again, this guy has practiced this a lot. You can tell because it's super fluid and fast every time he rotates somewhere else. And he sets up another cannon over here, and he walls his cannon in with a gateway and a pylon. This dude has definitely practiced this a lot. This is you can tell the difference between a good cannon rusher and a bad cannon rusher. People who are all like quickly about like do like doing all their like setups really fast and they know where the base is abusable. This is probably like the 50th time this guy has practiced his cannon rush on this map. I would imagine. He's very fast at it, and he rotated out of a problem here into a brand new problem for me over here. So this sucks. This cannon's going up for sure. There's no way I can stop that. Because I can only attack it with one probe at a time now. And I cannot kill this pylon fast enough to break the pylon and then break the cannon. Because there's not enough surface area to do that. And we try, but you see it's not enough. It's just not enough. So now our forge is almost done, and we're going to start making our own cannons. Because that's how we're going to try and deal with this, is with our own cannons. So we make 2 cannons. I make 2 cannons, and I'm out of money. Okay? And now here's the thing about cannons, is cannons can kill other cannons really fast. Cannons kill cannons super duper quick. Could you take gas and they would rally back to the right side? No, you cannot do that. If I built a gas here, and I mined the gas, my probe would go into the gas, and it would pop back out of the gas. Where it mined from. Probes don't go in one side and out the other. They go in one side and back out where they came from. So I could mine my gas and then sit back in the blocked area. That's what would happen. For people who are curious about that. So he he sets up the cannon rush here, and now what we're trying to do is there's no way I can kill all the pylons in time. There's 4 fucking pylons, and there's no way I can kill all these other pylons, especially this one in the middle. So I can't expect to kill the pylons with my probes before the cannon's done. That's not an option. So the only option is I can try to do as much damage to this cannon as physically possible once I get rid of this pylon that's blocking surface area here. And I can try to weaken the cannon. Same thing here. I can have a couple probes weaken this cannon he just started. Or kill the probe. Either way. And if I pulled all my... Here's the thing. If I ran all my probes away right now, look at the probe count. I already have probe lead, right? I know I have probe lead because I was making probes throughout this. My opponent does not have probe lead, guaranteed, because he was making so many buildings. He was making more buildings than I was. And the only reason why he can afford that is because he's not making as many probes as I am. And he's also not actually making a gateway like I did earlier. This was started much later as a wall for that. So I know I've invested more of my money into more of tech, and I've also invested more of my money into more probes, which is why he has the excess money to make more pylons and cannons. So, if I pull my probes away, yes, I would retain probe lead, but here's the problem. This cannon would kill this cannon before it finishes, and then this cannon would weaken this cannon as it finishes, and this cannon would actually beat that cannon in a 1v1. And it's because cannons do 20 fucking damage a shot, and they shoot pretty damn fast. They shoot 0.89 seconds per shot. So that one cannon would basically, even if somehow the damage that the probes did to this cannon was enough to make this second cannon win the fight, and the time it would take for these 2 cannons to fight to the death right now, this third cannon up here, or this next cannon up here for Protoss would be enough to overpower the final cannon. Like it's just not enough. So the only option I really have is to make sure these probes continue to fight that cannon, to weaken it, and to also make sure these probes fight to the death here on this cannon, to weaken it as much as possible, and also to buy time so that my cannons don't get shot at. So that's what we do, because if we just left, the cannon would kill us. And now look at the probe count after I lose all these probes. Watch this. So now I win the cannon fight because we sacrificed probes in the process. And look at the probe count. It's not that bad. We actually still had a chance in this game. It's 14 probes versus 15 probes. And we just lost 10 probes. And he lost 1. It's because I was making probes the entire time. So it made sense to sack our probes there to guard our cannons so that our cannons could guaranteed fix our base and recover the base. And now, in terms of resources lost, our opponent's going to lose more than us, and it's because he invested so much more into this in general. So not a bad situation, honestly, from this point on. This is why I was saying we actually had a chance here to still potentially win this game. We still could have potentially won this game if we would have reacted by... We really needed to scout his natural fast after we you know, took our natural, we really needed to confirm if he was going to expand or not. Like, we should scout him right now. This probe should have scouted him right now. Because if I would have saw no natural, then we're going to get all in again. Like, it's round 2 all in. And that could have tipped us off to something like this. Because if he has nothing in his main base, if he's got 1 gateway, if he's not getting warp gate, if he's not getting a weapon upgrade on the forge, and he's making a cannon, just 1 cannon in the mineral line, and he's got only 1 pylon in the main mineral line, this is not enough pylons to support his entire supply. So we could clearly tell who we're being proxied. And if we knew we were being proxied, if we run around the side of our base or around the side of our base, we would find either probably a proxy robo down here or a proxy Stargate up here. Or maybe like a proxy Dark Shrine or some shit up here. Just running around our base. And if we didn't find anything, it'd be okay. If we know we're getting all in by a 1 base all in, it would make the most sense if we make stalkers and then we just make like a cannon. We already have a cannon here, and we can make 1 cannon here for detection purposes in case it became DTs. And just make stalkers. It would make the most sense if we did that. But again, we didn't scout, so we got fucked. But we actually defended the cannon rush. Vibe, what if you made a zealot? It wouldn't have mattered if I made a zealot. Because a zealot has the same problem as a probe does. And it's that it's a melee unit. And this guy is not building cannons in the middle of nowhere. He's building cannons behind pylons and behind gateways. Like he was building buildings in front of the cannons. That sucks. It's rough. Now, if I will say this. The moment where I had all those probes up here, and they were stacked up trying to kill the pylon, if it was 1 zealot hitting the cannon instead of 1 probe, yes, that would have been a lot better for us. We could have probably dealt with that a lot better in that one particular situation. But you have to realize as well, my money was not sitting there with like tons of minerals in the bank ready to go over and over and over. We were scraping the bottom of the barrel repeatedly because I had to keep pulling like 8 probes off the mineral line, 9 probes off the mineral line. And making a zealot, the idea of making a zealot, I'm not going to lie, it would have been good this game because of that 1 cannon spot right there. However, it would not have been good if that cannon did not get set up and our probes actually broke this up here, and then the zealot pops out to now finish off pylons. Like, the zealot is a bit of a gamble, because if you're able to handle your opponent with your probes right off the bat, and then you actually have like a cannon down in this situation, it's not that bad. I'll just say in general, if you want to make a zealot, you can make a zealot. But again, it's expensive to make a zealot. It's not free. So, and a zealot can also be very nullified if your opponent has proper wall, which is why it's a gamble. The only reason why it would have worked is because there was a gap from his pylon and his gateway covering that 1 cannon there. Like, remember how he had pylon, cannon back there? If he never canceled that and I made a zealot, it would have delayed my cannons, and that cannon could have killed the zealot before I killed his pylon. Easily. A zealot will kill a pylon slower than a cannon will kill a zealot. But, yeah, once we saw this, we were kind of fucked. I was like, well, shit, dude. I have 1 gateway right now, and, yeah, we're definitely going to die. Or I had 2, but I had 1 pylon, sorry. And I can't power my fucking gateways, and he just keeps focus firing it down and killing it. So he definitely fucked us. This guy fucked us with the proxy void ray follow-up. And then we just die. I want to see this guy. Just for fun. Okay, yeah. Yep. It's, Sniper boy. Yeah. It's, definitely that dude was playing that game fucking super good. That guy was playing that game at like a master's level. Or honestly, I'm not even kidding. That could have been even like a GM level in terms of how he set up those cannons in my base. Look at how many games he leaves, and he only fucking fights me, right? It's because he's sniping a streamer. Leave game, leave game, leave game. For the last hour has been just leaving game after game after game after game, and finally found me. And then plays the game finally. And cannon rushes me like that and goes and avoids. That's just a fucking snipe, right? It's all good. It's all good. He just wants to be in my YouTube video. Yay. And he wants to make my series take fucking 10 hours instead of 9 hours. With this fucking promotion. See, like, I would say that's the kind of snipe that I don't like. Because that guy was clearly playing above what I would deem diamond level. Like, I'm really trying really hard to make it a legit series and not going out of the norm where it's like, oh, well, we're playing someone who seems like they're pretty good, so let's just go GM now. Like, I'm not trying to do that, right? I'm not trying to do that. And whenever I play someone who snipes me and they go full fucking tryhard and they're clearly above the league I'm in, it's super annoying. I don't appreciate when people do that. Guys, can you stop fucking doing that? Jesus Christ. It's not even a real game. Should cut his name from the video. No, I'll leave him in. It's fine. I'm not gonna edit my video to edit out that game. There's still shit to be learned from that game, like how to deal with someone who's actually picking on a player who in a different division league of skill. Like I don't really want to deal with it because it just makes my video take longer to make. That's the main reason why I find it annoying. I'm just like, God damn it, dude. Now I have to play another 2 games because I lost that one. I have to play one just to recover the points I lost. But I'm not gonna fucking edit my videos. You know how much extra work that is for me? Fuck that shit. Just to edit out all the snipes. It's just lame. And now he's just been branded as a fucking a lame boy. Because it's pretty fucking obvious what that was, right? And anyway, and again, this is the logic that I don't agree with as well. When someone is gonna hear what I'm saying and they're gonna be like, "Well, Vibe, you're fucking doing it too, though, idiot." But I'm not playing like a GM Protoss right now. It's going to keep getting better. It's going to keep getting stronger. I am actually actively trying to limit what we're doing hardcore throughout all of these games. So it's not quite the same thing. It's honestly not quite the same thing. Okay, let's stutter step the Reaper. So if he goes to the left, we zone him, right? Zone him, zone him, zone him, and the Reaper dies. Nice. Stutter step, zone him, stutter step, zone him. Okay, this game, let's just go defensive Robo Colossus this game. Like we did before. This is a really solid build versus Terran. This is a very good macro build versus Terran. Okay. So we didn't confirm if this guy has a natural either or not. So let's just go ahead and build a battery. Let's build a pylon on the side of our base. What happened? I wait for T. Oh, we just got sniped by someone who's like probably GM. It's not a big deal. It's fine.
I am eager to strike.
It's just lame how often it's happened to me this entire series between all 3 races. So many fucking people are sniping. Boys, don't you realize if you actually like StarCraft 2, I'm trying to fucking bring people into the game. I'm trying to actually increase the volume of players that this game has by helping them learn how to play. And someone who actually is that good at the game obviously cares about the game because they play it a lot. And it's like sabotage. You can honestly dislike me as all you. If you don't like me, that's totally fine. You don't have to like me at all. But if you like StarCraft enough to actually care about it, I think sabotaging a series as much as you can. That is the purpose of the series is to increase the new player base to get more people involved in the game. It just seems fucking like immature mindset, right? It's just like, oh, I didn't think that far ahead. Oh shit. Well, I guess when StarCraft, if StarCraft ever does come to a point where people there's not enough community to really play this game, and now I'm kind of done with it. Maybe that wouldn't have had to happen if I didn't try to fucking sabotage and make the world burn so much for people who try to increase the game's output. Okay, so he's attacking us with the drop. Let's go ahead and move towards it. Get ready to run our probes away. If it comes to it. Looks like it's going to come to it. Run our probes away. So if it burrows, let's just send 1 probe at it and let the probe die. This is the sacrificial jump on the grenade probe right here. And there we go. We just killed the Widow Mine and all is good again. Okay, let's transfer some probes to the 3rd base. And obviously, another thing too I'll say is I don't want to make it sound like I'm taking the high road where I'm like, guys, I am only making this series for you. Obviously, I'm not a fucking idiot. I make it for myself as well because people love this series and it does really well for my stream. Sure, that's a fact. But I mean, it's a byproduct that it actually brings a lot more people in if people actually enjoy the game. It's kind of intimidating and daunting to get into a game that's been out for a decade and you just feel like everyone you play against is gonna steamroll your ass. But now if you feel like you actually can somewhat understand how to play the game, you have a chance. I know someone out there's gonna be a smart ass and be like, yeah, fucking right, vibe. Make it for the people. You're not a fucking saint. Of course I make it for myself as well. But it has multi-purpose. Okay, he's attacking our third base. Let's go ahead and... This is kind of a scary army. Let's go ahead and pull our probes. And let's pop Guardian Shield and let's go for it. Stutter Step into him. Maybe focus fire that tank now. We could focus fire that Liberator. And now just go for it. All our probes did die. It's okay. But at the same time... I mean, we didn't really have a choice, right? That was a scary push. That was a lib. That was fucking tank. That was medevac. That was a lot of Marines with Stimpack. That was looking a little fucking dicey. So now we're going into weapon and armor upgrades. We're going into a blink upgrade. We're getting a Colossus. We're getting a weapon, or the range upgrade for Colossus. We're getting all these upgrades right now. And we already have 3 Nexus, so we can just rebuild that. And here's the thing too, right? Check this out. Even though I didn't actually scout, like pay attention to my scout very much, because it actually died to a Widowmine earlier and shit like that. Is it okay that my probe just died? And I would say this. I would say yes, it's okay that my probes just died. And why is that okay? Because if I felt pressured there, like we were gonna die if I didn't pull my probes, you know what that means? It means that my opponent didn't go for a 3rd command center as fast as I went for a 3rd Nexus. So I had an economy advantage that kind of balanced out to kill his army. We kind of wish-washed back down to even Stevens. But now that I have a 3rd Nexus, if he didn't build a 3rd command center behind that, I'll probably start pulling ahead because I can replace probes faster because I already have the Nexus done. That concept is hard for people to understand, honestly. But it is very true. So I can sacrifice economy to win a fight in army and just recover economy faster than my opponent. And now that the game stalemates out again a little bit, I just have a nice lead. So now what we're going to do with our hallucination scout is we're going to go check and see how many bases he's on. How many bases this guy got? Excuse me. Transfer probes to the gas. He's got a 3rd. Okay, so he has a 3rd with a PF at it. That's all good. Then we have a 4th. Chrono boost upgrades. Get another Colossus out. Transfers probes that are oversaturated. Get another pylon. Okay, now he's doing multiple attacks with Liberators at our base. So we can blink our Stalkers here, pop it. We can do a Warping of Stalkers here, and pop it. Just attack him, blink at him, attack him again, and it dies. So what is this guy showing us as well? This guy's showing us that he loves to fucking attack our economy over and 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 over. He loves attacking my economy. So what are we gonna do? Let's go ahead and do this. Take some Stalkers and go like this. Move some Stalkers in my main base. Move some Stalkers in my, like, let's spread our army out, essentially. And let's go like this. Build a pylon. Build a pylon. Shift, move a mineral line. So it goes to mine afterwards. And build a pylon, like, over here. Now, what did I just do? I just gave myself coverage from more aggression around my mineral lines, which has been annoying so far. But at the same time, I gave myself pylon notifications where if he does a big ground push, I can regroup in time before he hits my base. So I gave myself coverage versus his ground push, and I gave myself coverage versus his continued air annoyance. Now behind this, let's make a few more gateways.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, Rails, thank you very much for the 6-month resub, dude. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi. Where's my sentry? There it is. Let's send a hallucinated phoenix around the other bases on the map that we haven't scouted yet. Let's just see if he has any more that we don't know about. Let's take another base as well while we're at it. Let's take this base or something like that. And then, yep. We're good. We're just about good. Our probe count is still looking like it's pretty juicy. It's 80 right now. We're looking super fancy. Every base is fully saturated. This base is a little oversaturated, but it's all good. We're making another base to transfer to eventually.
Oh.
Make some more
yeah.
zealots, and now let's go ahead and start making some colossus or some archons because we have a lot of gas. Yo, I love armpits. Thank you for the gifted sub to Broken Jar. Hell yeah, thank you, dude. Okay, there's a planetary right there. Let's go ahead and make maybe like a few more gates because again, we want to be able to remax fast, right? And we're about to spend a lot of gas instead on archons. Yeah, let's make archons. And now let's go for it. Now he's hitting this base, so let's go. That's a bit of a doom drop. Okay, now really quickly as we're gonna move out, let's go like this. Cannon, cannon, battery. Cannon, cannon, we already have a battery there. Cannon, cannon, battery. This guy loves attacking my bases. Cannon, cannon, battery. Grab some more probes. Cannon, cannon, battery. Now let's make a dark shrine in case this becomes a base trade somehow. Get our 3/3 upgrades and chrono boost them out. And let's, okay, he's attacking this base again. Go attack towards it. Blink at the medevacs. Focus fire a couple of them if we can. Cool beans. He just killed a bunch of probes. Let's remake those probes. And now we saw a big army in the middle of the map. Let's go fight that. Okay. Now, get our stalkers out of the way. They're blocking the fucking ramp. Get them out of the way. Like, move them past and, like, just go through and get our zealots in the fight. That just kind of happened to be... So that fight was a bit of a clusterfuck. It was like, we never killed the rocks. This ramp is a super tight choke point, and it was a little bit messed up. But even so, with how our stalkers lead, if this was bronze or plat or some shit, we would have A-moved and we would have had a terrible fight. Look at this fight. It's like 2 stalkers shooting marines, and every other unit is just like, excuse me, I would like to be able to fight, please, but you're standing in the way, so I'm gonna die now. That's terrible. It's terrible, right? So what we can do is we can actually just blink our stalkers. We don't really want to go backwards with our... Here, this is what I would say. We could blink our stalkers backwards, but if we do that, what's going to happen is we're just going to get shot a couple times, and we're going to blink back, and we're going to increase the amount of time siege tanks have to shoot us. And it is what it is. It could happen. It is, like I said before, it is what it is. It's not going to lose us the game, though. I just think in this particular situation, it's probably the lesser choice. But it's still okay. It's still a winnable choice, but it's probably the lesser of the two. If I blinked backwards to let my Archons and Colossus and Zealots and stuff go first, and then have my Stalkers follow after, and then I could by then blink a second time forwards onto his tanks and stuff like that. Now, the reason why I didn't like it, why I think that choice is worse, is because he's already shooting me with his tanks. He's EMPing me, and he's already shooting me with tanks. These tanks are already shooting shit. So if I just move these stalkers down, and I just blink behind his army, all my army's on a move, and I'm just selecting the stalkers, and I tell them to move over here, and I then blink over here once I'm kind of close. So I get the fuck out of the way for the Archons, the Zealots, and the Colossus. What I can do then with my stalkers is I could then focus fire his tanks with my stalkers, and if my stalkers all die, it's okay. It's not the end of the world, because I can just remake stalkers. Ideally, we don't want the stalkers to go first here, period, but they happen to go first because it was a bad fight. It was a bad setup. We just kind of rushed it, and it didn't go very well. But I think the worst thing would have been to have gotten shot by the tanks and then blink backwards and then get shot by the tanks more. It would have allowed the tanks to shoot us more at times, which is not ideal. Anyways, we blink forward. It allows the rest of our units to go through. We focus fired the tanks with our stalkers, and then his army got steamrolled by the Colossus, the Zealot, and the Archon. So it all worked out in the end. And one of the reasons why I would say this guy is in a bit of a tough spot as well is because I don't think he has enough orbital commands. So there's like not a lot of mules going on here. The economy is going to have a bit of a problem, and that army just was kind of in a weird spot. He has a lot of units elsewhere, right? He's got like units over here. He's got units over here. He's got units in the bunker. Units right there. More rallies in the base. He's got a bunch of medevacs up here with a lot of units in it. He's spreading himself out too thin, I would say, with his army, and that just wasn't a big enough army, so it kind of was rough. Other than that, what happened this game? What happened this game? I mean, he did like a Widowmine attack to us. He attacked us a little bit with drops. Right? Not much, honestly. This game is pretty standard, I feel like. Like, Terran's gonna attack you. Terran should be the aggressor. That's just how it goes. Oh, he attacked our third. That's what we'll look at. He attacked our third, and our probes died, right? So watch how I imagine my opponent's not going to take a third command center before. Like, he might take it during the attack, but he's not going to really set it up before. He's probably going to focus mostly on the attack. Okay, so he takes it right now. And what's his army doing? His army is moving out, and his command center is halfway done. So I'd say he took it maybe a tiny bit earlier than maybe he should have. He probably should have taken it as he moved out, and he would have wanted to prioritize his production up until that point. But still, you can see that he clearly prioritized this attack first over that third base. Otherwise, the third base would have been done, and this attack would not be existing right now. It would instead be less units defending his base. So our third's already done. Our third is already finished, and we're just cranking out probes right now on it. And then he shows up, and we're like, okay, this is kind of a decent amount of units. He's already got a tank sieged over here. And, you know, we were also out of position, so I didn't even start engaging this until the tank was already sieged. So we just decided to pull the probes just to be extra safe here. And ended up we're doing pretty well for us. And again, even though we lost probes, we catch up pretty fucking fast. It's all good. And now we're both 3 base versus 3 base. So. And now we have a 4th. So it's all G. And then he actually ends up taking a 4th as well. But the game is stabilized. He attacks us with a couple liberators. This is when we spread out our army and we make the pylons. That was actually really good because it gave us multiple waves of defense. It meant that if he attacked the front of our base or if he dropped us, either way, we're not going to take any damage really. And he actually chooses to attack us with a drop over here. And then our army, even though this is not our whole army, we have army over here still. We have army over here. Like, no matter where these drops went, we would have units being able to pop the medevacs early on in the fight because we have units everywhere. At the outer bases. And he comes back again. We actually focus fire a couple medevacs down. And then, yeah, you guys already saw the push, and then it's over. And this fight actually went really well for us. What are his upgrades? He's got 0-0 tanks, and he's got two armor, 1 weapon bio. Level 2 weapons on the way. Level 3 hasn't started. We have level 2-2 Protoss. So we're ahead a little bit in upgrades by a weapon upgrade. And then we have 3-3 on the way right now. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Anyways, hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Oh my god, we've already won 100 games. Jesus. We need to grind 120 MMR. It's already 2:30 in the morning. This stream has already been 8 hours long almost. Jesus. Now, the YouTube video is not going to be 8 hours long because I didn't start it the second I started my stream. But I bet the YouTube video right now is probably about already like 7 hours. Roughly. Maybe like 6 hours, 45 minutes, 7 hours, somewhere around there. It's definitely going to be a long video because we got another 11 games to play or so. Alright. What are we going to do this game? Let's do something with a Stargate. We'll do a macro build with the Stargate this game. Let's do Sky Toss. I'll show you guys Sky Toss this game. Diamond is long. Diamond is long. But the reason why Diamond is also long, or the reason why this video is long, is because I'm doing so much analysis as well all the time, and it's doubling the length of the video. Like, if I was just playing games and never talking about the game after, it would definitely be already done by now. But, again, that's not the point, right? The point is to teach you as much as possible, so I'm going to definitely do analysis still. I'll probably lighten up on the analysis a little bit in Diamond 2 and Diamond 1, just because it's going to be really repetitive at that point, and we'll just talk about the games we're currently playing and not go super in detail about everything. Like, I'm not going to tell you every game, so this is a Stalker's attack speed, and this is how you stutter step. Like, these are concepts that you should understand, and you should just, like, commit to memory. And if you don't understand it, just rewatch that same discussion that we had about it. But I'll try to keep elaborating on new concepts rather than repeating old ones. But I might still rehash an old one for a little bit, but it'll still be a new focus concept. Okay, so we're going to take our Nexus. Let's get ready to take our Cyber Core. Ground Protoss versus Zerg just feels shitty. It's actually not bad. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty good, dude. Don't rule it out. It's actually a super strong style to play. The next time I play a Zerg, I'll try to remember what you just said, and I'll play ground versus Zerg next time. And it's like Archon Immortal, dude, is actually really good versus Zerg. It's legit. It's still very good.
Vibe, is your thought process when scouting is more reactionary, like X unit beats X unit, or is it more trying to find the clearest path to put yourself ahead in the game?
It's kind of a bit of both, I guess. It's a little bit of both. It's not like one or the other only. Thank you, Tay for the, or Tay for the 2-month resub, and Firestarter, thank you very much for the 4-month resub as well. Much love, dude. B2GM Hype Boo. Thank you, man.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so since we're not going to make multiple gateways...
B2GM hype.
There we go. I was like, that bot is super delayed right now. Since we're not going to go crazy on the ground units, we're going to go light on them for a little bit at the start of this game. Let's go into a shield battery early, regardless of what my opponent's doing. If he all-ins us, there's a chance we would die. We're definitely going light on the ground army at first here. Okay, so let's get a Stargate early. The Stargate's going to help a lot as well if this guy decides to all-in us. And now let's start making adepts. And the reason why we're going to start making adepts is because the adepts are going to help us take our third base against Zerglings, which is the biggest problem we're going to have to deal with if we make Void Rays. Because if this guy makes Roaches or Ravagers, Void Rays are going to just chew his ass apart. Like, no problem. Okay, let's go ahead and put another pylon in our main base as well so we don't have dark spots all over the place. We don't want to be like surprised by a Nidus potentially. Okay, there's speedlings at our base. All G. Nothing to worry about, nothing to see here. It's okay. Our Void Ray's on its way right now. We have more adepts coming. Keep making probes. Let's take another pylon over here so we fill more of the base in so it's not super Nidus potential. Let's take our gases here. And now with our first Void Ray, let's go set up our third base. Get our adepts down to the third base as well. There's an Overlord going in my base. Kill that shit really quickly. Turn it on overcharge, and then as soon as it dies, hit escape. So you don't have to leave overcharge on for no reason. Send adepts to the third base. Transfer a probe to the third base. Right-click the mineral patch, hold shift, right-click the middle of the nexus here. Meanwhile, let's put probes on the gas. Keep making voids, keep making adepts, and let's make our nexus, our pylon, and our other pylon. Cool. Okay. Now let's grab our Void Rays. We have 2 of them now. Let's grab these Voids. And let's actually move out with them for a second here. Behind this, let's make a Robo.
Glory to the
Let's make a Robo. And we're good to go. So these Voids are currently A moving towards his third bases. We want to check thirds. There is no third there. Let's go to the other third. The other potential third that could exist. Keep chrono boosting probes while we're at it. Make a couple more adepts. And I think we're probably going to be good on adepts for now. That seems like a lot. Now let's go ahead and start a council. Let's check his other third. Is there a third here? Yes, there is. Fuck the Zerglings. They don't matter. Let's just... Okay, there's roaches, right? Let's fly past that queen. We don't want to deal with the queen right now. Overlord's looking pretty juicy, though. We want to avoid trying to fight things that can fight back right now. We want to kill things that can't fight back or things that are easy to kill. So we killed the queen. That's super nice. Or the Overlord. Okay, let's get out of here. There's a lot of queens. Let's back up. Now, out of this Robo, let's go ahead and make a Robo Bay. Okay, there's Lings at our third base. It's all good. We can have our Voids kind of go back around now and go back to the base. Okay, now let's actually just recall the Voids because he's currently already there, and we need to go now. This is why it's okay if we get attacked by Roaches. We have Voids. We're not really too worried about it. Turn our Voids on overcharge because these Roaches are armored, so these Roaches are going to die so damn fast. And we're happy about that. Now let's make some more gateways for now. Keep making Voids. Grab these gateways in a control group. Now let's actually start going into like Zealots or Stalkers. We'll just make Stalkers, it's fine. We can start making Colossus. We can get Colossus range. We can get Blink for Stalkers. Let's get a Templar Archives for the ability to go into Archons later. Let's take another base at our 4th base, and let's take just our Void Rays. Like, take all of our units and go like this. A, move this area. You Stalker up there. You hold position that doorway again. Grab the Void Rays. And that way now all of our units are guarding the 3rd base, and just our Voids now are going out to go attack the Zerg again. And what are we going to do? Now we're going to look for a 4th base, because we're taking a 4th base. We're just going to try to slow the Zerg down, because we're not trying to kill him right now. We're just trying to slow him down. Let's now take a Forge as well while we're at it. And look, 4th base. We're slowing him down. It's effective. We don't care about winning the game right now. So many people get so wrapped up in the situation of like, I have to win the game now. And it's not about winning the game now. It's about slowing him down. Now here's another way we can slow him down. Let's go ahead and let's build some more pylons because we're really close to blocking a lot. Let's start building more Stalkers again. Let's keep building Colossus. Let's keep building Void Rays. Grab this Void Ray. We just grabbed our Observer, and now let's actually start flying over his creep. Let's start flying over his creep. What we're doing is we're doing a Void Ray opener, which is safe defensively with Greed. And we're going into Colossus Void Ray with Stalkers behind it. And we could go into further than that, like Archon Charge lot later on in the game, if it comes down to it. Get weapon upgrades for Forge. Keep upgrading upgrades for like Blink. We can even at this point now start kind of boosting out Void Rays and Colossus out of our 1 Stargate and our 1 Robo. And probe count is almost done. We're just killing creep and we'll just fly away. Okay, this base is looking pretty good. Okay, let's start flying away, run away. Let's take a bit of a pass now and go back up and try to kill this creep again. Take our gases down. Let's take another base. Why are we taking another base? Because our bases are getting fully saturated. And this base is also mining out, so we need it. Okay, let's go ahead and Chrono Boost Colossus, Chrono Boost Void Ray, Chrono Boost upgrades. We can even start getting weapon upgrades for Void Rays. We kind of missed out on that, but it's okay. Run the Void Rays away. Don't fight the Queens. We do not want to fight Queens. Now we have a lot of Stalkers, and we're starting Charge, and we're going to go Archons as well. So now let's start actually going Charge Lot Archon with Void Ray Colossus. We have a lot of Stalkers. We're all good. We don't need to only go Stalkers, so it's okay. We have perfect probe count. We're done on probes. And now let's do one final pass on the creep. And the reason why it's going to be my final pass is because if you notice, I'm making some more gates right now. And I'm about to max out on supply. So we can make some Archons. We can make one more Colossus. We can make one more Void Ray. And the Zerg is now attacking our base. Let's go ahead and recall one more time. Grab this Nexus. Recall our Voids. Take our army and move up to that Nexus with everything. Make all of our Archons. Okay, pull our Void Rays back because they're getting owned by the Corrosive Vial and also the Hydras. Group them up with the Colossus. Make our Nexus again. How many probes we got? We need to make 5 more, and we're good to go again. And now let's make another Observer because our Observer died. It's okay. Make another weapon upgrade. Make another another weapon upgrade. We can grab all those gates we just made in the main base earlier. We can make another Void Ray. And we have this army of Colossus Void Ray, which is super fucking annoying for Zerg to deal with right now. And now let's go ahead and attack him again. In just a second. One more Zealot. Oh my god. Any gateway. Come on. There we go. Now let's go. Let's go push the left side of the map. Let's take just one Zealot, hit like Alt 2 on it, and get it out of the army and have it go to the right side of the map. And let's see. Let's grab our Observer as well. And let's just see what if there's a base here. Is there a base here? No, there's not a base here. So let's back up for a second. Let's wait for our Observer so we can kill Creep, because our Observer's like right there, right? It's so close. Let's keep killing Creep while we're pushing the Zerg. The Zealot's currently looking for expansions as well. Now we're A-moving. Every time he biles, we'll back up. We saw what happened if we don't back up. Things die. A-move. Back up for a second. Warp in another round of units. Grab it. Shift 1. Go attack again. We're killing Creep again. Let's do a quick second here. Back up for 1 second. Chrono Boost upgrade. Chrono Boost upgrade. Actually, we need to get a Fleet Beacon because that needs to be upgraded. Okay, now also look at my money. It's really high, right? So now that we're making a Fleet Beacon, let's make like 3 or 4 more Stargates. We'll make 4. Cool. Let's go back and do it again. A-move. A-move. Kill Creep wherever we can. Kill Creep, kill Creep, kill Creep, kill Creep. Kill Creep, kill Creep. Kill lots of Creep. Sick. Chrono boost upgrades while we're waiting for a second. Hey, move the area. When he corrosive biles us, back the fuck up. Back up. Corrosive biles are over. Go forward. We're killing creep. Let's take a moment to make a new round of units. Good to go. Notice how we're also making zealots every time? It's because I'm not losing my stalkers. I'm not losing my archons. I'm not losing my voids. I'm not losing my colossus because I'm always backing up. Okay, let's go ahead and warp in upgrades again. Upgrade. Upgrade. And now, here's what we're going to do. Check this out. So keep pushing like we've been doing before. We're making progress because we're killing the guy's creep. Keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. Now, he burrowed a bunch of lurkers there. And zealots are dying like crazy fast. So you know what we can do now? Let's start making a new unit that we've never used before. Let's start making a carrier. Let's start making a carrier. Let's go this way a little bit. Let's kill creep this way. Stutter step, stutter step, stutter step, stutter step, stutter step. Get over there. Get away from the other army. Kill creep in this hallway. Kill creep in this hallway. Take a second to chrono boost. Chrono booster upgrades. Okay, we saw a base down there. Let's go kill that because we've already cleared out a lot of the creep with the Zerg. Let's now kill this base. Stutter step, stutter step, stutter step. Okay, Zerg's gonna defend it. So back up, attack, back up from that fucking attack from the bile. Let's try and knock this base out. Look at my supply. I lost a little bit. Let's make a fucking carrier. Attack the Zerg. Don't walk into lurkers. Don't walk into biles. Back up. Look at my supply. I lost a little bit. Let's make a carrier. Chrono boost my forge and my core again. Let's semicircle back across the map, back to hit the front of his base again. Don't go through that choke point. That's committing right there. We don't want to commit. We're going to semicircle all the way back up. Now for a second, let's check out economy. Bad, good, bad, good. Transfer the bad one to the good one up here. And we're good to go again. Every base is good now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's attack this base. Attack. Lots of lurkers again. Let's go ahead and start backing up. He's pushing hard. Start slowly kiting backwards. Let's semicircle back down to the bottom. Okay, he's going to chase us. Kite. Attack. Move. Attack. Move. Attack. Move. Attack. Move. Attack. Move. Attack. Make carriers while we're doing this. Move. Attack. Move. Attack. Move. Attack. Don't only micro. Multitask. Chrono boost upgrades. Chrono boost upgrades. This one's almost done. Let's start getting shields next. Let's take a moment as well to go like this. Cannon. Cannon. Battery. Cannon. Cannon. Battery. This base is under attack. Let's recall to it. And now this is a big army. We probably should bring a whole army over there now. Okay, so we're pushing the Zerg off. This is going well for us. Okay, go ahead and make cannon. Cannon. Battery. We'll make some extra cannons and batteries there. Just because it's such an exposed base. It's like by itself. Cannon, cannon, battery. Cannon, cannon, battery. Transfer some probes up to here. And he's pushing this base. Let's go. Push those lurkers now. Now we have a lot of carriers, guys. I don't have an observer, though. It died. Okay, let's chrono boost out some observers. It's okay. Let's also make a mothership at this base. Why not? How's the probe count looking? We're still at 85. We're good to go on that. Let's make a dark shrine as well in our base because we might need it at some point. It could totally happen. Transfer probes to another base. Let's also... Okay, this base is getting attacked really heavily. Let's send our units over there. A-move that base. And now he might still A-move this base, guys. Remember that. But look what we have. I guess we can always make like stalkers or something right here. But I mean, that is still a possibility, right? Try and save this Nexus if we can, if possible. And we did. Sick. Okay. So now, how many probes did we lose there? We lost a decent amount. Let's rebuild some probes. Because we still have a lot of bases we can work with. Transfer a lot of probes from this base off of that base that's oversaturated. And go down. Now he's moving forward a little bit. Let's just make stalkers now. Or we can move our army up. Because it's just because it's in the area. A-move this shit. Kill the fucking lurker. Kill the lurker. Right, and now let's work our way down the left side of the map once again. This is what you call in-game, and it's patience wins here. We need another base. Let's take this base. Let's expand here. Let's make some pylons and get ready to set up a base here. Let's start pushing this guy's base on the other side. Okay, let's transfer some probes to a base that needs it. Transfer probes to a base that needs it. Make new cannon battery here. And now let's push this base right here. Okay, push this base out. Okay, attack, back up. 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 We just killed that base. Let's rotate around to the other base. Grab my units I just made. Okay, we're actually, our army's getting kind of caught. Group it all up and attack. And then we can back up a little bit. Again, we want to kill economy. We're not trying to kill army. We're trying to kill economy. We're trying to control the game. So many people don't understand the concept at this point in the game. They think it's about winning the fight of the army. It's about starving him out. So what are we going to do up here? Let's make some cannons. And let's make some batteries. Why did I make so many cannon battery? That's not even close to what this mineral line is worth. And it's going to guard this base while I'm not there. Now let's push again. Grab my army and let's go. Hit the bottom base. Is there a base here for Zerg by chance? No. Okay, is there a base here again for Zerg by chance? Okay, Zerg's hitting this base. Let's try to warp in some DTs here and see if that works. Zerg has this base. Zerg has corruptors in the middle of the map. Let's warp in some more DTs here because he just killed that Nexus. These DTs are doing fucking work right now. Okay, keep going, keep going. Let's keep getting upgrades, get shields, get armor for air now. Chrono boost those bad boys. Let's push his base. If there's no retention, just fucking push the base. It's all good. If he wants the base trade, he wants the base trade. Let's warp in some more DTs here. Warp in more DTs. And have all the DTs we just made go over there and fight that shit. Meanwhile, our main army over here is just going to push through his base, right? So DTs are currently our base defense unit. Hey, DTs, go over there and attack that. Look at these fucking things just mow down Hydras. This is why DTs are super good in base trades. Meanwhile, our army is just killing his base. Now, if he would never have left the game, or sorry, if he would never have left his base is what I meant to say, it's okay. What we could eventually do is eventually we're going to get rid of all of our Stalkers. Eventually we're going to get rid of all of our Void Rays. Eventually we're going to get rid of all of our Colossus. This is our early game composition, okay? This is our early game composition. These units don't have a big place in the game in late game, like super late game, when you're going Sky Toss. And instead of using these units, what we could have done is we could have made more Archons, and we could have made more carriers. Because now also, our carriers have really good upgrades for their weapons. They're insanely good, and they're not only that, but they're starting to get really good upgrades for their armor and for their shields. So we're transitioning into a massive carrier army with Archons, and we're eventually going to get rid of our... We're going to lose our Colossus Void Ray Stock army more and more and more. But our opponent never got to that point. He just ended up dying. So that was a bit of... That was what we like to call a Sky Toss transition. That was a defensive Void Ray opener that has a little bit of harass potential because it wasn't multiple Stargates, so it's definitely not supposed to be killing our opponent. But we're just trying to be annoying. We're trying to kill Creep Timbers. We're trying to kill Overlords. We're trying to kill drones if it's possible. We're just killing things that can't fight back. But as soon as Queens show up, we don't fucking lose Void Rays. We just leave. We're like, alright, cool, we'll go somewhere else. And this build right here was I would say, a game that was mostly focused, like the build we did is mostly focused on mid-game economy control, which develops map control, and then it turns into a transition into Sky Toss, which further escalates on economy control because we never let our opponent expand. We literally, our opponent keeps trying to like push out, and we just push him back into a corner. That's all we're doing this whole game. And a lot of people that play Protoss, they always think, oh, well, I gotta kill him though. Like, if I'm Protoss, I just gotta do a timing attack. He needs to die now. I need to do a fucking Blink Stalker all in, or a Charge Lot all in, or I gotta go for a bunch of Archons and push. Why? You don't gotta push. If your army is not at full power anyways, when it's not mass carriers, transition to it. It's like, transitions are all about control. They're not about a timing attack. The only reason why we attacked him is because he base traded, and we reacted to the base trade by also base trading, and we let DTs defend our base. Vibe, I'm a Zerg player. How do I stop this? Watch the Zerg series. Trust me, there's a lot of, I talk so much about Zerg stuff as well. I don't want to talk, I've said this a lot. I don't want to talk about how does Zerg beat Protoss in a Protoss video. Because there's too much explanation already for just Protoss. Like I wouldn't mind, and I would tell you if it didn't take 9 fucking hours to make this video. But I'm already on a video that is so, it's obviously not 9 hours yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. It's gonna take forever. Anyways, all it is, guys, is control. We're pushing the Zerg back repeatedly. We're just pushing him back, pushing him back, pushing him back. And then a lot of times too, because we have the concept in our mind that is push the Zerg back, not kill the Zerg now. Why do we have that concept in our mind? Because I am transitioning our tech repeatedly. We went, we opened up with Void Rays and Adepts, right? 1 Stalker, Void Ray, Adept. And then we added on Colossus. And then we added on more gateways for more Stalkers with Blink. And then we added on Charge Lots and Archons. And then we added on then finally the last thing we added on was carrier transition. So our army is constantly rotating into bigger and more powerful tech. And if we keep taking our army and going to another step and another step and another step with it, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for us to just go, all right, shove our army into his face and try to kill him. It only makes sense for us to go kill him if he oversteps into us and he throws his army away, and then we can counter kill him because he has no army left. If like he loses his whole army by failing an attack against us and we counterattack and kill him, then that's okay. But it doesn't make any, like, see how he's attacking us with Ravagers and fucking Hydras? It makes no sense to just shove through it and try to win, because you know what happens? This is what happens if we do that. You have a limited amount of resources in StarCraft 2. Okay? Think about this for a second. You have a limited amount of resources in StarCraft 2. And if our army is evolving and transitioning, it means that we're going to take the next step and the next step and the next step. We're going to change it more into a powerful army. But if we take a fight and commit to it and we trade army versus army, and he loses all of his Ravagers and Hydras, and I lose the majority of all my army, I do not want to fucking rebuild this army. I do not want to rebuild this army. I do not want to make a bunch of Stalkers again. I do not want to make a bunch of Void Rays again. I do not want to make a bunch of Colossus again. I made this army early on, and I got really high supply with it. And then as I lose supply, I rotate to better units. So if I throw my fucking army into a fight and lose it all, it means I have to rebuild this army, and then my transition resets. We don't want that to happen. That's expensive as fuck as well. This army is not cheap. But if instead, every time we fight, I slowly shave his army apart and he slowly shaves my army apart, if he constantly remakes what he already has and I rotate into something stronger, we eventually get to a point where we're a powerful god in this game and we just like run him over and kill him. And that's what it ultimately is becoming when we eventually are going to get an army. Our supreme in-game army in Diamond League for now is just going to be sitting on Archon and Carrier. Eventually we'll use High Templar, but as well with Storm. But for now it's just going to be Archon, High Templar. Or sorry, Archon, Carrier. And this is just one control group as well. Literally. Group 1. A move, back up. Kill creep. A move, he engages us, back up. Dodge Crucibles by backing up. He engages us, back up. Kite him with Colossus. Shave his army apart with lasers. And then rotate around and kill creep. So we're killing creep, killing creep, killing creep, killing creep. If he's not here, kill a lot of creep. Suddenly he shows up. Notice how as soon as he gets here, my army goes from being really aggressive to being very timid. I don't push really hard anymore when he's here because I am transitioning. You have to understand your concept of your build. Is your build an all-in? Is it a timing attack? Or is it a transitional macro game? If it's a transitional macro game, don't force the issue. Because if my opponent's playing an all-in, low-tech game, and I'm playing a transitional game, and I force the issue, and I push really hard, there's a good chance I'm going to lose that situation, and then I'm going to fucking die. Because my opponent's not investing into Broodlords. He's not investing into Ultralisks. He's not investing into Vipers. Blah, 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 whatever. He's not investing into all these, like, supreme in-game techs. Whereas I am, so I'm spending a lot more money on my tech department than he is. If that's how he's playing. But look at the Zerg's creep, right? Look at the Zerg's perspective here. What's happening to him? Look at the creep a second ago. It was super good. And now look at it. We're just fucking ruining his creep spread.
A creep tumor is under attack.
Yep. Creep is dying like crazy.
Your forces are under attack. Hey.
So all we're doing is we're shoving him into a corner. That's all we're doing. Repeatedly.
They're attacking our base.
And we're transitioning into carriers now. With supply that opens up. And now I go check and see if he's expanded again, and I check and see if there's creep up here again. He pushes me back, I kite back, and I just kill shit with Colossus. Now, that was a big fight. We kited a lot there. We killed a lot of Zerg, and look what I just did with my Stargates. He killed some of my army. I remaxed on carriers. I am not remaxing on mass stalkers. I am not remaxing on mass zealots. I'm transitioning into stronger units. And then this is when he base trades, and I'm just like, alright, well, fuck. Or no, sorry, that was a recall. He backs off, it's all good. And now we start, the reason why we start making carriers and batteries and stuff, or cannons and batteries, is because we actually have a lot of bank, and we want to protect our economy. Okay, and the same thing again. You guys get the point, right? I feel like you get the point at this point. And look at the resources lost in this game. Look at how efficient we're being when we're playing a transitional style. We're never... You guys, like, a lot of people, again, they always think, oh, I have to kill my opponent. Like, I can't even begin to imagine, or I can't even begin to tell you, not even imagine. I've done with so many coaching lessons with people, and everyone thinks the only way you win StarCraft 2 is if you kill their fucking base. They're like, you gotta kill the base, though. If you have a moment to, like, an advantage, you pounce, and you kill their base. But guys, look at this resources lost. We're playing such a non-committal game, and we are crushing our opponent because we keep rotating our tech to stronger values, and it's putting the Zerg in this weird spot constantly where now Hydras suck ass. Like, it's making his army hard to use. And we're not actually trying to kill him, we're just trying to poke him and back up, and if he ever gets impatient and overextends, our fight is a lot better there because we're kiting him off of creep, which makes Zerg weak because they can't move as fast. It makes our fights so much more valuable. And think about it like this. If we've taken a situation where we've played 9,000 resources more efficient than our opponent, he's going to run out of money. He's going to run out of money. He's going to run out of all resources. And if we just keep preventing him from expanding any more, we're not running out of money. We're expanding to more bases. We're expanding to more bases. So he's broke then, and he can't keep... Like, look at the bank right now. He can't keep replacing what dies. I can, though. So if I just keep doing this for a little bit longer, he runs out of money and he literally just dies. You don't have infinity money in this game. You have a limited amount of time to use your money. So you can run him out of time. Stop humiliating diamond players. You mean stop teaching people how to play StarCraft with a brain? Do you not like learning, Remaker? Okay, now we're pushing the base, and again, we're starving him out, right? So the economy is just falling apart for the opponent. Not only are drones dying, but it's also a lot of income is going down for Zerg. And this is when the base trade ensues, right? And this is when we just start making DTs, and it's all good. So, conceptually, it makes sense if you're playing a transitional style to not overcommit to a fight. Makes no sense to be like, I'm attacking you full on, even though I'm transitioning. No sense to do that. It only makes sense to push the issue and take a fight really hard when you're playing an all-in style or playing an aggressive style. Like something that is committed to trying to kill them off of certain tech that you have. Like, it's, for instance, that game, I made like 6 gates in total. Notice how other games when I'm more aggressive, I have like 12 gates or like 14 gates or something. I have way more gateways. It's because those games are more aggressive. So you're definitely going to be more aggressive there because you're staying on lower tech longer. Which means you can replace it faster and you can pile on the pressure faster. So like this next game we play, how about we go for like a council and a council build and just do some type of council pressure. If it's Zerg, we'll go Adepts, and if it's Protoss or Terran, we'll go Charge a Lot and Blink Stalker. Feels good to be a Protoss player right now. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of trolls tonight in my chat, I feel like. What's up, guys? How you doing? I hope you guys are enjoying the series. Yeah, I don't feel any sympathy for people that are like, oh my god, Vibes, you're fucking dickhead. Because I know for a fact that this series actually helps a lot of people learn how to play the game better. And here's the thing, too. Let me tell you something about the series. This is something that you guys can take to the bank. I am not just teaching you a build order in StarCraft 2. And I'm saying, okay, so you make 12 stalkers, and then you do a blink there, and you kill that, and then the game's over. Which only applies to StarCraft 2. I'm teaching you concepts about builds. And I'm hoping that some of them stick for people. And imagine, in a couple years, when like another RTS game comes out, and let's say like a lot of people switch to a new RTS game, if that just happens to be the thing, like the new Frost Giant Studios game, if you actually understand how to conceptually attack your opponent with a build, and you don't just go, oh, RTS, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, you have a way better chance to be better at that game. You start understanding how to play RTS properly. I'm teaching you how to play RTS, not just StarCraft. Okay, so it's Terran, so we'll go charge lot, Bleak Stalker. Ugh.
Oh,
Yo, Clips84, thank you very much, dude, for the sub. Thanks, man. Much appreciated. So this game's going to be an aggressive game. This is going to be an aggressive game. Vibe, you also don't play at the level you don't play at your level. You play around the level that you're teaching. It's okay. Like no trolls give a shit about that concept. They're just literally trying to do what they're doing right now, which is make me talk about them. And they're like, I got him to fucking lose focus on the video again. I'm a troll. I'm gonna snipe his ass in a minute. I can't wait till I'm Masters and I'm no longer gonna fucking hold back and I beat all of your asses that snipe my ass repeatedly. Over and over and over. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and make another pylon. We just scouted. Let's scout this guy's natural again really quick. Let's see if he's got a command center. Yes, he does. So we've confirmed what he's doing. Thank you for the... oh, shit. I didn't make a core. Whoops. That's not good. See? Now the trolls win. I fucked up my build. Shit. Where can the Reaper jump up? Can it on this? Yes, it can. Right there. Right there. Okay, build a thingy right there. That is a Reaper jump spot, right? Yes, it is. Okay, it's going to boost out a Stalker. Let's get a quick council. Because again, our core was late this game, so the council's still on time, but the core is super late. And because we're going to play a really aggressive style, let's not get a sentry, because we're not worried about scouting, like we talked about before. Okay, let's keep making probes. What's Vibe's real MMR? I'm a former pro gamer. So anyone who doesn't know anything about my history, I've been good enough at this game to win WCS before, and I played at BlizzCon before. I was a Wings of Liberty early Heart of the Swarm pro gamer, and then I retired to become a caster, and then I casted for a year, and then I became a content creator, and I just play for fun now. I don't actually practice. Okay, let's stutter step this Hellion because it's a Hellion and it's fast. Okay, Hellion's dead. Now let's stutter step that Reaper because it's in our base and it's a problem. Okay, nice. That was a good defense. Let's go and take our third base. But my MMR right now, I've gotten a lot worse nowadays. I used to be able to be like rank 1 GM, Nowadays, I would say my MMR is probably going to be around like 5,300-ish, which is like probably like rank 140 at GM, something like that. It's not great.
Vibe, would you say if you're planning to play a macro game and transition the way you described is a universal concept and style to late game?
Yes. Anyone who knows what they're doing in StarCraft is not going to be super aggressive while they're transitioning. It makes no sense because you don't have an army. You're at your weakest when you're in the middle of transitioning. Like you're not at a power point. But you can bully the Zerg by playing non-committal situations. If I have like a siege unit like a Colossus, and I'm poking the Zerg and backing up and letting Colossus lasers kind of roast Zerg apart, that is a good situation for Zerg there. Or for Protoss there. However, what's bad is if I take a fight fully committed and I throw my army in the garbage can and Zerg now counterattacks me, and I don't have a ton of gateways because instead I have a lot of diversified tech. That's good for Zerg then. That's bad for Protoss. Okay, let's try and run our dudes away. Run our probes away from the Widow Mines. We just lost a couple things. That actually wasn't that bad. We just ran a lot of the mineral line over there. The Widow Mines ended up shooting a couple of the units, and yeah, wasn't that bad. Let's go to get charge. Let's get weapons and armor on these forges. Third base is fully saturated. Let's take a gold base now. Another base. Keep making probes, guys. Let's also start our Templar Archives. Again, we're going to be going for mostly Charge Lot Stalker. It's a weird flex, but okay. What do you mean? Okay, whatever. I can't win with this fucking chat. Jesus Christ. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and take our Stalkers. You know, leave them in the kind of the middle. Let's start expanding our gateway count. So now we have like 10 gates. Let's also make a robo just in case this guy wants to use cloaked units. We need observers at some point. Observers are really nice. They're super good. Okay, we made our last round of stalkers, and now I would say let's probably stop making stalkers from here. The only way we should keep making stalkers is if we want to make more gases. So let's spend the rest of our gas on doing upgrades, and then any excess gas can go into Archon if we start building up an excess amount. Let's go and build another Nexus. And why am I doing that? Our probe count's still not that high. But we have a lot of oversaturated bases. Yeah, let's make a bunch of zealots now. Bunch of zealots. See how this is a fucking aggressive build. This build is aggro. Did he just put Widow Mines in my base? I swear I just heard Widow Mines. I don't know. I'm going crazy. Yeah, let's get 2-2 upgrades. Let's get an observer as soon as we can afford it. We just need a little bit more gas. And now let's take 2 zealots. 1 zealot go down on the south side and let's scout for where his expansions are. And 1 zealot go on the north side and scout for where his expansions are. Currently we start upgrades. We can make more zealots. And notice how I'm not able to spend my money. It's still going really high, really fast. Let's make another like 6 gateways. I have so much income right now. This is why being aggressive is going to own the shit out of this guy. Because if I lose an army, instantly remax. Lose an army, instantly remax. Lose an army, instantly remaxed. It's all about, like, applying pressure constantly. Make a few more pylons, so we're going to get ready to supply, get to our max supply. Make a bunch more zealots. We can chrono boost out our upgrades again. Transfer some probes that are oversaturated. Okay, and this guy's on 3 bases, by the way. So I know I've been defensive so far. This is like a macro build that's going to become an aggressive style is what we're trying to show you here. Again, I can do like 2 base all-ins and shit like that, and that's super aggressive. But the concept of this is no longer transitioning. We're going full on in gateways and massing mostly zealots and some stalkers. This is the concept I want you guys to understand. Is like this is now going to be the aggressive style. Let's make another cannon or nexus there because we're fully saturated and bases are mining out, so we need to transfer. Okay, now we're about to go attack. Make a bunch of zealots. And look at us, we're maxed out. And now we're going to be maxed out like the whole time. Like if a big fight happens and we lose a bunch of units, then we lose a bunch of units, but we're going to be maxed out a lot here. Now let's go ahead and attack. And behind this attack, we can set up a warp prism into his main base. So get my army kind of scattered here. Get it all nice and organized. Now move the area. Move the prism up into the base. Now what's happening here? Let's get my stalkers going onto these medevacs or something. Look at my army that's dying. And look how it's remaxed like really quickly here. Or, you know, close-ish. Okay, let's go ahead and run away with our stalkers. We just killed a lot of economy. These zealots are now in his base, killing a bunch of his base. We can focus fire this nexus, or this command center. We can go and back up. And if we're going to back up, we can do this. Warp in a bunch of fucking units in his base again. And now let's go ahead and push again. Okay, no, he's pushing us, so let's run away. We got his attention here, right? But now his whole base is dying. See, this is when aggression makes sense. Let's go for 3/3 upgrades, because we have the gas for it. Let's do another warp-in of zealots. We're maxed again, basically. Let's run away with our army over here. Run away. And now, let's actually select our army, and let's move back towards our base. And the reason why is because we have so many zealots in his base right now, I don't actually know if he's going to base trade me. Like, he's not trying to defend at all, right? Oh, no, he is. Okay, so let's warp in zealots. Okay, let's actually group our zealots up. Grab our zealots and move command into the main base like this. Just move everything in the main base. And now what's going to happen with this army? We can move this base right here. Now this army's all scattered.
Thanks for
Let's
the awesomeness.
attack right here. We can make another round of zealots. We can make another chrono boosted round of upgrades. But this build makes way more sense to be aggressive with. Yeah, Tutsum. Tut SM. Thank you very much for the 2-3 sub. This makes more sense to be aggressive there because there was no transitions there. We were at full fucking power to be aggressive. So if our opponent did things like tried to make ravens, tried to go for like, you know, something like a fusion core, for instance, tried to go for ghosts, he tries to go for transitions all over the place. It makes it harder and harder and harder for him to not die.
Welcome everyone to the tour. If you look to the left you'll see Vibe destroying diamond players with his hands behind his backs.
Thank you for the bits, Emperor Kex. So, yeah. Again, this one, I feel like we don't really got to go super deep into it because this is just a concept, right? We went for a build that was very macro-oriented with a mineral focus, which is a zealot focus. And then we just have zealots for days. And it makes sense to be aggressive because we're doing a build that does not have any type of transition. We're not trying to transition. We're trying to effectively kill him with that. We want to kill him with the gateway. We've prepared for that to kill him. We don't have the goal in our mind to go, well, if this doesn't work, we'll go to the next thing. If that's your goal, be fucking conservative. Don't be aggressive. If your goal is to transition, don't all in your opponent. It makes no sense to do that. 22 gateways? Not hard, bro. 10-year-old strat. I know, it's really good. It's a good strategy. It owns. It's super good, dude. What's up, Kevin? And then, yeah, the guy dies, so all is well in Protoss world. And then you can see the supply, right? Just watch the supply. So this is what really happens if you play aggressive styles properly. What's gonna happen is over time of this fight, his supply of harvesters is going to go down, and his total supply is going to go down. Our supply is going to go down, and then it's going to go right back up. Okay? And the reason why is because our economy is not being touched. It's not being touched. It's all the attack on him, and we have enough production to pile it on forever. Until this map is out of money, essentially. And we're still paying attention to our bases and going, oh, when bases get close to mining out, let's expand again. Let's expand again. Let's expand again. We keep expanding as we need to when bases get patches mining out. But look at this. Again, watch his harvesters. They go down. Watch his total supply. It goes down. Look at our total supply. It goes down, and then it goes right back up again. So now, this next time we're going to fight him, we're at a point where we're about to max out again in just a second here. We're maxed out again right now, basically. And our opponent now is just going down, 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 down. And it's happening because we're piling pressure on. It's just too much for our opponent. Again, like I said before, he's going Ghost. He's going Ravens. He's going for another... Command centers are fine. But he's going Vikings. Like, he's making too many tech units that aren't being useful here. And he doesn't have enough of a good positioning. Like, you can still tech and beat someone who plays like this. That is still very possible. But the problem that is happening, okay, this is really where the... Let me show you where the Terran went wrong for just a second. Let's go back to the very start of that fight really fast. This is where the Terran went wrong. This is why it was a problem for Terran. It's because of this fight right here. Okay. So it's this fight right here. What is happening right now? The big thing that's happening that is important to know is that the Terran is fighting me in the middle of the open. If you're playing a style that has more depth to it than just like going mass tier 1 units and all-inning your opponent essentially, if you're going for tech value, if you're going for Ghost, if you're going for Ravens, if you're going for Vikings, if you're going for Widow Mines, if you're going for all this different assortment of units where you're making a very complicated army, you do not want to fight in the middle of the fucking open. Because what that's going to do is it's going to give me a trade, and if you trade with me, you fucking die. And the reason why you die if you trade with me is because you do not have the ability to remax like I do. Right? This Terran has 5 active racks. Currently. 5 active racks. I have 20 active gateways. I have 4 times his production. This is why he dies. So if he identified what build I was doing, the best thing he could have done for himself is maybe made a bigger depot wall here or something like that. Or maybe made a couple extra bunkers or something. Do something. Maybe make sure the Widow Mines are burrowed. Do something to make sure that he can absorb the push in a more efficient way. Because if he just straight up fucking like fights in the middle with no cover and no strategy, and he just like straight up brawls me essentially, my style is going to overpower him if he allows me to fight like that. Because we will both get fucked up and then I will just recover really fast and he's going to slowly like dwindle. That's why it made sense. Which is exactly why, if you remember, when I was playing last game, I did not go for it. I didn't just hit the gas pedal and just ram the Zerg's face in. I conservatively poked him and pulled back. Because if I lost an army, like what this guy's about to do, and if the Zerg was, for instance, going like Mass Roach Hydra Lurker or something like that, I would have died. Because you cannot transition and have minimal production with lots of diversity and expect to overpower someone who is doing crazy amounts of just, like, push aggression. So yeah, like that first fight, he lost in the game. Like he already is dead now. Because he's too far behind now. And it's just getting worse. Right? And now there's a bunch of... Now, how the hell can he... If he takes the fight that is that rough at the third, how the hell can he expect to deal with all these zealots in his main, right? So it's just concept. You have to understand your position in the game. You have to understand your position in the game. And the best way that Terran could have figured that out is if he would have saw that I had no gases. If he was like, wait, this guy has no gases on his natural. He has no gases on his third. He has no gases on his fourth. He has no gases on his fifth. He's got 5 bases. He's going all minerals. Okay, what does Protoss do with all minerals and no gas? The fucking zealots. So, and also, Protoss is not going to expand that fast. Like, there's 2 parts to it. A Protoss number 1 is not going to make units that are not zealots if he doesn't have gas. So, like, he has to make zealots if he has no gas, essentially. And number 2, a Protoss cannot physically expand that fast if he's taking gas. It's impossible. You could not be on, like, 6 bases or 5 bases by that point in the game if you have gas at every base. It's way too much. It's just like saying, like, you can make... If something that takes 10 minutes, you can do it in 5 minutes. Like, but the fastest anyone has ever done it is 10 minutes. You're like, no, I'll do it in 5. It's like, okay. Well, you can't, though. It's not able to be done. Like, you can't take gas in that much shit and 5 bases, all that shit. Like, it's just, it's unrealistic. Okay. What are we doing this game? Let's go with the B2GM style build here. I'm gonna do a double gate opener, and let's do a defensive charge lot Archon Immortal style army. Let's just do it. Let's just do a standard, like a very, very, very standard army. And I'm not gonna do like Warp Prism Immortal shit. What did the Terran do wrong? He queued into Protoss. Wow. Okay, we're getting a cannon rush. Looked like maybe. Is this cannon rush? You do it? You doing it? You doing it? You doing it? That probe got here super quick. Let's send a probe over there just to see if there's something on the low ground. There's nothing on the low ground. Okay, make a second gateway if we can. Okay, this guy wants to just block it. We'll just push him out of the way. Okay, he's definitely not cheesing us. Like he's not doing like a cannon rush. That was what you call a fake cannon rush. Like he didn't really commit at all to it, but he wanted to make it look like he might do it. Right? He wanted to meta the shit out of us right there and make us overreact. So the fact that I even pulled one probe made him probably pretty happy. Look at the chrono boost. He's invested all of it, right? So it means we're not getting cheesed, just like we're doing. He's not investing it into like, I'm proxy roboing you, or things like that. Proxy Stargate. It's literally going to be, it's very like, now that he's got no chrono left, it's like a 90% chance that he's going to do a Nexus. It's very high. We can leave our probe here and we can confirm that.
You require more Vespene gas.
Okay, it looks like he's going to do a higher level move that I've seen players do, where they pile on the doorway possibly, just to see if the expansion's going to go down. Did he expand? Let's see.
Probes are under attack.
No expansion yet. Okay. Okay. Stalkers will come out and deny that. It's okay. Let's build our own pylon here so we can make a battery eventually.
I'm here in shadows.
Okay. And we're going to try and confirm and see if he's expanded. Okay, he actually let that pylon finish. It's all good. Don't worry about it. This is not the end of the world for Protoss here, for us. Let's make our Nexus. And he made a Nexus as well, so yeah, he expanded. Let's go ahead and make our battery, just so we can be safe. And now our opponent has double gate opener, so we don't know exactly how much, like what investment he's going for. We don't know everything about his build. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a sentry, and we're going to make our, again, like I said before, we're going to start playing a standard game, so let's make a robo. And we're going to make a sentry, and we will scout him soon, but for now we're just chilling. Let's go ahead and put a pylon up here. And the reason why I'm leaving a probe at my natural, okay, he has a sentry, so there's no depths. Like at this point now, the depths are kind of late anyways, so we're okay. We just wanted to make sure there was not going to be 2 depths running into our base, and we're just like, ah, shit.
State thy bidding.
Okay, chrono boost our probes, make a stalker and a sentry. And again, the style we're doing this game is going to be Charge Lot Archon Immortal. We're starting with Stalkers. You should always start with Stalkers. But it's just going to become Charge Lot Archon Immortal. Super standard style. Okay, so he already scouted me with 2 hallucinations, which means he might have 2 sentries. That was really fast for 2 of them. Like, that's also something to pay attention to. I can already tell he probably opened up a double sentry. Like, he probably went Stalker, Sentry, Stalker, Sentry. Now I'm setting my first one, and let's go scout his base. Let's also take our 3rd at the same time. The reason why we're taking our 3rd is because our natural is already looking fully saturated, and this build's going to be more of like a 3-base setup. And there's another hallucination in my base. Now it makes me think he went triple sentry. That's super fast for those sentries. So I would not be surprised if we see 3 sentries. And there's 3 sentries. Okay, so we see his whole fucking build, right? All good. He's making a forge upgrade. He's going to archives. He's doing the exact same build as us, with more sentries. He's going for weapons. He's going for council. He's going for Charge Lot Archon Immortal. And now the next hallucination we see could definitely be the second wave of the first century at this point. And how did I know that how many centuries he probably had? Blah blah blah. I base it off my own century's energy. I can't fucking generate energy that fast. It takes 75 to make a hallucination. How the hell can one century pump out 3 when I can only pump out 1? It's not an unfair game. It actually is balanced. Both of us have the same advantages, right? So, yeah, if he can generate energy as fast as I can, and I can only pump out 1 in that time that he pumps 3 out, means he's got 3 centuries. Okay, let's go ahead and get our Templar Archives. And now let's start going into Zealots. Keep making probes for our 3rd. Going to boost our probes as well while we're at it. We can take our gases as well while we're at it. Let's add another Hallucinated Phoenix and let's just go see, does this guy have a 3rd base? He's currently charge lotting my probes down at my 3rd base. He's also hitting my front of my base with more charge. He's going mass charge lots. Okay, we might actually die right now. Run back to my battery, overcharge that shit. It's okay. Try to start making Archons faster than normal now, because, I mean, the Archons are going to be super good here. Because Archons are super good against charge lots. We did lose a lot of probes there. It's okay. Let's make a battery here since he's really aggressive. And now he's in my main base. This guy's name is also A-Move. I feel like this might be a fucking troll again, dude. We'll see. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this might be a troll. Oh boy. Try and heal that Nexus if we can. Maybe we can save it. Probably not. Okay, so it died. So let's go ahead and just rebuild it. Now he recalled out like 4... Yeah, he's a troll. This guy's a fucking troll. He just recalled out like 4 Zealots. That's okay. That's not even necessary. So many fucking trolls, dude. So the multi-prong that we're seeing here from this guy is a bit fucking much in Diamond, I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit much. Okay, let's make another gateway. We'll make our doorway a little bit more tight now in our base. That way we have the chance to zone out the Zealots before they really get into our base. Keep making probes. Try to recover. A-Move sounds like a common name. I mean, I can smell a fucking troll. That's all I can say. And I'm not gonna be surprised. Like so far, it's not the end of the world. I'm not gonna say, oh, this guy's clearly a fucking sniper, a Smurf. It's not proven yet, but it's starting to get there a little bit. It's starting to get into that realm a little bit. So I'm not gonna lie, guys. Multitasking is something Diamond players can't really do very well. And this guy's like multi-pronging us with Zealots like crazy already. Like it's hard for Diamond players to multi-prong. And if you don't believe me, if I started multi-pronging everyone I played against, it would be fucking not fair. So we're just falling back to the same thing we're doing before. Archons, charge lots, immortals, chilling, hanging out with our wang out. You know what I'm saying? We're just chilling, boys. Also, when you're a streamer and you get sniped, you know you get sniped on a regular basis, you have to start like it makes you OCD about it, or not OCD, it makes you paranoid. It's like you feel like you're getting sniped all the fucking time because it does happen. Like I literally just got sniped like an hour ago. That's guaranteed. Okay, now he's attacking our base. Let's go ahead and make units. And now he's multi-pronging us again. Let's go ahead and transfer these probes away. Get our army into the fight. Okay, he's backing off. Let's go ahead and try to deal with this. Get our army over here. And let's now go towards our third. The third's gonna die. He pulls back. Yeah, see, this is like actually like legit strategy. Okay, so since this guy is all over us, let's do this. Let's keep making Archons, keep making Zealots, keep fucking doing it again and again and again. Just repeat the process, because we can't multi-prong right now because we're fucking Diamond League. But we're playing someone who can, which is super fun. Let's make a couple of observers, and we'll use an observer and kind of chill out here. And just see if he pushes this side, and we'll send another observer, same thing on the other side, and just see if he pushes the other side.
You must construct additional pylons. Mineral field depleted.
Okay, let's send out one zealot on the left side and the right side. Just one zealot each, or like a... Wait, actually, you know what? No zealots. Send out a hallucination. Just because we still have our sentry's actually somehow still alive.
If you see a sniper, you just dodge the bullet. Sensei, how hard can it be?
Oh shit, really? I didn't think about that. Oh, thank you. That's actually super smart. So he's got another round of zealots on the left side. All good. Let's go ahead and send our... We're just going to move our zealots up to the left side. Zealots go up there. Now he's got a prism in my fucking natural, or my third. Let's go ahead and take our gas here. Let's try and retake this base. Oh, it's gonna die again. Just kidding. Send our army up here to help. Okay, run these zealots away. Because they're all just gonna die otherwise. And now we can try and fight. Oh, okay, he's counterattacking me again. Warping some zealots here. And we can try to take this fight. It's looking dicey, boys. Focus fire is immortals. Okay, nice force fields, actually. Legit. This might be another loss. Yeah, this is going to be another loss. Okay, GG. GG. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're getting closer, so maybe I'm gonna. I want to go to bed, guys. Maybe I'll just start fucking playing just a little bit more. But yeah, he literally did the same build we did, but he was is legit the same fucking build we did. It's the only difference he was multi-pronging us with zealots. That is the only difference. And I am going to teach you guys how to multi-prong eventually. But again, when you just go from, okay, I'm learning how to macro in fucking platinum and below, and now I'm starting to learn how to micro, and actually for the first time learning how to multitask. Learning how to multi-prong is a bit fucking out there. It's a bit much for a brand new player to StarCraft. So the only reason why we lost this game is because we got multi-pronged by zealots repeatedly, and overall this game I lost 59 fucking probes. And overall in the economy, I'm still managing a decent probe count to him. It's just at this point now I am breaking, and the reason why I'm breaking and I'm dead is because I just lost this fight up here, and I also am losing this fight right now because he's warping in a bunch of zealots, and I'm losing probes even more, and I have no economy. Like, remember how we talked about if like the game, if you get starved out, if you lose all your minerals and your natural and your main, my opponent has the ability now to transfer probes to his fucking fourth base. So yeah, like we're just fucking dead because we just ran out of money. I don't really have. And look at the bank, right? He can warp in another round again on top of me. I have no income compared to him anymore. It's starting to go down, and his is gonna go still be fine. Jesus Christ, dude. Starting to get a little annoyed. Vibe's tired. I'm tired of fucking playing against players that I know aren't where I belong right now. And then feeling like I have to hold back while I just get my fucking ass pounded. It's really annoying. It's for the sake of the series, but it's fucking annoying after like the 20th time it's happened. We're so close. I just want to get it done, dude. Let's all in the next person. Let's catch back. Let's get those points back quick. I'm gonna all in the next guy I play. I don't give a shit what race it is. We're doing some type of an all in. All in time. All in time. See, I'm playing all these like weird names. Now I'm playing a Terran named Opponent. If this is a fucking Nether Smurf, I swear to God, dude. It's exhausting. Good night, Rogu. What are we gonna do this game?
Vibu, I don't play SC2, but you make it interesting.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna proxy Immortal this guy. We're just gonna go for an Immortal all in. We did this build earlier. We'll do it again on another player now. Last time we did it to a Protoss player who tried to go for a Dark Templar all in on us. Now this time we're doing it against a Terran player, and I have no idea what he's gonna do yet. We don't know anything yet in this game. But yeah, we'll see. I played this guy earlier. Did I play this guy earlier? Well, I played like 500 games today, so I forget who I play at this point. Played so many fucking games. Okay, it's pretty standard. Like it's like looks like a gas expand possibly. Looking like a normal build-ish. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my patience levels up, boys, but my God, it's starting to drain a little bit. This fucking video is taking forever. And like I said before, the only reason why it's annoying is because I really do feel like there are some games when I'm playing someone when I'm just like, you're clearly not fucking Diamond 3. And then I have my morals, right? My ethics, where I'm just like, but let's not play like let's not actually just beat him anyways. Let's keep true to the series. And it's exhausting sometimes. Okay, so we're going to make our Stalkers. We're making our Warp Gate. We're going to follow this up with a proxied Robo and a proxied Gateway. We'll make a second pylon here as well after we make the buildings. And no more probes. We're done making probes. We're also not going to chrono boost anything except for the Robo. We're going to chrono boost our Immortals. So make our Robo, make our Gateway, make our second pylon. And now our probe might die.
Hang in there.
Thank you, Metaswirl. Let's make a third pylon, because I'm going to need it anyways, and I don't want him to kill the pylons. Like, if he actually pulls SCVs or something, if this gets underpowered, we're going to die. So we need to make sure that it doesn't get unpowered, so that's why we built a couple pylons here. Because our probe's definitely going to die now. The Reaper caught it. Alright, let's go and poke his base with a couple Stalkers, see what we can do. Nice, that Reaper's gonna die. Okay, he's got a bunker. So now that he's got a bunker, we've talked about this before in lower leagues. What are we gonna do against a bunker? We're gonna wait until our Immortal comes out to engage the bunker. Let's go and chrono boost one time on our Warp Gate upgrade. That way we can get a fast warp in really quick here. Vibe, you should cannon rush every single Smurf. Well, the thing is I don't know if someone's smurfing when the game starts. I have to guess. I don't know if I'm playing a Smurf right away or not. But I can clearly tell if I'm playing one when I'm playing against them. I have enough knowledge of this game to know if someone's playing above the skill level they're playing at right now. Like, it's fucking obvious. Now, obviously, I'm playing above the level 2. But yeah, it's okay. I'm being a crybaby. No, it's to be fair, I'm trying to make mine more realistic, and I'm clearly playing someone sometimes who is not. And it's just like, all right, well, this guy doesn't literally give a fuck. He just is going to play like a big dick in the lower league, and it just kind of defeats that is like legit smurfing. That's fucking annoying. All right, so let's go ahead and go. Let's push. This is the all-in, guys. Break through, stutter step, stutter step, stutter step. Get on that siege tank as fast as we can. The siege tank is what's important. And there you go. Nice. So how did this game go? How did this game go? We just did double gateway at our base with a cyber core warp gate upgrade. We proxied a robo. We proxied a third gate with it. This is just a standard immortal proxy. We chrono boost our probes one time to start the game off with to get the economy going a little bit faster. But then we save our chrono boosts to throw it at the robo repeatedly. And the only reason why we chrono boosted our cyber core one time is because we actually like, I don't know, we I think somehow fucked up the warp gate timing. Like, or maybe our core was a little bit late for some reason. I don't remember what the hell I did, but it felt a little late because I was waiting on the warp gate for a little longer, and I was like, ah, fuck it, just go ahead and I'll chrono boost that bad boy. It's okay. It's not a big deal. If it happens to you, just chrono boost it once if you need to. Like, if you're like, you know, you're already starting Immortals and you're still waiting on the warp gate should be done right around the time when you're starting Immortals, like close to that. You don't want your warp gate to be super far behind. So we yeah, so we can warp in stalkers at the proxy, and we do need a gateway here, so it keeps the fast warp ins at the proxy pylons, and then we are just chrono boosting Immortals behind this the whole time. That's all we doing. So much prep for an all-in. Did he even scout? He did scout. This guy 100%. He scouted my base. Yes, he scouted. This guy is fine. He's like for a second I thought his name seemed fucked, and I'm just getting kind of paranoid and tired of being sniped in this series, because it like legit has happened between all 3 series probably about 20 times already. And I'm only in diamond, but yeah, no, he scouted and he tried to react, and then he also scouted with the Reaper because he saw I had no natural. And he saw I opened up double gateway no natural, which is definitely aggressive. So this guy's totally fine. I take back what I said. It was paranoia at the start. All right, guys, we still gotta grind 80, about like 80-ish MMR. That's another 6 that's 4 games, roughly. Maybe 5, because we might not get 20 per win. Brutal. Brutal. You know, I think I'm actually going to start multi-pronging in Diamond 2. Like a little bit. Like 2-prong multi-prong, and I might do a triple-prong multi-prong in like Diamond 1 to Masters. Because our MMR is actually getting kind of high. We're like mid 3K. And then Diamond 2, it's going to take us to 4K, probably. So 4K is actually getting pretty high for the grand scheme of things. Okay, we're against the Protoss again. This time, let's do a completely tossed up build that we haven't done yet before. Let's do something totally different. Let's go with depths this game. And then we'll go from a depths into something more standard again. And we'll talk about how to micro depths. Unless we get cannon rushed, and then we'll deal with the cannon rush. Good thing tomorrow's your day off, vibe. Yeah, but I don't really want to waste my entire day off trying to finish a fucking B2GM video. Okay, we're getting cannon rushed. Probably. That probe is really fast. Let's see it. You gonna build a pylon? It's okay. I'm not gonna respond to that comment in chat. I feel like that's gonna just tilt me if I really start elaborating. Okay, this is totally a cannon rush. Because how do I know that? Now there's 2 probes at my base. So here's what we can do. We can wall him in. Okay, never mind. Are you actually not cannon rushing me? Like, what is happening right now? Are you just pretending to cannon rush me with 2 probes? What a guy. Okay. I'm okay with it, guys. I'm just gonna let you know something. Again, this is one of those moments where if he actually is cannon rushing, he's super far behind now. Let's make another pylon at these gateways. Hello. I'm not being distracted by you because I'm making probes still. Okay, we're making 2 adepts. We're getting a warp gate, and yeah, he's making a zealot. Let's go ahead and chrono boost out our gateways. Let's try and save this pylon if possible. It might die. That's okay. I don't know what this guy's build is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm confused.
Glory to the day.
Stutter step the zealot. Stutter step the zealot. We can warp. We can shade away from the zealot, like down our ramp now. Let's take our natural. And again, we're gonna transition this build now. Okay, there's a zealot there again. Let's stutter step it. Stutter step it. Stutter step it. Shade to his base. Let's now start making Stalker Sentry behind this. And go into a Robo. And we'll go into, you know, literally what we did last game. But we're just opening up with 2 Adepts. I don't understand this guy's build right now. It's super awkward. I mean, he's great. He's crazy. He's doing something different, right? That's all good, though. But I would definitely say we have the advantage right now. Let's go ahead and make our Robo. And now let's shade Adepts into his base and see if he lets us in. If he lets us in, the game's over. Okay, he actually didn't let us in. He blocked it. So this guy knows what he's doing, to a degree. Like, he blocked the doorway, which is what you should be doing against that. It's super good to do that. It's like mandatory. You need to do that. Try to shade it again, though. Don't give up. If he let's see, make him actually wall it. Okay, he actually walled it. So this is perfect. So if our opponent actually walls it, you know what we can do now? Should I? I'm really trying to not fucking play true tryhard here. We can, yeah, okay, let's just do it. Logically, it makes sense that I can now kill his wall, or kill his nexus, because he fucking walled himself into his base. If he's gonna give me the advantage to kill the nexus, I can keep trying to shade in, and he's not killing it. Okay, he's got a Oracle flying to my base. Put a couple Stalkers in my mineral line. And let's start making Immortals. Okay, so 2 Stalkers are here. He gets out of there. And let's kill this Nexus. Is he trying to kill the wall yet? He's not trying to kill the wall. He's just going to let it die. Okay, that's all good. So we have 2 Stalkers sitting here. We can make a couple more probes. Or sorry, a couple more Stalkers for the next round, and we can make them at our natural. So 2 Stalkers over here now. And now, no matter where... Okay, there's actually a fucking void here. Okay, well, if our opponent's gonna go mass air, guys, now suddenly it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for us to go for Immortals anymore. Let's change up pace our build here. Let's go for more gateways and a council and a forge. And let's get Observer and just start making Stalkers. It doesn't make sense to make a lot of Immortals against someone who's going for really fast fucking Stargate units. Void Rays specifically. If we have a bunch of Immortals, if half army's Immortals and our opponent's going for mass Voids, it's just going to be a situation where it's going to be like, ah, shit. We can't actually kill the Voids because we have a lot of heavy pounding Immortals that don't hit air. So, abandon the idea of just going for Charge Lot, Archon Immortal, because that doesn't really hit air very well. And let's go back into Stalkers now. Let's prioritize Blink Stalkers first, and then we can go back to Charge the Archon Immortal once we control the game with air units involved in the situation. Okay, let's get our upgrades. Chrono boost those bad boys out. Let's go ahead and try to take our 3rd base. Okay, no, he's attacking my base pretty heavily. Okay, let's go ahead and stutter step towards him. A move, move command, attack, move, attack, move, attack, move. Let's go ahead and take our third base. Now, I'm not actually going to attack him. Even though I just killed his army, I'm not going to attack him. But what am I doing? I'm taking my third base. So what can we do here? I'm gonna make sure he's not taking a third base. I have advantage right now because I just killed a unit and I made him recall. There's a probe running around randomly right there, and I know he doesn't have a third here, so that's nice. Let's send our observer by itself to go check the other third, and let's just check the right side of the map. And then we'll go back home. Chrono booster upgrades. Make stalkers. Does he have a third on this side? Do you have a third base? Is there a third base? The answer is no, there is not a third base. So now I know I'm going to produce faster than he is, and I'm going to max out quicker than our opponent. Awesome. Good shit. Okay, he's building a fucking cannon, or a pylon in my mineral line. Alright then. Make some more stalkers. Let's just go ahead and blink at that probe to just get rid of it so he can't keep hiding pylons all over the place. Actually, I don't have blink yet. Chrono boost it. Give me that blink upgrade. And 3, 2, 1, let's go. Blink, blink, blink. He's got DTs right there. There are DTs walking to my base. So let's make cannons. Let's make cannons. I already have an observer. Our observer's actually out of position, so let's recall it. I can make another cannon. And now the DTs are going here. Now, there's a cool trick I want to do so bad. But watch the DTs, right? They're going to my main base. And now they're not. I just blocked the DTs from going to the main base by putting my stalkers in the ramp, and now he can't go in there anymore. So that was a unique maneuver that we could do, where if we have blink stalkers, and if we see DTs, we can actually blink on them and stop them from going in the main base. Okay, let's go ahead now, and now that we have blink, we don't have to just stutter step anymore. We can actually blink kill his ass as he runs home. Let's go for the void because the void's more valuable. And we just blinked into a bunch of DTs. So what are we gonna do now? Let's run away. Just for a second. Okay, now he's making Archons. Let's go forward again. Blink into the army just so we get maximum damage. Make units while we're doing this. We can start making immortals again now that he's going ground units. And sick. You guys get the point. Cool game. Nice. Nice. Sick. Nasty. Oh yeah. Ugh. So we just went blink stalkers as a reaction to voids. And then we ended up seeing DTs because we saw the shimmer all over the place around our army. There was a lot of cloak units running at me, which is only can be DTs. We already had an observer, but so it wouldn't have killed us. But yeah, because if we notice it, we can just kind of not let him just go into our base where it's going to be more exposed, where he tried to run into the main. We just block the ramp with a blink, and then he's fucked. Okay, we're playing another Protoss. Let's try going Adepts one more time, because that last game was a bit weird. Let's go Adepts one more time and try to play once again a standard style. Okay, we're getting cannon rushed again. It looks like. These people love. Is this the same guy I just played? This is the same motherfucker I just played? What is with these people with their pylon probes? What the hell is wrong with these people? Again, I'm not freaking out though, guys, because if he's gonna cannon rush me, he's gonna cannon rush me, right? Now he's got 2 probes. I think this is the same guy. Oh my god. Okay. Let's have a probe attack his probes. Hey, what are you doing? Get off that. Let's build our core. Let's go back to mining gas. Let's build another gas. Let's have another probe go poke that. Well, actually, let's just send 2 probes to poke it. Get the fuck off my pylon, bro. Okay, now we're about ready to make a depths, and this guy's going for, you know. Looks like I think this is the same guy. Yeah, this is literally the same dude. Okay, so let's grab 2 more probes again and just go, hey, get off the fucking pylon. I don't appreciate that. Not one bit. Nope, get out of here. And let's do this. Because this guy's super annoying, let's build a shield battery in our main base. He's also got zealots coming to my base again. And let's build a nexus here. I'm going to wall that off just for temporarily. I'm not walling it permanently. It's not a permanent wall. I just made a shield battery temporarily. Now I have 2 adepts coming out.
Glory to the Daemon.
And now I can, now he's recalling.
To glory.
Okay.
Let none deter us.
Cancel that battery because that prevented him from getting into our base. Now we're making Stalker and we're making a Sentry. And now let's go ahead and go back into the same thing we did last game where we can go into a Robo while we're making probes. Oops. Don't understand this. This is so awkward. Let's make a battery as well because we're making a Sentry right now. Okay, the Zealot is gonna. The Zealot just got recalled and now it ran in the middle of the map and it died again. Hell yeah.
Yes, executor.
Okay, let's go and try and shade our depths into his base, see if we can get in there, see what we can do. And we didn't quite get in. Okay. It's 1 Stalker versus 2 Adepts. 1 Stalker will lose to 2 Adepts, by the way. So stutter step, stutter step, stutter step, stutter step. And if he gets away from you like that, just shade on his ass. Right click his Stalker with your shade. And then give yourself a second to go back and macro at your base. Now, stutter step, stutter step, stutter step. And now let's try to shade into his base again. Let's make a observer. Okay, he's got an Oracle in my base. Let's go deal with that. Run our probes for a second. This guy's doing the exact same build as last time. Which means we should probably not make these. Yeah. We should probably, because he got a Stargate, guys, and he also fucking walled off, we probably shouldn't go for a fucking Immortal build. Looks like we're fighting the exact same thing as before. So let's think about it. Let's use our brain, right? Let's actually just, right off the bat, go into more Stalkers. There's no probes here. Are you making a Void Ray? Let's see. Is he making a Void Ray? Yeah, he's making a Void Ray. Let's recall these dudes out of here so that we don't have to lose them. And then let's just make 3 more gates in a rope in a council because we're fighting the same exact build. And it's just low economy Void Rays. And it's gonna probably go into Dark Templars afterwards. Okay, let's go ahead and throw a Hallucinated Phoenix out there. Let's scout the left side of the map with this Hallucinated Phoenix and make sure there's no hidden garbage bases that are going on. Okay, let's go ahead and take our 3rd base as well while we're at it, while our gateways are coming online. Let's leave our observer. Let's leave our 2nd observer at home just because it can deal with DTs if they become a problem later on. Let's get Blink. Let's get a Forge for weapon upgrade. Let's start making more Stalkers. And we see a really quick this is a super, super, super greedy 3rd base. Let's kill this Oracle. Alright. That's a fucking greedy 3rd, guys. So he's not exactly doing the exact same thing. He's not. This is why we scout, right? This is why we scout. Now let's scout the right side. Are you hiding even more bases? Or are you trying to go like 4 bases on me? What are you doing? What are you doing, smart guy? Let's get our council, upgrading Blink. Get this base saturated properly. We can card boost a couple probes one more time. Saturate the gases because we need gas pretty bad. Rabbit Assassin, thank you very much for the
Love
dono.
your vids. Hope the trolls stop. You got me to gold 2 now, climbing slowly.
Oh, it's not gonna
Much
stop.
love from Sweden.
It's definitely not going to stop. This is the age of the internet, and whenever people, if you bleed 1 drop of blood, the internet is like piranha. They just, like, we got him, boys. He's done a 9-hour video. He's exhausted. Fucking keep going. Break him! You know it's true. This is the fucking internet. No one has any fucking gas. No one has any break. It's all gas pedals. It's all trying to be annoying as fuck all the time. Okay, let's go ahead and A move here. I'm just poking the third base. I am poking the third. And why am I poking the third? Because his opener wasn't great, and there's no way he should ever be able to take a fucking third. Void Rays scale slower than Stalkers do, and he did an opener that was ripping 2 probes off the mirror line right away. That slows his economy down like crazy. And then on top of that, he never fucking saturated his natural. Versus Adepts, and he walled his base in again. Okay, now let's go ahead and poke him and go like this. A move, A move, A move. Okay. And now we can blink forward. Nice. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, that guy's build is just really inefficient. Like, look at the resources mining. The whole fucking early game, I am just crushing his ass. And then we kind of match up a little bit, and what happens here is this is when, like, for instance, Oracle shows up and, you know, is annoying for a second. And, you know, he actually catches up in probes. I think we actually stopped making probes for a little bit there, too. That was kind of bad. We should not have let him catch up, realistically. But then we just kind of go away again, and then he catches up because he goes for a greedy third. But think about it like this, okay? Just because he catches up does not mean we are equal. You got to understand this. Think about it like this. You see all this deviation right here, where the blue line is bigger than the red line? It's higher on the graph. You know what that means? All that difference right there is money that we have as an advantage. That's all resources we've mined over him. And then he ties us for a little bit, and then it's again, once again, we get this big-ass advantage of resources in this block of space. And then he ties us again because he does a greedy third. But he does not have an army supply that is equal to us. Look at the army value, though. So he's doing a build that's all over the place, right? But look at the army value. It's not even fucking close. And it's because our opponent did a build that put him in the negative position early on. And the only reason why he's ahead early in the very beginning is because he makes a zealot right away to attack our probes, our pylon and shit like that. And then we go into making units out of our stalkers, and he doesn't have any. That's where the deviation is. So he takes like these risky economic leaps to try to catch up to our economy again after the negative position he put himself at the start. But then our army is not even close to what his army is because, you know, he takes an economy risk to get back to matching our economy later on. But all that time he wasn't caught up with us throughout the mid game gives us this big fat supply lead with army because we've just mined overall more resources. His build is very gimmicky, I would say. Again, I know it's a diamond, it's totally fine, but he's definitely playing a style that's super gimmicky, and it seems very awkward. Like we went Adepts for fun against that guy twice. I didn't even realize it was him twice, to be fair. But Adepts seemed to shut that guy's build down entirely because he has no way to deal with Adepts other than sacking the natural, essentially. Who cares about army supply though, Vibe? You tagged your pylon, bruh. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Okay. If we don't get this guy again, I'll go Adepts one more time. And if we do get this guy again, I'll remember his name is AGCL UCD. If we get him again, I will go like Stalkers or something. I won't do Adepts this time, so you can actually, it'll be a little bit of a different scenario. Hi. You're right about where I left off myself in MMR yesterday. Nice. Ah. Oh, baby. It's getting really late, guys. It's 4 in the morning. My God. Oh my God. It's a long video. All I can say is that MMR bug is making these videos take forever because it fucked my MMR. And if anyone doesn't know what the MMR bug is, it's when you would play 5 placement matches and it doesn't matter if you win or lose, you just automatically go to Masters 3. That's what the MMR bug was. And the reason why it screwed me is because I had to artificially tank an account so fucking hard to get out of Masters 3 repeatedly because it kept placing me in Masters 3. And it made the MMR scale slowly as shit now because this account started off with like fucking 30 losses per race. It was like 90 losses in total. It's a lot of losses. Whereas previous B2GMs, I only had to do it once. So it was like 5 or like 7 losses and that was it. So the MMR scaled faster. So the videos weren't going to be like fucking 9 hours a piece or 8 hours a piece. These are so long. Oh my God. Zerg went fast, thank God. Like, or not even fast. When I say fast, it still took 7 hours. It's just, this is brutal, dude. I hope you guys like watching these videos, even though they're super long. Okay, he expanded. So standard build, super standard build from him. Trying to boost out our gateway. That way if a Reaper comes, which it did, I can deal with it quickly. Ah, no! Let's make a sentry behind that. Keep chrono boosting probes. Let's make a pylon over here so we can put a battery down. Okay, so his Reaper didn't run around. It kind of just stuck around the natural. So it killed the second probe. A little annoying for us, but it's okay. Not the end of the world, guys. This game, let's go for, again, like more of a standard style of like a Colossus opener. Really, really, really standard play. And let's put a pylon right here. And here's a cool trick we can do, okay? This is something cool you can do against Terran, specifically. I do not recommend you do this against Protoss. This is, I mean, and also against Zerg, I don't recommend you do this against Zerg, because against Zerg, your first wall should already be at your natural. But against Terran, we're going to make our second buildings at our wall. So we're going to make our Robo, and we're going to make our gateway over here at this wall, which now makes a doorway that's a lot smaller. And the reason why we did this is because if our opponent goes Hellions, we have a higher chance to shut them down now before they get to our base. This is something that might not happen very much in Diamond League, I'm not going to lie. But in Masters, it's going to happen a lot. A lot of Terrans are going to try and roast probes all day. Okay, so we see a natural. Look at that gas. That's a big sign. He's got barely any saturation on that base, and he's already got a gas. He's got an engineering bay, which is very interesting. He's got 3 SCVs on it. I don't know. Okay, let's go ahead and go back to our shield battery. Nice. Let's go ahead and make a Robo Bay. Let's make an Observer. Let's make another Stalker. Let's make a couple gases. Let's get a third base. So that tech lab exists on the barracks. Sorry, not the factory. So those marauders were not proxied by any way, in any means. Those were definitely just 2 random marauders here into my base to just see what would happen. And because we made a shield battery, we just countered it, right? So that went really well for us. That was super good for us. Let's take our gases, add our natural. Keep chrono boosting probes so we can replace that mineral line super quick. And now we have a really fast... The reason why we're prioritizing gas too is because we need a gas unit, right? We're making Colossus, which are expensive. Okay, so let's run over here to our main and let's go pop that Reaper. Hey, Reaper, get out of here, bro. Stop killing my probes. I don't appreciate that. Okay, let's fix that mineral patch, and now we're good. Send out another hallucinated Phoenix, and let's go scout the bottom right of the map. We're going to grab this probe that pops out of the Nexus and build a couple pylons so we can actually have more building room here. More build room, more build room, more build room. We need more space in our main to build shit. Okay, what's going on? Oh, okay, we got a big attack coming to the 3rd. Okay, let's go over there right now. Let's try to get rid of the medevacs. Focus the medevacs first because then he can't leave. And as he runs away, we can just move the Marines. It's all good. Okay. Let's get a battery here. Get a couple of gases here. Chrono boost our Nexus. And then, yeah, we're good. Keep doing it. Keep the process. There's his 3rd command center. We see the 3rd command center relatively... It's not super early. But he did just lose an army as well, so this feels like he's going to apply less pressure to us. Like, if he does pressure us, it's going to be like 1 or 2 drops. Not a full fucking army. Like that I'll die to. I definitely don't feel like we're going to die in any way right now. Death is not on the table at the moment. Because he's playing economical. So if we do die to this guy, it wouldn't be now, it would be later. That's the whole point I want you guys to really comprehend there. Doesn't mean we can't lose. It means if we were to lose, it wouldn't happen now. It would happen later. Because he's going for expansions. Okay, let's go ahead and take another base. We are fully saturated on that base right now. Let's go ahead and transfer. Come kill these rocks. These rocks were up last time and they definitely kind of suck. Let's prioritize killing these rocks. Super annoying. Get upgrades. Chrono boost upgrades. Let's get a Templar Archive so I can get Archons. Let's get Blink upgrade. And let's make like 2 more Zealots. Now the rocks are dead, so we're happy. Let's get like 2 more gates so I can make more gate units more often. And we're still making Stalkers for now. Okay, there comes Medevacs over here. Chrono booster upgrades. Keep making probes. And let's, again, kill the Medevacs, guys. Okay, run these probes away. Kill the Medevacs. Kill the Medevacs. Okay, now let's go attack this base up here. Or rather, go defend that base up there. Okay. Let's warp in some Stalkers. Make a Colossus. Go defend. Try and heal the Nexus if we can before it dies. Okay, take our probes that are sitting there. Have them go back to the base and mine the base. And now, notice what this guy's doing. Pay attention to it. This is when we need to start paying attention to this game. What is this guy doing? He's fucking harassing me everywhere, right? This guy is constantly attacking us left, right, left, right, left, right. He keeps poking us with his whole army all the time. So let's fix our economy and let's do this. Pylon. 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 And then finally, like another pylon. Now, I'm going to see these fucking attacks before they attack my base. Let's make some Archons while we're at it. And now let's do this as well. For now, let's take half my army and go to the top of the map. And take half my army and go to the bottom. And now look, he's attacking us again, right? Okay. Let's, now that we know we're getting attacked, let's kite our army. And let's pull our army forward to go help that. Hey, move the area. Blink on this fucking tank. Remake that Nexus. Don't wait too long to do that. Okay. And now let's grab all the other gateways we made and grab those in our production. And let's start making zealots. And yeah, we don't want to. Do we want to attack him right now? No, not necessarily. Let's just fucking maybe like make another pylon over there. It's all good. Let's also make another nexus on the bottom of the map. That way we can rotate probes to another base again when it's done and good to go. Meanwhile, with our gas, let's make a bunch of Archons. Okay, he's attacking us again. So this is what you call a hyper aggressive player.
Oh, yeah.
This Terran is all about attacking us the whole fucking time. Now he's dropping the main base. Let's run these probes away. Send some units back to our main. This is when a lot of players again freak out and they just start falling apart. Now we can take this one step further. Our opponent is all about attacking us. Blink on that medevac and kill it. He's all about attacking us repeatedly. As long as we don't panic, we're fine. But you know what we can do as well? Make some fucking cannon battery at our bases. Make some cannon battery at this base. Make a couple cannons and a battery. Okay, he's pushing the top side. Group my army up. Chill for a second. Make a couple Templar. Make a couple Zealot. He's doing a big fat push. Chrono booster upgrades. Chill for a sec.
Our pylon is under attack.
Let's kill my fucking pylons. We got 2 probes over here. Let's send 2 probes away to a different base, like down here or something. Now see these pylons? They're alerting me to where the hell he's going every time. This is super fucking nice. Let's get the hell down here and defend this base. This guy is all about it. He's all about fucking my base up repeatedly. Try and heal that Nexus if we can. And let's get on top of these tanks quickly and kill them. Kill the medevacs now so he can't leave with this army. And that literally just lost him the game right there because he overcommitted. He's playing super aggressive. And he just lost everything. And what did he do it for? He's killing my Nexus. He keeps trying to use his army to kill my economy. Let's build a couple more cannons here just to be safe. And are we going to push him right now? No. But I am going to push him very soon. I'm going to push him as soon as we max out, which is very close to happening. So let's make a bunch of Archons again. There we go. And now let's send 1 Zealot on the top. Let's send 1 Zealot on the bottom. And let's just discover where the fuck this guy's bases are. What's my probe count at? 79. Let's make it just a couple more. And now we're in the 80 plus range. Now we're at 82. We're looking fucking sexy. Let's get our 3-3 upgrades. Power spike, right? Power spike's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Now we're going to make our final round of a couple units. We see his only expansion there is that base. And is there a 4th base here? We're about to find out. Final couple zealots. Let's go. There's no base. So let's pound this base up here. He's trying to take one right there. Let's go. It's our turn to attack. And you know what this is going to have the effect of? Fucking wet noodle status. This is going to be wet noodle game. Let's now move this army. Tell my zealots to come back a little bit. They're kind of running ahead. There we go. Now let's go. Get our army in. Archons, get the fuck in there. Stop hitting the command center. Go, 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 go. Do you see how hard the fucking Terran is getting run over right now? It's because he's not maxed. And the reason why he's not maxed is because he doesn't have enough expansions. We're on 5 bases. And he was on 3 trying to break our economy super crazy. Like repeatedly. Stutter step our army into his face. Go, go, go. Get in, get in, get in. Keep remaxing every time we can. Like another wave is ready to go right now. Do another wave. Boom, boom, boom. Sick. He was playing hyper aggressive. That's all he was playing super hyper aggressive with minimal economy follow-up investment. So we can take some damage here. We can take some damage there. It's okay. As long as we don't panic and don't think to ourselves, I'm dying. Okay, so he's got, you know, Marines in our base. He's attacking us again. And look at this, right? So he's attacking us, and he's down by 5 SCVs. That's what's normal. Protoss should be ahead. That's how it should be. And he's also down by 12 supply, right? So that's somewhat normal. Then he loses that army. All good. How many probes have we lost already? We've already lost 5 probes. Now look at the worker count. Suddenly, out of nowhere, we skyrocketed, and now we're at a 3rd base fully saturated. Now we have a 4th base. Terran once again multi-prongs us with an army here and an army here. It's okay. We run our probes away from the base we currently can't defend, and we kill his army here. Again, he's all about attacking, right? Look at the economy for Terran. I have not killed any fucking SCVs yet. 0. I've killed 0. He's killed 9 probes so far. But look how behind he is. The only chance he has is if he disrupts me so much that I fall apart. Now he is doing damage to me. I'm not gonna lie. It's not like it's not like we're not taking any damage, but at the same time we're starting to realize, okay, this guy's super aggressive, super aggressive, super aggressive. How can we deal with this? Let's give ourselves some more of a warning. Let's give ourselves like a vision net of pylons and shit like that. And now he pushes me again. This is the moment when we had our army. Also, we're gonna spread our army out because he's fucking super aggressive. And now he actually catches us. We started our vision net from the south side and worked our way to the north, and he just so happened to push me in the north side before my probe had revealed pylons there. So I could have been warned before he got into my base. So now it's kind of a worst case scenario. He shows up at our base, and we're not quite ready for it. So how do we deal with this? We selected our whole army because this is a very big army. We selected our whole army, and we just A-moved and kited back, which allowed this army to move forward towards me and allowed this army to move backwards, which makes them both move to like right there. And I just kite backwards and I kill a bunch of Marines. Stutter step backwards, stutter step backwards, stutter step backwards. And we just cut that Marine count like in half with those Colossus. There's a lot of Marines that just died there. And then finally our army gets here and we group up and we go for it. Our Stalkers blink over and we try to kill the tanks and the medevacs. And we don't want him to, you know, get away, for instance. It's all good. And he's just kind of parade pushing me right now. It's all gravy. This is a bit of a reset for both sides. But again, remember what we talked about with resets? Resets are totally fine if you're the one with the better economy. We don't mind it. Resets work. If our economy is 80 and his economy is 59, we don't mind resets. I'm happy with it. Now our opponent's still pushing, right? He's still super aggressive. Now what is he doing? He's dropping another full medevac and Marines on the south side of the map. And he flew over a pylon, which warned us. And I'm not going to lie, dude, right there, if we were fucking going to go a little bit harder on this dude, we could have blinked our fucking Stalkers at that. Notice how he flies over a pylon. Watch this. Watch our vision. Watch the minimap right now. He flies over a pylon. This is the good thing about Vision Net. And now our army, and he flies over another area where our units are. Our Stalkers, 100%, could blink forward and pop a medevac, right? It could happen. But it's okay. It's just, you have the, if you give yourself a Vision Net, you have that as a thing you can do. Now he's got more Marines over here being annoying. We're making army. He's dropping my probes over here in the main base. And look what's happening, right? Look at the upgrades for Terran. He's 1-1. How about what's going on behind that? Level 2 weapons is on the way. Nothing else. No vehicle weapons. Look at us. We're already 1-1 as well, and we have not yet started 2-2. So upgrades in terms of weapons and armor are looking the same. They're looking pretty close. But I mean, we have. It's fine. Let's not talk about that anymore. It's not like we have a huge advantage there. It's the same fucking thing. We can chrono boost it though. We can catch up to his weapon upgrade. It's all good to go. But we have the ability to go to macro game in that department. We have good tech. We have our Archon tech. We have our Colossus tech. All the shit's going well. And at the end of the day, we've been maintaining an economy lead over him the entire fucking time. So even though we were taking damage, it's annoying. It's annoying. It's not that annoying because my opponent is over-investing into aggression and under-investing into economy. Now, is that a bad thing? Not necessarily. It just means that it puts pressure on him to do damage to me. That's all it means. He's playing it like he's playing the style of like, remember how I played against Terran and I went for mass zealots with a prism on like 5 base minerals only with like only 12 stalkers or some shit? He's playing a style like that. He's playing a style that is very fucking aggro. It's super aggressive. We're playing a conservative macro style, so it's supposed to be a situation where we take damage. And if we understand how styles balance with each other, we know that we're always going to be the one that we'll be able to, we're going to take some damage, but it's all about mitigating as much as possible, even though some of it's going to happen. And at the end of the day, if we mitigate enough of it, we're going to end up ahead. But if we don't mitigate enough of it, we're going to end up behind. But we're going to be getting attacked. That's just a thing that's going to happen, because he's choosing to do an aggressive style versus a macro style. Like a constant macro build up. But look what keeps happening. We keep maintaining these leads, which puts our Terran opponent once again into a position where he needs to get damage done. And now look at our pylon vision net. It alerts us to where he keeps going. And we keep seeing, oh, he's going over there, he's going over here, he's going over there. So I don't just go, oh, fuck, he's over at my base right now. I didn't realize that. I'm already on my way. I'm not still sitting there expecting him to be here. I had a pylon vision net. You could also do this with a couple of observers. Now look at those cannons. Oh my god, this cannon killed 4. This cannon killed 7 units. These cannons are owning right now. And then we kill the medevacs as a priority right there. So we can't medevac load up and run away. And now look at the supply. Because our opponent has not yet taken a 4th base, and this base is mining out, this base is mining out, this base is still okay, but it's been undersaturated the entire time. Our opponent is now struggling to keep up with our supply, which is why we talked about the reason why this makes sense that this is now a wet noodle. Our opponent doesn't have as good of an economy as us, and every single time he fought us, he always killed probes. He always killed probes. He always killed some of my economy, because as you can see, how much have we lost already? Well, I mean, we've lost 14, but he killed a couple nexuses here and there. But he always did some type of damage to my economy while doing fights before, which is why, and also I was trying to build up, and it was somewhat close. But now, that last fight, he killed 0. I guess he killed the nexus, but it was not really necessarily needed yet, because I still have good economy at everywhere else, mostly. Okay, whatever. But the point I'm trying to make is he's having a problem with his economy now, and he hasn't set up new economy fast enough, and he also just lost that army, so now he's falling really fucking far behind, which is now, this is now finally our power spike, and we go, and it, like I said before, it's going to run him over because of the fact that he just overinvested into aggression, and he didn't do enough. He didn't do enough damage, essentially. So, like, this is rough, right? He's 2-1 upgrades, we're 2-2. His supply is 137, we're maxed out. Brutal. So this is when macro pushes. When you max out. Like, ideally, that's when you get your power spike, whatever that is. But maxing out is probably the easiest way to explain that for players who don't fully know what's going on all the time. Oh my god, we're almost done with this. Oh my god. We're almost at a 10-hour stream right now. Oh, it's almost 5 in the morning. I haven't even fucking ate anything. Guys, I've been streaming for 10 hours and I haven't even fucking had food. I think I'm gonna, honestly, I think next time I'm gonna split these videos up. This is a bit much. This is too much B2GM. Ugh. I'm exhausted. Okay, it's random. He's unranked as well, so we have no idea what this guy is. Okay. I'll play a macro game again this game just to finish it off. We're not gonna all in our way to a victory here. So it's random. Greetings from Europe, dude. It's noon now. What's up, dude? Hell yeah. What's up, Europe? Ugh. 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 Wait, why did I build a... Dude, I'm so tired. I fucking built a gas. I don't even know why. Okay, let's go to... Let's go.
Good stuff. Get some MMR and sleep.
Thank you for the bits, Proxa. Thank you. Stack our close patches. Scout his base after the gateway because we want to see what race he is, and we'll make a decision based off of that, on like the idea of what we might want to be going for. Every patch has two probes at the mineral line. He's Zerg, so I fucked myself and where we built our initial wall. It's okay. And now that I know he's Zerg, let's just go ahead and let's go ahead and expand early. On this game, let's go ahead. Let's do the Sky Toss transition one more time. Let's do that build again. We only did it once. Let's go ahead and build our core. Let's build another pylon over here so we can actually wall this properly. Alright, then build our gas. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and get our Stalker and our Warp Gate upgrade. Let's chrono boost out our Stalker. Now this guy might flood us with Lings, guys, just so you know. He's random and he got Zerg, and this is probably the worst thing that could happen for Protoss is if you have a pylon in a shit spot versus a random player that happens to be Zerg. The reason why I don't recommend you always build your wall like this, by the way, against random, is because if they proxy you, like you know the Immortal build I've been teaching you guys, proxy 3-gate Immortal, that will fucking destroy you. If you proxy your, if you build your wall in the front of your base, because you can't actually have a concave then, and you just get your whole production line gets killed by Immortal Stalker proxy, which sucks ass. So you definitely don't want to have that happen. Let's go ahead and make a Stargate. Let's build a gateway, and just because of the fact that, again, this guy is Zerg and I didn't know, we're gonna make another gateway. So we're gonna make an extra gateway we normally wouldn't have made. So the only difference is we made one additional gateway. It's whatever. It's not the end of the world, right? We still got our wall at our natural, and we're not dead. Let's go ahead and chrono boost out our probes. Let's make a pylon before we block. Make another pylon up here. Let's make a void ray. As soon as our pylon is done. Okay, there's an overlord in my base. We can go kill that. Rotate the adept in the doorway. Take our gases.
Research complete.
The firstborn.
Lord's about to die. Nice. Okay, good shit. And now let's go ahead and build some more adepts, and let's get ready to go take our third base. So put our Stalker back in the doorway. Hold position his ass. Right click here, shift right click the mineral line. Bring our adepts to the third base. And saturate our gases properly here. Okay, we're getting Ling bait. We're getting all in, so let's go home now. Shade our adepts home, and let's make more units. Just want to let you guys know something. This is gonna not be scary at all. We can chrono boost, or not chrono boost. We can overcharge our battery, and we can have it start healing the Stargate. And now it's over. Okay, let's go ahead and build our Nexus. And why was that not scary? Because Banelings tickle Stalkers. Banelings are like tickle monsters for Stalkers. You're like hee 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 hee. And the Stalker's like, stop it. Stop it. You're tickling me. I don't like it. But suddenly, if you put a fucking adept in the doorway and there's Banelings out there, it's like watching a teenage girl in a Jason movie. It's just fucking dead in 5 seconds. So yeah, having the, let's make a couple of adepts here. Having the Stalker in the doorway made us destroy that. Now let's take all of our adepts that we just made and have them go back to our third base. Let's try and save it if we possibly can. It might die. It's gonna die. I think it's definitely dead. Okay. So here's an interesting thing we can do now. Okay. Let's make our robo like we talked about before. And now let's go for a bit of an attack with our Adepts. And behind this now, we're gonna stop making. We're gonna stop making Adepts now, and we're gonna start making whatever it's called, fucking blah blah blah. Stalkers. Meanwhile, we're saturating our third. Trying to boost our nexuses and stuff like that. And now look at our Adepts, right? Watch this. Shade behind the mineral line. Okay. So what we were going to do is we were going to shade behind the mineral line. Right here. And we're going to kill drones. And then once we get here, the shade's going to cool down again really fast. And we're then going to shade behind the mineral line. And we're just going to keep fucking shading behind the mineral lines. And if my Adepts die, they die. But this guy, you got to realize something. This guy, it's cause and effect, okay? Think about it like this. Now, am I all-inning my opponent right now? Am I sending my Stalker? I'm making Stalkers, and am I going to send more Stalkers at his base right now? No, I'm not going to do that. Am I going to send my Void Rays at his base right now? Honestly, I should be if I was able to multitask. Because the Void Rays don't have to die. They can fly away and not die, and I could kill a bunch of Overlords while my Adepts are being annoying. Or I might be able to kill drones while my Adepts are being annoying. Or I might be able to kill like a pool or a hatchery while my Adepts are being annoying. I totally should send my Void Rays. But again, this is Diamond 3, so we're not going super crazy on multitasking. So I just said, fuck it, leave my Voids to defend myself. We're totally fine. Now, I was going to make Stalkers behind this like we talked about, which is why I'm making a Forge for weapon upgrades. I'm making a Council for Blink, and I'm making a Robo for Colossus. We're doing the same thing we did before. We're going from Adepts and Void Rays into now Colossus Stalker Void Ray, into eventually Archons, and then eventually Carriers. So that was the developing stages of our build. And normally, I don't have to make this many Adepts. Normally, I don't make this many Adepts. I made this many Adepts, though, because he all-in the shit out of us. He all-in us like crazy. So I made a lot of Adepts, and now Adepts suck at this stage of the game because I'm not investing into them. I am not getting Resonating Glaives, and I am not going to make Adepts further from this point because they don't really serve much of a purpose. They're just to make sure I don't die to Zerglings, and you know what? They serve their purpose very well. I didn't die to Zerglings, I destroyed the Baneling all-in. So now the Adepts, because he made so many Lings and it forced me to make so many Adepts. If I only had like 3 or 4 Adepts, I'd be like, who cares? It's just 3 or 4 Adepts. But if I have like fucking almost 12 Adepts, that's a lot. I could totally now use these Adepts to go walk to his base and just shade behind a mineral line. Shade behind a mineral line. Shade behind a mineral line. Shade back to the mineral line. Shade back to the mineral line. Shade back to the mineral line. Shade back. Like, all you do is on cooldown, you shade to bases that you know have drones at them. You keep bouncing the Zerg around, and it's super annoying. Now, there's other ways you can micro the Adepts too. Like, for instance, you can like focus fire drones. You can do the cool maneuvers like that to try and kill as many drones as possible. But again, we'll talk. I'm sure we'll talk more about that throughout more Protoss videos. It's all good because I'll use Adepts throughout the game. But yeah, overall, the Zerg player just called it quits because he just didn't have enough to deal with the Adepts. And the reason why is because of this attack right here, right? It's because of this is too early, but you get the point. We'll go back to it. Watch this attack. Watch this attack. It's ridiculous. So look at the economy of both players. Zerg is no longer droning. I am probing still. I have almost double his economy already. Almost. Right? I have a lot of economy. I have a lot of economy right now. Now, we scouted and saw when we were trying to take our third base. This is why we send Adepts to our third. Because if we attack the Zerg, if we're like, okay, guys, let's take our third base. And look what I see. Oh my fucking god, that is a lot of Lingbane. Alright, that's a big all-in. You know what I can do with my Adepts? I can just shade back home. This is why Adepts are so good at this. They are very good at surviving. Like, with their mobility. I can now go, alright, sick, let's shade home. Let's kite and shade home. So shade and kite. So I'm kiting and I just shaded my Adepts back to here and I run back. And he doesn't want to deal with me anymore. He's like, ah, fuck those Adepts. Right? That's fine. Now this army is a bunch of Banes. It's right now there's currently 27 Lings and 12 Banes. I have 5 Adepts, 1 Stalker, 1 Void Ray. Supplies, would you believe it? I'm super far ahead. And it's because we have so many more probes than drones. I have a good ass economy. Now, think about this for a second. A Zergling does 5 damage by default. A Baneling does 16 damage to everything here. 16. It does 16. When a Baneling hits a light unit, though, it does 35. Now, no, there is not a single building inside StarCraft 2 that is actually a building. The only building that, I guess that's not entirely true. Because someone's gonna say, "Fucking creep tumors vibe." Yes, correct. Creep tumors are actually a building, and yeah, they are considered light. They're almost like a unit though, because you can interact with them and shit like that. But actual buildings like spawning pools, hatcheries, roach warrens, gases, fucking stargates, gateways, pylons, shield batteries, they're all armored. We'll just say this: any building that costs resources to make, okay, like actual minerals or gas, those are all armored. The only building that exists that you can make with energy from a queen is a creep tumor, and that's actually light, even though it's a building. But yeah, it's all buildings that cost minerals and gas. They're armored structures, so the Banelings don't get the versus light damage versus a structure. However, Banelings have a structure attack, which makes them deal 80 damage to a structure, which makes them beat the shit out of structures. Okay, so Banelings fucking own structures like crazy because they have a special structure attack, and every structure is a structure. It says structure on the tag. Now, so that leaves only one thing here. It's my Stalker. The only thing that's not a structure in this doorway is my Stalker. But my Stalker is not a light unit, so the Banelings once again don't get their 35 damage for light. But also a Stalker doesn't have a structure tag. So now the Baneling has to resort back to its original attack, which is 16 damage. That is less than half of its light damage, and it's like 1/5 of its fucking structure attack. It sucks balls versus a Stalker. And look here's a cool, super important trick as well about my Stalker. So, my shield battery is somewhat close to my Stalker. Like, these are not super far apart, which means that my shield battery can heal my Stalker in the doorway. That's very important to do that. If your shield battery is like down there, that's really fucking bad. You want to make sure your shield battery is close enough to your Stalker to heal it. That way, if you encounter a build like this, where it's a bunch of Ling Bane all in, he's going to show up at my base, and now my Stalker will never die. And he actually prioritizes the Stargate. Now here's what we can do. And then, you know what? You know why he probably did this build, by the way? He probably did this build because he's random, and he saw I walled this ramp first, and he's like, ooh, the Protoss is not walling as natural. I'm going to go all in now. But remember how I talked about how, what do? We just fucking make our next buildings here, and we're fine. So we have 2 walls, actually. And it's all good. But I honestly think that there's a good reason why the Zerg did this. Is probably because I didn't start the wall here first, and he probably thought to himself, I'll take advantage of that. Now, going further, all I gotta do is like, now I'm not microing anything, guys. I am literally microing nothing except for one thing. My shield battery and my Nexus with overcharge battery. I am going to overcharge my battery with my Nexus, and then I am going to tell my battery with the hotkey, which is R, heal that building. Now heal that building. Now heal that building. Heal the Stalker. Like, I'm not actually... So, okay. Let me say... That's actually not what I'm going to do. I was just kind of being... I was exaggerating a little bit there. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to heal a building when it's almost dead. If it looks like my Stalker is taking no damage, because I can see the Stalker's health bar, then it looks like my building is getting its ass handed to it, I will force my battery to heal the building. But here's a cool thing you can do. If you're done healing the building and you want to make sure your battery goes back to healing the Stalker, you can either tell it to heal the Stalker itself with, you know, hitting the restore hotkey and then clicking the Stalker, or you can tell the battery to stop. Because if you tell the battery to stop, it tells it to stop healing its current unit, but then it immediately goes back to healing a unit. It won't just stop healing anything. It'll always heal units as a priority over buildings. So if I tell it to heal a building because a building is dying, and now my building has enough shields again to make me feel confident that I won't die, and I need it to heal my Stalker, I can hit stop, and then it'll start healing the Stalker guaranteed right away, like within milliseconds after that. So both ways work, and all I'm doing here is I'm microing my shield battery. I don't even micro half my Adepts, by the way. They just sit there not even fighting. And this guy focuses on blowing up my Stargate. And then he hits my Stalker a little bit. Notice how the battery initially by default heals the Stalker. It's all good. And then he's focusing on my Stargate. So now I heal the Stargate specifically. I tell it to heal the Stargate because it's almost fucking dead. And look how fast those shields are going up, guys. It was empty before. It was almost dead. And these shields are going up faster than it's dying because overcharged battery is insane. This thing is fucking nuts. It heals for 72 shields a second. That is fucking insane value right there. And look at these adepts. They weren't even doing anything. There you go. Now look how fast that thing's full healed again. Insta full healed. For the shields at least. It will never get healed on its health because it doesn't ever repair itself. But yeah. Now it's not going to die. Now we're good to go. And now, after that's over, look at the economy. This is not ideal for Zerg. He's super far behind. And the crazy thing about it as well is he's still making Zerglings up until right now. He made another wave just a second ago. Some of these ran back and another round of Lings just finished because he thought he was going to break me and all in me there. So now he's like, well, shit. I got a lot of Lings and now I want to make drones. But what do we do here? We just make adepts. Now this is a really cute move you can do. I made pylons one grid spot off the Nexus. Kind of like how I have a gateway and a Stargate, one grid off of each other. So what I do is I warp in adepts in between the buildings, and look how stupid it makes the Lings. It's like another doorway, right? And look at his Lings; they get really fucking dumb. And sometimes when enough of them scatter around there, they eventually start like spilling over the edge of the pylon. But so many Lings are so stupid here trying to get on top of the adepts. And then he actually focus fires my Nexus. He ends up killing my Nexus. But this is the reason why we said, fuck it. Let's go counterattack now. He threw away all of his Lings. And he made another round. He just all-in me here and it failed. And he just all-in me here to make me cancel a Nexus. It didn't even die. I canceled it. So I rebuilt it right away. This is really bad for Zerg. This is such a waste of economy. Or like, sorry, it was such a waste of larva, right? Like this is rough. This is hard to come out of, hard to come back from. So because of that, he forced me to warp in more adepts. He just threw away all of his Lings again. I can just rebuild the Nexus, make Stalkers, make Void Rays, make my tech, and I'll just go counterattack with my adepts because it makes sense because all his Lings are dead. And he's going to guaranteed have a low drone count because he just all in me almost 2 times in a row right there. Yeah.
Thank you Vibu for all your content and your work. A stream this long is impressive. Much love, smile.
Thank you. Bebop, thank you very much for the 5. And then yeah, so as you can see, he just doesn't have enough, right? So he's just like, oh fuck me, I'm dead. And it's because he's making drones now. He's going full drones, and he has 4 Zerglings. Notice how he's almost caught up to us, workers to probes. It's very close, economy-wise. However, it's not close army-wise. So he took a risk to being like, I'm just going to try and catch up with drones, and we happen to attack him with adepts because we have a lot of adepts here that are going to be useless otherwise. And he made no units, so he's just dead now, which is why he quit. So hopefully that makes sense. Did we all in him there? No. Like we're going to reiterate one more time. We did not all in him here. This is just a harassment because adepts are useless going further into the game now. They're going to get replaced by stalkers, void rays, and carriers, and colossus, and archons, and other better units. We don't want adepts anymore. We're not even going to ever get their glaive upgrade either. So yeah, we just went for it. For higher tier shit. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. I didn't think I would cry, but I'm gonna cry. Because I haven't slept in a long time or even eaten food. I'm fucking starving. The stream is over 10 hours long. This video for YouTube is probably gonna be a 9-hour plus video. Because I did play ladder before I did B2GM today. And it was like an hour ladder session followed by a 9-hour B2GM session. Whew. Guys. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed Diamond 3. I hope a lot of things in that video made a lot of sense, and I hope you're a better Protoss player now that you finished that video from when you started that video. And don't worry, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna go Diamond all the way to Diamond 1, and then we're gonna get all the way to Masters 1 and to GM, right? That's the goal. Hopefully it doesn't take us a year to get there because of how fucking long these promos are taking. But I'll see you guys in the next video. Thank you for watching. I'm a little super tired and super hungry. I'm going to go get food now. Have a great night, guys. Have a great day. I'll see you next time. Good luck in your games. Peace, guys. Take it easy. Much love. See ya.